Chapter 101. By the way, Jianyan, be careful if you go out lately. The people in the remaining 4 buildings in Repulse Bay are now living in worse conditions than Building A. There's a high probability they all attack Building A later, Sun Jingtao, who was sorting supplies nearby, remarked. We may have guns, but we can't protect ourselves from hidden attacks. Jianyan nodded. There are 5 buildings in Repulse Bay. Building A has 32 floors and 4 units per elevator. The remaining 4 buildings, B, C, D, and E, only have 24 floors, and each has 2 elevators for 6 or 2 elevators for 8 units. If the water reaches the 16th floor, that means everyone on the remaining 4 buildings will have to squeeze into the remaining 8 floors. This doesn't even include the possibility that the water level will rise again, potentially reaching the 20th floor. Although many people died in the previous heat and the mosquitoes, there are still many survivors. You can imagine the living conditions there. With no living space left in their area, people naturally turn their attention outside. There's no better place nearby than Building A. If even Building A is flooded, then we can only accept our fate and give up the fight. Additionally, there's a ticking time bomb in Building A. It's Ma Longview and his gang, who claim to have nothing to do with the 32nd floor. Thinking of this, Jianyan asked, by the way, have Ma Longview and his gang been causing trouble lately? Not too much. They stole a few rubber boats and collected quite a bit of supplies these past 2 days. We ran into them on our way back last night. Although they didn't see you, they were still wary of us. Su Dai yawned, covering her mouth with her hand. Jianyan uttered an "oh." Judging by the dark circles under her eyes, and the tired faces of Yi Qing and Sun Jingtao, they've probably been out searching for supplies day and night these past few days. The 3 of them felt no less threatened than he did. The time was almost up, and having understood everything, Jianyan stood up and prepared to leave and return home. Jianyan, wait a moment, Su Dai said, standing up and walking to the TV cabinet. She picked up a large shopping bag and handed it to Jianyan. We found some stuff these past couple of days. You should be able to use these, so I share some with you. I carry the remaining alcohol stove and alcohol for you. By the way, these 2 small bags of fried rice and noodles. I was worried that the recent humid weather would cause the rice and noodles to mold, so I fried them slowly over low heat. You can eat them straight away, or if you're worried about getting a sore throat, you can add some water. It's very convenient. Su Dai said, pulling out 2 bags of crispy brown fried rice and noodles from the plastic wrap. The aroma was palpable even through the bags. Inside the shopping bag was a bag of vacuum-packed millet, some garlic peanuts and red-skinned melon seeds, a few bags of air-dried beef, a few bags of pickled pepper chicken feet, a pile of instant noodles of various flavors, and a few bags of sanitary napkins. It was obvious that Su Dai had put in a lot of effort. How embarrassing. Jianyan said, a little embarrassed. She didn't need anything, and it wouldn't be nice to ask for something the 3 had painstakingly found. But if she didn't ask for anything, she seemed strange. After all, while she and Su Dai and the others had a good relationship, she still had to be cautious. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. We still have plenty. Su Dai smiled broadly and shoved the shopping bag into her hands. Thank you very much. I found some supplies during my trip, but I ran into a bunch of people and couldn't bring them all back, so I hid them. When we can go out again, I take you there, Jianyan said. In this life, no one deserves her excessive efforts. But she also didn't want to owe anyone too much. Of course, Su Dai gave her these supplies out of personal affection. But from a certain perspective, armed with a gun, Jianyan would provide an absolute deterrent and guarantee for the 32nd floor. In a sense, the relationship between the 3 of them could be considered mutually cooperative. Any cooperation requires mutual contribution of resources. Some resources are visible, while others are invisible. Of course, Su Dai and the others needed Jianyan more. Jianyan understood this and stopped refusing. Su Dai picked up the alcohol and alcohol stove, then asked Yi Qing to bring the official instant noodles, sausages, and a bottle of water. After delivering them to her door, the 2 of them consciously returned to 3204. Jianyan looked at the pile of supplies around her, opened the door, and carried them in one by one. Back home, her tense mood finally relaxed. There was an indescribable sense of peace. No wonder people say a nest of gold or silver is worse than your own. It was true. Looking at the barren living room, she realized that before she left, she had stored all the movable supplies in the house into the space. She didn't take them out immediately. Looking out the window at the heavy rain and the damp, cold house, Jianyan felt the need to make some simple renovations to her home. According to her memories from her previous life, The flood would continue to rise after the heavy rain, so living outside would probably be better than living in the space. At least she could keep up with what was happening outside. Another thought, she suddenly wanted to light the fireplace. It would make her feel warmer. Her house was insulated, but it was too empty, and it felt chilly upon entering. It was better than Su Dai's house, which, despite its clutter, was much warmer. Perhaps it was because 3204 was crowded, so it felt lively. Or perhaps it was because it had more yang energy. With a fire in the fireplace, there was also life and yang energy, and the house felt less stuffy and damp. This effect was probably incomparable to air conditioning. Thinking of this, Jiangyan had an idea. She took out the bed and placed it in the living room. She also took out a separate dining table and chair set and a chaise longue and placed them by the fireplace. She tossed the remaining sofa, TV cabinet, and other items into the bedroom. With the bedroom door closed, the heated area of the entire house was smaller, making it easier to keep warm. It wasn't yet extremely cold, so Jiangyan only used the fireplace. By the time she had cleaned up the living room and started the fire, it was already around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. The rain outside seemed to have subsided, and the wind had died down, but the sky had grown darker. All she could see were cumulonimbus clouds, thick as ink. Out on the water, scattered people were returning. Some were wearing lifebuoys, carrying supplies on foam boards. There were also several rubber boats, and even some that looked like repurposed, simple bamboo rafts. All of them were loaded with supplies. 2 of them had already entered the Repulse Bay residential complex, seemingly belonging to buildings C and B. Jiangyan went to the window and was about to draw the curtains when she saw white, crackling hailstones suddenly fall from the sky. Some of them hit the windowsill. Jiangyan glanced at them casually, her breath coming in. The hailstones were each the size of an egg. Some were the size of a fist. It was truly outrageous. At this moment, the dense hailstones slammed into the water like heavy bullets. Shouts, screams, and cries of agony drifted faintly from the water below. Most people had no time to dodge before the massive hailstones pelted down from the sky, leaving them bleeding and bruised. Chapter 102. The closest to Building A was a red rubber boat loaded with supplies. A middle-aged couple and a little girl of 6 or 7 sat on it. The 3 of them appeared fully equipped, all wearing raincoats, and the supplies on the rubber boat were covered with plastic sheeting. The hailstones ranged from fist-sized to rice-sized, densely packed and fierce. As their building was about to be reached, the man naturally didn't think to duck, but instinctively paddled quickly towards the window of Building B's corridor. The woman quickly set the oar aside, quickly pulled her daughter close to her, and held her tightly against her body. She then lifted the plastic sheeting and took out 2 indistinct objects, covering her head and her husband's. Bang! 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 In just 2 seconds, the rubber boat was already covered in white. The rubber boat was also damaged in several places, and icy water began to bubble up into it. Snap! Snap! Ouch! Hiss! The woman's arms, suspended in midair, suddenly loosened in pain after being struck. The shield she held slipped away, and hailstones of all sizes rained down on the couple's heads. Stopping meant death. Paddling forward might offer a glimmer of hope. The man, blood streaming from his forehead, could only grit his teeth, endure the pain, and paddle forward with all his might. Zhangqi Lu Fenglei, help us! The man, losing his composure, panicked and shouted toward the 16th floor passageway window. In a matter of seconds, the woman, blood-stained, collapsed against her daughter. Drip, drip. Bright red liquid slid from her forehead to her neck, then along the edge of her raincoat, dripping into the cabin. She must have used all her strength to shield her daughter in her final moments. Mom! The daughter cried heartbreakingly, gazing at the scattering scarlet flowers in the cabin. The man, naturally realizing what was happening, panicked in an instant, begging in a tearful voice, Zhangqi Lu Fenglei, please help us. The people at the corridor entrance shrank back. Some looked silent, others with regret. Hailstorms this heavy would have crushed anyone who ventured outside, but no one dared. They had all been fishing in the water, and after the downpour, they had taken refuge in the corridor, building a fire for warmth. Thinking they could resume fishing when the rain subsided, and there were fewer people around, they didn't return to the building. With his last breath, the man rowed the sinking rubber boat to the window. There was some shelter here, and the hail was less dense than usual. He lifted his wife's body, and tried to hand his daughter to the window. But his body was covered in wounds, and he had no strength left in his hands. The man tried to reach for the windowsill, but he was always just a hair's breadth away. Xiaoyu, hurry, get up there first. No, I want mommy. I'm not going anywhere. I want mommy. Ugh. The grief-stricken daughter hugged her mother's still warm body, paying no attention to her father's words. Please, we're all neighbors, help me. I give you half of my supplies. The man pleaded desperately. No one responded. I give you all my supplies. Please. I even lend you the rubber boat. Please, save my daughter. The man, his head bruised and bloodied, grew even more devastated and desperate. If he hadn't had to protect his daughter's head, he would have knelt before them. Finally, a triangular-faced man, shivering with cold, came out, his head wrapped in wet clothes. The man on the rubber boat was as if he had seen a savior. Lu Fenglei, I will definitely reward you handsomely. The triangular-faced man curled his lips. I can save you, but you must hand over your house keys. They were all people who had moved from the lower floors to the 23rd floor and were sleeping in the hallway. The man with the rubber boat happened to live in building B2301. I can't give it to you, but I promise you can move right in, and we cover your food and drink from now on, the man said in a negotiating tone. The triangular-faced man looked impatient. Will you give it to me? The man choked for a second, glancing at the rapidly sinking rubber boat. After taking a deep breath, he reached into his trouser pocket with a trembling hand and fished out his house key. The triangular-faced man quickly walked to the window and snatched it away. Seeing the murderous glint in his eyes, the man's pupil shrank, and a foreboding welled up in his mind. Yet he still clung to a last glimmer of hope. Lu Fenglei, please help me. As he spoke, he yanked his daughter to her feet and lifted her upward with all his might. Halfway through his words of gratitude, he saw her produce a gleaming fruit knife. A sinister grin curled across her lips, and she said ruthlessly, You know how to beg for help now? Where were all those times when more than a dozen of us kowtowed to you and begged you to take us in? Huh? Puff. As Lu Fenglei spoke, the sharp weapon had already pierced Xiao Yu's heart, but he quickly pulled it out and stabbed the man behind him. That's right. The others in the corridor chorused. You. The man in the rubber boat hadn't finished his words when he felt a piercing, cold pain in his neck. His hands loosened, and his daughter's body fell into the water with a plop. Then the man himself tilted and fell into the water. The water quickly turned red. Oh, Lu Fenglei, how could you even kill Xiao Yu? A nearby man approached with a look of fear, peering out the window and saying with regret. The girl had been a classmate of his son's before the apocalypse. During the mask era, the two had taken several online classes and eaten lunch together at his house. But it didn't matter. This time, when he knocked on the door of room 2301, as usual, the other party didn't open it. Lu Fenglei glared at him fiercely. Without parents, do you think a little girl like that can survive in this kind of environment? Besides, if you don't root it out, spring will spring. He turned around, gazing menacingly at the crowd, and said, The official boat will arrive tomorrow. No one is allowed to leak anything about what happened today. After threatening them, he put away his fruit knife, jumped out the window, and threw the woman's body into the water. Instantly, 3 fresh bodies appeared on the water, outside the window of the 16th floor corridor of Building B. The hail outside had shrunk considerably, now only the size of peas. Some of the supplies on the rubber boat had already fallen into the water, but some, stored in woven bags and tied to the boat, were teetering on the edge of the water. What are you all standing there for? Come and help me. The others, who had been hiding in the corridor, quickly stood up, grabbed their fishing gear, and helped him salvage the sinking rubber boat. Lu Fenglei glanced at the body of the man floating in the water, swam over and took off the gold watch on his wrist, then climbed up from the window with purple lips. Chapter 103. Almost no one else still on the surface escaped the disaster. The hailstorm arrived quickly and vanished just as quickly. The floating supplies were quickly salvaged by those who jumped into the water from the various corridors. The salvaging of the supplies was another fierce battle, with some fighting fiercely over a few packets of instant noodles. Jiang Yan was unaware of the subsequent events. Gazing at the few pigeon egg-sized hailstones remaining on the windowsill, she fell into deep thought. In her previous life, after the apocalypse, she had been imprisoned in the basement by Song Deming and Zhang Qiqi, so her knowledge of the outside world came mostly from their daily conversations. She only knew the general developments. She was unaware of the specific details. Even Song Deming and Zhang Qiqi, who had been hiding in the house, were unaware. Now that she had experienced it firsthand, she felt something was amiss. But she couldn't put her finger on what it was. The sky outside grew darker, and the rain began to fall again. Amid the rumble of thunder, flashes of blue and purple lightning flashed intermittently. Jiang Yan returned to the living room, drew the blackout curtains, and turned on the light. She glanced at the thermometer. The temperature outside was only 3 degrees Celsius. Inside, it was fine. It was almost 20 degrees Celsius. Jiang Yan added some firewood to the fireplace, then checked the security camera, which she hadn't seen in a while. The footage from the 31st floor looked relatively normal. Someone was curled up on the floor, fast asleep, while others lay on their backs, staring blankly at the ceiling. Someone had also lit a fire at the entrance to the hallway. A group of people must have been cooking together. Judging by the faces of the people chatting, there was a rare harmonious atmosphere. The pot looked a bit like they were making the kind of fried noodles Su Dai makes. Frying the noodles not only makes them last longer, resists moisture, and is easy to eat. Next to them was a pile of broken table legs and other broken tabletops. That's right, we can still cook now. After a while, eating hot food will be almost impossible. For fear of carbon dioxide poisoning, the windows at the entrance to the corridor were half open. The surrounding glass must have been shattered by the previous hailstorm, and the nearby ground was covered in water. The corridor was filled with thick smoke. The occasional cough could be heard. Some were choking on the smoke. Others, perhaps from a cold, were clearly coughing with phlegm. It's understandable. They've been fishing and searching for supplies these past 2 days, often caught in the rain. The weather is so cold that even a healthy person would easily catch a cold, let alone those already fragile and lacking food and clothing. The scene on the 20th floor looked much more chaotic. The ground was littered with garbage. The door to 2002 was kicked open, and a crowd of people huddled at the entrance, their eyes wide open, unsure of what had happened. They looked like people who had temporarily moved up from downstairs. But they didn't know that the room they fought so hard to secure would also be flooded in a few days. 2 women, sleeping on the floor of the elevator, were wrestling, tearing at each other's clothes and hair. Next to them was a half-spilled bag of instant noodles and a crying, pale-faced child. Instant noodles, when there's no hot water to make them, are often crushed up and the dry toppings are sprinkled in, eaten as crisp noodles. What the people on the surveillance footage were experiencing was nothing compared to the tragic experiences of her previous life. But she still felt a bit heavy-hearted watching it, and since she didn't see any trace of Ma Longbu and his gang, she stopped watching. She suddenly felt the urge to leave this place. But now it was flooded outside, and with torrential rain expected for the next few days, she couldn't go anywhere. Or rather, there was nowhere in the world she could go. She could only wait until the rainstorm was over. Sitting back by the fireplace, Jiang Yan held out her hands to warm them. She wasn't actually cold, just a little tired. Being close to warmth made her feel better. After a long moment of blanking out, she finally felt hungry. Just as she was about to get up to get something to eat, she felt a tightness in her stomach, followed by a stabbing pain in her meridians. Jiang Yan frowned. Oh no, her period had come early again this month. She had a long history of dysmenorrhea. She had previously taken some traditional Chinese medicine and consulted renowned doctors, but there was no noticeable improvement. Now, after a rebirth, this problem had returned. She had previously spent time in the dimension, improving and transforming various aspects of her body, but the improvement in this area was not noticeable. It only shortened the duration of the pain. Thankfully, the most discomfort was the first day. The pain would gradually subside. Jiang Yan, without giving it much thought, stepped into the dimension. The progress above the stream had now reached 66%, and the stream itself was visibly clearer. It was a remarkably beautiful stream, seemingly filled with emerald green water plants and crystal clear pebbles. But Wang Lingquan remained the same. Jiang Yan was a little worried that the two were upgrading at a different pace. But worrying was pointless at the moment. She could only wait patiently for the moment of miracle. She sensed with her mind that Hua Bao was lying on his side, probably still gorging himself on food. Jiang Yan didn't bother him, but went straight to the kitchen. She took a packet of motherwort and brewed it, then applied a uterine warming patch. Then she prepared to cook herself some brown sugar, fermented rice wine, and eggs. Although the recipe was simple and primitive, it always made her feel better after eating it. That night, Jiang Yan went to bed early. She slept in the safe house outside. She didn't set an alarm, intending to sleep in naturally the next day. Because of her period, she didn't have much planned for the next day. Besides her usual firearms practice and yachting skills, she planned to select some eggs and place them in the incubator to slowly incubate. As for the labor-intensive tasks, like fencing the planting area and planting fruit trees, she planned to put them off until later. Inspired by Su Dai's vegetable planting on the balcony today, she planned to plant some vegetables there as well. Although there was a planting area in the space and a sufficient supply of vegetables, it was still a good idea to try growing some in such a harsh environment. She didn't have any dedicated planting pots at home. She remembered that there were a bunch of large foam boxes for seafood and fruit in the space. After drilling a few holes in the bottom of these boxes to ensure airflow and water drainage, her replacement planting pots would be ready. She fell asleep thinking about this. After an unknown amount of time, a loud bang jolted Jianyan awake. Her room was soundproofed, but the fact that she could hear it meant there was quite a bit of commotion outside. The fire exit on the 32nd floor was locked. The noise was most likely caused by Yi Qing and Sun Jingtao. Although they were all familiar faces, Jianyan didn't assume they opened the door and left. Instead, she turned to check the surveillance footage on the 32nd floor. It was shocking to see what she saw. The fire door on the 32nd floor, previously locked, now opened. A burly man walked in, carrying what looked like a police battering ram. Chapter 104. The man was about 40 years old, with a square face and thick eyebrows and large eyes. His features were fairly regular, though his face was covered in wrinkles and drooped somewhat exaggeratedly, resembling a Shar-Pei. After entering the 32nd floor, he glanced around with a wary look, then extended his hand to the fire exit, signaling a halt. Jianyan's brow furrowed upon seeing this. It looked like they had quite a few accomplices. But she decided to wait and see. Even in Sun Jingtao's room, there was no movement. It was raining heavily outside, but the noise had probably woken them, and they were probably watching through the peephole behind the door. Although the hallway was pitch black, unlike their infrared surveillance cameras, they couldn't see clearly, but they could still make out silhouettes. The square-faced man was already crouching and quietly approaching the door of room 3203. Room 3203 was originally occupied by He Chunmei's family. After their disappearance, the door had been left open. Fearing Jianyan and Sun Jingtao, the house was considered a haunted house, and no one dared to move up to the 32nd floor. But the contents had already been completely evacuated by the people downstairs in the middle of the night, like ants moving house. At first, everyone took only food, water, paper towels, sheets, duvet covers, clothes, pots and pans, and other items. Later, as more and more people moved into the hallway, even bed frames, tables, chairs, and other burnable items were moved downstairs. The room was now empty, and its contents were clearly visible. In less than half a minute, the man emerged. He glanced around as usual before waving toward the fire exit. Soon, 3 middle-aged people, a man, 2 women, and a little girl, about 6 or 7, entered. The little girl held a duckling and a swan lifebuoy in each hand, and a backpack stuffed with miscellaneous supplies. She looked half asleep, her tired face a bit bewildered. The remaining men were also bald, though their skin was less wrinkled, and their figures were thinner and shorter. The 2 women had short, uneven hair, their heads slightly drooped, and looked exhausted. Each of them carried a large bundle tied with a sheet on their backs, and a number of other things in their hands. They quickly filed into 3203. But a few seconds later, 4 adults emerged. They tiptoed down the stairs. Jianyan guessed they were carrying the remaining supplies. She didn't really care that someone else had moved in. This was all to be expected. To put it bluntly, as long as they posed no threat to her, she had no business what anyone else said or did. And most importantly, the house wasn't hers. Jianyan checked the time. It was exactly 4 in the morning. About 20 minutes later, the 4 men reappeared at the fire exit, clutching a pile of belongings. Each one was flushed and panting. As usual, the 4 of them quickly made their way to room 3203. Just then, with a creak, the door to room 3204 opened. Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing emerged. Su Dai followed them, clutching an alcohol lamp, the kind used in labs for heating. The wind in the hallway caused the flames to flicker. She quickly raised a hand to temporarily shield them. The 4 people about to enter 3203 paused and stared at each other. Fatty. The thinner, younger man looked at the square-faced man, seeming to hesitate. The square-faced man gestured for the remaining 3 to enter first. Then, he set down his supplies, and took a step towards Sun Jingtao and the others. He said, "Sorry to bother you so late at night." He paused, noticing Sun Jingtao's gaze on the broken chain lying on the ground. He quickly said, "I broke the chain. I found it among the supplies I found. I go and relock it later." Hearing his words, the remaining 3 did not enter, but instead placed their supplies on the ground. The 3 men's expressions were clearly less calm than the square-faced man's, but they still stood behind him, their eyes fixed on Sun Jingtao and the others across from them. Only then did Jianyan notice that the younger of the 2 women had a slightly protruding belly. In the past, You could have said she might have gained weight or had a small belly. But now, with so little food and clothing, the other woman was so skinny she was clearly pregnant. The other woman's eyes were red and swollen, and her face was tear-stained, likely from crying loudly earlier. Both of them were in poor condition, looking not only haggard and frail, but also dejected. Sun Jingtao didn't respond, but glanced warily at the men and said calmly, "Who are you?" They had locked the door earlier to prevent a late-night ambush from Ma Longbu and his gang. But the people before him, with their families, were clearly normal people. The three weren't rude, and they wouldn't have considered taking over the entire 32nd floor. As he spoke, Sun Jingtao observed them in the dim light of the lamp. The light was faint, but better than nothing. But he still managed to make out their faces. He didn't recognize them. He glanced at Yiqing and Su Dai, who also shook their heads. Sun Jingtao pondered quickly, and came to two conclusions. First, these people weren't regular residents of Building A in Repulse Bay. Second, they were either temporary tenants or had moved in from other buildings or elsewhere. But seeing as their clothes weren't damp, they were most likely tenants. We too are co-tenants at 1803 on the 18th floor. Tonight, when my wife woke up to go to the bathroom, she discovered the water was about to reach the 17th floor. It was dangerous, so we had no choice but to pack up our supplies and move them upstairs overnight. The man finished speaking, subconsciously touching his nose. Jiangyan frowned. The water level had risen so quickly after the second wave of heavy rain, and it wasn't even all night yet. But she couldn't turn on the flashlight right now. It was pitch black all around, and a flashlight would have been too glaring. The man smiled sheepishly and continued, "Brother, if I'm not mistaken, you're Sun Jingtao, right? We all heard of your names down here, and we know that the guy in 3201 and you three are all capable people. Our families are both migrant workers from the countryside who came to Anming. We're honest and decent people. After moving here, we definitely won't cause any trouble for you." The man paused, and seeing the silence of the three men across from him, he continued, "I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhou Wei. You can also call me Fatty or Fatty Zhou. Although I lost weight now, I was certainly quite chubby before, and I got used to that nickname. And that's my wife, Wang Jiame. That's my fellow villager, Wang Jin, and that's his wife, Wen Wanli. There's nothing wrong with you moving in here, but why did you break the lock when you could have knocked?" Su Dai suddenly spoke up from behind. Chapter 105. Zhou Wei's expression faltered for a second after hearing this. Then, with a smile, he looked at Su Dai and said, "This girl must be Su Dai. We moved up here quietly, so late at night, and we were afraid that knocking loudly might attract others and prevent us from occupying room 3203. Also, we were afraid you wouldn't agree, so we acted impulsively in our haste. I'm sorry." After Zhou Wei finished speaking, he reached out and scratched his head. In fact, he didn't have much hair to scratch. This subtle movement was clearly noticed by Sun Jingtao and Yiqing across from him. In principle, like Jiangyan, they didn't want to interfere too much with others moving to the 32nd floor. However, they naturally lacked Jiangyan's power and confidence, so they still wanted to get to know their new neighbor. After all, they were all strangers, and they were afraid of accidentally inviting a wolf into their home. "Yes, my wife's been pregnant for over a month, and I don't want her to suffer squeezed in the hallway. I apologize for waking you just now," Wang Jin, who was standing beside Zhou Wei, said quickly. Listening to her words, Su Dai subconsciously glanced at Wen Wanli's belly. She pursed her lips, lowered her head slightly, and avoided Su Dai's gaze. Yiqing's eyes remained fixed on Zhou Wei. Seeing that he had placed the supplies in one hand on the ground, but held the battering ram tightly in the other, he asked, "Where did you get your police battering ram?" "I found this while out looking for supplies these past few days. I brought it back thinking it would be useful for self-defense," Zhou Wei said bluntly. "Yes, we also found some hot pot base and other dried goods. Tomorrow, after we finish cleaning up the house, we invite you all over for hot pot. It'd be a housewarming party." He was like Zhou Wei's supporting actor, quickly finding a way to finish his remarks as soon as he found the opportunity. Sun Jingtao glanced at the two of them and said politely, "We appreciate your kindness, but we won't be having hot pot. The rain's getting heavier now, so it might be difficult to find supplies later, so you better save your food. It's getting late, and since you mentioned locking the door, remember to lock it and get some rest." He finished his words in one breath, winked at Yiqing and Su Dai, and the three of them returned. "Okay, Brother Tao." Wang Jin winked at Zhou Wei as he listened to Sun Jingtao's words. The four of them stood at the doorway, not immediately entering. Seeing the door to room 3204 slam shut, Wang Jin instantly felt a wave of relief. Hey fatty, this 32nd floor isn't as dangerous as the rumors say. We made it through, haven't we? Besides, that girl in room 3201 is sleeping like a dead pig. There's not a sound coming from her room. Zhou Wei glared at him, said shh, and whispered, be careful, walls have ears. He then glanced warily at the door to room 3204. Wang Jin dismissed the question. What are you afraid of? It's raining so hard outside. Could they have a bug in the hallway? You don't understand. 3201 is monitored. Even though it's been so long, the power's probably out, but it's always better to be cautious. So you better keep your mouth shut. As Zhou Wei spoke, he pulled out a chain lock and relocked the fire door. After completing this, several people quickly loaded up their supplies and entered room 3203. 3204. Sun Jingtao closed the door, but didn't go in immediately. Instead, he stood through the peephole and looked in for a while. Su Dai placed the alcohol lamp on the living room coffee table and sat on the sofa with Yi Qing, waiting for Sun Jingtao to return. Watching Zhou Wei and the other three lock the fire door and enter the house, Sun Jingtao finally stepped inside. Brother Tao, what do you think? Yi Qing glanced at Sun Jingtao and asked. The three had been soundly asleep, but a trip to the chilly hallway instantly wiped out their sleepiness. Sun Jingtao frowned slightly and said, they don't seem like good people, but they don't seem like bad people either. Yeah, they're acting a little too condescending. We haven't even asked much, and they've been explaining themselves. Even if they're afraid of the 32nd floor, they wouldn't be acting that way. Su Dai also analyzed. It's the end of the world now, and no one is spoiling for anyone else. And their decision to move to 3203 is, frankly, justifiable. It's not Sun Jingtao's turn to criticize. But the behavior of a few key individuals was indeed a bit unusual. Especially that when Wanli, or Wenliwan. Being pregnant is obviously a good thing. Of course, in these circumstances, it's not a good thing, but it's not something to be ashamed of. But I feel like her expression is a bit odd. Listening to her words, Sun Jingtao smiled. Wife, I didn't realize your analytical and insightful abilities have been improving lately. Well, I learned that from you and Xiaoya. Su Dai smiled coquettishly at her husband. If they were really afraid, they wouldn't have dared to break the door lock in the middle of the night. Yi Qing, who had been enjoying a lot of dog food for no reason, said this and stood up. He stood by the floor-to-ceiling window and looked out, but couldn't make out anything. It was too dark outside. Sun Jingtao glanced out the window and said, the rain is getting heavier. It looks like the official boat won't be arriving tomorrow. If the official boat doesn't arrive, it means that some people who were originally supposed to be taken away will be left behind. If the heavy rain continues and the water level continues to rise, it means that living space will become increasingly smaller and the living environment will become increasingly difficult. Oh, it looks like our plan to search for supplies has fallen through. Luckily, we managed to find some these past few days. Su Dai sighed, then rested her hand on her cheek. Those guys just banged the door open with quite a bang. I wonder if Jiangyan woke up. If the downpour continues, I'm sure the people downstairs will come up and crowd the hallway. Then we won't have any peace on the 32nd floor. Sun Jingtao took a breath and said, that's unavoidable. As long as it's not Ma Longbu and his gang coming up, I have no problem with anyone else. Su Dai nodded and said, honey, do you think we should invite Jiangyan over to discuss this tomorrow and get her opinion? I'm planning on grilling some fish tomorrow, so I'd like her to join us. Sun Jingtao glanced at Yi Qing and said, that's fine. The three of them sat and discussed some possible scenarios and countermeasures before returning to their rooms. 3201. After listening to Zhou Wei's self-introduction, Jiangyan stopped watching the surveillance camera. Mainly, she was too sleepy. Another reason was her stomach aching, a pain that stretched her meridians. She had no choice but to lie back down in bed, holding a fully charged hand warmer to her stomach, curling up and trying to fall asleep. The pain went away. The next day, Jiangyan was awakened by a loud noise of music coming from the water in the central garden. Chapter 106. Jiangyan thought for a moment she was dreaming. Ever since the power outage due to the high temperature, she hadn't heard music this loud in public for a long time. Besides, her home soundproofing was still excellent. If the heart is there, the dream is there. There is true love between heaven and earth. Success or failure, life is heroic, it's just a matter of starting over again. The music continued to reverberate deafeningly. Jiangyan lay in bed listening for a few seconds to confirm she wasn't dreaming, then rubbed her eyes and sat up. Today was the second day of her period, and with the combined effects of the uterine warming patch and hand warmer, her stomach aches were less painful. She glanced out the window. It was almost dawn, and the heavy rain was still pouring down. The fire in the fireplace had long since gone out, and the temperature inside had dropped several degrees. She grabbed a thick coat, put it on, jumped out of bed, and headed straight for the master bedroom, which overlooked the community's central garden. Pulling open the blackout curtains in the master bedroom, Jiang Yan's eyes, which had been half drowsy, suddenly widened. Outside, on the water in the central garden, a large, all-white cruise ship, flying several official flags, was anchored. It was clearly an official ship. So, they had braved such a storm to arrive. This was truly beyond Jiang Yan's expectations. As surprised as Jiang Yan were those who had already been filled with despair. It was a 3-story sightseeing cruise ship, with a sign indicating a famous scenic spot in Aming City. Though it was called 3-story, only the bottom 2 had glass and seating. The top deck was an open-air observation deck. On weekdays, tourists could enjoy the scenery from there. Even in the midst of a torrential downpour, there were actually several people standing on it. But the distance and the rain obscured the view, making it difficult to see clearly. Jiang Yan simply conjured a telescope from space with a thought. Through the telescope, the people on the open deck appeared to be well organized and clearly divided. For tall, armed soldiers in raincoats stood upright at the 4 corners of the deck. In the center of the deck stood several men of varying heights, each wearing a raincoat and rain boots, holding a large navy umbrella. As usual, there was a soldier with an armed soldier beside them. Standing in the center was a short, bobbed woman holding a megaphone. She was about 50 years old, her face wrinkled and tired. The gray hair peeking out from under her rain hat was matted together by the rain. But she appeared calm and composed, her back straight, her eyes piercing with a gleam of light. The piercing music came from the ship's loudspeakers. Jiang Yan glanced at the water level in the building across from her. It had already reached the 17th floor. The sightseeing cruise ship was about 10 meters high, its top deck almost level with the 20th floor. No wonder the music sounded so loud. The buildings and windows across from her were also packed with people. Although the official boat had been announced yesterday, everyone looked incredibly excited and jubilant. After all, the torrential hailstorm since yesterday afternoon, the renewed downpour, and the steadily rising water level had completely changed many people's minds. Those who had originally planned to stay home and fend for themselves were now wavering. They all wanted to board the ship. Even those who didn't meet the official age requirement were eager to try. But they could do nothing now, only watch. The official boat had arrived, but the boarding ladder wasn't immediately lowered. There were still several meters between the boat and the buildings. Some had rubber boats and lifebuoys, but the boats were manned by armed soldiers, so no one dared to act rashly. Everyone waited anxiously. Finally, amidst the crowd's eager anticipation, the inspiring yet blaring music stopped. Against the throbbing sound of the torrential rain, shouts and cheers from the buildings rose one after another. Some even took the lead in singing the national anthem, tears welling in their eyes. The long-suppressed emotions of the crowd weren't extinguished by the torrential rain. Instead, like fuel poured on a raging fire, they were ignited. Hello! Hello! The woman with the bob haircut picked up the speaker, tested the volume, then glanced sharply around the buildings. She didn't speak immediately. Although she knew time was precious, she also understood that everyone's emotions needed a moment of venting and release. After more than half a minute, the woman finally raised the speaker and said, "Fellow villagers, brothers and sisters, what I'm about to say is very important. I only say it once. Please be quiet. Please be quiet." Even with the speaker, she spoke at the top of her lungs. At her words, the crowd, which had been shouting and singing excitedly, gradually lowered their voices. Some people were still talking, but others were reminding each other. Soon, the scene fell into complete silence. Swish, swish, swish. The heavy rain continued. Fellow villagers, brothers and sisters, I am Zhang Xiaomei, a staff representative from the Aming temporary base. Today, I'm specifically responsible for arranging transportation for people in our area. The relevant transportation requirements were already announced and explained yesterday, so I won't elaborate here. I want to point out that after the arrival of the high temperatures, the authorities immediately activated the emergency response mechanism. Currently, the construction of the Aming First Base, which is capable of handling heavy rain and other natural disasters, is underway at full speed. The base currently meets the basic requirements for occupancy, but our number of ships and transport capacity are extremely limited. Furthermore, those who initially arrive at the base are primarily there to assist with base construction and material retrieval. Therefore, our initial transportation will primarily consist of healthy, able-bodied young and middle-aged workers. Of course, we will also consider individuals with skills in construction, deep-sea fishing, agricultural planting and breeding, and other areas. In this regard, please consider your consideration. With understanding, respect, and support, we will be picking up and dropping off 3 groups today. We'll be back at 12 p.m. and 6 p.m., so don't worry if you didn't make it this time. We continue to pick up the remaining personnel based on the progress of the base's construction. Please remain confident and patient. For those who have decided to join us at the official base, please bring your belongings and ID cards and line up directly at the windows on the 18th floor of each building. For those with special skills, please disclose them truthfully. If you discover any misrepresentation or deception after arriving at the base, you will bear the consequences yourself. Okay, let me emphasize this. The authorities will never abandon any of our citizens. I hope we can unite as one, and stand together through thick and thin to overcome these difficulties together. We also have reason to believe that there are no hurdles in life that cannot be overcome. There is no disaster that humanity cannot overcome. Man can conquer nature. Chapter 107. Zhang Xiaomei's words were powerful and filled with passion. Like a beacon in the dark night, they instantly restored faith and hope to those who had long since fallen into despair. The people in the building were filled with excitement. As soon as the words fell, thunderous applause erupted. Many eyes lit up. Many others were moved to tears. This was probably the most exciting moment since the arrival of the high temperatures. Several soldiers on the cruise ship were already helping the staff lower the gangway. The staff members, who had previously stood by Zhang Xiaomei, split up into several groups and walked down the gangway first. They would answer everyone's questions at the glass windows in each building's passageway and conduct preliminary checks on their ID cards and special skills. The armed soldiers guarding each of them provided a strong deterrent. Soon, those who met the requirements began to board the ship. Because of the identity checks and the heavy rain, the process was not very fast. Half an hour later, the soldiers pulled up the ship's gangway. The first and second decks were packed, and the third deck was now also filled. They were drenched by the rain, but each of their faces was filled with joy and excitement, as if they had won the lottery jackpot. In stark contrast, those who had almost made it onto the ship looked disappointed. Although Zhang Xiaomei said she would come back to pick them up later, many people were still nervous. Woo! The whistle sounded, signaling the ship's departure. The water began to form large waves, and the cruise ship, loaded with everyone's hopes and ideals, slowly retreated from the central garden of the community. Jiangyan withdrew her thoughts and gaze, putting down the binoculars. It was quickly 11:30 p.m. Jiangyan had a quick lunch, put on her oldest clothes, found a mask, put it on, and then, carrying a simple small bag, left the house. According to what Zhang Xiaomei had said earlier, the second ferry would arrive around midnight. The person checking identities and answering questions at each hallway entrance had only a simple loudspeaker, not very loud. Jiangyan couldn't hear anything clearly on the 32nd floor, so she decided to go down to a closer floor to get a closer look. See if she could pick up any useful information. Room 3203, closest to the fire exit, had been locked tightly since someone moved in last night. The light in the hallway dimmed considerably. The fire exit wasn't locked. Jiangyan guessed someone had gone downstairs. She fished a flashlight from her bag and went downstairs. Just as she reached the corner landing on the 32nd floor, she saw a woman, panting, coming up from downstairs, clutching a plastic bag full of belongings. The belongings weren't likely heavy, but climbing the stairs was no easy feat. When she saw her, her steps and gaze paused. Jiangyan recognized her. It was the pregnant young woman who had moved into 3203 last night. Her name seemed to be Wanli. She was a little puzzled. The corridor was pitch dark, and even though her eyes would gradually adjust to the darkness, it was still easy to stumble and fall. Especially with the plastic bag she was clutching in front of her, her vision was completely obscured. She was in the early stages of her pregnancy, the most dangerous time. A single fall could result in the loss of the baby. Jiangyan wondered how Wang Jin could let his wife be like this. Yesterday, when they moved, she seemed to be carrying a lot of stuff. Although Jiangyan had heard that her mother, pregnant with her as a child, worked overtime even when she was about to give birth, helping sort packages and pack large items, but people nowadays are obviously less resilient than they were then. Thinking this way, Jiangyan subconsciously shone the flashlight on the steps in front of her. The light swept across her arms, which were folded around a plastic bag. Jiangyan couldn't help but gasp. There were scars on the back of Wanli's hands. Many shocking scars. They looked a bit like the scars left by a knife. They didn't look like suicide, as suicides usually occur on the wrist. The cuts on the back of the hand looked more like the marks of a deep, unforgettable past or a deep hatred. Some were new, some old. One had just formed a dark red scab, and it hurt just to look at it. Others were burned by cigarettes. Some were new, some old. Jiang Yin looked at the two hands, unsure of what she had been through, only to feel a faint soreness in her nose. This suddenly brought back the harrowing experience in the basement in her previous life. After her rebirth, she had deliberately kept that experience sealed away. But now, her memories were ripped open. In her previous life, after Song Deming had cut one of her hands, the other hand was left in the same condition. It was almost identical. Not just the cuts, but also the cigarette burns, and more. She remembered that before her death, it was freezing cold. Zhang Qiqi and Song Deming, who were warming themselves by the fire, had the audacity to walk in one day, carrying a piece of red-hot charcoal with tongs. They blamed everything they had experienced on Jiang Yin and her mother. They said they were trapped in a mountaintop villa, covered in mud and snow, with no official presence or rescue efforts, and that it all started with her. They also said that if desperate measures were taken and their food supplies ran out, they would roast Jiang Yin. But they weren't sure how it would taste, so they just partially roast her. In reality, Jiang Yin knew it was because Song Deming had once taken advantage of Zhang Qiqi's inattention and attempted to assault her. Just as he reached out, he was caught red-handed by Zhang Qiqi. Song Deming's brutal act failed, but Zhang Qiqi, jealous and mentally unstable, blamed everything on Jiang Yin. She called her shameless, and simply remembered the grudge. Jiang Yin still vividly remembers the sizzling sound of the red charcoal against her skin, the pungent smell of her skin and hair being singed, and the excruciating pain, which she will never forget. So, she had always buried this memory, trying not to recall it. But unexpectedly today, seeing it would bring back memories. In just a few seconds of recalling this, Jiang Yin subconsciously broke out in a cold sweat on her back. In addition, Jiang Yin noticed that when Wanli exuded an indescribable body fluid odor. That smell could either come from a man, or from the leaves of a plant called Photinia fraseri. Given the situation, it was clearly the former. "Excuse me, are you Jiang Yin, who lives in room 3201? When Wanli saw her gaze fixed on her bruised arm, and awkwardly pulled her sleeve to cover it. Jiang Yin took a silent breath, withdrawing her gaze and thoughts, and nodded yes. "We moved up from downstairs last night, and live in room 3203. You don't mind, do you?" When Wanli asked cautiously, her eyes flickering as she looked at Jiang Yin. Chapter 108. "I do," Jiang Yin said, giving her a half-smile. The other person's question made her feel strangely sad and amused, but she naturally couldn't let her true feelings show easily. When Wanli's eyes suddenly reddened, she bit her blood-crusted lip tightly and said uncomfortably, "Then, please don't kill us. They say you have a gun and you shoot people when you're upset. We live next door and won't upset you." Jiang Yin, was she that scary? Also, although the other person looked about her age, her words and actions were somewhat like those of an 8 or 9-year-old who had made a mistake. Combined with the wounds on her body, Jiang Yin couldn't help but feel a moment of doubt. But she didn't want to get too involved with her. After saying okay, she continued walking downstairs. When Wanli pursed her lips, about to say something, when she heard the door upstairs creak. From the direction the sound came from, it was probably 3203. Heavy footsteps approached the fire exit. A flash of panic flashed in Wanli's eyes. After nodding goodbye to Jiang Yin, she hurried upstairs, clutching the things in her hands. As they passed, Jiang Yin casually glanced at her possessions. They were some boxes of instant noodles, a children's book covered in muddy footprints, and what looked like half a pack of the cheapest cigarettes. When Wanli, on the other side, had already scrambled to the fire exit. "Hey! Wife, you're back. Come, let me help you get it." It was Wang Jin's voice. She sounded gentle and considerate, and didn't seem to have anything to do with domestic violence. When Wanli didn't respond, bang! The door to room 3203 slammed shut. Jiang Yan's brow furrowed slightly as she continued downstairs. Starting from the 31st floor, people began to descend, carrying large and small bags. They were mostly young people, though not many. Some elderly people came out to see her off. Some recognized Jiang Yin, others didn't. But everyone's attention was focused on the cruise ship that would arrive soon, so they didn't pay much attention to her. The ID check and boarding windows were on the 18th floor. Jiang Yin intended to go to the 20th floor, but she was blocked off before she reached the 21st. Although the ship didn't arrive until noon, everyone had already lined up. Many people who hadn't boarded the ship that morning hadn't left since then, staring intently at the spot where they were standing. Jiangyan had no choice but to go to the 22nd floor. The elevator waiting area and hallway on the 22nd floor were packed with people. They had probably decided not to go to the official base, or because the conditions didn't meet the requirements. It was almost lunchtime, and two families had built a fire together, grilling fish. They were grilling a lot, so it was probably more than just lunch. It was cold outside, but the temperature in the crowded hallway was still warm. The damp air made it difficult to preserve the fish. They could only pickle it or roast it dry. As the flames grew stronger, the aroma of sizzling oil and thick smoke began to fill the hallway. When they saw her enter, everyone looked wary. Some people who had been sitting on the ground even stood up, fists clenched. It wasn't until they saw her walk to the glass window at the entrance of the passage and stop that everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The area near the passage window was empty. Several windows had been cracked by hail, and although someone had covered them with plastic bags, rain still seeped in from time to time. The ground was wet and swamped. Jiangyan glanced out the window, a vast expanse of water. A few people risked their lives fishing in the water, but it looked like their catch wasn't great. The fish and leeches seemed to appear in waves. The water level outside was still rising. Thankfully, the temperature hadn't dropped any further. Time ticked by. Hey, it's 12 o'clock, and the boat hasn't arrived yet. Someone in the passage exclaimed. Now that people don't have to go to work or school, many people don't have watches, and their phones and computers are long dead, so they lost track of time. Most people work from sunrise to sunset. Some even sleep before dark and are still lying down at noon. Like animals hibernating. The less you move, the less hungry you are. You can save on food. Is it because the rain is too heavy? Isn't it? Could that old official lady's words be a lie? I was so excited this morning. It shouldn't be that case. With it raining so hard, who could be so punctual? Maybe something delayed them. I don't know. Anyway, I saw Xiao Zhang and his wife waiting downstairs all morning. They said their legs were about to break. Yeah, I went downstairs earlier and heard them say that they had to hold their bladder even when they had to. They didn't dare leave, for fear someone else would take their place. Oh, I hope the ship comes. If it does, we can move into 2204. Yeah. If 2204 can't get on the ship, our plans to move in will be ruined. How about we ask them to take us in? Don't say it's unlucky. Just be patient and wait and see. No one in the corridor was going to the official base. But everyone was still very interested in whether the cruise ship would arrive. On the one hand, if the ship arrived, some people in the houses would go to the base, and they could move in with a legitimate reason. On the other hand, the ship's arrival also represented that the authorities were keeping their promises, or were reliable. To put it bluntly, no matter how heavy the rain, the authorities hadn't abandoned them, they were still there, like a stabilizing force. In short, it was a manifestation of confidence. But now, the ship hadn't arrived. Some people were clearly panicking. The ship I'm waiting for hasn't arrived yet, and the person I'm waiting for doesn't understand. Someone began to sing. Look, we're still the better off. We can eat, sleep, and sing here. Those people downstairs are all waiting for the gods with empty stomachs. That's right. Maybe some of those living in the hallway won't make it to the boat, and when they come back, they have lost their place. Ha ha. Someone in the crowd was gloating. Jiangyan stood at the window for a long time, her hands folded. She had a bad feeling. The boat probably wouldn't come. An hour passed. Still no boat. The confidence and hope that everyone had finally regained early that morning were instantly shattered. There was a distinct commotion coming from downstairs. Why don't we just go to the base ourselves? It's raining so hard, we can't even see the road. How are we going to get there? Yeah, it's just like paddling a rubber boat on the ocean. If anything hits, the boat's gone. Fuck. If I known, I have lived near the Twin Towers. Yeah, the people there are so lucky. Life is hard to predict. That's fate. Chapter 109. A feeling of panic and unease began to spread among the crowd. Wait a little longer. The authorities have said they will never abandon any of the people. Let's wait a little longer. Someone jumped out to reassure the crowd. Yes. Maybe they go pick up people from other places first. Let's wait a little longer. At this point, old Lu, stop kidding yourself. Someone nearby scoffed. That's right. I'm just trying to comfort everyone with good intentions. What are you saying? It's too late now. Who needs your good intentions? Then, there were the sounds of arguing and shoving and struggling. Many times, the transition from hope to despair takes only a second. The transition from peaceful unity to falling out happens in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yan listened for a moment, then glanced at the water, and decided to go home first. To her surprise, the number of people waiting for the boat in the stairwell had not decreased during this period, but had actually increased. After a long struggle, she finally managed to squeeze her way out of the throng. The line on the staircase snaked all the way to the 23rd floor. As Jiang Yan reached the 24th floor, she saw Sun Jingtao and Su Dai, a couple, pushing open the fire exit and emerging. A gentle-looking middle-aged man, wearing black-framed glasses, followed them. Jiang Yan. Su Dai waved excitedly at the sight of Jiang Yan, fully armed. Sun Jingtao and the middle-aged man were slow to realize her presence and only noticed her from behind. Both of them were carrying something heavy, filthy, cement-wrapped bags. Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan. Sun Jingtao and Tian Jiliang both greeted her. Jiang Yan didn't know Tian Jiliang, but she politely said hello. Take your time, you two. We go up first. With that, the two of them took the lead, carrying their bags upstairs. Jiang Yan hummed, then turned to Su Dai and asked, "Why are you coming downstairs?" Su Dai smiled mysteriously. "Tell you what, we just found some good stuff." Jiang Yan was confused. "We found 2 bags of leftover cement and a pile of bricks in the property management's electrical room," Su Dai said, covering her nose with her hand. "Jiang Yan, the hallway stinks. I tell you more when I get upstairs." She had forgotten to wear a mask when she came downstairs. Although the temperature was low, the smell in the hallway was indescribable. Jiang Yan nodded. The two of them stopped talking and climbed the stairs in silence. By the time they reached the landing between the 31st and 32nd floors, Su Dai felt a little exhausted and stood there, her hands on her waist, gasping for breath. Jiang Yan's body had been strengthened by the space, but perhaps from standing for so long, her stomach ached slightly. She also stopped to rest for a moment. Su Dai glanced at the closed fire exit on the 32nd floor and whispered, "We're going to build a clay stove at home with cement and bricks." Jiang Yan, clay stove? Speaking of clay stoves, she remembered a previous visit to the B base. She had seen a fire with chicken restaurant halfway up the mountain that had been destroyed by a mudslide. The fire with chicken was prepared somewhat similarly to the iron pot stewed goose in northern China. It had been quite popular in Aming for a while. It was a large earthen stove with a large iron pot on top and a charcoal fire burning underneath. You could cook vegetables in the pot, or stir-fry dishes like braised chicken, dry-pot duck, or dry-pot goose. After the meat was stir-fried and lotus root slices, lettuce, and mushrooms were added to the stew, corn cakes were usually placed on the edge of the pot before the lid was closed. By the time the meat was done, the corn cakes were also cooked. Opening the lid, the aroma was fragrant, and the food was delicious. The remaining embers could be used for warming up in the winter. It was a great thing. But at the time, her family had plenty of heating, and since she was used to living in the south, she didn't think much of it. Otherwise, she should have gone in and closed 1 or 2 of the stoves. "Yeah. Xiaoye and my husband said the downpour isn't going to stop anytime soon, and the temperature's getting lower. There's a chance it might snow or freeze over. The alcohol stove is too small, and the alcohol in it won't last long. So we're thinking of building a clay stove in the living room. We can burn wood or something to heat food, keep warm, and even warm the house. If the water does freeze, we can go out and find something to burn. Just bear with it, and we should be able to get through this awful weather for a while." Jiang Yan agreed. "Yeah, that's great. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. We shouldn't run out of materials, so we can save some cement and build one for your living room." Su Dai glanced at Jiang Yan as she spoke. It was as if she was telling a story, but also as if she was asking for her opinion. After all, going inside to build a stove would involve someone else's privacy. Sun Jingtao had specifically reminded her to be careful about her manners around Jiang Yan. However, the fire exits on both floors were closed. The hallway was too dark, and Jiang Yan was wearing a mask. She couldn't see anything on Jiang Yan's face. "I don't need it. My house is decorated in a Western style, and there's a fireplace in the living room. You can keep it for yourselves. Just be sure to take care of the smoke exhaust and ventilation when you light a fire." Jiang Yan didn't hide it, and even gave her a reminder. Su Dai didn't know whether a fireplace could heat food, but she had clearly declined. Su Dai said, "Oh, let's go upstairs," Jiang Yan suggested, noticing her breathing had subsided. "Okay." The two of them went upstairs and pushed open the fire exit. The door to room 3203 was ajar, not completely closed. The cries of a woman and a child could be heard from inside. Jianyan recalled the scars on Wenwanli's hands, and her brows furrowed slightly. Su Dai glanced at the crack in the doorway and whispered, Jianyan, I forgot to tell you. 2 families have moved into room 3203. They're from different families. Jianyan nodded, her expression calm and a calm yeah. You knew? This time, Su Dai was surprised, but she changed the subject. You heard them use a police battering ram to break down the door lock last night, didn't you? Jianyan shook her head. No, but I ran into Wenwanli on my way downstairs. Her expression seemed calm, which made Su Dai a little uneasy. Okay, I'm going home now, Jianyan said calmly, and she was about to leave. My stomach was still a little uncomfortable. I had to go back and drink some motherwort or something, and change what I needed. By the way, Jianyan, come over for dinner tonight. We grilled fish today. You wouldn't know, Xiaoya is a real good cook. And, since the neighbors are moving in, we love to hear your opinion, Su Dai said, as if suddenly remembering something. Jianyan nodded this time, not refusing. She could probably guess what Su Dai was thinking. In this environment, it's true that while it's best not to harbor any malicious intent, it's crucial to be wary of others. But there's no need to be paranoid. But Jianyan didn't say it out loud for now. Chapter 110. How about an appointment for 5 p.m.? Just come over and we won't have to call you, Su Dai said, glancing at Jianyan's large iron gate with an awkward smile. They were actually quite afraid to call Jianyan, mainly because they worried someone might accidentally forget the high-voltage wire on her door and get electrocuted while knocking. Even though the city had been without power for a long time, Jianyan's backup power source was probably out. But it's always better to be cautious. Besides, it's raining heavily now, and it gets dark early. Every family member finishes their meals and dishes before daybreak. After dark, lights aren't turned on unless absolutely necessary. Some homes have no lighting at all and live in the dark. Jianyan nodded. Okay, I come over tonight. The high-voltage wire on her door hadn't been turned on much lately. One reason was that the surrounding area had become relatively safer. Another reason was that she had been going in and out quite frequently. I was afraid that one day I'd forget and get electrocuted, or that I'd be locked out after leaving. This wasn't something I considered during the installation. Although the high voltage wasn't on, the shock was still there. That was enough. Thinking that way, Jianyan turned and went back inside. It was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The fireplace in the living room had been burning since morning, and the temperature was noticeably warmer than outside. Jianyan took a small metal bucket and shovel, cleared some of the ashes from the fireplace, and added some more firewood before stepping into the living room. Hua Hua! Mom, you're finally back. From a distance, Hua Bao leaped excitedly out of the apple cabin and landed on her shoulder. Jianyan glanced over casually. Wow, the upgrade progress above the stream had finally reached 89%. It hadn't been easy. The space upgrade was successful, and it was just around the corner. Jianyan couldn't contain her joy. Hua Bao, we're going to have a stream. The 3 little leaves on Hua Bao's body swayed happily, and she grinned. Hua Hua. Yes, yes, with a stream, we can play happily in it. It was no longer interested in flipping turtle shells or kicking them into the water. Its latest trick was to stretch its vines and leaves, making them thinner and longer, like fishing lines, to lure the fish and shrimp in the pool. Unexpectedly, some fish and shrimp actually fell for it. It was painful when the shrimp's claws pinched it. The shrimp, of course, got a good beating. But of course, it didn't dare tell its mother. Jianyan smiled. Then you better keep eating. Don't slack off. Hua Hua. Mom, don't worry, I make sure you finish the job. Jianyan chatted with it as she walked towards the pool. In the pool, the tilapia, crucian carp, loach, and shrimp she had caught were all incredibly fresh and alive, and had visibly grown in size over the past few days. It looked like the tilapia had adapted to the water temperature. As usual, 2 turtles lazily basked in the sun by the pool. When they saw her coming, they immediately retreated. Jianyan, on a whim, took some cornmeal from the storage area and sprinkled it into the pool. She also took a cabbage leaf and a small amount of mincemeat, placed them on a plate, and placed it near the turtles. Next to the 2 turtles was a white lounge chair and a large parasol. The porcelain plate, placed beneath the parasol, prevented the leaves from drying out. Jianyan hadn't previously considered pets, and hadn't prepared anything like fish or dog food. Now that she had them, she could only mix and match whatever she had. She found that since getting these fish and turtles, Her life in the space had become more like that of a retired elderly person. Besides studying and recharging herself, she tended the flowers, grew vegetables, and fed the fish. A little square dancing would complete the experience. She actually enjoyed it. Feeding the fish was especially relaxing and healing. When she was little, her parents would take her to the free park to feed the goldfish. Spending a few dollars on a small bag of fish food and a few minutes feeding them would fill her with joy all day. Later, when her family became wealthy, they bought a large house, a large fish tank, beautiful landscaping, and even raised an expensive red dragonfish. It was said that each one cost over 1,000,000 yuan. Jianyan thought the fish was beautiful, but also lonely. Her parents were busy with their business, always rushing from dawn to dusk, and had no time to stop and admire it. They said they kept the fish more for its good feng shui. The servants usually took care of it. At that time, Jianyan was so absorbed in her dreams that she rarely returned to the main house. By the time she realized the preciousness of her parents' love, it was already too late. Memories of the past flooded back to her, and Jianyan's eyes moistened. Her dead parents would never come back. Her past normal life would never return. But she still had to survive in this hopeless apocalyptic world. Jianyan sniffed, and went to the kitchen to brew herself a cup of motherwort tea. After a short rest, she remembered she hadn't used her thermostat yet, so she stood up again. When she ordered the apple pod, she specifically requested 2 shipping containers. They were originally intended for use in the wild to store supplies. Now that she thought about it, keeping the thermostat indoors wasn't a good idea, especially with the bright sunshine outside. She simply took out a shipping container and placed the 3 thermostats she found on her last trip. The lack of a power strip and a power supply didn't matter. She took a portable power bank and placed it in the container. She also found 3 hygrometers for measuring humidity. Besides, ordinary eggs can't hatch chicks. Only fertilized eggs, breeding eggs, can hatch chicks. She searched the encyclopedia she downloaded in advance and found that shining a light on an eggshell revealed 2 small, fluffy masses resembling eyeballs within the liquid. These were seed eggs. Jianyan took a flashlight and an egg and shone the light on the eggshell for a long time, her eyes nearly cross-eyed, but she couldn't make any sense. It suddenly occurred to her that since she could control objects in space with her mind, she should be able to select seed eggs with her mind as well. In that instant, chicken eggs, duck eggs, goose eggs, pigeon eggs, and ostrich eggs all appeared before her in a pile. They must be seed eggs, no doubt. Although there was a dedicated offline tutorial on her computer, Jianyan decided not to incubate too many eggs at once. Besides, each type of egg required different temperatures and humidity levels for incubation. So, she took 1 chicken egg, 1 duck egg, and 1 goose egg, placed them in 3 incubators, and set the humidity and temperature accordingly according to the tutorial. I grabbed a notebook and pen and started taking notes. Since I was working on this while looking up information, it took me about an hour to finish the whole process. Chapter 111. Jianyan was going to Su Dai's house for dinner that evening, but she felt it wouldn't be a good idea to go empty-handed. She should bring something. There were thousands of supplies in the space, but figuring out which ones would be most appropriate and wouldn't arouse suspicion was a skill. She thought for a moment, then left the space again and returned to the safe house. She took a few large storage baskets and placed them in the kitchen. Then, with a thought, she retrieved some long-lasting sweet potatoes, and onions from the space. These supplies had been stored in the space without losing any moisture. Each one looked fresh and plump, as if it had just been bought from the market. Giving them away like this wouldn't be appropriate. So she decided to put some out in advance, just in case. She then remembered her plan to try growing vegetables in the living room. Jianyan entered the space again, and took out 3 large white foam boxes containing seafood and fruit. After drilling drainage holes in the bottoms of the boxes with a drill, she shoveled some black soil from the soil and placed them inside. The black soil had magical properties, so Jianyan wasn't worried about the vegetables surviving. After filling all 3 foam boxes with soil, she returned to the safe house and took out the foam boxes and placed them in the living room. She sprinkled some cabbage seeds on the soil and watered them with a watering can. The whole process took more than half an hour. Jianyan felt a little tired. It was only because she could control everything in this space with her mind. Otherwise, just moving all these supplies would be no easy task. But the eggs had hatched, the vegetables were planted, and the fish and shrimp were fed, which gave her a sense of accomplishment. Jianyan took out her phone, set the alarm, and lay down on the chaise longue. I'd been woken in the middle of the night last night, and my stomach had been aching, so I hadn't slept well to begin with. There was still over an hour until 5, so I could catch up on some sleep. Thinking this way, Jian Yin quickly fell into a deep sleep. Around 5, the alarm went off. Jian Yin got up. Outside, the heavy rain continued to pour down. The surface of the water in the central garden was empty. She didn't hear any music. It seemed the official boat hadn't arrived yet. She went to the master bedroom and took a look with her binoculars. The water level was almost up to the 18th floor. In the buildings opposite, people were still waiting in line, their eyes fixed on the ground. Further up, residents in buildings B, C, and D were busy moving. As usual, there were scenes of quarreling and fighting. She suspected the same thing was happening in Building A, but she just couldn't see it. Jian Yin glanced around briefly before putting the binoculars away. She had already planned what she would take to Su Dai's house. As usual, she took a black backpack and put in a 1 kilogram vacuum-packed bag of ordinary rice, a can of luncheon meat, a can of mixed yellow peaches, a bag of peanuts, and a bag of salt. It wasn't much, and wouldn't have been worth much in the past. But now, given the special circumstances, Jian Yin couldn't take too much. She picked up her backpack, put on a windbreaker, and then left. The fire exit on the 32nd floor was open. The moment Jian Yin's door slammed shut, she could clearly see several heads sneaking back through the fire exit. Then there was the sound of chaotic footsteps coming down the stairs. Presumably, they were people trying to move up to the 32nd floor. She pretended not to notice, and walked toward Su Dai's house. Su Dai's door wasn't locked tightly, so Jian Yin knocked out of habit. Jian Yin. Su Dai was pleasantly surprised to see her arrive as promised. She wiped her damp hands on her apron, then flung open the door and said, "Come in." Just as Jian Yin was about to enter, she heard the door to room 3203 creak open. "Auntie," a crisp voice called out from behind. Jian Yin and Su Dai paused and turned. They saw Zhou Wei and his wife, Wang Jiamei, walk out, accompanied by the little girl. The little girl had pigtails, and looked much better than she had the night before. Although she'd been crying, her eyes sparkled like little stars in the sky. She was holding a slightly worn red calf. It looked like one of those mascot gifts the company gave out at the annual meeting. "Little girl, what's wrong?" Jian Yin pretended not to recognize Zhou Wei and Wang Jiamei, smiling at the little girl. "Ha, I guess this beautiful lady is Jian Yin from 3201? My name is Zhou Wei. You can call me Fatty Zhou or Fatty. This is my wife, Wang Jiamei. We moved in last night, and I met Su Dai before." Zhou Wei spoke in a friendly tone as he strode towards the two of them. Wang Jiamei, her eyes red and puffy, followed, hand in hand with the little girl. Though she forced a smile, it couldn't hide the uneasiness that permeated her whole body and eyes. The little girl stared at Jian Yin with curiosity. Jian Yin glanced at them all, smiled politely, and said, "Hello. Brother Zhou, is there something wrong?" Seeing that Jian Yin showed no sign of rejecting them, Su Dai had no choice but to ask. Zhou Wei smiled sheepishly. "Well, I just moved in last night, and I'm sorry to bother you, so I thought I'd treat you all to a simple meal as an apology. Of course, we're only staying in 3203 temporarily, and we're not trying to take over someone else's house. But this warm house feast is a tradition in our hometown, and we wanted to incorporate some good meaning and bring some cheer to the house." After saying this, he suddenly felt that something was amiss with his words. He Chuanmei's family in that house were all dead, and there were still some dried blood stains in the cracks between the floor tiles. Inviting people to join in the fun seemed a bit inappropriate. But the words were already out, and there was nothing I could do. Yes, it's just a simple family meal. I hope you don't mind." Wang Jiamei, who was standing next to him, quickly echoed. The little girl also looked at the two of them, her eyes filled with sincerity as she said, "Aunties, let's go home for dinner." The wariness and distance between adults often don't exist with children. Su Dai glanced at Jian Yin, seeing her gaze linger on the little girl, and said, "Brother Zhou, we prepared dinner. We appreciate your kindness. Just enjoy your stay on this floor." Zhou Wei and Wang Jiamei seemed to have been waiting for these words. Their brows relaxed, but they still said sheepishly, "Ah, thank you, ladies. It's really embarrassing for us. Why don't we just come over and stay?" Su Dai had no choice but to politely decline. "Brother Zhou, I won't go today. We do it next time." "Well, that's fine. I was going to invite you earlier, but when the official boat arrived this morning, I thought you already left, so I decided to do it later. We were wrong this time, and we'd be more careful next time." After the two politely exchanged words, they were about to say goodbye to Jian Yin and Su Dai, but the little girl suddenly looked up at Jian Yin and said in a baby voice, "Auntie Jian Yin, you're so beautiful." Zhou Wei and Wang Jiame on the other side were startled and exchanged glances. Chapter 112. Jiang Yan looked at the little girl, her brows curved. Little girl, do you know me? Seeing her cheerful expression and no anger, Zhou Wei and Wang Jiame relaxed. The little girl pursed her lips, her eyes sparkling as she said, well, my parents, uncles, and aunts all say you're amazing. Jiang Yan couldn't help but smile. Little girl, you're so sweet. Let me see if I can find any candy on you. As she spoke, she reached out to remove the black backpack from her back, unzipped it a little, and reached in, pretending to rummage around. In reality, she simply pulled a rainbow lollipop from space with a thought. Huh? I'm so lucky today. I actually found one. Here. Jiang Yan said gently, squatting down to hand it to the little girl, and casually asked, little beauty, how old are you? What's your name? Zhou Wei was about to speak when the little girl's eyes lit up. She happily took the candy and said, my name is Zhou Haoyue, the bright moon in the sky. I'm 6.5 years old. I have a brother named Zhou Haoyue. The little girl was excitedly interrupted by Wang Jiame's sudden and sharp voice. Zhou Wei's face suddenly darkened. Zhou Haoyue shuddered, bit her lip, and fell silent. Jiang Yan, Su Dai, standing next to her, also frowned. Haoyue, when Auntie gives you candy, shouldn't you thank her first? We must not be impolite children. Wang Jiame, perhaps realizing that she had lost control of her emotions, quickly tried to make amends. Zhou Haoyue stroked the lollipop in his hand, raised his little face timidly, and glanced at Jiang Yan, saying, thank you, Auntie. You're welcome, Jiang Yan said, giving her an encouraging look. Su Dai sensed something was off about the couple's expressions and asked, hey, brother Zhou, you have a little son? Why wasn't he with you last night? In the past, the other person's family situation would have been clearly private. She was known for her strong sense of boundaries outside of the home. If the other person didn't bring it up, she wouldn't ask. But now the situation was different, and Su Dai realized she was being quite gossipy. Haha, yes. A hint of embarrassment crossed Zhou Wei's face, and he quickly said, sorry, we be leaving now. He reached out and tugged at Wang Jiame's sleeve. Wang Jiame glanced at the two of them, gave an awkward smile, and said, Haoyue, say goodbye to the two aunts. Goodbye, Aunt Jiang Yan, goodbye, Aunt Su Dai. Zhou Haoyue sniffed and hugged her calf-stuffed animal a little tighter. The three of them turned and went back. The door to room 3203 slammed shut. Jiang Yan and Su Dai stared at the worried backs of the three, exchanged a glance, and without saying a word, turned and went back inside. In the past, if a neighbor had invited them to a moving party, they would have invited them. Ordinarily, they would have given something like a gift or a red envelope. But now, with supplies scarce, such formalities were no longer important. The key point was that this wasn't really a housewarming. Also, Jiang Yan noticed that when Su Dai asked Zhou Wei if he had a younger son, Zhou Wei smiled sheepishly, but his fists suddenly clenched tightly. Over there, a hint of barely perceptible hatred and fear flashed in Wang Jiame's red, swollen eyes. But she couldn't ask too much. After all, every family has its own problems. Inside the house, Sun Jingtao and Tian Jiliang were working together to lift a three-seater leather sofa toward the wall. The supplies that had been piled up in the house had been sorted out, leaving the living room feeling much emptier and fresher. Yi Qing, with his back to the door, was concentrating on adjusting the smoke vent. In the living room, slightly near the floor-to-ceiling window, they had built a clay stove using bricks and cement. In the stove, they had also used a stainless steel mesh, similar to that used in large steamers, as a layer. When burning firewood, the firewood could be placed on the layer, and the ashes could fall down. The middle was left suspended, increasing air contact and making it easier for the firewood to burn. The smoke vent had also been built, and two white PVC drain pipes were used as exhaust pipes. The pipes extended diagonally to the glass window. Because the earthen stove had just been built, the living room was filled with a damp, cementy smell. At the sound of the door closing, Sun Jingtao and Tian Jiliang turned around simultaneously. Yi Qing paused, his fingers adjusting the pipes, and glanced up at Jiang Yan, a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Perhaps it was because of his time with Su Dai and her husband these past few days, but Jiang Yan felt that the coldness on his face had lessened considerably. He was feeling better and better. Jiang Yan, you're here. Come in and sit down. Tian Jiliang and Sun Jingtao hurriedly greeted her. Both were longtime residents of Repulse Bay, having known each other longer than Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan greeted each of them one by one. Su Dai briefly introduced Tian Jiliang, saying that he now lived on the 29th floor and was the only one left at home. They didn't mention the tragic death of Tian Jiliang's parents, wife, and son in the heat. Jiangyan, sit down and rest for a moment. Once you swept the floor, we start eating. Sun Jingtao dusted his hands off and politely looked at Jiangyan. Don't worry. Just call me if there's anything I can help with. Jiangyan finished, unpacking the supplies from her backpack and handing them to Su Dai. Su Dai, we don't have much at home, so this is just a token of our appreciation, haha. Su Dai declined without a second thought. Jiangyan, just come and eat. Why bring so many supplies? Especially the rice and salt, they're quite precious. For the people of the south in the apocalypse, the importance of rice is self-evident. And salt isn't expensive on a regular basis. Each meal doesn't consume much. But without salt, even the most delicious food tastes bland. That's why, whenever something happens, salt is always the first thing to be snatched up. It's not much. I'm the only one feeding the whole family, so I don't need much. Just take these things, or I won't come to eat next time, Jiangyan said, stuffing the supplies back into her hands. Su Dai didn't know what to say, so she quietly put the supplies Jiangyan brought into the kitchen. With nothing else to do, Jiangyan went to the balcony to study the vegetables Su Dai had planted. Su Dai put the supplies away and came out of the kitchen. Seeing Jiangyan looking at her balcony vegetable garden with interest, she walked over and said, Jiangyan, I haven't even had time to plant the seeds you gave me last time. I do have some containers at home that can be converted into pots, but unfortunately, I'm out of soil. If we only use soilless cultivation, with a low temperature and lack of nutrient solution, the vegetables won't grow well. She sighed, oh, if only I could find some soil. Chapter 113. Hearing Su Dai's words, Jiangyan's eyes suddenly lit up. Soil? I know a place with it. She remembered a previous high temperature when she had landed on the roof of a building in a jet suit. There were several flower beds there. The flowers and trees in the flower beds had all dried up, but the soil remained. Even with the heaviest rainstorms now, it's unlikely all the soil in the flower beds would be washed away. There should still be some. It's just muddy, and it takes some effort to get it out. Where? Su Dai was stunned. It was raining heavily outside, and everything that could be flooded was dozens of meters below the surface. The roof of our building. Jiangyan pointed upwards, her hand mysteriously raised. Su Dai was even more surprised. The roof? She was already quite puzzled by Jiangyan's move to the Repulse Bay neighborhood, and now that she had actually been to the roof, she was even more puzzled. Although it wasn't a big deal. Yes. Jiangyan nodded. You can go up and take a look. There are several flower beds upstairs. The sides are quite high and the drainage is good. If the rain washes away some of it, there should be some left. She knew that the heavy rain would stop for a day or two before the extreme cold arrived. That would be the best time to collect the soil. But there was a problem. It takes time for vegetables to grow from planting to being edible. Plus, in this situation, seeds are extremely precious and must be used sparingly. So, the bigger the vegetables grow, the better. And getting the soil back now would be a race against time. Okay, we go up and take a look tomorrow. Su Dai, though still a little puzzled, didn't dare to ask any more questions. Elsewhere, Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing had already cleared the dining table. On the table stood an alcohol stove, a shallow pot propped up on top. The pot, covered with a lid, must have contained prepared food. As the alcohol stove heated the pot's base, a tantalizing aroma gradually wafted out. It smelled like spicy grilled fish. Even though Jiangyan had been enjoying a wide variety of delicious food lately, she couldn't help but swallow. Sun Jingtao set the last pair of chopsticks in place and said, Okay, wife, you and Jiangyan can come and take your seats. Come on, Jiangyan, let's try Xiuya's cooking. Su Dai pulled Jiangyan back, pulling her back. Over there, Tian Jiliang, Yi Qing, and Sun Jingtao each sat on one side. Haha, I'm the oldest here, so I'd be thick-skinned enough to take the main seat alone, Tian Jiliang chuckled. When he laughed, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes looked like they could have pinched a few mosquitoes to death. Jiangyan wasn't pretentious and sat directly next to Yi Qing. Seeing everyone seated, Sun Jingtao lifted the lid from the pot. Steaming steam and a spicy, fragrant aroma instantly filled the air. The pot was already bulging with a gurgling sound. It was indeed grilled fish. To be more precise, it was shancheng grilled fish. In a typical recipe, tilapia or grass carp is lightly marinated with salt, cooking wine, and 5-spice powder, then roasted in the oven until the exterior is golden brown. After the first roast, side dishes like onions, cabbage, lettuce, lotus root, and bean sprouts are washed and cut and placed on the baking sheet, followed by the grilled fish. Finally, a special chili sauce is stir-fried with Sichuan peppercorns, green and red chilies, and poured over the fish and side dishes. Add a little broth and simmer gently over low heat or continue baking in the oven. Finally, garnish with green cilantro, shredded red bell peppers, fried peanuts, and other garnishes. What you see now is a minimalist version of grilled tilapia. Because the fish is quite large, the head and tail were removed separately, and the remaining fish was sliced thinly. The sauce was probably a direct spicy hot pot base, stir-fried with a few dried chilies and Sichuan peppercorns. To Jiang Yan's surprise, she saw fresh bean sprouts and onions, as well as some tofu skin, kelp, and shiitake mushrooms. The latter three are dried goods, and can be eaten after soaking in water. Oh my god, this is so delicious! Jiang Yan couldn't help but praise. Yi Qing, who was standing next to her, glanced at her and gave her a shy smile like a grown man. Of course, our Shuya products must be famous. Su Dai raised her face with a hint of pride, and as she spoke, she handed Jiang Yan a piece of fish. She immediately placed a large piece in Tian Jiliang's bowl. Although the lighting in the room wasn't great, Jiang Yan could still see that the fish was perfectly cooked. The outside was crispy and golden, the flesh was bright white and tender, and paired with the spicy and fragrant seasoning, it was mouth-watering. Although this fish was a mutant, and I wondered if it had ever eaten anything strange, but nowadays, just having something to eat and drink was good enough, and no one cared about that. Jiang Yan wasn't opposed to it. After all, if she wanted to survive in this environment in the future, she would have to step out of her comfort zone. This comfort zone, naturally, included her daily diet. And the onions, tofu skin, mushrooms, and fresh bean sprouts are even better. Wow! This meal is simply the most delicious feast I ever had in my life. Tian Jiliang exclaimed in praise. He used to be an investment director at a listed company, where he had plenty of high-end business events and had tasted countless delicacies. This grilled fish meal wouldn't have been much of a normal meal. The ingredients and seasonings weren't fresh. The water used to cook the fish was rainwater. Sun Jingtao and his team had simply made a simple water purifier and filtered it briefly. But now, when some people are struggling to get enough to eat, this truly was a truly exquisite delicacy. I haven't had a proper meal in the past few months. Today, we're all together, so I thought I'd splurge a bit. Su Dai said with a chuckle, passing a piece of fish to Yi Qing. Oh, I almost forgot, there's this. We're all together today, so let's have a drink. Sun Jingtao said, pulling out a bottle of very ordinary sake from under the table. When they were out looking for supplies the past couple of days, they happened to find a bank employee cafeteria inside a high-rise office building. They found quite a few good things inside. Although most of it had spoiled in the heat, they still managed to bring back what they could. Although Tian Jiliang was a bit craving for more, he still said, the weather's getting colder, and this baijiu is great. Would you like to save some? No, let's drink while we can. It's a rare happy day, so let's drink now, and warm ourselves up together. Sun Jingtao said, taking out a disposable paper cup and pouring a little for everyone. Jiang Yan wasn't used to drinking baijiu, but she didn't refuse. The main thing was to participate. Cheers! Sun Jingtao raised his glass first. Cheers! The others were naturally beaming. The baijiu arrived, and contrary to Jiang Yan's expectations, she felt like she was drinking water. The alcohol flavor was long gone, bland and insipid. Chapter 114. This little sake, about 40% alcohol, costs only a few yuan a bottle, and is usually bought for pickling. The sealing quality of the packaging is certainly no match for the feigen sake that costs thousands of yuan. Jiang Yan's space is full of red, white, yellow, and black sakes, ranging from high to low end. It's a pity that she had no legitimate reason to use it. Especially since she wasn't familiar with Tian Jiliang, she was much more wary of him than Su Dai, Yi Qing, and the others. This? Sun Jingtao also tasted something amiss, and slapped his head. Ah, I forgot the high temperatures for so many days must have evaporated the alcohol. No wonder it smelled so light just now. The gentle-looking Tian Jiliang heard this, and took a sip. That's okay, just use water instead of wine. Purified water is a scarce commodity these days. He laughed heartily, and then, still unsatisfied, he brought the paper cup to his nose and sniffed. Although the smell was faint, a small amount of alcohol remained. After taking a sniff, Tian Jiliang put the paper cup down, took off his glasses, blew on them, and wiped them with the corner of his shirt. He said, I saw a news story about how it was so cold over there in the fighting nation. For a while, when vodka and other things couldn't be bought, some people actually bought shower gel and drank it, and ended up getting poisoned. Huh? How do you drink it? The key is why drink shower gel. You're crazy. Sue Dai said she had never heard of such a thing. Sister Dai, the shower gel they bought contains methanol, also known as industrial alcohol, the same thing we use in our stoves these days. But methanol is actually toxic and can only be used as antifreeze and fuel, not for consumption. Ethanol is usually added to alcohol, and that's edible, Yi Qing patiently explained. Sue Dai listened to his explanation, her face filled with disbelief. There's also a snack called stir-fried pebbles in Xingqing. It's quite interesting, and went viral online for a while, Jiang Yan added. She was originally a food blogger, and had almost considered flying to Xingqing. There's a lot of delicious food there, many of which are quite interesting. Sue Dai looked at Jiang Yan in surprise and said, Huh? Stir-fried pebbles? What the hell is that? It's basically just washing the pebbles, frying them in a pan with various seasonings, and then savoring the flavor and tossing them. It seems this dish was invented by fishermen in the past, when they ran out of food after failing to catch any fish at sea. Yi Qing explained, echoing Jiang Yan's words. After hearing this, Sue Dai gave him an admiring look. Wow, Xiuya, you know so much. Wife, it's not that he knows a lot, it's that you lack common sense, haha. It was a rare occasion for Sun Jingtao to publicly expose his wife. Sue Dai couldn't help but snort. Good Sun Jingtao. Jiang Yan and the others are so bold, aren't they? You actually dared to criticize me. Tonight, you have to wash the dishes. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I won't let you go to bed unless you kneel on the keyboard or the durian. Tian Jiliang laughed off the side. Sun Jingtao chuckled, placing a piece of fish in Sue Dai's bowl and saying kindly, all right, wife, have some fish. People who eat a lot of fish are smart. You're never going to stop, are you? You're always hurting me, aren't you? Sue Dai put down her chopsticks and reached out to pinch Sun Jingtao with a feigned anger. Sun Jingtao twisted to the side, colliding with Tian Jiliang's raised arm. Tian Jiliang quickly pinched his nose and said repeatedly, Oh, brother Jingtao, your sister-in-law is still here. You're throwing yourself at me. You can't. You can't. These somewhat effeminate words, coupled with his uncharacteristic orchid finger gestures, caused a burst of laughter from the crowd. Jiang Yan and Yi Qing, standing nearby, joined in the laughter like spectators. Well, come to think of it, this isn't just the best meal I had in months, it's also the happiest moment of my life. Tian Jiliang smiled, his eyes suddenly moist. Men don't cry easily, but only when they're heartbroken. After the high temperatures arrived, his parents died of sudden heart attacks one after another. Then came the blood mosquito, and his wife and son also passed away. He was left alone with his wonderful family. The mortgage was gone, the car loan was gone. But his normal and respectable life was gone too, leaving only endless uncertainty about the future. Sometimes he even wanted to take out his tie and fix it himself. But he couldn't bring himself to do it. Humans are social animals, constantly needing emotional connection. Today's moments of joyful conversation with a few people were truly precious to him. But after eating, drinking, and chatting, they had to return to their dull, dark lives. The smiles on the remaining people's faces suddenly froze, and they all put down their chopsticks. Since the arrival of the high temperatures, everyone has experienced or witnessed something. They could empathize with Tian Jiliang's current feelings. The happiness and composure displayed by everyone lately, whether it was happiness or composure, was more or less deliberate, a form of self-numbing and self-comforting. In reality, they were somewhat overwhelmed by the future. This led them to think about things without considering the consequences, like desperately trying every possible solution. Just like when it didn't rain the day before, many people would have a lucky hunch. They focused on staying home and fending for themselves, scoffing at those who wanted to go to the official base. But a day later, when the torrential rain returned, they would once again pin all their hopes and futures on official rescue efforts. You think this rain won't keep falling and flood our 32nd floor too? Sue Dai sighed, glancing at the torrential rain still pouring down outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Tian Jiliang wiped his eyes, put his glasses back on, and said, It's hard to say. Look, the official ship hasn't arrived yet. They have plenty of resources at their disposal, right? If they can't do anything, then we, the little people, are even more helpless. I guess it's not that they can't do anything, but that people in some places need help more than we do, and they're probably being temporarily dispatched there. Yi Qing said, standing up. He was calm, unaffected by Tian Jiliang's words. Yi Qing pulled a few bags of instant noodles from a nearby bag, tore them open, and took out the noodles separately, adding them to the pot. He then took a little water and added it. Jiang Yan agreed with Yi Qing. After all, the official transport capacity is limited. If the second downpour proves to be even more severe, they will definitely prioritize the low-rise residential areas. In Repulse Bay, although the few remaining buildings are only 24 stories high, there's still at least 6 floors of living space. In other communities, this living space has long since disappeared. So, do you think they take in elderly people and children who don't meet the requirements when they go to those places? Tian Juliang asked. Chapter 115. I don't think so. Yi Qing shook his head. Jiang Yan didn't think so either. At a time like this, they would definitely prioritize the greater good, forcing some to make sacrifices. So we're considered the lucky ones. At least we have a place to live, food to eat, and clothes to wear. Even if we get flooded, we'd be the last wave left. If things really don't work out, we'd just be like Robinson Crusoe and kayak out on the sea. Others are drifting to Beijing or Shanghai, but we just drift to the sea. There's no need to worry too much. Sun Jingtao slapped his thighs, straightened his back, and spoke passionately. Jiang Yan knew the rainstorm would stop when it reached the 20th floor, but she couldn't say it directly, so she said, maybe God will be merciful, and the rain will stop in a few days. Don't worry too much. Even as she tried to persuade others, Jiang Yan felt a sinking feeling in her heart. Many people assumed that the natural disaster would end when the rain stopped. Only she knew that it was the beginning of another, even more serious disaster. The disaster was even more devastating for the people of Anming, accustomed to a warm climate. Many who had previously held some hope for the future also fell into complete despair and collapsed at that moment. Su Dai had always secretly considered Jiang Yan her idol. If her idol wasn't afraid, she suddenly wasn't either. Yes, yes. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. They say that in times of difficulty, confidence is more valuable than gold. But confidence, in fact, depends entirely on oneself. That's right, life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by heaven. Tian Jiliang finished, then laughed and said, You finished your chicken soup. Now let me test the noodles for you to see if they're done. Don't bother, we taste it ourselves. The others laughed. Everyone was well versed in the world, and a few words convinced them otherwise. Instant noodles already had a flavor, and now, after being simmered for ages in the fragrant broth, the taste was truly extraordinary. No more words were exchanged, and everyone buried their heads in their noodles. A few minutes later, the broth and the pot were gone. Su Dai stood up, fetched some water, and added some to everyone's cup. She then took a plate and placed some sunflower seeds and peanuts on it. It was already getting dark outside, so she simply lit the alcohol lamp. The light was dim, but it was better than nothing. Su Dai then remembered she had something important to say. By the way, I just realized Zhou Wei and his family actually have a son. For some reason, from the moment Zhou Wei and his friends broke down the fire door last night to the couple's behavior just now, she felt something was off. I can't say. When Jiang Yan and Su Dai were talking with Zhou Wei and the others at the door, Sun Jingtao and the others could hear it clearly from inside the house. They weren't far away, actually. Sun Jingtao grabbed a peanut and said, I heard the little girl has a brother? Yeah, but when they moved up last night, I didn't see the little boy. Tian Jiliang leaned over and asked, could he still be downstairs? He had also heard Sun Jingtao and the others talking about the new arrivals in 3203. That shouldn't be the case. What parents would have the heart to leave their children alone? Tian Jiliang pushed his glasses up and analyzed. Perhaps the little boy went to his grandparents' house before the heat wave and never came back. I remember the heat wave hit in July, almost summer vacation for the kids. Jiang Yan, what do you think? Su Dai and Sun Jingtao glanced at Jiang Yan simultaneously as they spoke. After all, she lived with them on the 32nd floor. If there were problems with the neighbors next door, they would be the most affected. If Zhou Wei's family were longtime residents, it would be fine. They would know each other well. But they had never met these people before. If they were just tenants, it wouldn't be a big deal, but they were worried they were undercover agents sent by Ma Longbi's gang. The children are so well-mannered and polite, which suggests Zhou Wei and his wife must have been well-educated. As for Wen Wanli and Wang Jin, Jiang Yan recalled the scars on Wen Wanli's arms, and her unusual behavior. I'm not sure. Tian Jiliang listened to the other's analysis and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Don't you think we're too busy these days? Every time a neighbor moves in, we're like detectives solving a case. That's definitely not too busy. Every day I had to deal with a nasty boss, nasty clients, nasty colleagues, and the worry of mortgages, car loans, Huawei, and borrowing. Now, I worry about whether the rain will stop, whether there are any bad guys in the neighborhood, and what to eat after finishing all the food. Su Dai said with a wry smile. Speaking of which, have Ma Longbu and his gang been quiet lately? Jian Yan suddenly asked. She remembered Sun Jingtao telling her that Ma Longbu and his gang were acting arrogantly downstairs. But when she went downstairs earlier, she saw nothing but normalcy. They should be. After all, with the official ship arriving, they have to quiet down, Su Dai said. They've been busy searching for supplies these past few days, and they only encountered each other once before, when they were returning home in the middle of the night. Plus, the other party clearly stated that they had nothing to do with each other, so they didn't pay much attention to it afterwards. No, you're completely wrong. Tian Jiliang pushed his glasses up and continued, from what I understand, they're not afraid of the official forces. They previously reported Jiang Yin to the authorities for having a gun. But what happened? The officials just said they reported to the relevant authorities, and the situation was resolved. So they're likely to intensify their actions now, but their influence hasn't yet reached our 29th floor. Jiang Yin, Su Dai was stunned. It said they were previously acting tyrannically below the 20th floor. Now that the official forces have arrived, won't anyone report the bullies in the building? No, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot, so no one dares to go. Besides, the report of Jiang Yin having a gun was dismissed with a few bureaucratic slurs, let alone these things. Those officials, searching for supplies and transporting young people, all have missions to ensure they complete. They're certainly not here to judge your case and uphold justice. Tian Jiliang shook his head and sighed silently. Couldn't they have united? There must be quite a few people on the lower floors combined. Su Dai's surprise grew. Yes, they did. Tian Jiliang's frown deepened. But it was Ma Longbu and his gang who joined forces. Jian Yan raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Sun Jingtao, Yi Qing, and the others subconsciously frowned. I secretly gathered all this information downstairs today. You can understand this as Ma Longbu and his gang having everyone downstairs under their control. Now, everyone's household supplies are under their unified management and distribution. Also, starting tomorrow, they be assigning them missions, similar to outsourcing. Anyway, they looted some rubber boats, and every day they have a few people go out in the rain to search the buildings for supplies and bring them back. Ma Longbu and his gang will distribute a small amount of supplies to these people, but they keep the majority for themselves. You can understand this as them secretly establishing a small, private base, albeit on a very small scale. Sun Jingtao was puzzled. Wouldn't it be a life-or-death experience to go out in a rubber boat in such heavy rain? So, are these people so willing to do his bidding? It can't be helped. Most of the people they captured have families with them. The children are under their control, and the adults can't help but obey. After Tian Jiliang finished speaking, the light behind his glasses dimmed. Chapter 116. Listening to Tian Jiliang's words, Jian Yin suddenly realized that she had been living in seclusion and was indeed somewhat out of touch with the news. She wasn't interested in Ma Longbu and his gang setting up a small private base in the community. However, if their power truly grew, it would eventually affect her. At that point, it wouldn't be as simple as reporting her to the authorities for possessing firearms. Perhaps a large group of people would storm the 32nd floor. They posed no threat to her life or her livelihood, but if they buzzed around her like a green-headed housefly all day, it would be quite disgusting. But now was clearly not the time to step in and deal with them. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Let the bullets fly for a while before making any decisions. In just a second or two, Jiang Yin had made a quick decision. Next to her, Su Dai was still brooding over Tian Jiliang's words. Ah, the child is being held in their hands. What does that mean? Yi Qing glanced at her and said simply, kidnapping, coercion. He couldn't explain much more. After all, they were all adults and understood. Su Dai still found it hard to accept. This news came so abruptly. The official ship had just left. Ma Longbu and his gang were clearly foreign invaders. Not only had they usurped the throne, but they had also taken control of the natives of Repulse Bay. It was like a made-up plot from a movie or novel. Who could accept it? She glanced at Tian Jiliang. Old Tian, is your information accurate? There are so many people downstairs, and you can just control them? That's outrageous. The key is, these aren't even residents of our community. How can the owners tolerate their rampant behavior? Excluding those who have passed away recently, or been taken away by authorities, there are still at least 1 or 2,000 residents in their community. In Building A alone, there are 200 or 300. They do have some bright minds. They're not fools. Especially some of them are company executives. For example, Ma Longbiao, no matter how arrogant he is just a property manager, not a big shot. Now they've fallen for their trick, which is a bit puzzling. It's simple. They clearly came prepared. They used coercion, inducement, and bribery to gradually erode and defeat them one by one. Tian Jiliang finished speaking, took a sip of water from his paper cup, and then continued, they didn't actually control everyone downstairs from the start. Instead, they targeted people. They first dragged in the elderly and children, then gradually conquered them one by one. For those who were smart and had ideas, they offered sweet treats and used the strategy of winning them over. Nowadays, people tend to stay out of trouble and mind their own business. By the time everyone reacted, their weaknesses had been exploited, and it was too late. So, their initial statement that they had nothing to do with us on the 32nd floor was just a delaying tactic. Jiang Yan interjected, pausing her cheek as she gazed boredly at the flickering flame of the alcohol lamp on the table. The alcohol lamp had a small flame, but it didn't last long. Oh, it's almost finished. Su Dai followed her gaze, and noticed that the alcohol inside was almost empty. She quickly stood up, grabbed a pair of tweezers, and asked Yi Qing to help her pick up the ceramic wick. Then, she took out a small bottle of alcohol and added some more. Her method of adding alcohol was actually somewhat dangerous. Normally, the light should be turned off before adding. But the others couldn't say anything. The most important thing is they have the supplies. Now the rainstorm is coming again. Who cares if you were a senior executive or a high-ranking official in the past? Without the platform and resources, you're nothing. Supplies and strength are king. Tian Jiliang finished speaking, then glanced at his watch. Oh! 6 o'clock. Everyone, I'm going home now. If it's any later, those guys might be here. Maybe they spread to the 29th floor today. Su Dai glanced at him. So exaggerated? It sounded like bandits coming to burn, kill, and rob. That's right. We're outnumbered and without any effective weapons. How can we possibly stand up to them? Oh! If only a big boss could. Tian Jiliang sighed heavily and stood up. He hesitated, glancing at Jiang Yan. He looked gentle and unassuming, but in reality, he was a man of great ambition and insight. It's just that due to the constraints of the workplace, he's usually good at hiding his weaknesses and not showing off. But for someone to be the investment director of a listed company, his emotional intelligence, IQ, and shrewdness are naturally not to be underestimated. He had actually long ago secretly united a small group of people to resist Ma Longbiao and his gang. But this was done rather covertly, and he couldn't tell Jiang Yan and the others directly right now. So, all his previous long-winded talk was actually just preparation and testing. He originally wanted to see if Jiang Yan would come to his aid when she saw injustice. After all, she had a gun and was powerful, so her deterrent power was extraordinary. If Sun Qingtao and Yi Qing could unite, and he could recruit a few more people, he could clearly fight Ma Longbiao and his gang. Evicting them from Building A shouldn't be impossible. Jiang Yan, however, seemed oblivious to his underlying meaning. Her expression remained unchanged as she said, well, it's getting late. I'm going back. Tian Jiliang was somewhat puzzled by her seemingly unwavering composure throughout, but he couldn't say anything. As the saying goes, helping is a favor, not helping is a duty. He couldn't make the decision for her. The key was that he couldn't make the decision himself. He could only find another opportunity to persuade her indirectly. Jiang Yan had been feeling restless. Mainly, her stomach was aching again. The room was damp and cold. Although her body, transformed by the space, was less sensitive to cold and heat, she could still feel the temperature changes. The cement for the clay stove that Yi Qing and the others had built that afternoon wasn't dry yet. Jiang Yan and Tian Jiliang were both guests, so it wasn't convenient for them to burn. Not only would the smell be unpleasant, but the smoke would also be thick. Wait a moment, I have something for you, Sun Qingtao said, standing up and heading back to the master bedroom. But his expression quickly turned serious. Everyone, someone's coming from the building across the street. He was holding a pair of grass-green military binoculars. Honey, what do you mean? Su Dai was stunned, and she sat up in her seat. Jiang Yan understood instantly. The layout of his house was the same as hers. The master bedroom overlooked the central garden of the community. It was obvious that people from the buildings across the street had arrived. After all, with such heavy rain, the flooding would reach the 20th floor in a day or two. There were only 24 floors there originally. Building A on the 32nd floor naturally became their first choice for shelter. Follow me. Sun Jingtao, not caring about privacy, called everyone to follow him into the master bedroom. Chapter 117. The sky outside the window was almost dark. The torrential rain continued to fall. Under the dense curtain of rain, several colorful rubber boats, filled with people, could be vaguely seen, approaching Building A in an orderly manner. However, they were probably blocked by the people at the corridor entrance and could not enter. Judging from the situation, the two sides seemed to be discussing something. Some people were holding sticks, kitchen knives, and other similar objects. It doesn't matter if someone comes. The key is that this organization is so organized. Sun Jingtao took up his binoculars and took another look, his brows furrowed slightly. Surviving a natural disaster is already difficult. Add to that the fighting between buildings, or rather, the fighting between gangs, and it would only make life even more difficult. Could it be that Ma Longbu has brought people from other buildings here too? Then our area is in chaos. Tian Jiliang's expression suddenly changed. This clearly undermined his plan. After all, the more people the enemy controlled, the more disadvantaged it would be for the remaining ones. Ultimately, they were left with three choices: either rise up in resistance and fight to the death, or submit and accept the oppression of the group, or be driven out of Building A, or simply leave. But in this situation, where could they go? Su Dai placed her alcohol lamp on the dresser, took the binoculars from Sun Jingtao, and looked through them. With so many people under his control, isn't he afraid of losing control? Perhaps he has it all under control, Jiang Yan said calmly. If the enemy also obtained powerful weapons or something, they wouldn't be afraid of even a large number of people. However, this was just her unilateral speculation. It's also possible that they were organized by the other buildings themselves, and have nothing to do with Ma Longbu. Sun Jingtao said this, his eyes suddenly serious as he turned to Jiang Yan and Yi Qing, saying, "It looks like a fight has broken out downstairs. How about we go downstairs and take a look?" Yi Qing didn't comment, but looked at Jiang Yan. "You guys go ahead. I'm feeling a little under the weather. I'm going back to my room." Jiang Yan's stomach was aching slightly, and she didn't want to move at all, just wanted to go back and lie down. The key point was that she didn't really want to get involved in this right now. Leave the Jianghu's affairs to the Jianghu. "Jiang Yan, why don't you go down together? After all, this is Building A's business." Tian Jiliang, assuming her feeling unwell was just an excuse, advised. With her around, he felt much more at ease. Jiang Yan glanced at him and asked, "What can you do if you go? Will you stand by and watch, or help the evil, or even turn against them?" Most people tend to get irritable during their period. She did too. Plus, she hated even the slightest attempt at moral coercion. Her tone was noticeably stronger now. Tian Jiliang's throat choked. He had originally just wanted to go down and check out the enemy situation, but he hadn't considered it as complicated as Jiang Yan. Yi Qing and Su Dai, who were standing nearby, looked at Jiang Yan with concern, listening to her words. "Jiang Yan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "Yes, I noticed you were a little off just now. If you're feeling unwell, speak up. Don't hold it in." Jiang Yan gave Su Dai an awkward smile. "Nothing. There are always those days a month." Su Dai understood immediately and said, "Then go back and rest. Get some hot water to drink." On a normal day, she would have definitely urged her to drink some brown sugar water or something. But now, even a cup of hot water was a rare treasure. And scientifically, drinking hot water during menstruation is indeed beneficial. Urging someone to drink hot water isn't just some scumbag's tactic. Beside her, Yi Qing's face suddenly flushed. "Let's go," Sun Jingtao said, unable to persuade Jiang Yan any further, nodding at Tian Jiliang. Jiang Yan returned to 3201 alone. Sun Jingtao and the others went downstairs with Tian Jiliang. Although Jiang Yan didn't go downstairs, she did take a hand-cranked flashlight from her backpack before parting and handed it to Su Dai. She had originally intended to give it to Su Dai, but she hadn't found the right opportunity. It was so dark downstairs that Su Dai and the others couldn't possibly go downstairs with an alcohol lamp. After returning home, Jiang Yan didn't enter the space. Instead, she added some firewood to the fireplace, brewed a cup of brown sugar water, and sat down by it. He took out his pad and randomly picked up a cartoon to watch. Less than a minute later, the door to room 3203 creaked open. Wang Jin tiptoed out. He glanced at the door to room 3201, then slowly walked to the fire exit, peered downstairs, and then gestured to room 3203. Soon, Zhou Wei and Wang Jiame followed suit. Wang Jiame walked downstairs with small, cautious steps, worried. Zhou Wei and Wang Jin, on the other hand, walked stealthily towards room 3204. It was raining outside, and the hallway was dim, but it helped conceal their presence. Snap! Wang Jin pulled out a windproof lighter, raised his hand to shield the flame, and shone it towards the lock on room 3204. Zhou Wei bent down, examined it carefully for a few moments, then fished a thin, straight wire from his trouser pocket and gently inserted it into the keyhole. Then, he quietly and slowly inserted another wire, shaped into a specific shape, through the keyhole. Squeak snap. As his clumsy fingers slowly turned, a faint sound echoed from the keyhole. The fire can be put out, Zhou Wei whispered, his hands never stopping. Wang Jin turned off the lighter and, through the dim hallway, glanced warily at 3201 across the hallway. He said, "Fatty, is this really going to work?" "Hush. Keep your voice down. For Haotian, it works, and it doesn't." Zhou Wei, concentrating on testing the pin lock, added, "We're lucky today. I thought they stay home forever, unable to find a way out." He was already a heavy-set man, and now, hunched over as he worked on the delicate craft, the cold weather making his hands numb. Within seconds, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. But it was clear he wasn't an expert locksmith. He turned the lock for a long time, testing it several times, but it didn't budge. Wang Jin said anxiously, "Fatty, why don't you just use that battering ram? It's quicker and more brute force. That noise is deafening. Why bother using a hammer? Don't forget, 3,201's upstairs. If she follows him downstairs, will you even need to teach her?" Zhou Wei couldn't help but mutter angrily. Wang Jin's lips tightened in silence after being scolded. Zhou Wei continued to twist the wire with a frown. Slowly, his frown relaxed. "All right, just one more marble to go." Wang Jin breathed a sigh of relief, but then his eyes froze. "Hey, why hasn't my sister-in-law come up in so long? Go check." Zhou Wei was so frustrated with his son that he almost kicked him in the ass. "Oh, okay," Wang Jin said, hunching over and taking small, quick steps toward the fire exit. Halfway through, he heard heavy footsteps coming up the hallway. "Here they come." Wang Jin's expression lit up, and he thought to himself. Chapter 118. Not sure if Zhou Wei could see him in the darkness, Wang Jin still turned and gave him an okay sign, then tiptoed to the fire exit on the 32nd floor. But he quickly realized something was amiss. The footsteps downstairs were too heavy and chaotic, clearly a large number of people arriving, almost all men. Wang Jin frowned. According to the original plan, there shouldn't be so many people coming downstairs to call out to his sister Wang Jiame. But even with this thought, he cautiously poked his head out and vaguely saw a flashlight beam in the hallway. In less than 2 seconds, a dark, portly man of medium build with a sinister expression appeared at the corner of the stairs. Behind him, a group of men followed, led by a fierce man with a scar on his face, holding a flashlight and a machete. Among them were young men in black work clothes and middle-aged men in regular clothes. Even more surprising was that his sister, Wang Jiame, was the last to leave, fresh blood staining the corners of her mouth and a look of despair on her face. "Biao, brother Biao." A flicker of fear flashed in Wang Jin's eyes, and the lingering excitement and joy in his heart instantly vanished. However, he suppressed his inner anger and said flatteringly, "Brother Biao, what brings you here?" His voice was noticeably louder with the last words. Ma Longbiao gave him a meaningful look, narrowed his eyes, and said nothing. The scarred man next to him, however, twitched a muscle at the corner of his lip and sneered maliciously. Zhou Wei, who was about to open the last marble, paused, hurriedly retracted the wire in his hand, pocketed it, and quickly walked towards his door. They were halfway there when Ma Longbiao and his group reached the fire exit. No one spoke, as if awaiting his orders. "Brother Biao," Zhou Wei leaned over and whispered, his peripheral vision glancing at the group behind him. Unfortunately, the light was dim, and Wang Jiame was at the end of the group. Only one of the fire exits was open, so he couldn't see anything. Ma Longbiao paused at the fire exit, his fierce, wary gaze glaring at 3201, then at 3204. Then, lowering his voice, he said, "Let's talk inside." "Okay." Zhou Wei glanced at Wang Jin, who was furtively winking at him and making suggestive faces. He hesitated for a second, then led the group toward their own door. The group filed into the house, filling the previously empty living and dining areas. The door slammed shut with a soft click, and the last man in, the last to enter, locked it with a click. The young man who closed the door didn't follow the others into the house. Instead, he stood behind it, his eyes fixed on the people. Ma Longbu glanced around the room, his gaze following the scarred man's flashlight to a corner of the living room near the second bedroom. In the corner, the frail one wanly trembled like a sieve, her eyes filled with fear, as if she had seen a demon. She bent slightly, stretched out her scarred hands, and tightly embraced the tiny Zhou Haoyue. Zhou Haoyue buried his head in her arms. Because her back was turned, she couldn't see the scene clearly, but she could hear the chaotic footsteps, and her small body was trembling slightly. Zhou Wei finally saw his wife, Wang Jiame, huddled in the crowd, a wound at the corner of her mouth. A surge of angry blood rushed from the bottom of his feet to his head. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and suppressed his urge to sit. He grabbed a relatively high stool and placed it behind Ma Longbu. "Brother Biao, please take a seat." Ma Longbu glared at him coldly and plopped down. A young man in black overalls beside him had already pulled a pack of cigarettes from his trouser pocket, shook it, and then respectfully handed it to him. Ma Longbu casually pulled one out, and the man immediately took out his lighter and lit it for him. He brought the cigarette to his lips and took a slow puff, his cold gaze fixed on Zhou Wei, who stood with his head slightly lowered. The scarred man beside him followed Ma Longbu's gaze, shone his flashlight on Zhou Wei's face, and a sinister twitch of his lips twitched upwards. The others stood in silent, breathless silence. The room, like a scene of a struggle session, suddenly fell silent, with only the rustling sound of heavy rain outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. "Annie, are they gone?" Zhou Haoyue, nestled in Wen Wanli's arms, sniffled and asked cautiously, her voice tinged with tears. She tried to turn around to look, but Wen Wanli grabbed her. At her voice, a hint of displeasure crossed Ma Longbu's eyes, who was smoking thoughtfully. He took a long drag on his cigarette, then tilted his chin forward and said, The men in black work clothes nearby understood instantly, and pulled several stained rags from their pockets. At the same time, several other men in black work clothes stepped forward in pairs, and restrained Wang Jin, Wang Jiame, Wen Wanli, and Zhou Haoyue. Before they could even utter a cry, the men had already balled up the rags and forcefully stuffed them into their mouths. "No! Help! The group of middle-aged men in ordinary clothes following the scarred man saw this, their pupils shrinking and their eyes filled with fear. Wang Jiame saw her daughter also being stuffed with rags, her body struggling and whimpering in resistance, when the person next to her slapped her. The slap was so hard, right near her eyes and temple, that Wang Jiame's eyes froze for a moment. The veins on Zhou Wei's forehead bulged with a thud at the sight. But with his back teeth almost clenched, he chose not to resist. Instead, his burly body dropped to his knees before Ma Longbu with a thud. "Brother Biao, I was wrong. This was all my idea. Please spare my family." Ouch! The men with rags stuffed into their mouths also writhed wildly with tears streaming down their faces. They didn't beg for mercy, but their eyes were filled with resentment and despair. "Brother Biao, they're coming up." The young man who had been guarding the peephole walked over quickly and whispered. Ma Longbu didn't even raise his eyelids. "Let them in." The door creaked open and then closed softly with a click. A young man in black walked in, accompanied by a middle-aged couple with vacant eyes. There was blood at the corners of their mouths. No rags were stuffed in their mouths, but they didn't say a word. They walked unsteadily. "Brother Biao, as you instructed, we kept those two and dealt with the rest," the young man reported in a low voice as he approached. Zhou Wei's pupil shrank at the sound of these words, and a chill ran through his body. Ma Longbu didn't say anything, but instead looked at Zhou Wei and said, "Hold out your hands." Kneeling, Zhou Wei, confused, held out his hands, palms up. Chapter 119. Ma Longbu took a deep drag on his cigarette, and used Zhou Wei's palm as an ashtray, pressing the crimson flaming cigarette butt into it. Sizzle! Zhou Wei's hand, burned by the cigarette butt, instinctively flinched, but he gritted his teeth and held on. "At least you're not a coward." Ma Longbu sneered, his lips curled up, then his sinister gaze shifted to the couple, who had entered from behind. Intercom. A young man nearby quickly held the intercom in front of him, and handed it to him. Sizzle! Hearing the sound, the couple dropped to their knees with a thud. They opened their mouths to beg, but only uttered "ah." A red liquid mixed with saliva flowed from the corners of their mouths. Zhou Wei glanced at them in the dim light, and instantly guessed that their tongues were probably gone. The middle-aged men who had been standing beside Ma Longbu felt a chill run down their spines upon seeing this. "Boss!" A man shouted loudly from the intercom. "Bring the child from 2703 here," Ma Longbu said slowly, pinching his fingers. "Yes." Then, there was the sound of noisy footsteps. "Ah!" The couple, upon hearing this, burst into tears and cowed out profusely. Help! Help! Mom! Mom! Soon, a little boy's voice rang out from the intercom. Boss, what do you mean? Big and small, everything's taken care of. Ma Longview said expressionlessly, waving at the couple in front. The young man who had been holding the intercom released the button, then drew a knife and lunged forward. Puff! Puff! The stench of blood gradually filled the room. The middle-aged men's legs went limp, and they nearly collapsed on the spot. Ugh! Wang Jin and the others cried out in fear again. Zhou Haoyue's face lurched forward in fear. Ma Longview turned his head and glared coldly at everyone, saying viciously, I tell you, this is the fate of an informer. They thought they betrayed Zhou Wei and come to me for something. Little do they know that what I, Ma Longview, hate most are informers and hypocrites. Zhou Wei listened to his words, looking at the two bodies lying before him, still bleeding. His muscles tensed, and he pleaded in a trembling voice, Brother Biao, I truly know I was wrong this time. Please give me another chance. Ma Longview remained unmoved. He reached out and slowly squeezed his palm, saying coldly, What's wrong? Zhou Wei lowered his head and said, My mistake was not following your instructions and taking the initiative to act prematurely, but I was also anxious. I thought they had a lot of supplies in their house. If I could steal them, I could give them all to you, and we brothers could hold out for a while. Are you sure you're stealing supplies for me, and not exchanging your son? 2703 told me long ago that you were planning to steal supplies, then come to my place to exchange my son, and then, in the night, take Sun Jingtao's rubber boat and escape. Ma Longview spoke violently, reaching out and grabbing Zhou Wei by the collar, lifting him up. He wasn't tall, but he possessed extraordinary strength. No, Brother Biao, I was wrong. You said this rainstorm would only get worse, and we couldn't go anywhere. Only by following you obediently and obeying your orders can we survive this rainstorm. No, survive future natural disasters. Zhou Wei spoke through tears and snot, temporarily masking his inner resentment and impulsiveness. You know what you're doing today will alert the enemy. If we provoke Jiang Yan from 3201 and Sun Jingtao from 3204, all my preparations will be wasted. Do you understand? Ma Longview said coldly, leaning forward slightly and slapping Zhou Wei across the face with his free hand. I understand. Zhou Wei nodded rapidly. Ma Longview took a breath, let go of his collar, and threw him to the ground. Remember why I asked you to come up to the 32nd floor? I'm going to build good relationships with Jiang Yan and Sun Jingtao, and then get some information out of them, especially from Jiang Yan's side, to see if she has any other firearms besides the gun, and how much ammunition she has. After you taking control of the people in the other buildings in Repulse Bay, test their intentions. If they don't show any willingness to submit to you, then we can work together with you from within and outside to take them all out in one fell swoop, Zhou Wei explained word by word. Listening to his words, Ma Longview fiercely declared, Just remember this. Zhou Wei, since you saved my life during that scorching heat, I give you one last chance. If you still have any plans, then the present moment of 2703 is your family's future. Furthermore, I will make Zhou Haoyan and Zhou Haoyue suffer a fate worse than death. You understand me? I understand. Zhou Wei nodded again. Boom! Outside the window, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. Ma Longview glanced out the French window and stood up. Boss, is this all? Shouldn't they be punished? Otherwise, how will they learn their lesson? The scarred man beside him glared at Zhou Wei and stepped forward. Ma Longview's fierce eyes narrowed, and he rubbed his thumb and index finger together, saying, What punishment? The brothers are hungry. The scarred man shone the flashlight on Wang Jiame, and when Wanli, the hint clear. Brother Biao, please, don't touch my wife. Zhou Wei reacted instantly, his head thumping down. Ma Longview looked at his pitiful appearance, a sinister smile suddenly playing on his face. He said, Zhou Wei, I give you a chance. Choose between a son and a wife. It's up to you. He sneered, then turned and said, Intercom. Zhu La's shudder. The young man on the other end of the line turned on the intercom, when Wang Jiame, unable to speak, twisted her body and rushed forward. She nodded frantically at Ma Longview, tears welling in her eyes. Ma Longview tutored his words and said, Look, your wife is quite the visionary. After all, sleeping with one woman is the same as sleeping with several. We're all young men here, much better off than you. So she's the winner. He gave a rather witty smile and nodded at the scarred man. The scarred man, seeing this, smiled with delight and strode towards Wanli. Brothers, The boss is already giving out benefits. What are you still standing around for? Wang Jiame and Wen Wanli, looking ashen, were quickly dragged into the bedroom. Wang Jin had become accustomed to these operations by now. He drooped his head limply, a look of despair on his face. Zhou Wei's eyes were red from the rage, his capillaries bursting. MMMM. The sound of helpless sobs and men's playful laughter echoed from the bedroom. Crack. Zhou Wei's tooth shattered violently. Chapter 120. 3201. Jiang Yan finally took off her headphones after watching 2 full animated films in a row while reclining on the chaise longue. Her room was perfectly soundproof, but just to be safe, she always wore headphones when watching movies or listening to music. Of course, doing so provided a more immersive experience. She glanced at the time. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, it was already pitch black. The torrential rain continued to fall, as if it was about to completely drown the entire world. She put down her pad, closed her eyes, and knitted her brows. She got up, added some firewood to the fireplace, and went straight to bed. She felt strangely tired today, and after a night of warming herself by the fire, she felt drowsy. She simply skipped washing up, turned off the lights, and went straight to bed. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of rain outside the window became a perfect background sound for her sleep. Plop. Plop. Jiang Yan, half asleep, faintly heard the sound of heavy objects falling into the water next door. She frowned subconsciously. Then she remembered that room 3202 next door was also vacant, and her own windows were soundproof. She thought it was probably just hallucinations, so she didn't get up to check. She rolled over, curled up, and fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Yan woke up before 8 the next morning. The sky outside the window was just beginning to dawn. The heavy rain continued, making her feel strangely depressed. The official boat hadn't arrived, and it was unlikely to come. She got out of bed and went to the master bedroom as usual. She drew back the blackout curtains and took a look through the binoculars. Overnight, the water level had reached the edge of the 19th floor. In the hallway and rooms across from her, figures were bustling. It seemed like another day of moving and arguing had begun. She suddenly had a bad feeling. In this lifetime, the torrential rain might not stop at the 20th floor. If that were the case, Building A, with its 32 floors, would likely become everyone's last refuge. But this place, too, would likely become a living hell. Just like a battleground, a fierce battle was inevitable. After all, there were still at least 1,000 or 2,000 owners of the remaining 4 buildings in Repulse Bay. And that wasn't even mentioning Ma Longview and his gang, lurking in the shadows, ready to make a move. On the surface of the water in the central garden, a dozen fresh corpses vaguely appeared, likely from yesterday's fight. But the presence of bodies indicated that the situation hadn't escalated to a critical stage. If the situation had truly reached its worst, these fresh bodies would have been salvaged long ago. Besides, the temperature hadn't dropped any further. I don't know if this is good news. Jiang Yan glanced around casually, and was about to lower her binoculars when she saw a red and yellow speedboat, whipping up a spray of white foam in the torrential rain, barreling past Building A with a roar. The speedboat was covered in a colorful plastic sheet. It was unclear what it was carrying. 3 young men in transparent raincoats were on board. The man in charge of the boat was looking around as he steered. The remaining 2 sat at the bow and stern, each holding a fire axe, seemingly on guard duty. But their vigilant gaze wasn't the usual side-to-side scan. It was fixed on the colorful plastic sheeting in the center of the assault boat. One of the men's lips parted, as if he were muttering something. Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed. If these 3 people, and this assault boat, were Ma Longview's group, then she had clearly underestimated their strength. Then again, after all these days, she only heard of them, never seen them in person. They were quite mysterious. The last time she met Scarred Man and his gang, she felt their character and bottom line were clearly inferior to Lu Dahong's. And now, looking at the 3 men on the boat, standing ready, she felt that Ma Longview's group was clearly much better trained than Lu Dahong's. This wasn't a good thing. Also, she was a little curious about what the assault boat was carrying. Generally speaking, if it was supplies, they would only be transported from outside to inside. If it was garbage or something else, these days, they just toss it into the water. It was truly hard to imagine what item could have caused them to venture out in the rain and maintain such vigilance. The suspicious-looking assault boat quickly sailed out of the neighborhood, disappearing into the distant, white mist. Jiang Yan withdrew her thoughts. Now that it was pouring rain outside, she had no reason to go out, so she decided to stay home for the time being. Because of her gold hunting trips and her period, many of her regular training sessions had been suspended. She felt a little better today, so she decided to practice with her firearms. She had mastered the use of nearly every type of pistol from the previously purchased batch. She was a quick learner, practically able to shoot wherever she pointed. She even learned to disassemble and reassemble a gun. Now, she needed to focus on mastering large firearms, such as machine guns and submachine guns. These large firearms had powerful firepower, but also strong recoil. If she didn't control them well, a flicker of her hand or shoulder could cause the bullet to miss. It would still take some time to get used to and careful practice. Thinking this way, Jiang Yin entered the space. The progress above the stream remained unchanged, at 89%. There was no sign of Hua Bao. She checked with her mind, he was still asleep. After all, it was still early. Jiang Yin didn't bother waking him up, but went straight to the bathroom. After washing and drying her hair, she decided to cook herself a bowl of fragrant small pot of rice noodles for breakfast. She hadn't eaten in a while, and she was feeling a bit cravings. Prepare the rice noodles, fresh ground meat, bean sprouts, chives, pea tips, and pickled vegetables. Pick, wash, and set aside the bean sprouts, chives, and pea tips. Pick a bowl-sized copper pot, place it on the stove, and add half a pot of water to simmer. When the water boils, add the rice noodles. Add a few drops of walnut oil, salt, chicken stock, broad bean paste, 2 tablespoons of ground meat, 2 teaspoons of seafood soy sauce, and a pinch of pickled vegetables, and continue to simmer. After the water boils a second time, add the bean sprouts, pea tips, and chives. After the bean tips change color, simmer for another minute or two. A bowl of fresh, fragrant, and smooth rice noodles is ready. After Jiang Yin finished her hearty meal, she went to the pool to feed the fish and shrimp, then patrolled the vegetable patch and garden before going upstairs to practice with her firearm. Slowly, a few days passed by. During these days, Jiang Yin spent most of her daytime hours studying and practicing in the space, returning to the safe house only around 10 or 11 at night, just in time for bed. She also planted a bunch of unused fruit seedlings, and used all the nursery fences she had collected on the black soil. She used different colored nursery fences to divide the entire black soil into vegetable, orchard, and flower garden areas. At a glance, it looked neat and tidy. The once pitch-black soil gradually gave way to a vibrant display of flowers, plants, and fruits. The space seemed vibrant and full of life. Chapter 121. During the time Jiang Yin ignored the outside world, undercurrents were brewing within the seemingly calm residential complex, and within Building A. Just as she had feared, the torrential rain didn't stop after reaching the 20th floor. The water level continued to rise, and it looked as if it would reach the 22nd floor. The owners of the remaining 4 buildings had been frantically moving to Building A for the past few days. Logically, with someone moving in, everyone could squeeze in for a while. Even conflict was to be expected. But the reality was far worse. With the tacit support of Ma Longbu's gang, some people engaged in open looting. The strong, the pretty, the well-equipped, the obedient, and the close-knit group were favored by Ma Longbu's gang. After turning in their supplies, the elderly, the weak, the sick, and those with ideas became the ones despised and abandoned. Thousands of residents in the Repulse Bay residential complex had, in the space of just a few days, been experiencing a man-made, bloody reshuffle. Jiang Yin, who never left her house, was completely oblivious to this. All she could see was that when she checked the water level each morning, there were more fresh bodies floating in the central garden. There had been some noise on the 32nd floor over the past few days, but she'd been mostly confined to her space during the day and barely noticed. As for the nighttime, it was already quite late when she emerged. It was pitch black outside, and she couldn't see anything clearly. As for the surveillance footage, she hadn't checked it for a while. After all, it was full of images of human suffering. After watching them over and over again, it was all the same. It only added to her frustration. Su Dai and Sun Jingtao didn't seem to have come looking for her. Of course, they might have, but she had no way of knowing. Jiang Yin successfully lived in her own little world. She had been patiently waiting for the day when the rain would finally stop. That day, Jiang Yin got up, watered the cabbage seeds she had spread on the balcony, and cleaned the ashes from the fireplace. Just as she was about to enter her space for training as usual, she heard Su Dai's anxious voice from outside the door. Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin, are you in the house? Jiang Yin, wake up! Unsure if Jiang Yin's front door was powered on, she didn't dare knock, and could only shout at the top of her lungs. Jiang Yin's brows furrowed. From her voice, It sounded like something serious had happened. Crucially, it was so early. She put on a super warm coat, casually smoothed her hair, and then headed for the door. As usual, she closed the inner door and then opened the outer one. Su Dai stood alone in the dark doorway. She looked a little haggard after not seeing her for a few days. Her hair was a little disheveled, her eyes were panda-shaped and heavily pouched, and her clothes were wrinkled. Jian Yen, I'm sorry to wake you up so early in the morning. Su Dai smiled sheepishly, then said worriedly, but you scared me a little just now. I thought something was wrong with you. I called for a long time, but you didn't respond. Oh, I've been waking up late lately, so I didn't hear much earlier. Jian Yen smiled sheepishly and then said, Su Dai, what's wrong? Did something happen? She could clearly see the panic in Su Dai's eyes. The panic didn't completely dissipate after seeing her. Su Dai glanced cautiously at the neighbor next door before saying, we just learned something's going on down there, and we wanted to remind you not to sleep too deeply for the next few days. Oh, what's going on? Jian Yen covered her mouth with her hand and yawned. Looking at her nonchalant expression, not a bit worried or nervous, Su Dai's eyes were dazed for a second. Sun Qingtao, Xiao Yi, and I have been staying home these past few days, and haven't gone anywhere. We just heard from Tian Jiliang that the owners of the 4 neighboring buildings have been ganging up on Building A to grab land. Grab land? Jian Yen raised her eyebrows. This was within her expectations. If the water level continued to rise, that area might be completely submerged. And on Building A, at least 8 or 9 floors would remain for now. The key point was that the number of owners in the remaining 4 buildings was significantly greater than that in Building A. That many people wouldn't just sit there and wait for death, they'd definitely move outward. Yeah. The water level has been rising for the past few days, and the owners of the buildings across the way are going crazy. Downstairs has been in chaos these past couple of days, bloody and violent. Most of the residents living there have been replaced. Su Dai recalled the bloody scene she had witnessed downstairs, her pupils shrinking subconsciously. Jian Yan's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean by all replaced? Some of the residents of Building A were cleared out, and residents of other buildings have moved in, Su Dai said, sighing. Jian Yan then noticed some fresh blood on Su Dai's arm. Su Dai, are you hurt? No, Tian Jiliang is injured. 2 men from Building C slashed his thighs and arms, leaving the bare bones bare. I must have accidentally rubbed them while I was supporting him. Su Dai finished speaking, then realized what was happening, a hint of embarrassment in her eyes. Jian Yan, do you have any hemostatic or anti-inflammatory drugs at home? If so, I'd like to trade some with you. I used up all my supplies when Sun Qingtao was injured last time. I went out searching for supplies this time, but I couldn't find any medicine. As she spoke, she spread her palm, revealing a jade pendant in the shape of an emerald green ladder. The jade pendant was emerald green and transparent, its surface smooth and delicate like water. It was fastened with a brown gilded silk ribbon. It looked like a men's chest pendant. It was of high quality and looked quite valuable. Jian Yan needed some gold, silver, and jewelry most to upgrade her space. Based on the progress, she should be able to witness the upgrade later today. But of these things, more is better, it's not a bad thing. Besides, although she had plenty of medicine in her space, it wasn't right to give it away for no reason. The fact that the other party was offering a supply exchange suited her. The nature of the supplies wasn't important. But the other party's attitude and discretion clearly benefited their future relationship. Though thinking this, Jian Yan frowned. This is the ancestral jade pendant that Tian Jiliang always wore. It's an old pit ice type. Su Dai hesitated. She suspected Jian Yan's family might have medicine. She used to be a travel blogger, sometimes visiting places that resembled wilderness survival. She always carried her own basic medical supplies. These were definitely not purchased on the spur of the moment. She would have some at home. But she was a little worried that Jian Yan wouldn't agree to the exchange. After all, even if she had any, they were scarce. She might not be sick or in pain now, but there was no guarantee she would need them later, so she mentioned the jade pendant's high value up front. To her, no matter how good the jade pendant was, it had long since lost its value and couldn't be used to make a living, but perhaps Jian Yan would like it. However, she wasn't sure, so her words were rather hesitant. Chapter 122. Listening to Su Dai's words, Jian Yan uttered an "oh," but didn't immediately express her opinion. She had been reading some psychology and thick-skinned books lately, and having been alone for several days, her temperament had become increasingly calm and reserved. Su Dai, however, grew anxious. Jian Yan, if you don't like this jade pendant, I trade it for food from home. When she accidentally miscarried her first pregnancy, her husband, Sun Jingtao, who hadn't yet retired from the army, was participating in a special training camp somewhere in the Gobi Desert. Her phone had been confiscated, making it impossible to contact him. Of course, even if she could, the distance was too great to reach him. Back then, there were no taxi apps. People had to hail a cab standing on the street. It was Tian Jiliang and his wife, who had just finished get off work, who drove her to the hospital. Su Dai had always remembered this favor. But now was clearly not the time to discuss such details. Jiang Yen didn't directly admit she had one, but simply reassured her, I remember buying a first aid kit online before, but I don't know where I put it when I moved. I have to look for it, so don't worry. For many families, medicines are usually kept in drawers. But first aid kits and the like take up space and are rarely used, so they might be buried in a corner of the closet. Okay, thank you, Jiang Yen. You can keep this jade pendant. She pressed the jade pendant directly into Jiang Yen's hands, fearing that Jiang Yen might be worried. The jade pendant was indeed of excellent quality, incredibly soft and delicate to the touch, and icy cool. Jiang Yen didn't refuse. Then go home first. I'd bring it to you as soon as I find it. She'd been to Su Dai's house before. Although she couldn't invite her in right now, it wouldn't be appropriate to leave someone waiting at the door, so she left it as is. Su Dai nodded anxiously, then turned and hurried back to 3204. It looked like Tian Jiliang's injuries were quite serious. Jiang Yen closed the door and returned to her room, storing the jade pendant in her space. Then, with a flick of her mind, she pulled out a multi-purpose first aid kit wrapped in red nylon. The kit contained band-aids, iodine pads, alcohol disinfectant pads, gauze, a triangular bandage, a tourniquet, tweezers, and more, just the right amount for bandaging Tian Jiliang's wound. It was available on Taobao, and some ordinary families would buy one and keep it around the house. It wasn't anything special. In addition, the wound was deep, so to disinfect and prevent infection, she added a bottle of hydrogen peroxide for cleaning and 2 tablets of amoxicillin for inflammation. The first aid kit contained rubbing alcohol, which could also be used to clean wounds, but it was more suitable for shallower wounds. After doing this, she briefly fixed her hair and other things, and after about 2 or 3 minutes, she was out the door. As soon as she entered the hallway, Jiang Yen realized something was amiss. The hallway was utterly dark. She could faintly smell the fresh scent of blood. Looking up, she saw the door to room 3202 was closed. It seemed someone had moved into this dilapidated, leaky house. She just didn't know which building they were in. There were also a few more tents near the elevator entrance. When she saw her emerge, the people inside unanimously zipped up their tents. Jiang Yen glanced at them, and then looked away. Just as they reached the fire exit, the door to room 3203 creaked open. Zhou Wei emerged, clutching a plastic bag as wrinkled as his face. Jiang Yen. His voice was a little hoarse today, as if he were missing a few teeth. His right cheek seemed slightly swollen, and the wrinkles on his face were noticeably less. Jiang Yen paused. Question mark. This is some leftover gauze from wrapping herbs for our child's health problems. It's new. See if you can give it to Tian Jiliang. The gauze is breathable, and will help wounds heal faster. Zhou Wei whispered, handing the bag to her. Jiang Yen didn't take it, but gave him a searching look. She felt a little puzzled. Their home was still quite far from hers. Logically, even without the sound of rain outside, he shouldn't have been able to hear Su Dai talking to her. Zhou Wei, as if sensing the doubt in her eyes, quickly defended himself. I wasn't eavesdropping on your conversation just now. I saw it when Sun Jingtao and the others were helping Tian Jiliang up. He was badly injured, and there was blood all over the floor. Yes, I didn't eavesdrop. But so early in the morning, she saw both Tian Jiliang coming up injured and Su Dai coming to see her. Was it a coincidence, or had she been hiding behind the door and observing? And now, she was deliberately hinting at his irrational behavior. In just a second or two, Jiang Yen had already thoroughly analyzed Zhou Wei's words and actions. But she remained calm and said, Thank you, Zhou Wei. You can keep the gauze. Su Dai has clean sheets at home, so you can use them. This gauze will be more effective, and will heal the wound more easily. It's just a small token of my appreciation. We're neighbors, so we should take care of each other. This time, Zhou Wei thrust the bag directly into Jiang Yen's hands. Instantly, she remembered what Tian Jiliang had said about Ma Longbu and his gang using children as a threat. She said, Zhou Wei, I heard how you said last time that she has a brother. May I ask if he's in our neighborhood now? Zhou Wei's eyes suddenly dimmed at this. He clenched his fists, his eyes struggling for 2 seconds before whispering, maybe, maybe not. Jiang Yan, what do you mean? No, nothing. Jiang Yan, remember to give the gauze to Tian Jiliang. Zhou Wei said gravely, and hurriedly turned and went back into the house. Jiang Yan glanced at his back. After not seeing him for a few days, the burly Zhou Wei seemed reduced to a skeleton. She pondered his words as she walked towards room 3204. Su Dai's door was now tightly shut. Jiang Yan raised her hand and knocked. Jiang Yan, you're here. Yi Qing opened the door and saw her, his dark eyes brightening. There was some blood on his face and body, but, like Su Dai, it was probably from Tian Jiliang. Jiang Yan murmured yes, and entered the house. The pungent smell of blood wafted from the house. Jiang Yan, you're here. Su Dai and Sun Jingtao's frowns instantly softened when they saw Jiang Yan and the first aid kit marked with a red cross. Tian Jiliang lay semi-conscious on a single-seater sofa, a towel between his teeth. At the sound of Jiang Yan entering, he opened his eyes, but without his glasses, his severe myopia made him see only a blurry figure. Tian Jiliang, just now. All right, old Tian, Jiang Yan's here. You're saved, Sun Jingtao said excitedly. Chapter 123. Tian Jiliang murmured, Dense beads of sweat covered his forehead, and one of his legs was tightly bound with a bandage, wet and bloody. Su Dai, holding a towel dipped in hot water, was carefully cleaning the blood stains around his arm, while Sun Jingtao was holding a light beside him. The towel and the water in the basin were both bright red. It was almost 9 o'clock outside, but the light inside was still dim due to the rain. I found this. We have a bottle of hydrogen peroxide and amoxicillin left at home, which I brought you. Zhou Wei just gave me some gauze, saying it's for bandaging Tian Jiliang. Jiang Yan approached and handed the red first aid kit to Su Dai, who had risen to greet her. She glanced at Tian Jiliang's arms and thighs, each covered in wounds about half a palm's length, the flesh protruding. Although I didn't see the pile of bones Su Dai had described, the sight was still quite shocking. If 2 wounds this large weren't disinfected and sutured, and if they subsequently contracted tetanus, I'd probably be damned. No wonder the other party was willing to part with that priceless ancestral jade pendant. Wow! Thank you, Jiang Yan. So lucky to have you. Su Dai happily took it, placing the supplies on the coffee table. Then, eagerly opening the first aid kit, she took out the medicines and bandages one by one. She then arranged them in the order she would use them. Old Tian, you're truly lucky to have met Jiang Yan. With her medicines, you're saved, Su Dai said, rising and pulling out a colorful sewing box from a small box beneath the coffee table. Pay, Tian Jiliang said, his words slurred, a towel between his teeth. Xiaoya, help me boil another pot of water. After giving Yi Qing instructions, Su Dai glanced at Tian Jiliang's wound, took out a spool of thread, and threaded the needle. Then, she took out a small paper cup, poured some alcohol into it, and placed the needle and thread in to disinfect them. Old Tian, I used tweezers to remove any broken bones and debris from your flesh. Then, I disinfect it with hydrogen peroxide. After that, I sew you up. This final step will be very painful, so bear with it. Su Dai finished her instructions and stood up. Watching her methodically arrange everything, Jiang Yan was somewhat surprised. Su Dai, do you know medicine? No, I used to be a fitness trainer and learned some first aid. As for wound care, I heard about it from Sun Jingtao a while ago, and I also watch some instructional videos when I'm free. Sun Jingtao knows more, but he says his hands are too clumsy, so I might be better at suturing and other needlework. Su Dai finished her explanation, then smiled sheepishly. Nowadays, I can only make do as a makeshift, mediocre doctor. No, Tian Jiliang interrupted, listening to her. His words made the painful and bloody scene seem a bit amusing. Oh, if only there were anesthetics, Su Dai sighed, then added, but even if there were, there's nothing I can do. I'm not a professional. Jiang Yan's face was full of anesthetics. The last time she went to that dental clinic, she bought a bunch for free. However, as Su Dai said, if you are not a professional, it is better not to use anesthetics. Besides, she even had anesthetics, which was obviously inappropriate. So she didn't take them out. Tian Jiliang could only grit his teeth and bear it. Su Dai began cleaning Tian Jiliang's wounds. Tian Jiliang clenched the towel tightly in his mouth, howling in agony like a pig being slaughtered. Jiang Yan, thinking she would wait for Su Dai to finish tending to his wounds and get a detailed understanding of the situation in the hallway, didn't leave. After her eardrums were about to burst, Su Dai finally cleaned, disinfected, and stitched up Tian Jiliang's 2 wounds. Tian Jiliang was sweating profusely from the pain, his face pale, and he passed out. Sun Jingtao covered him with a piece of clothing and let him rest halfway, then beckoned Jiang Yan to sit at the dining table. Yi Qing poured a glass of water for Jiang Yan and Su Dai respectively. The temperature was neither hot nor cold, just right for drinking. Su Dai, who had been tensely suturing Tian Jiliang, picked it up and took a long sip. How did he get so injured? Jiang Yan finally spoke when she saw the three people's expressions ease a little. Sun Jingtao briefly recounted the events of the past few days. What he knew was mainly what Tian Jiliang had told her earlier, with some information Yi Qing had uncovered. The most important piece of information was that Ma Longbu and his gang were currently clearing and reorganizing Building A. Almost all the useful supplies in the building had been looted by them. The buildings below the 29th floor had also been relocated. Relocation meant occupants were accommodated according to their arrangements. These people came from the 5 buildings in Repulse Bay. Some had surrendered under pressure from their evil deeds, while others had surrendered with no choice but to do so after their children and women were abducted. Those who had surrendered to them once again became their minions and human shields. Su Dai listened to her husband and sighed, "Ah, Jiang Yan, today I finally understood the meaning of that saying, just because you don't cause trouble doesn't mean trouble won't cause you." The heat and torrential rain were unbearable enough, but I didn't expect this man-made disaster. Ma Longbu and his gang are completely devoid of conscience. They've been burning, killing, looting, and abusing people for the past few days. The usually calm Sun Jingtao couldn't help but slam his fist on the dining table in anger. They had previously stayed indoors, thinking they could ignore what was happening outside. But they hadn't expected that a bloody storm had already erupted downstairs in the past few days. The development of the situation had truly exceeded their expectations, and far exceeded their bottom line. And today, the gang had already cleaned up on the 29th floor where Tian Jiliang was. Given this rate of progress, and the enemy's ambitions and brutality, a clash on the 32nd floor is inevitable. Tian Jiliang, who had been unconscious, shuddered subconsciously at the sound of him hammering on the table. This group isn't just the ruthless bandits we thought they were. Ma Longbiao, in particular, possesses considerable skill and strategy. Yi Qing frowned and sat down across from Jiang Yan. Everyone glanced at him upon hearing this. I learned some information earlier, but I haven't had time to share it with you yet. Yi Qing glanced silently at Jiang Yan. Seeing she was listening, he continued, before the high temperatures arrived, Ma Longbi's group secretly cordoned off an area in the underground parking lot of the residential complex they serve and stockpiled plenty of water and food. They also prepared backup power supplies, medicine, and some cold weapons. After the high temperatures arrived, before many people could react, they had already gone to the nearby shopping mall and looted the gold, jewelry, and supermarket. If the heat hadn't prevented them from moving far, they would have likely looted other places as well. Later, when the rainstorm arrived, he and his men quietly moved to our area and have been lurking ever since. It's said that Ma Longbu is very skilled in divination, even predicting the approximate times of high temperatures and heavy rain, which is why he's so brazen. Jiang Yan's heart skipped a beat as she listened to his words. Could this Ma Longbu also be a reborn being? Otherwise, how could his divinations be so accurate? Chapter 124. You say he's ruthless, brave, resourceful, and capable, and I believe it. But to say he's a fortune teller and knows prophecies is probably just a trick to deceive people. After all, throughout history, ordinary people have always been particularly susceptible to believing in nonsense when they're in desperate situations. Otherwise, if he's so impressive, why didn't the country draft him? Su Dai finished speaking, glanced at the frowning Sun Jingtao, and changed the subject. Speaking of prophecies, I do remember that before the high temperatures hit, people from several countries frequently posted apocalyptic disaster warnings on Weibo. Those people are truly amazing. However, at the time, everyone thought it was a joke. And those IPs were all foreign. So many people thought it was foreign. Foreign hostile forces deliberately used domestic websites to mislead the public, but we didn't take them seriously. If the internet wasn't down, would the officials of those countries be searching for those who posted apocalyptic warnings? They probably would. Although the internet is down, and the power outage has long been over, that's only from the perspective of ordinary people. Both domestically and internationally, many high-ranking officials and military officials still have the technology to keep their equipment and instruments functioning normally. It's just that the radiation they emit is relatively small, so we ordinary people can't access them. After Sun Jingtao finished speaking, he stood up and went to Tian Jiliang to check his breath, then pried open his eyelids to take a look. He then took a mercury thermometer to check his temperature, confirmed it was normal, and returned to sit at the table. In fact, I suspect that the person posting apocalyptic messages abroad is most likely just one person, and one from our country. His purpose isn't to mislead the public, but to remind the people to prepare in advance, Yi Qing said, his fingers intertwined on the table. Jiang Yan listened to Yi Qing's words, and subconsciously glanced at him. This kid, is he a detective? Every analysis is always spot on. How is that possible? Different IP, different account, different country. Who's so impressive and so idle? Su Dai was incredulous. Maybe he just happened to be traveling around the world, or maybe he's stockpiling supplies. Some weapons and energy sources are obviously much less readily available in China than abroad. As for the IP and account, it's just a way to protect himself. Unfortunately, I didn't believe it at the time. It was only after the high temperatures arrived that I suddenly remembered and felt that he must know something. But this person, whether in terms of financial strength or other aspects, is indeed far superior to many others. After Yi Qing finished speaking, his eyebrows furrowed slightly, and he changed the subject, so I suspect that Ma Longbu is most likely not playing tricks, but, like that person, he truly knows something. Jiang Yan didn't know how the topic had turned to herself. But she listened attentively with a calm expression, like a bystander. Su Dai felt Yi Qing's analysis made perfect sense. If he's from our country, will the government send someone to look for him? But his IP address is from abroad, so it's probably impossible to find him. I remember before the apocalypse, people using Apple phones wouldn't provide any user information to the mainland. With natural disasters hitting the world, governments will likely collaborate. Naturally, this IP tracing information won't be a secret. It shouldn't be difficult to quietly work together to find that person. Yi Qing finished, glancing at Jiang Yan, who had remained silent, and asked Jiang Yan, "What do you think?" Jiang Yan glanced at him, and smiled noncommittally. "There's no point in finding them now. We already lost the best time to prepare." That's right. The high temperatures destroyed a batch of supplies. The heavy rain destroyed another. When the rain stopped, I thought I could use the opportunity to salvage another batch. But it froze. Just as I was preparing the excavation equipment, it shook. That was tragic. But that's all for the future. As for whether the government would come after her because of these pre-apocalyptic warnings, Jiang Yan herself didn't know. Yi Qing's words reminded her that she needed to be more discreet and cautious in her future actions. Don't really treat her like an anomaly, to be captured and sliced up for research. Yeah, that's true. Right now, supplies are spoiled, and those that have been flooded are. Others facing the apocalypse can go out and buy things for free, but we have nothing but this endless rain. Su Dai glanced at the torrential downpour outside the window, sighed, and stood up. She looked at Jiang Yan and said, "By the way, Jiang Yan, I called you here so early this morning. You haven't had time for breakfast yet, have you? I make it now." "Wait a minute. Don't bother. I'm not very hungry, and I'm ready to go home." Jiang Yan quickly waved her hand. The room reeked of blood, and she actually wanted to go back and check the progress bar on the space upgrade. After confirming the progress, she felt a bit tempted to go downstairs and take a look. After all, her current understanding of the situation downstairs was mostly based on oral accounts from a few people. It would be better to go and see for herself. She'd get a more accurate picture. It's not a big deal at all. Just boil some water, and it'd be fine, haha. Anyway, I don't have to punch in or anything like that, so I'm just sitting here chatting. Su Dai said as she stood up and fetched a few white porcelain bowls from the kitchen. She brought out 2 transparent, sealed glass jars, each containing half a can of golden brown roasted rice and half a can of sugar. Obedience is worse than respect. Jiang Yan couldn't refuse any further. "It's cold, so I need more carbohydrates. I just happen to have some sugar left at home," Su Dai said, and began to portion the roasted rice and sugar into small bowls. After arranging them, she took out a thermos and added the previously boiled water. Sun Jingtao helped her get a few porcelain spoons. Stirring with the spoon, the water cooled to the desired temperature. The roasted rice would burst into flour-like shapes, and a golden, sweet roasted rice porridge would be ready. This kind of food was not ordinary. But in today's environment, it was unattainable for many people. In fact, many families only had 2 or even 1 meal a day to reduce their consumption. This fried rice porridge is good for your stomach. Try it. If the sugar isn't strong enough, add a little more. Su Dai handed her a bowl. Su Dai used to eat very little sugar. Partly because she was a fitness trainer, she strictly controlled her intake of carbohydrates, protein, and fat. Also, because sugar can easily age a woman's skin, she not only controlled her sugar intake, but also bought sugar-reducing pills. But now, eating and drinking as much as possible, maintaining good health and energy, and living a good life are the most important things. Previous dietary restrictions are no longer valid. Chapter 125. Jiangyan said thank you and reached out to take it. This was her first time eating fried rice porridge. It looked ordinary, but it was sweet, soft, and had a hint of grain aroma. The working people are truly the most intelligent. Su Dai, you're amazing. You can actually make something so ordinary into such delicious food, Jiangyan praised her sincerely. Ahem, it's delicious even after being cooked through another pot. Hearing her idol's praise, Su Dai smiled a little embarrassedly. She used to have little stars in her eyes whenever she saw Jiangyan. But lately, those stars have almost disappeared. Instead, there's a hint of barely perceptible worry. By the way, Jiangyan, after breakfast and a rest, would you like to work out with us? Su Dai asked, scooping a spoonful of porridge into her mouth. Jiangyan then learned that Su Dai and the other two had been doing physical training in the house every day for a while. Sun Jingtao also slowly taught the two some of the grappling and fighting techniques he learned in the army. Yi Qing had also learned some, having undergone 6 months of semi-closed military training while in school, so he found the techniques easy to learn. Because he was physically weak as a child, his parents sent him to learn Sanda and Taekwondo in 4th and 5th grade. Later, he developed a strong interest in Taekwondo and continued to advance his studies, now holding approximately the level of a black belt. His parents were also criminal police officers. While their roles weren't as dangerous as those of drug enforcement officers, they still came into contact with various criminals on a daily basis. So naturally, they hoped that Yi Qing would have some self-protection skills. Being from a family of police officers, he was also willing to study hard, and much of what he learned was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. After listening to Su Dai's words, Jiangyan gained a better understanding of the identities and backgrounds of the group. Her trust also grew slightly. However, she wasn't entirely willing to train with him. After all, she had the most advanced holographic projection training system, which was far more powerful than just boxing here. But she didn't refuse outright. I won't join you today. I do it later. Oh, by the way, your relatives are still here. Su Dai instantly realized. Jiangyan smiled sheepishly. Although she had declined Su Dai's invitation, she still had a new respect for the group. In today's environment, it's common to just sit back and do nothing. All her perseverance and self-discipline were self-imposed. But she firmly believed that those who could plan ahead and prepare early would have a better chance of survival when future dangers arose. Su Dai suddenly remembered what she had seen earlier. By the way, Jiangyan, there are people living in 3202 next door and in the elevator room. I never seen them before. They must be from other buildings. Did you see them when you came out just now? Yes, Jiangyan nodded. Now that the buildings across the way are almost completely flooded, it's inevitable that people will move upstairs. They can't go downstairs and invite them up, but they won't chase them down either. Let things take their course. However, I'm afraid Ma Longbu and his gang can't just sit there and do it. Thinking of this, Jiangyan said, I suddenly remembered something. When Wanli's hands have many fresh cuts and cigarette burns, I suspect she was assaulted. I wonder if it was Ma Longbu and his gang who did it. When Wanli and Wang Jin are married, if something really happened, there wouldn't be so much liquid smell left. Not to mention, she's clearly in her first trimester, so doing something like this is quite dangerous. Unless he's a beast. But he's most likely not. Of course, there's no escaping the possibility of a beast in human form. Puff! Jiangyan's sudden words nearly made Su Dai spit out the porridge in her mouth. She covered her mouth with her hand in embarrassment. This was truly a bit out of control. She's a little strange. She goes down every afternoon and comes back with some supplies. Yi Qing frowned. Even though they stayed at home, they weren't completely oblivious to what was happening outside. Jiangyan glanced at the group and continued, also, Zhou Wei's son seems to have been coerced by that group. When I asked him if he was in the complex, he said he might be there, but he might not be. But he's been avoiding the subject, perhaps because he's wary of Ma Longbu's gang. Yi Qing bluntly said, so, Zhou Wei knows something, and is deliberately revealing it to you. I said they moved up from the 18th floor, but everyone below the 29th floor is actually controlled by Ma Longbu's gang. How come they don't seem to have any influence? Normally, they'd be sent out to scavenge for supplies or fish for leeches, but they seem quite comfortable. Su Dai felt as if she had figured something out. Those involved may be confused, but those on the sidelines can see more clearly. Even though they were just casually chatting, they could always detect clues in the smallest details. There must be something fishy going on when things aren't normal. This group is definitely planning something, Sun Jingtao said, clenching his fists and rising. He stood by the French window, brow furrowed as he stared out, his mind racing. The other party had clearly come prepared. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been like frogs in boiling water, only now realizing their true intentions. However, no matter how powerful and well-prepared the group was, there were only about a dozen or so of them. Even if, as Tian Jiliang said, they used coercion and inducement to nibble away at the owners one by one, it would still take time to control so many people in the community. But it had only been so long, and so many things had already gotten out of control. It was quite unbelievable. Unless... Sun Jingtao's brows furrowed, then his eyes lit up. This Ma Longbio might have a powerful backer. This place in Repulse Bay might just be a pawn in their scheme. He might also have firearms. Jiang Yan's thoughts somewhat coincided with his. Su Dai was stunned. That's unlikely. If he had, why would he have asked us to take back their spear guns? He had been so arrogant. Wife, have you forgotten that when the rain stopped a few days ago, many people went out to scavenge for supplies? Maybe they found some weapons from one of the police stations. Su Dai, I'm going downstairs to check it out later, Jiang Yan said casually after finishing her last mouthful of fried rice porridge. If there hadn't been a heavy rainstorm, or if the rain had stopped at the 20th floor like she experienced in her previous life, then she could have just walked away. But now, many things had changed. The future was filled with uncertainty. She could only remain constant in the face of change. So, the importance of Safe House 3201 to her was self-evident. Given this, she couldn't just sit there and wait for death. After all, if things went wrong, the enemy might come knocking on her door in a few days. Yi Qing looked at her. I go with you. Chapter 126. Hearing Yi Qing's words, Jiang Yan subconsciously glanced up at him. The two, sitting opposite each other, happened to meet each other's gazes. They stared at each other silently for several seconds. The scene ended with Yi Qing blushing and looking away. Not only did Yi Qing blush, but his ears also. The dim light in the room helped to mask his redness. Jiang Yan stared at Yi Qing calmly, her mind racing with the question, if he went down with her, would he hinder her? She quickly concluded, probably not. After a second of hesitation, Jiang Yan said, yeah, that's fine. Then why don't Sun Jingtao and I come along? Su Dai, upon hearing this, came forward. After all, there's strength in numbers. I don't recommend everyone going down. Our door to the 32nd floor is open, and not many people are coming up. They're just worried we're still there. There's so many people watching, and if they knew we were all down, they might come and rob the house again. Sun Jingtao didn't quite agree with his wife's approach. Robbery again? What do you mean? Jiang Yan was stunned. Sun Jingtao and Su Dai exchanged a glance. Jiang Yan, do you remember the day we came for the grilled fish? Yeah. Jiang Yan nodded. Did you hear any strange noises at home after we went downstairs that day? Jiang Yan shook her head. She had been watching cartoons with headphones on that night, so how could she have heard anything outside? Su Dai reached out and patted him lightly, saying, Jiang Yan's house is the farthest from ours, and it's raining heavily outside, so how could she possibly hear it? Sun Jingtao, when we came back from downstairs that day, we discovered two strange things. First, our door lock had been pried open. It usually opens easily, but that day it took a lot of effort. There were also some subtle scratches around the keyhole. Second, there were fresh, dried blood stains from the fire exit to the entrance of 3203. Someone must have been injured and entered 3203. The blood stains were only on the right side, and there were many messy footprints on the ground. It seemed that the injured person had not returned since entering. But the footprints were moving back and forth, indicating that a group of people had been going up and down, and quite a few of them. Later, Xiuya followed the bloodstains, and saw that they had begun dripping from 2703 to the upper floors. Tian Jiliang explained that the people in 2703 were a middle-aged couple from a single-parent family. Their mother had died in the heat, and they had a son. Jiang Yan narrowed her eyes slightly, as she listened to Sun Jingtao's words. The corridor hadn't been cleaned in months. Although it had been raining outside, and the humidity had reduced the dust, it was inevitable that some dust would still accumulate on the ground. Additionally, with so few people on the 32nd floor, footprints left on the ground were easy to spot. The corridor wasn't well lit during the day, not to mention it was pitch dark at night. Naturally, no one would have thought that footprints would be visible. In fact, identifying whereabouts based on footprints and bloodstains is a common plot in movies and TV series, and most people understand it. Not to mention, Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing were both incredibly meticulous, like scouts. Still, Jianyan said with a smile, you two are so professional and meticulous. It's a shame you didn't go into criminal investigation. Just a little bit of flair. Excuse me. Sun Jingtao said with a smile, glancing at Yi Qing with a hint of concern. Yi Qing's lips curled upward at Jianyan's compliment, but he said nothing. But a flash of pain flashed across her eyes. Jianyan, it's thanks to you that flashlight. Otherwise, we wouldn't have seen it, Su Dai said, rising to collect the bowls. Jianyan chuckled and handed her bowl. By the way, what time did you get back that night? Sun Jingtao thought for a moment. Around midnight. What happened? Jianyan shook her head, just asking, nothing serious. She silently calculated the time of the day we ate the fish. The surveillance system at home can store footage locally for 7 days. Today's footage happened to be within its validity period. With the time frame locked, it shouldn't be difficult to confirm what happened on the 32nd floor that day. But she definitely couldn't tell the three of them about these things. She could only keep it to herself. Thinking of this, Jianyan stood up and said, you guys go ahead and do your work. I be leaving now. Sun Jingtao. Okay, then, when you go down, be sure to pay attention to your safety. If you see anything amiss, return upstairs immediately. Su Dai and I will be stationed at the fire exit, where we can see both upstairs and downstairs. Yes, if anything happens, just scream, and we rush down immediately, weapons drawn. Su Dai waved her fist. Listening to their conversation, Jianyan felt a flicker of emotion. This kind of situation, where everyone could think and work together without needing much talk, was something she hadn't seen in her life for a long time. However, her face showed no emotion. She simply nodded and said yes, then turned to Yi Qing. How about we go down around 1 in the afternoon? We meet at the door then? From what Sun Jingtao and the others had said, Ma Longbiu's gang were active at night and dormant during the day. It was 1 in the afternoon, shortly after lunch, and feeling groggy, this was probably the time when the other party's vigilance was at its lowest. The door she was referring to was, of course, the fire exit on the 32nd floor. Okay, I take you there. Yi Qing nodded, following her. Perhaps because Su Dai's diet was quite good, he was considerably stronger than before. Adding to that, he was tall and well-built. Jianyan walked in front, and he followed behind, like a mountain of shadows. Jianyan, see you this afternoon. As they reached the door, Yi Qing strode forward and opened it for her. Yes, see you this afternoon, Jianyan said, and without looking back, she left 3204. As she passed 3203, she took a deliberate look through the peephole. However, she saw nothing. The space had improved her vision, but it hadn't transformed her into a clairvoyant. After watching Jianyan safely enter the house, Yi Qing closed the door behind him. Xiao Yi, what are you looking at? Sun Jingtao asked with a smile, seeing him standing at the door. Usually, they observed the corridor through the peephole, so they naturally didn't leave the door open like this. Brother Tao, I didn't see anything, Yi Qing said, withdrawing his thoughts. 3201. Jianyan returned home and went straight to the master bedroom. Opening the computer, she found the surveillance footage from the day she went to Su Dai's house for grilled fish, and dragged the timeline to the moment she entered the house. Soon, footage of Zhou Wei and Wang Jin trying to pry open the door to room 3204 appeared, followed by footage of a dark, portly man leading a group into room 3203. Jianyan had never seen Ma Longbiu before, but the sight of the scarred man immediately caught her attention. Followed by this, footage of a couple being taken to room 3203 appeared. Further on, footage of Ma Longbiu and his group emerging from room 3203 after 10 o'clock appeared. They stayed in the room for 2 or 3 hours. The middle-aged couple never came out again after entering. Chapter 127. Jianyan recalled the plop sound of a heavy object falling into the water that she had heard that night, half asleep and half awake, and her brow furrowed. It seemed she wasn't just hallucinating. It was most likely that the middle-aged couple had been thrown into the water alive. If it weren't for the surveillance footage, it would be hard to imagine how such a thing could have happened so quietly, just across the wall. But she couldn't understand why Zhou Wei and Wang Jin had tried to pry open Su Dai's door. Looking at the footage after Ma Longbiu and his gang arrived, it was clear that the prying open was a unilateral act by Zhou Wei and Wang Jin. Hua hua! Mom, come into the space quickly. Jianyan was about to click on the real-time surveillance footage to check the situation on the 31st floor when she heard Hua Bao calling her anxiously from within the space. Even back at Su Dai's house, Hua Bao had telepathically communicated with her and urged her once. After returning, I was so busy checking the surveillance footage that I almost forgot about it. Jiang Yin turned off the surveillance footage, stood up, and with a thought, entered the space. Outside, the light was dim and chilly, but inside, the sun was bright and warm. It was probably because her physique was good now that she had basically adapted. Otherwise, with such sudden changes in temperature, she would easily catch a cold. Hua Bao had already jumped out of the apple cabin. Hua Hua! Mom, look! Jiang Yin, having just stepped into the space, followed the gesture made by Hua Bao's small leaf and looked up into the air. Her heart nearly leaped out of her throat with excitement. The space upgrade progress bar had finally reached 99.6%. Looking down, the stream had already come alive before her eyes. The clear stream flowed slowly over the crystal clear pebbles, gently caressing the tender green water plants. At first glance, it looked both beautiful and soothing. But when Jiang Yin knelt down and dipped her hand into the water, she only reached into an illusion. Jiang Yin knew that was because the upgrade wasn't complete yet. Only when the upgrade reached 100% would the stream transform from a lifelike holographic projection into a real entity. Hua Bao, we only have a little bit left before we can upgrade. Keep going, Jiang Yin said, looking at Hua Bao with joy. Hua Bao curled her lips. Hua Hua. Mom, it's not that I'm not working hard, it's that I'm out of food, so I called you in. Jiang Yin, huh? She felt it with her mind. Sure enough, the space was clear of any trace of gold, silver, jewelry, or luxury watches. Did you eat that jade pendant too? She remembered the jade pendant Tian Jiliang had brought to exchange for the medicine. Hua Bao nodded. Hua Hua. Yeah, of course, Jiang Yin. Wow. 0.4%. Just the last minute, and he died at the hospital. The key is that the jewelry is quite a lot, and worth a lot of money. She suddenly felt like she'd been tricked by the space. Oh, who can I turn to for justice? Hua Bao's eyes rolled around. Hua Hua. Mom, what should I do? Well, there are ways, not that there aren't. Jiang Yin quickly calmed down and took a breath, a bunch of ideas already swirling in her mind. These days, the ocean is just vast, so going underwater for free shopping is no longer realistic. But at least the damage isn't that bad. She remembered Yi Qing saying that Ma Longbu and his gang had gone to the shopping mall and bought things for free during the high temperatures. Those gold and jewelry shouldn't have been used during this period. Although Yi Qing had only heard what Tian Jiliang and the others said, and it hadn't been confirmed, it couldn't be groundless. If all else failed, there was a last resort. So many homeowners in Repulse Bay likely had some gold jewelry at home. If all else failed, they could just try bartering. However, if the current owners were controlled by Ma Longbu and his gang, then there was a high probability that the gold and jewelry would also fall into their hands. So no matter what, they had to be dealt with first. As soon as she thought of this, Jiang Yin felt happy again. Hua Bao, I take you out of the dimension later. Jiang Yin stretched out her finger and hooked the small leaf. Hua Bao was naturally delighted. Hua Hua. Great, great. Jiang Yin would definitely bring her gun with her when she went downstairs. To be on the safe side, she also planned to bring Flower Treasure with her. She could retrieve everything from the space with her mind, but Flower Treasure needed physical contact to enter and exit the space. So she had to bring it with her in advance. Since Flower Treasure could transform into an invisible form, it would naturally be invisible to others. However, considering Flower Treasure could only devour once a calendar month, and after that, it would be ineffective. So, unless it was critical, she wouldn't use Flower Treasure, this powerful weapon. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yin had already walked over to the container. She opened the incubators one by one, and turned the 3 eggs inside to ensure they were heated evenly. After checking the humidity and temperature and carefully recording them, Jiang Yin returned to the apple cabin. Generally speaking, it takes about 21 days for a chicken egg to hatch. Duck and goose eggs take longer, at least 28 days. However, Jiang Yin suspected that thanks to the space's blessing, she would soon see chirping chicks in the space. She was quite looking forward to it. At noon, Jiang Yin had a simple lunch and rested for a while. She returned the piranha plant to her palm and, thinking it was almost 1 o'clock, she left the house. As usual, she carried a black backpack and wore a mask. Sun Jingtao and the other two were already waiting for her at the fire station entrance. Yi Qing had even changed into a black suit, resembling a very professional police uniform. However, it lacked any insignia like a police badge or number, likely having been removed manually. Although the color of the suit looked a bit pale and worn, it paired with Yi Qing's upright posture, leaving him with an air of authority. Your suit is very professional, Jiangyan muttered as she approached. Yi Qing's eyes lit up with a faint smile. Thank you, it's from my father. Jiangyan said oh, but didn't ask any further questions. Jiangyan, Xiao Yi, be careful when you go downstairs. If anything unusual happens, just yell. Sun Jingtao and Su Dai glanced at them with concern and whispered. Both of them were armed. Sun Jingtao had a fire axe, Su Dai a machete. Yes, Jiangyan and Yi Qing nodded, heading downstairs one after the other. Before leaving, Jiangyan had checked the corridor surveillance. The water outside had now reached the 22nd floor, and her surveillance only showed the 31st and 32nd floors. What surprised her was that the corridor on the 31st floor, previously crowded with people, was now completely empty on the surveillance camera. The fire exit had a multitude of strange locks, and the passageway between the exit and the entrance was filled with oddly shaped tables, chairs, and benches. The downstairs residents must be on guard against Ma Longvi's gang. The door to the 30th floor was also tightly shut. A push didn't budge. It was roughly the same as the 31st floor. Jiangyan remembered what Tian Jiliang had said. Starting from the 29th floor, it was Ma Longvi's gang's territory. So she simply skipped floors 31 and 30, and headed straight for the 29th floor with Yi Qing. Chapter 128. The silver-gray fire exit leading to the 29th floor stood open. Next to the two fire exits, a jumble of tables, chairs, benches, and sofas lay in disarray. There were also a few dirty stuffed bears scattered about. Both the hallway and the fire exits were wide enough for one person to pass sideways. The hallway was too dim, and the clutter obscured the view. Even with her best vision, Jiangyan couldn't see clearly what lay beyond. The sound of men talking loudly, and the pungent smell of smoke emanated from within. The temperature outside was only 2 or 3 degrees Celsius, and it was raining heavily. Many people were burning fires in the hallway or at home to keep warm. Yi Qing reached out and gently patted Jiangyan's shoulder, motioning her to pause for a moment. Then, with a long stride, he stepped forward. Though he was tall, he walked with great skill. His steps were light and silent. Jiangyan finally saw clearly that across his back were 3 spear guns, the ones he confiscated from the scarred man. In his hand, he clutched a sharp, gleaming dagger. A narrow, dark green canvas bag slung across his body looked like it contained a long knife. He was quite well prepared. After listening and observing for a few seconds at the side of the fire exit, Yi Qing waved to Jiangyan, signaling her to go down. Jiangyan also tiptoed down. She held a pistol. The main purpose of going downstairs today was to investigate, not to intimidate, so she had already installed a silencer on the pistol. Cough, cough, cough. Someone coughed violently, choking on the smoke. Damn it! This smoke is turning me into smoked meat. My life is becoming more and more like a primitive life. A hoarse-voiced man cursed. Second brother, they say smoke brings wealth. Looks like you're going to be rich, hee. A young man said flatteringly. Yeah. We have that saying over there. Another young man echoed. A few people nearby were cracking sunflower seeds and peanuts. Judging from the sound, there were quite a few people. Smoke your sister? Others are roasting smokeless charcoal, hugging their girlfriends, and sipping wine, while I'm freezing out here, shivering to keep warm. The horseman finished, then pouted loudly at the person beside him. Perhaps sensing his displeased tone, the remaining people fell silent. The only sound at the scene was the crackling of burning firewood. Second brother, Jiangyan, and Yi Qing exchanged glances, exchanging silent thoughts. It looked like Ma Longvi's gang without a doubt. She remembered that the scarred man she had met last time was called third brother by the others. This second brother was probably the second in command of this group. If he's here, then perhaps Ma Longvi is too? Thinking this way, Jiangyan quietly opened her backpack. From within, she pulled out a circular undercarriage viewfinder with a telescopic rod that could rotate 360 degrees. The viewfinder was small, specially coated with a light matte finish. It allowed for clear viewing of some objects without overly reflective glare. Yi Qing caught a glimpse of her removing this object, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but he quickly understood what Jiangyan was up to. She wanted to use the viewfinder to observe the scene in the corridor on the 29th floor. However, the viewfinder was small, matte finished, and the corridor was dim, requiring extremely high vision from the observer. Yi Qing, with a naked eye vision of 5.0 and standing right in front, instinctively reached out to take the scope from Jiangyan. But Jiangyan shook her head, then waved her hand behind her, signaling Yi Qing to move aside and let her pass. Yi Qing frowned and hesitated for a second, muttering, "Be careful," before quietly offering Jiang Yan the seat in front. Jiang Yan slowly bent her knees and squatted, then extended the telescopic rod and eased the scope into the gap between the furniture. The scene in the hallway appeared on the small mirror. In the hallway near 2904, a large fire was burning. Next to it was a pile of chopped chair legs and benches. A blackened iron pot, blackened by smoke, sat on the fire. White steam rose from the pot, revealing what was cooking. 2 men sat on either side of the fire, each against the wall. There was also a man, with a crew cut, and a large black backpack. He stood with his back to the fire door, warming his hands over the fire. A small section of black steel pipe peeked out from the corner of the backpack. Judging from his posture, it was undoubtedly the second brother. The 5 people were dressed in strange, wrinkled clothes. It looked like they had put on every down jacket, vest, or anything else that could fit. One of them even wore a woman's beret. Jiang Yan raised her left hand and showed 5 fingers. Yi Qing understood instantly. But a flicker of curiosity crossed his mind. How could Jiang Yan see it so clearly when the scene looked so blurry to him? Second brother, let's just stay in here like this. It might be bad if Brother Ma comes back and sees it, a yellow-haired young man said, wincing. Yeah, second brother, why don't we go patrol the corridors? And I'm in charge of the 29th floor, so why don't I go stand there? If those guys from the 32nd floor come down and we don't notice, it'd be disastrous, said the man in the beret. He was about to stand up when the man with the crew cut shouted, Zhang Xiaoguang, sit down. Did I tell you to? The man in the beret froze, his butt halfway raised, before forcing himself back down. What are you afraid of? It's Master Shue's birthday today, and Brother Ma and Ming Daxia are busy flattering him. Why would they come back? Maybe he won't even be back tonight. What's the point of patrolling that corridor? If those troublemakers dare to mess around, they end up like those undead on the 22nd floor. Master Shue? At the mention of that name, Jiang Yan and Yi Qing's brows furrowed in unison. Jiang Yan, in particular, felt a sudden sinking of the heart. After her rebirth, she had essentially cut ties with everyone around her. The words, Mr. Shue, didn't actually belong to those around her. But like a small, shadowy pebble, it cracked some frozen memories. But now wasn't the time to reminisce. Or perhaps it was just a coincidence that their nicknames had clashed. After all, in her memory, the powerful and evil Mr. Shue from her previous life had long since died in prison. He even been a hot topic in the news. Also, what were those undead creatures on the 22nd floor that the crew cut man was talking about? It seemed she'd have to go downstairs and take a look. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan narrowed her eyes. She was about to quietly retract her viewing glasses when she saw the crew cut man remove his backpack and, cursing, pull out the black steel pipe-like object. Chapter 129. I, Dao Yinping, am the only one who is easy to bully. Sooner or later, I destroy all those who look down on me. Dao Yinping said, as he took out a piece of cotton cloth and wiped the object. He wiped it deliberately slowly, as if he were admiring a work of art, or showing off a trophy. The other 4 guys naturally smiled and complimented him. Destroyed someone? Jiang Yan's eyelids twitched as she heard her favorite catchphrase. She leaned forward slightly to take a closer look and gasped. That black steel tube was actually a gun. It looked like an ordinary hunting rifle, but also like a Remington M870 shotgun produced in Gale country. It looked so familiar to her, because she had a bunch of those guns in her arsenal. If it was really a shotgun, it would be a problem. That gun was a very powerful short-range weapon. Some powerful models could even penetrate bulletproof vests. Speaking of bulletproof vests, Jiang Yan thought to herself, I forgot to wear one when I went out today. Luckily, I brought my flower treasure. After confirming the weapon twice, Jiang Yan quickly turned to look at Yi Qing, making a child's gun gesture with her thumb and index finger, and said, they have guns. Yi Qing didn't understand at first, but then he realized what was going on and gestured for Jiang Yan to get up and retreat behind him. Jiang Yan put her finger to her lips and made a hush sound, signaling him to calm down for a moment. Yi Qing glanced at her, seeing her unusually calm expression, and reluctantly gave up. The fact that the other party had a gun was clearly beyond his and Jiang Yan's expectations. However, crisis breeds crisis, and crisis comes opportunity. Others saw the bad guys with weapons. Yi Qing saw the bad guys delivering weapons. However, how and when to get them required some planning. Also, how many people had weapons? Thinking of this, Yi Qing reached out and tapped Jiang Yan's shoulder, speaking, how many? This was their first time working together. Without any tacit understanding, they could only rely on spoken words. aside from the usual hand gestures. Jiang Yin stared at the viewfinder for a moment, then raised her index finger. 1. She had been squatting for a long time, her legs aching. Jiang Yin didn't seem to see any unnecessary information, so he quietly put the viewfinder back. Seeing this, Yi Qing quickly extended an arm. Jiang Yin wasn't pretentious. She supported herself against the wall with one hand and his arm with the other, slowly rising to her feet. Brother, we only got 2 guns from the police station this time. Since Brother Ma gave you this gun, it means you're number 1 in his heart. No one else gets that treatment. The yellow-haired man flattered. Ha! Dao Yinping didn't react much to this, only snorting with disdain. But having already managed to show off and intimidate his men, he put the gun back into his backpack. Seeing his expression improve slightly, the man in the beret quickly said, Brother, I've been away from my post for a while. Why don't I go out and take a look? Who knows, maybe the people upstairs will actually come down. Those guys on the 32nd floor are cowards, who hide in their homes all day. They won't come out. Don't worry. If they do, they come out unless. Dao Yinping suddenly glanced at the group with a sinister smile, then waved his hand, signaling them to listen closer. The people clapped and laughed as they listened to his words. Great idea. Great idea. They chatted some more. Dao Yin brushed the ash off his arm, twisting his thick waist and rising. Damn! The more I roast this fire, the hotter I get. Without it, I'm freezing. Forget it, I'm too lazy to roast it anymore. I'm going to sleep for a while. Remember to wake up those guys who are napping later, and then organize the owners to bring up some more furniture from downstairs. And bring up a few more mattresses that easily produce smoke. If I don't roast those troublemakers upstairs tonight, I'm not Dao. Okay, second brother, the beret said quickly. A smirk crossed the yellow-haired man's face, and he pointed to the corner. Second brother, what are you so hot about? Isn't there a special heat-reducing tool over there? Haha, I almost forgot. Zhang Xiaoguang, you and Lao Lu, go inside and bring me that dining table. I teach you something new today. Dao Yinping glanced at the figure in the corner, a sly grin flashing across his face. The yellow-haired man, having successfully flattered himself, stepped forward and said, Second brother, what do you want on the table? What the hell? I'm not lying down. Jiang Yan's heart tightened at these words. She was about to go downstairs with Yi Qing to continue her investigation, but she paused. She quietly slid back to the door, took out the scope again, and quietly extended it. However, this time, she didn't squat. She simply bent down. Seeing this, Yi Qing on the other side tightened his grip on his knife and focused on helping her guard. Only then did Jiang Yan notice that in the dark corner over there was a woman with disheveled hair curled up. The temperature was only 2 or 3 degrees Celsius, yet the woman was draped in only a few tattered black cloths. A waist-high table was quickly brought out. The yellow-haired man walked over, lifted the woman up like a chicken, and tossed her onto the table. It was obvious what the other party was going to do. In the light of the fire, Jiang Yan could finally see clearly. The woman's eyes were vacant, and her limbs drooped limply. Her lips and face were covered with bloody scabs. Her back was covered with whip marks and burns. Her arms were covered with cigarette burns. One could imagine the treatment she had endured. Jiang Yan's face turned pale. She took a few deep breaths to calm herself, her mind racing. At the same time, she quietly withdrew the scope and put it back in her bag. Yi Qing hadn't seen the scene, but she could guess most of it from the words alone. He reached out and gently patted Jiang Yan's shoulder, saying, Shall we attack? As he asked, his mind was already rapidly analyzing the situation. The downside of attacking now was that it might expose them both prematurely and alert the enemy. But the upside was that it would remove a powerful arm from Ma Longbu's arm. The enemy could only be dealt with in batches at this point. Besides, there were 5 people inside, spread across approximately 4 rooms, and many more. If he went it alone, he could at least take out these 5. They say to capture the leader first, but the problem was that Dao Yinping had a gun, making him difficult to deal with. But Jiang Yan also had a gun. In just a second or two, Yi Qing analyzed the situation thoroughly. Jiang Yan was also rapidly weighing the pros and cons in her mind. A little impatience can ruin a great plan. Even if she had a gun, she couldn't just rush in without thinking. The key situation inside was that the 4 onlookers were blocking the hallway. It just happened to hide Dao Yinping and the woman. If she used a gun, the other party would surely react immediately. Unless Jiang Yan had a plan. She turned her head to glance at Yi Qing, motioning him to lower his head. Yi Qing didn't understand why, but he obeyed anyway. Jiang Yan leaned close to his ear and whispered something. Chapter 130. Jiang Yan's spatial arsenal contained a stack of flashbangs. One of the world's most famous non-lethal weapons, a flashbang produces a blindingly bright light for several seconds after being thrown into a target area. It can cause temporary blindness to the target and also generate a deafening 170 to 200 decibel noise, temporarily impairing the target's hearing. However, because flashbangs don't produce damaging fragments, they are generally used in situations like SWAT rescues. This situation was somewhat similar, but Jiang Yan clearly couldn't use them. Yi Qing was right beside her, so the difficulty of explaining why she had to use them was secondary. The key was that before using these flashbangs, one needed to protect their mouth, eyes, ears, and nose. Otherwise, they would kill 1,000 enemies, but lose 800 of their own. Jiang Yan decided to use both wits and force. After all, these were just a few scoundrels. She didn't need to waste extra weapons. In the hallway, Dao Yiping picked up a model thermos from the ground and pulled a plate of small blue pills from his trouser pocket. He scooped out a pill, raised his head, and swallowed it with water. "These are for you." He tossed the remaining sheet of aluminum foil toward the yellow-haired man. "Thank you, second brother." The yellow-haired man thanked him profusely, taking it with both hands. He didn't need it, but since it was Dao Yiping's reward, he couldn't refuse. "Second brother, I'm afraid it won't work if you take it now," the young man in the beret kindly warned. He had taken this medicine once before, and it took half an hour to take effect. "You know shit. This is called super long battery life, don't you understand?" Dao Yiping, his face full of arrogance, sneered, and walked towards the table with his belly bulging and his feet turned outward. Halfway across, he paused at the sight of the woman at the table, cursing, "What a bore. She's so dejected all day long, like a piece of dead pork, not even a whimper." Dao Yiping finished his curse, a glint of malice in his eyes, and ordered the yellow-haired man, Zhang Xiaoguang, "Hand me the tongs, and find something to gag her." The yellow-haired man nodded and bowed, "Okay," then bent down, picked up a pair of cold tongs from the ground, and handed them to him. He then fished out a stained red vest from a pile of miscellaneous items to be burned nearby. He strode quickly to the table, reached out, grasped the woman's cheeks, and stuffed the vest into her mouth. The woman half knelt, her head bowed. Aside from the retching reflex caused by the stench of the clothes and the blockage in her throat, she showed no other resistance or intention. "Second brother, would you like me to keep that gun for you for a while?" The yellow-haired man glanced at Dao Yiping's backpack containing the shotgun and swallowed subconsciously. "No need. On the battlefield, you never put your gun down. Don't you understand?" Dao Yiping immediately glared at him warily. The yellow-haired man's eyes faltered, and he said awkwardly, "I understand. I understand now." Dao Yiping ignored him, snorting coldly and approaching the fire with the tongs. He bent down and rummaged around, picking up a red-hot charcoal from the fire. He said frantically, "Meow. If there's no candle, let's use the charcoal." The woman at the table, whether from the cold or perhaps because she understood the meaning of his words, hunched her frail body and trembled like a sieve. Seeing this, Dao Yiping's face flickered with a smug grin. He shook the charcoal in his hand and said, "I'm telling you. Stop." Before he could even utter the word "what," or "what," a clear, woman's voice rang out from the fire exit. The four onlookers' muscles tensed, and they spun around, their pupils constricted. Jiang Yan. Several panicked and scrambled to pick up their weapons from the ground. Dao Yiping was also taken aback, but then, upon recognizing the person, a sudden smile lit up his face. Jiang Yan? He had never seen Jiang Yan before. But judging by her tall stature and the pair of captivating, murderous eyes hidden above her mask, he had already guessed who she was. In Building A, below the 29th floor, all the women who could be taken away by Hua Hua and his captors, excluding the one on the table, had been gradually moved away by their assault boats over the past few days. As for the families still struggling on the 30th and 31st floors, no one had the courage to come down alone. Even more so a woman. A young, beautiful woman. She was always wearing a mask, carrying a black bag, and traveling alone. These had become standard travel necessities. The crucial thing was that Jiang Yan was now empty-handed and looked frail, which greatly reduced his newly risen wariness. Dao Yiping tossed the charcoal and tongs aside with a clang, pushed aside the yellow-haired man blocking his way, and walked toward Jiang Yan. "Second brother, she's the Jiang Yan from the 32nd floor. Be careful, she's got a gun," the yellow-haired man said, stepping forward. They were all wary of Jiang Yan, so they deliberately stayed put, no one daring to move too far forward. Besides, They had narrowly escaped her gunfire last time, along with the scarred man, so they naturally adhered to the principle that if they didn't mess with him, she would be safe. Dao Yiping twitched the corner of his mouth, looking at Jiang Yan and sneering. She has a gun? What's so great about her having a gun? I have guns too. Brother Ma is afraid of her, but I'm not. Wait a minute, let her get a taste of my gun. Dao Yiping said with a lewd expression, his face unable to stop showing. The guys standing behind him thought it was true. After all, things were different now. They had guns too, shotguns, many times more powerful than pistols. It said that one shot could kill 20 or 30 ducks. In terms of strength, a weak woman was no match. The fear on their faces vanished, their eyes swept over Jiang Yan, and they burst into laughter. Beside the burly Dao Yiping and his shotgun, Jiang Yan looked truly weak. Jiang Yan stood motionless, sneering. Really? Well, that depends on whether you can survive until then. Wow! You're such a hottie. I love you. Follow me, and I definitely love you. Dao Yiping's eyes were filled with ecstasy, and he was about to reach out for Jiang Yan's hand. He had only halfway reached when Jiang Yan, who had been motionless, suddenly jerked her legs back and stretched her hand behind her back. At the same moment, a dark figure, half a head taller than him, rushed out from behind the half-open fire door with lightning speed. Dao Yiping frowned, thinking to himself, oh no! He quickly stepped back and reached for the shotgun in his backpack. Yi Qing had already raised his foot and launched a fierce kick at Dao Yiping's private parts. Tall, with long legs and filled with anger, his kick was sharp and powerful. Crack! Dao Yiping's ball shattered in an instant. Chapter 131. Ouch! Dao Yiping screamed, his face crumpled in pain. His hands trembled as he instinctively covered his hands. In a split second, blood soaked through his pants and oozed out through his fingers. Second brother. Second brother. Fuck! A bunch of his subordinates screamed in fear and rushed forward, but Jiang Yan had already unleashed 4 bullets. Puff! 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 Each shot accurately struck the head and heart. Red blood instantly splattered on both sides of the wall. Plop! Plop! Watching his subordinates fall to the ground one after another, after being shot, Dao Yiping suppressed the pain of his shattered balls and reached out with his blood-soaked hands to pull at his backpack. Yi Qing had already used the backpack straps as a rope, and with a tug, he had trapped Dao Yiping's hands, who was sweating profusely from the pain. He immediately raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick to Dao Yiping's popliteal fossa. Dao Yiping's knees buckled, and he fell to his knees. In a split second, Yi Qing skillfully removed the gun from his backpack. The sound of a quart bullet being loaded echoed. The black barrel of the gun was already pressed against Dao Yiping's head. Jiang Yan watched Yi Qing's practiced gunmanship, a fleeting glint of surprise in her eyes. She then instructed, don't kill him yet, he still has some use. Yi Qing nodded, holding the gun with one hand and reaching for his dagger with the other. 2 sharp streaks of white light flashed through the air. 2 more screams of awe. And awe. Dao Yiping, whose eyes were filled with resentment, and who had tried to resist, had his claws severed, blood pouring out. The door to room 2902 was quietly twisted open. But it wasn't fully open, only a tiny crack. Jiang Yan. Xiao Yi. Sun Jingtao's voice echoed from the hallway. Along with his voice, there were scattered footsteps. Some of these sounds came from upstairs, some from downstairs. The ones upstairs were armed with knives and clubs, while those downstairs were unarmed. There were quite a few people, perhaps 50 or 60 in total. The wary stares from both sides clearly showed that they were divided into 2 factions. Just as the door to room 2902 was about to slam shut, Sun Jingtao, fire axe in hand, rushed forward and kicked it. The door was kicked open, revealing a dozen young men with messy hair, machetes in hand, and murderous eyes on Sun Jingtao. A much taller and stronger man in a red down jacket, already wielding a knife, charged at Sun Jingtao. Bang! Sun Jingtao blocked the attack with a swing of his fire axe, then took advantage of the momentum to push forward, then flexed his wrist with a swift movement. Bang! Through the thick down jacket, the young man's arm was instantly half gone. Bang! The young man's wrist felt a pain and numbness, and the knife tumbled to the ground. Sun Jingtao quickly reached forward and kicked the knife behind him. Fuck! Tear! The man in the red down jacket, his face ferocious, was about to grab the knife from his companion and continue attacking Sun Jingtao. But then, Jiang Yan appeared at the door, gun in hand. He paused, and the other's eyes flinched in unison. Jiang Yan glanced around. The room was empty, except for a pile of large bunk beds. It was obvious that these people were the remnants of Ma Longview's gang who had stayed at home. They were all worthless little karami. Jiang Yan gave them no chance to resist or speak, simply unleashing firepower, 1 bullet per person. The room was already stinking, and now, with the overpowering stench of blood, it was even more awful. Su Dai, standing outside, watched as the dozen or so bloody bodies suddenly appeared in the room, ultimately daring not to go in. She dug a worn-out piece of clothing from the pile of junk and put it on the woman at the table. She then asked 2 nearby residents, who had come down from upstairs, to help her lift the woman down from the table. Xiao Dai, there's a walkie-talkie here. A middle-aged man with curly hair bent over and retrieved a walkie-talkie from the fire. Well, keep it for now. Su Dai took it from him and immediately said, Brother Zhang, I like you and Brotherly to keep an eye on the corridor window. If you see anyone coming back, notify us immediately. Okay. The curly-haired man responded and called out from the crowd upstairs to a man holding a kitchen knife. The 2 of them walked towards the 29th floor corridor window, one in front of the other. Bang! Splash! Just then, the sound of shattering glass and falling water rang out from the adjacent room. Sun Jingtao frowned and rushed to the French window. Oh no! Someone's escaped! He shouted, raised his fire axe, and smashed it against the French window with a bang. Bang! A biting cold wind, lashed with dense raindrops, rushed into the room, chilling Sun Jingtao so much that the hairs on his arms stood up. Sure enough, a cloud of white water erupted from the water below the window in room 2903. Soon, a young man, wearing 2 overlapping lifebuoys, emerged from the water. Perhaps the force of the fall was so great that the lower lifebuoy had already burst. He paid no heed, not daring to look back, and swam frantically outwards. Sun Jingtao wiped the rain from his face, and turned to look at Jiang Yan, only to see her changing the magazine for her pistol. He quickly shouted to Yiqing outside, Yiqing, throw me the spear gun with the casting line. A typical spear gun has a range of 5 to 10 meters, but the one with the casting line can reach up to 35 meters. They were currently on the 29th floor, and the water was now up to the 22nd floor, about 8 stories high. Accounting for the vertical distance of 23 meters, and factoring in the diagonal distance the other person had swum out, the range was sufficient if they were quick. Yiqing had already reached the door, holding Dao Yinping by the back of his collar. Upon hearing his words, he quickly and swiftly tossed the spear gun from his shoulder towards him. Sun Jingtao swiftly took it, focused his attention, and fired. Swoosh! The barbed tip of the spear shot through the rain and missed like an arrow, piercing the man's back. The shot hit the bull's eye. Ouch! The man screamed as icy water rushed into his mouth. The surface of the water gradually turned a bright red. The man, choked by the water and struck by the spear gun in the back, struggled in the water for only a few seconds before passing out. However, Sun Jingtao and Yiqing pulled his body up. After confirming that he was indeed dead, the 2 quickly called Jiang Yan and headed towards 2903 next door. 2903 also had dormitories, but with fewer beds. Jiang Yan frowned. Where are the rest of the people in the house? Judging from the number of beds in the 2 rooms, there were about 40 of them. This far exceeded her expectations. It also exceeded the number of people who had climbed over the wall the night the rainstorm first hit. It seemed they had other men hiding in the shadows. Dao Yinping's legs trembled, his eyes flickering. They all went out with Brother Ma. Those who left today are his trusted associates. Oh, aren't you the second in command? They trusted you to guard here alone? Jiang Yan glared at him questioningly. I was only there because of my seniority, a false reputation. They took all the rubber boats and assault boats. They said. What? Jiang Yan's voice couldn't help but sharpen. Dao Yinping gritted his teeth. Without boats and water transportation, this shallow bay would be a deserted island in the ocean, a prison at sea. Even a bird wouldn't be able to fly away. So just me and my brothers, with our guns, are more than enough. Chapter 132. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. It seemed that the unassuming Ma Longview was quite intelligent and knowledgeable. But when a bad guy is too clever, it's not a good thing. Luckily, if, as Dao Yinping said, he was attending Master Shui's birthday party today and wouldn't be back until very late, or perhaps not at all, then they still had plenty of time to prepare. Speaking of birthdays, it was already this late, and someone was still celebrating a birthday so lavishly. It sounded absurd. Jiang Yan had many questions about the so-called Master Shui. However, with several unfamiliar residents nearby, she couldn't question Dao Yinping immediately. She had to wait until she finished inspecting Ma Longview's lair. Brother Tao, there's nothing over at 2904. Two men armed with fruit and kitchen knives approached from next door, and said to Sun Jingtao and Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan wasn't familiar with the two men, though she only vaguely seen them on surveillance footage. They were former owners of Building A. Sun Jingtao nodded. What are the remaining two rooms used for? Jiang Yan glanced at 2904, its door open, and 2901, its door tightly shut, and its entrance obscured by a pile of miscellaneous items. Then she looked at Dao Yiping. The dining table had been moved from 2904. 2904 is Ma Longview in our room, and 2901 is the warehouse. Dao Yiping, now calm, was still resentful. He didn't want to answer at all. But with Yi Qing's gun right next to him, he had to answer. Warehouse. For what? Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. Dao Yiping tilted his head nonchalantly, his expression nonchalant, and said, anything. Jiang Yan, Lao Lu and the others checked 2904, and said there's nothing there. Why don't we go straight to 2901? Sun Jingtao said, leading Yi Qing to 2901. You go ahead, I be back later. Jiang Yan nodded. She decided to take a quick look around 2904. While she was pondering, she had already reached the door. Unlike 2902 and 2903, which had been completely emptied out and converted into large bunk beds, 2904 hadn't undergone much of a change. Aside from the dining table, the original furniture and bedding were all there. The quilts on the beds in the three bedrooms were in a mess, and cigarette butts were scattered on the floor. There was a small brazier in the middle of the living room. At first glance, there was indeed nothing there. Jiang Yan walked over to the brazier, picked up the thin metal fire stick on the ground, and began to rummage around the room. Unexpectedly, she actually found something in the master bedroom closet: a hand-crank power bank, a box of mints, a box of coffee candies, a half-empty bottle of Mutai Prince liquor, two unopened bottles of Shaojin liquor, a roll of nylon rope, several boxes of cigar matches, a half-empty iron can of Chinese cigars, and half a carton of Huazi cigarettes. In all of Anming City, there are only a handful of people who can still enjoy these things these days. They were probably bought for free during the heatwave. In the drawer of the nightstand, there were some unspeakable items, quite offensive. Jiang Yan tossed the Huazi cigarettes and other items into her backpack, then, gun in one hand and firewood in the other, left 2904. Sun Jingtao and his men stood at the door of 2901, having already removed the obstructions, and were now using fire axes to break down the door. There were 4 rooms on the 29th floor, all open except this one, which was locked securely. Dao Yiping's legs trembled as he huddled to the side. His 2 hands, whose meridians had been severed by Yi Qing, were now tightly wrapped with 2 rags, which helped to staunch the bleeding temporarily. After all, he would be needed later. Bleeding from all 3 places, if he fainted from excessive blood loss, it would not be very useful for their interrogation. Auntie, why don't you kill me? Unaware of what Yi Qing had just done to him, Dao Yiping nearly knelt upon seeing Jiang Yan approach. He wanted to, but he couldn't. That being said, Yi Qing's kicks were indeed brutal. However, for a villain like this, even 10 or 100 times more brutal would be nothing. Every step Dao Yiping took now tore at the wounds there. In ancient times, such a move would have sent him straight to the palace. Not to mention the loss of his manly dignity. The piercing pain that pierced his bones made him feel worse than death. He could only move slowly, bit by bit. Besides, he truly desired death. After all, even if he didn't die at the hands of Jiang Yan and the others, Ma Longview and his gang would return later and make him suffer a fate worse than death. Jiang Yan, without even raising her eyelids, sneered, "Killing you wouldn't be too easy for you, would it?" "That's right." Su Dai, standing beside him, glared at Dao Yiping. Dao Yiping glanced at the wall next to him, gritted his teeth, and finally gave up the idea of ramming it. "By the way, Jiang Yan, this is the intercom we found in the hallway. It's still powered. Now that the internet is down, I don't know what they can do with it." Su Dai handed the intercom to Jiang Yan. "Of course, it's for long-distance communication," Jiang Yan said, reaching out to take it, flipping it over and glancing at it. There were no markings on it, but it looked like a military walkie-talkie. A typical walkie-talkie can only be used for 2 to 3 kilometers. A powerful military walkie-talkie like this could easily have a range of 40 or 50 kilometers. Su Dai was a little incredulous. Isn't there no signal now? Walkies can be used even without an internet signal. Jiang Yan smiled. You know, walkie-talkies were first invented during World War II. Su Dai, huh? Motorola invented it, Jiang Yan added. This time, Su Dai's mouth opened into an O shape. Take it. If the other party calls, call me immediately, Jiang Yan said, turning the volume up to full before handing it back to her. By the way, who are those people outside? Jiang Yan glanced at the now closed fire exit on the 29th floor. Several men with weapons stood behind the door, blocking it with their backs. The people in the hallway outside seemed to have already crowded around the fire exit. From the sounds, it seemed they were being tightly guarded by the armed residents coming down from above. The two sides were shouting and arguing loudly, while some were weeping and wailing, like a market. This scene, and the sheer number of people, were somewhat unexpected for Jiang Yan. Su Dai said, those holding weapons are those who weren't apprehended by Ma Longbu's gang and have retreated to the 30th floor. Sun Jingtao called them along when he came down just now. The people on the 31st floor should be coming down soon, but they have a lot of stuff blocking the hallway and need to move. They are all members of the small group that Tian Jiliang had secretly organized to fight Ma Longbu. When Tian Jiliang woke up and knew we were coming down, he told us to call them along if the time was right, as their strength in numbers. Jiang Yan narrowed her eyes. Then who are the unarmed people? Chapter 133. Su Dai paused for a moment before explaining to Jiang Yan, they're being held captive by Ma Longbu and his gang. It's just a small group, capable of moving flexibly and gathering information. Most of the other owners are huddled inside, daring not to come out. Not only have their supplies been taken away by Ma Longbu and his gang, but even any weapons they might have in their homes have been taken. It's said they even took eyebrow razors and nail clippers. Jiang Yan understood instantly. No wonder Dao Yiping and his gang were so brazen. Without food, water, or weapons, these people, unarmed, certainly don't possess much fighting power. And with their children and other family members being held hostage, they're like fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Ma Longbu and his gang are incredibly scheming and vicious. Speaking of hostages, Jiang Yan looked over at Dao Yiping, who frantically strummed his sanxian with his head drooping. Just as he was about to pull him aside for questioning, he saw Sun Jingtao, and the others had already smashed open the door to room 2901. Jiang Yan. Sun Jingtao turned to look at Jiang Yan, motioning her to come in. Jiang Yan nodded and stepped forward. The curtains in the room were drawn, and it was pitch black. Yi Qing took out the rechargeable flashlight Jiang Yan had given them, and shone it into the room. It was filled with a mess of supplies, and no one was there. Yi Qing strode in, quickly reconnoitered, and drew back the blackout curtains in the living room and bedroom. The light streamed in, making everything in the room much clearer. Room 2901 had been emptied of all its furniture and bedding, and the bedroom was filled with supplies. There was food, drinks, and clothing. There were also kitchen knives, hammers, wrenches, fruit knives, and so on. These were undoubtedly supplies looted from the owner's home. In the living room, several packages wrapped in waterproof cloth were placed, with words like food rice and food glutinous rice noodles scrawled on them in marker. Where is this food going? Jiang Yan turned to look at Dao Yiping, who was standing at the door. No, I don't know. Ma Longbu is personally responsible for the transportation of supplies, and never tells us. Dao Yiping shook his head like a rattle, not seeming to be lying. These are the only supplies left, and there's not enough for so many people, Su Dai said from the side. Of course, it's not enough because they've been relocated. It seems their true base isn't Repulse Bay. All of them had made the wrong assumption. It only took one night, and they transformed the 29th floor into a temporary base. Ma Longbu and his gang are truly capable of action. Yi Qing, who had been silent until then, frowned. Indeed. Sun Jingtao's heart sank. Jiang Yan had already taken a flashlight from her backpack and was slowly shining it, even in the corners. 2 brown bottles appeared in the corner. Jiang Yan walked over. They looked like chemicals. I wonder if they're toxic. She pulled a glove from her pocket, actually from the space, and put it on before picking up the chemical bottle. Jiang Yan, what is that? Su Dai saw it and moved closer. Jiang Yan shone the flashlight on the bottle. Ether. Su Dai was stunned. Ether? What are they using this for? Anesthesia, Jiang Yan said calmly. She didn't elaborate. Ether is a colorless, odorless liquid. In the past, some bad guys would pour it on a towel, put it over someone's nose, and quietly knock a strong man unconscious. Later, the state implemented specific controls on sales, and such cases have decreased. There are actually 2 bottles here, and they haven't been removed. It seems that they are left over from the other party to deal with the owner. Besides, if they had been discovered earlier, Tian Jiliang's screams would have been much less severe. Su Dai was stunned for a second. This. Jiang Yan had already put it in her backpack, actually in her space. The backpack was already bulging. She didn't need the supplies she had found in 2904, but she thought she would share them with Sun Jingtao and the others later, so she didn't put them in her space. Putting them in her backpack would make it easier to take them out later. Sun Jingtao and Yiqing had already taken the two owners to inspect all the supplies, and asked her for her opinion. Jianyan, what should we do with these supplies? Dao Yiping, over there, could clearly see that everyone was following Jianyan's lead. But he no longer dared to underestimate the frail Jianyan, nor the ruthless Yiqing. In that short period, nearly 20 of his brothers were dead. It's no exaggeration to say that Jianyan killed without blinking an eye. This woman was beautiful, yes. She was ruthless. Her marksmanship was terrifying. What woman could shoot a gun and hit the bullseye with every shot? Although he had a gun before, it was mostly for intimidation. If he were given a real use, he wouldn't be able to use it well. After all, a shotgun has a limited supply of pellets, and the time he had to acquire the weapon was limited, so he couldn't practice his shooting accuracy. Seeing how Jianyan's expression remained unchanged after killing so many people, she must be quite twisted and perverted inside. Dao Yiping frantically analyzed the situation silently, and decided not to give up. He would find an opportunity to show off in front of Jianyan later. If the defection succeeded, this powerful figure would be no less powerful than Ma Longbu. If it failed, perhaps he could die more easily. I suggest that they handle it themselves, Jianyan said, looking at the other two owners. The risks in the 4 rooms had been checked. She had more important things to do, and didn't want to delay here for too long. These supplies had originally been looted from the owners. Whether to return them or not was up to them. She didn't want to get involved. After Jianyan finished speaking, she walked out of 2901. Sun Jingtao had the same idea. After briefly explaining the situation to the other two owners, he followed Yiqing and the others out. The argument and confrontation in the hallway continued. Brother Tao, are you guys leaving? Asked the men guarding the fire exit upon seeing Sun Jingtao and the others emerge. Sun Jingtao looked at Jianyan, seeking her advice. Then should we go back upstairs? After all, they needed to get some information out of Dao Yiping, so they could quickly formulate a countermeasure. It would be inconvenient with so many people downstairs talking so much. Jianyan's eyes darkened as she looked at Dao Yiping. What did you mean by those zombies on the 22nd floor? No, nothing. Dao Yiping shuddered, sweat breaking out on his forehead. Jianyan had already found the answer. Go to the 22nd floor. With a creak, the fire exit swung open from the inside. The clamor outside the door fell silent for a second. The light in the hallway was dim. Seeing Jianyan, the eyes of those upstairs were filled with hope. Downstairs, most of the people's eyes were filled with fear and resentment. It was like seeing a demon or the murderer of their father. A few showed no emotion, their lips tightly pursed, as if they were about to speak but hesitated. They were almost all men, with a few older women also present. Chapter 134. Usually, the residents downstairs were sent out in batches, braving the torrential rain and freezing cold to search for supplies and catch fish and mutant leeches. Only today did Ma Longbu and his gang take away all the rubber boats and lifebuoys. A rare day of rest. Neighbors, what are you doing? Sun Jingtao spoke gently, seeing the crowd gathered outside the door. Among the residents looking up at them, some were former residents of Building A, and he was quite familiar with them. Before the apocalypse, they'd been around for a while. Sun Jingtao, did you kill Ma Ge and his men? A middle-aged man wearing black framed glasses questioned him in the crowd, his tone incredulous. Ma Ge, hearing his words, Jianyan's cold eyes lifted and she glanced at him. Like everyone else, his hair and face were filthy. The temples of his hind glasses must have been broken, tangled with string and clear tape. Brother Zhang, what's wrong? Sun Jingtao asked, scanning the crowd with a searching expression. He immediately noticed something was amiss. Logically, they killed all the bad guys, so their expressions and reactions shouldn't be like this. Uncle Zhang, they did. I saw the bodies just now. It was that woman named Jiang from the 32nd floor who did it. A younger man pointed at Jianyan, and then hid behind the tall man in front of him. Jianyan's gun was silenced today. While it wasn't completely silent, at least those outside wouldn't be able to hear the gunshot. The man's words caused an uproar among the crowd below. Everyone's eyes flicked to Jianyan, but the moment their cold gaze met hers, they flinched and looked away. In everyone's subconscious, the ruthless Jianyan was no different from the brutal and inhumane Ma Longbu. We don't know anyone else, Sun Jingtao. We've been neighbors for so many years, and we only know you. So, for today's matter, we can only turn to you. You must give everyone an explanation. The man with black-framed glasses continued fiercely. No one knew where he got the courage from. Yes, you must give an explanation. The others echoed him, their eyes fixed on Sun Jingtao's face. What explanation? Sun Jingtao and Su Dai exchanged a bewildered glance. They were the ones who had killed the bad guys, so why were they being interrogated as if they had committed a crime? Are these people crazy? Sun Jingtao's temper flared up a bit, but Su Dai tugged at his sleeve, and he clenched his fist to hold it in for the time being. You killed Ma's men. What will happen when he comes back to settle accounts with us? That's right. My son is still in their hands. If anything happens to him, I'd be dead too. Yes, if we just been obedient and worked hard, they would have returned our son and daughter to us later. Now look. It's all gone to waste. The crowd erupted in complaints. Okay, everyone be quiet. Listen to me. Brother Zhang, wearing glasses, waved his hands, silencing the crowd. He then said, Sun Jingtao, do you know what disaster you caused? You dared to touch Ma Longbio's men? Do you know how many tricks they have? Do you know how many people have died in our building recently? Now you killed his men. When they come back, we be the first ones to be questioned. You know, our wives and children are all in their hands. After saying this, Brother Zhang, wearing glasses, beat his chest and stamped his feet. Then, gritting his teeth, he pointed at Jiang Yin and the others and said, So, if my son doesn't come back, I definitely kill you. Another man said angrily, That's right. If my daughter and son don't come back, I kill you too. And my wife too. Another man, with a greasy pigtail and an unshaven beard, waved his fist. But despite the outrage, no one dared to step forward. Jiang Yin listened and observed silently. Dao Yinping, powerless to fight back, was standing right next to them, yet not a single homeowner stood up to criticize him. She remained silent, not making any unnecessary moves, simply to gauge the true thoughts of the homeowners downstairs, who were being controlled by Ma Longbu. After listening and watching, she already had a plan. Brother Lu, isn't your wife like this? Why haven't you helped her back for all this time? Su Dai understood the reason for the hostility. It was then that she recognized the greasy pigtail. She pointed at the woman they had just helped down from the table and said to him, That woman is also from Building A. Su Dai had met her several times before. She's a teacher at a dance training school near the Repulse Bay community. The man with the pigtail, Brother Lu, is a painter. He runs a private studio at home. Both of them possess artistic qualities, handsome and beautiful. Their daily attire is incredibly fashionable. Before the apocalypse, they were considered a perfect couple in the eyes of the community. The woman was crouching in front of the fire exit, her head bowed. When Su Dai and the others helped her out earlier, the people downstairs had obviously seen it too. But no one dared to step forward. Everyone knew this was the woman Ma Longbu, and his gang had set their sights on. They were also aware of what had happened in the hallway. But most chose to play dumb. How could she be my wife? My wife wouldn't be that dirty. Brother Lu glanced at the woman, a flicker of disdain in his eyes, and sneered. The woman squatting on the ground gritted her teeth at his double entendre. Her head, which had been drooping, slowly rose. She supported herself with her hands on her legs and slowly rose to her feet. The woman swayed, her dark, weak eyes scanning the crowd. Hatred tinged her red, swollen eyes. She stared at the pigtailed man and gritted her teeth. Lu Xing, you're calling me dirty now? Didn't you knock me unconscious and give me to that beast Dao Yinping? The moment these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar again. You gave your wife away to someone else for your own safety and a little food, and now you're still here making all these irrelevant promises. Lu Xing, the biggest mistake I ever made in my life was marrying you. Zhao Xiaolei, you think you're pure and innocent. Don't you have any idea how many people you were with before you married me? Fuck you. Lu Xing and Zhao Xiaolei, go home and argue about your family matters. Don't waste everyone's time here. Another man jumped in to break up the argument, then pointed at Sun Jingtao and unleashed a barrage of curses. And Sun Jingtao, you killed Ma Ji's men. Do you know what the consequences will be? If our daughter and son, who were abducted by them, were to die like this, could you afford the consequences? Chapter 135. Why are you acting like heroes and saviors now? What were you doing earlier? Don't think we thank you. If my son and daughter die, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Yes. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. The others shouted. Su Dai's fury surged upon hearing this. These words were clearly absurd and unreasonable, blurring the lines between right and wrong. Brother Nyo, every wrong has its perpetrator. Have you got the wrong person? You're saying we done something earlier, but what were you doing earlier? Hundreds of you were fooled by a few dozen people, and now you're blaming us. Do you have any reason to blame us? If they had been more united earlier, or had communicated with each other, the bad guys wouldn't have taken advantage of the situation and ended up like this. The man, knowing he was in the wrong, refused to yield. I remember your name was Su Dai, right? Don't act so superior. I'm telling you, if you don't rescue our son and daughter from Ma Longbiao, you won't have a peaceful life in Repulse Bay. He snorted, raising his fist. Su Dai nearly burst into tears at the unreasonable behavior of these people. It's up to us to rescue them, not you. Yi Qing took a breath and spoke coldly. If the other party were a bad guy, it would be fine, he would just go up and beat them up. But they were neighbors, and they were neighbors who had been grabbed by the throat. Even if he won the argument, what would it matter? He and Sun Jingtao shared this sentiment. So, facing the crowd's unreasonable behavior, they chose to be tolerant for the time being. Xiao Yi, you're just a brat. The man stopped mid-sentence. Jian Yan's gaze swept over him. The man's voice choked, his voice choking. Jian Yan glanced at Sun Jingtao and said, take Dao Yinping upstairs. Yi Qing and I will go downstairs. Jian Yan had sensed that these people seemed to be deliberately stalling for time. The verbal abuse they were arguing about was like children playing house. Dao Yinping's words about the living dead on the 22nd floor lingered in her mind, and she felt guilty if she didn't go down and take a look. Besides, Dao Yinping obviously couldn't be left alone with the upstairs residents. It would be better for Sun Jingtao and the others to take him upstairs for interrogation first. Perhaps by the time she and Yi Qing finish their investigation, they have uncovered some information. That's fine, Sun Jingtao nodded. The earlier inspection of the 29th floor had already delayed everyone for a while. Now, splitting up into two groups would be more efficient. Jiang Yan lifted her leg and stepped forward, and the people below naturally made way for her. Yi Qing handed the shotgun to Sun Jingtao, took the fire axe from him, and quickly followed. Auntie, I really can't leave. Dao Yinping, his legs trembling, stared at Jiang Yan's back, wanting to cry but unable to. After standing there for a long time, the wound seemed to have healed, and the pain had subsided considerably. If he were to lift his leg and climb the stairs, tearing the wound open, he would definitely bleed and be in excruciating pain again. Is it human to ask him to go upstairs now? Jiang Yan, without even turning back, had already disappeared around the corner of the 28th floor. Let's go! The two owners beside Sun Jingtao glared at him. Dao Yinping gritted his teeth, lifted his leg, and took just one step up when he was already grimacing in pain, sweat pouring down his forehead. He called out to Sun Jingtao, begging, brother, I tell you everything I know. Can you please spare me, or at least let Jiang Yan shoot me with a bullet, so I can die more quickly? He couldn't endure this torture even a second longer. Elsewhere, Jiang Yan and Yi Qing were making their way down. They were deeply puzzled. From the 29th to the 23rd floor, apart from the people upstairs, they hadn't encountered a single extra occupant. And the further down they went, the stronger the smell of blood grew. Yi Qing randomly knocked on a few doors, but no one opened them. But from the rustling and whispering, it was clear someone was inside, and quite a few. Yi Qing offered soothing and provocative words, but as usual, the people inside didn't open the door. Furthermore, unlike the previously closed fire doors on floors 31 and 30, the fire doors downstairs were all open. There was no one in the corridor either. It was just densely packed with furniture, some mats and tents, and a few fires. It looked like some people were living in the corridor. Jiang Yan, do you think those living outside the corridor are the ones who just went upstairs? Yi Qing frowned, analyzing. Jiang Yan nodded. Very likely. Based on what Sun Jingtao and Tian Jiliang had said earlier, the people who just went upstairs were most likely bribed by Ma Longbiao and his gang. It was said that they had the right to manage the remaining owners, and they received more food than ordinary owners on a daily basis, and they didn't have to go out to forage for food or fish. As for why they didn't live in the house, but in the corridor, there were only two possibilities. 1. The density of people living in the house was too high. 2. Living outside offers ample space, allows for heating, and also serves as a kind of surveillance. Jiang Yan mentally estimated that with 5 buildings in Repulse Bay, there must be at least 2,000 to 3,000 residents. The high temperatures and the infestation of mosquitoes had driven away nearly all the elderly. The children and young people had also been wiped out. After deducting the several hundred people at the official base, there was still a capacity of 1,000 to 2,000 people. The remaining 4 buildings could accommodate at most 700 to 800 people. Building A could hold 800 to 900. Divided equally across 6 floors, cramming 150 people into a room per floor would be as cramped as sticking chopsticks in a hole. This was clearly unreasonable. Should we break down the door? Yi Qing asked Jian Yan for her opinion. Not yet. Let's go downstairs and check the 22nd floor first. Jian Yan glanced down at the 22nd floor corridor with her flashlight and was stunned. The water level had already reached the baseboard. The water wasn't deep, but at first glance, it looked like it had been painted red, a vibrant, startling red. Even thicker streaks of blood were oozing from several doors on the 22nd floor. Yi Qing saw it too. The two exchanged glances, each thinking something was amiss, and hurried downstairs. Jian Yan, cover your ears, Yi Qing said, raising his fire axe and swiftly slashing at the lock on 2203. Soon, with a sharp metallic clang, the lock burst open. Yi Qing lifted his leg and kicked the door open with a bang. A stench of rotting flesh and blood lashed out. The two's pupils shrank, their breath catching as they gazed at the scene inside. Starting from the entrance of 2203, the room was filled with corpses, piled densely like a small mountain. Above the mountain of corpses, huge, blood-sucking mutant leeches were slowly wriggling with their round, black, and cold bodies. Chapter 136. Jian Yan had witnessed many bloody scenes, and her endurance and self-control were extraordinary. But at this moment, her stomach cramped and she couldn't help but dry heave. The sight of the round, mutated leeches slowly wriggling on the pile of corpses, slurping up blood, made her scalp tingle. These leeches had clearly been caught and placed there, each one well-fed. Some were almost as long as her arm. And the naked corpses, their mouths open, struggling for help, had probably been thrown in while still alive. Jian Yan finally understood what Dao Yinping meant when he said that the building's owners would be sent to the 22nd floor to be the living dead if they disobeyed. This hell on earth, hated by both humans and gods, was just that. She pinched her palms hard, trying to calm herself down quickly. Even though she knew Ma Longbu and his gang had a long history of bad deeds, she had never imagined they could be so ruthless and pathological. But what was the purpose and significance of this? Just to feed these mutant leeches? In short, their behavior lately had been strange and illogical. Additionally, there had been a surge of corpses in the lake in the center of the community recently. Could it be that these few bodies were simply a cover-up? Jian Yan had no idea. Yi Qing's rage was even greater than Jian Yan's. The veins on his forehead and arms were already bulging. But Yi Qing managed to hold back a single curse. After sweeping the corners of the living room with his flashlight, he reached out and yanked the door shut. The door lock had actually been broken by him, and it wasn't completely closed, but it was better than nothing. At least it could temporarily keep those incredibly large mutant leeches inside. Jian Yan, why don't you go up to the stairs first? I checked the other 3 rooms. If there's anything special, I call you down. Yi Qing turned to look at Jian Yan. Jian Yan then saw that his eyes were clearly red. Not from the red water, but from the hatred and rage burning in his heart. Okay. Jian Yan stepped back, gun in hand, and went up the stairs. When she came down, she had been wearing a pair of soft-soled marten boots. Now, the cold blood had soaked through them, chilling them. The sound of metal clanging soon rang out from the corridor. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Yi Qing, his sleeves rolled up and his trouser legs mostly soaked in blood, appeared at the fire exit. His brows were furrowed, his lips tightly pressed together, his face pale, his eyes red, and his expression unusually fierce and solemn. Sweat beads still covered his forehead, likely from swinging the fire axe against the door. Jian Yan had already read from his expression that the situation in the other 3 rooms was even worse. But she still asked, what's going on inside? All 4 rooms are the same. There are about 600 or 700 bodies, all residents of the complex. Besides adult leeches, there are also many leech egg cocoons. Ma Longbu and his gang are simply devouring demons. I seriously want to chop them into pieces right now. Yi Qing said violently, raising his fist and slamming it against the wall with a loud bang. The force was so strong that some of the putty powder on the wall fell off. This matter had far exceeded his tolerance. He couldn't resolve the hatred he felt unless he killed them himself. Jian Yan saw the hatred and resentment in his eyes and advised, don't rush. Let's go upstairs. These weren't just any gang of thugs. Some things needed to be discussed carefully, not rushed. Okay. Inspired by Jian Yan's calmness, Yi Qing realized his own misstep. He took a few deep breaths of the foul air, calming himself down for a moment. Let me carry it for you, Yi Qing said, glancing at the bag behind Jian Yan. Her bag was bulging and looked heavy. But for Jian Yan, the weight wasn't a big deal. The key was that the bag was the tool she used to conceal her space, so she definitely had to carry it with her. Thank you. It's not heavy, Jianyan said, already starting to walk upstairs. Yi Qing didn't have much else to say, so he took a long stride and followed. Their expressions were solemn, and they remained silent all the way. The upstairs hallway was indeed occupied. It was one of those observer owners of a slightly higher rank, as she had assumed. Seeing the two of them coming up, most people looked at them warily. Some did greet Yi Qing, but before Yi Qing could ask anything, they quickly closed their mouths with a zipper gesture. Xiao Yi, there's a lot of people here, and my child is in their care. Please don't embarrass me. This was the most common phrase many people said. Jiang Yan didn't know any of them, so she continued upstairs without moving her head. But her thoughts never ceased. The more she thought, the more doubts grew within her. Jiang Yan had a feeling that everything that had happened in Repulse Bay since the rainstorm had been planned long in advance. But Ma Longbu and his men couldn't have pulled off such a flawless operation on their own. The key is the lack of a legitimate motive. This calculating Ma Longbu must be hiding a greater secret. And this secret is most likely related to the Master Shui Dao Yinping mentioned. Jiang Yan's brow furrowed even further at the mention of Master Shui. If that man was the same person she knew, his methods were rumored to be dozens of times more brutal. And back then, it wasn't the end of the world where order is crumbling like it is today. Describing him as a demonic tyrant wouldn't be an exaggeration. However, that man died in prison in his previous life. Unless... A faint mist flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes, and she shook her head, trying not to overthink things. In just a few minutes, the two of them had returned to the 32nd floor. The door to room 3203 creaked open as Jiang Yan and Yi Qing appeared at the fire exit. Zhou Wei, his face wrinkled, opened the door and walked out. He glanced around warily, confirming that only the two men Sun Jingtao had assigned to monitor the corridor window were present. Then, with a trembling lip, he looked at Jiang Yan and whispered, Jiang Yan, I have a few words to share with you. Don't worry, it won't take you too long. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. She remembered the surveillance footage, which showed Zhou Wei and his group clearly interacting with Ma Longbu. What could they possibly say now that they were looking for her? He must have seen Sun Jingtao and his men bringing Dao Yinping up through the peephole. And there had been so much commotion downstairs earlier. The distance between the 29th and 32nd floors wasn't far, so he wouldn't be unaware of the fact that Dao Yinping's group had been nearly wiped out. He was looking for her now, perhaps because he thought she and Sun Jingtao and his men might have some hope of rescuing his son. Even so, Jiang Yan glanced at him calmly. What? Zhou Wei didn't reply immediately, but instead glanced cautiously at Yi Qing, who was standing beside her. Yi Qing understood instantly. Jiang Yan, I go back to the house first. Be careful. Yes, Jiang Yan nodded. Chapter 137. Zhou Wei spoke quickly, his words concise and to the point. In just 3 or 4 minutes, Jiang Yan understood. However, Zhou Wei didn't mention asking Jiang Yan and her group to rescue his son. He was a smart man, knowing that even if he begged her, Sun Jingtao, and Yi Qing on his knees, they would most likely not agree. He simply said that his son, along with the children and wives of the downstairs residents, had been secretly held somewhere by Ma Longbu and his gang. This place, unknown to any of them, was most likely a safe house for Ma Longbu's core members. And this safe house wasn't just a prison. It was also a warehouse, filled with tens of thousands of supplies. He also mentioned that Ma Longbu and his gang had looted a large amount of gold and jewelry when the high temperatures first arrived. In the eyes of everyone at the moment, supplies were the most precious. The so-called gold and jewelry had long since lost their original value. But Jiang Yan wasn't interested in the supplies, nor was she interested in being a hero. However, if those jewels really existed, then upgrading her space and flower treasures would be possible this time. Because it was only a mere 0.4% short. If they could truly obtain the gold and jewels while also annihilating Ma Longbu and his gang in one fell swoop, it would be a win-win situation. After all, they were a nuisance to him. But this nuisance could be avoided. So, whether to go or not still required careful consideration. Weigh the pros and cons first. After speaking, Zhou Wei turned and returned to 3203. The moment he opened the door, Jiang Yan saw Wen Wanli, Wang Jiame, and Zhou Haoyue standing in the entrance. The natural light inside the room was dim. Wen Wanli's scarred hand rested on her lower abdomen, gently stroking it. The man paused at the sight of her. And Jiang Yan. Zhou Haoyue, hiding behind the door, stammered, then timidly called out. Her eyes were red, and a few painful stains of blood remained on her small face. Jiang smiled and said yes. Her mind suddenly firmed up in that moment. Zhou Wei, not expecting his family to be peeking from behind the door, closed it with a sheepish smile. Jiang had just reached the door to room 3204 when Yiqing opened it. He must have been worried about her being outside alone. Tian Jiliang was awake now, and with his glasses on, he finally looked more like a shadow. Inside the room, besides Dao Yiping, there was also a middle-aged man whom Jiang didn't recognize. Su Dai was nowhere to be seen. Yiqing must have told the others about the situation downstairs, as their faces were all unusually solemn. After a brief greeting, Jiang learned that the man was an undercover agent planted by Tian Jiliang and his group of homeowners within the group downstairs. Seeing Jiang, Dao Yiping, unable to laugh or cry, pleaded, "Auntie, why don't you just give me a bullet so I can escape?" There was a small pool of blood on the floor beneath his feet, but it had dried. His face was pale from the blood loss and the cold. Jiang ignored him and looked at Sun Jingtao. "Where's Su Dai? Has her intercom been going off lately?" "She's in the master bedroom, keeping watch outside. The intercom hasn't been ringing, and the rain is getting heavier outside. It looks like Ma Longbu won't be back today." After Sun Jingtao finished speaking, he glanced coldly at Dao Yiping and said, "He confessed a lot. However, some parts are hard to tell whether they're true or false." Immediately, he picked out the core of Dao Yiping's words and shared them with Jiang. Jiang frowned slightly after hearing this. She had heard some of the details from Zhou Wei. Their positions and perspectives were different, but putting many things together revealed the full picture. She quickly sorted things out. When the high temperatures first arrived, Ma Longbiao, then a property manager at the neighboring complex, received mysterious instructions from the head of Golden Shield Security Headquarters. From then on, he began frantically stockpiling supplies to build an underground heat-resistant safe house. However, due to limited time and funds, his preparations were also limited. Later, as the temperature continued to rise, while others were still hoping that the temperature would eventually return to normal and that a society governed by the rule of law would not dare to act recklessly, they had already predicted that the high temperatures would not end and began recklessly making all kinds of free-to-buy items. Zhou Wei's family met Ma Longbu along the way. When Ma Longbu and his men were robbing a jewelry store in a shopping mall, they were attacked by a swarm of blood-curdling mosquitoes. During their escape, Zhou Wei's family risked their lives to open the glass door where they were hiding, allowing him to hide inside. Later, Zhou Wei and his group were taken to a basement safe house by Ma Longbu and his men. Zhou Wei believed they were kind enough to save him because he had saved him. It was later revealed that Ma Longbiao, while hiding, had simply developed a lustful interest in the young and beautiful Wanli. Wang Jin is the younger brother of Zhou Wei's wife, Wang Jiame. They were more than just fellow villagers. However, when Wanli and Wang Jin were only a couple who had just met, not a married couple. They were simply trapped by the intense heat and temporarily staying together. During her time in the basement, when Wanli was struck in the head by a heavy object held by Ma Longbu while resisting his advances. While when Wanli's life was not seriously affected, her intelligence declined rapidly. As for the child she was carrying, no one knew the identity of it. After their initial encounter, Ma Longbiao gave wind to his own gang. Forced to make ends meet, Zhou Wei's family ultimately chose to endure the situation. Then, a torrential rain descended. Ma Longbu and his men moved directly to the area, to the tallest building, Repulse Bay. They specifically chose Building A. He had actually made arrangements with the complex's property manager, Lu Dahong, before the heat arrived. Therefore, Lu Dahong's group turned a blind eye to their invasion and even proactively provided Ma Longbu with a list of the apartment numbers of the residents whose entire families had perished. This made their occupation much easier and more precise. Afterward, Ma Longbu and his group hid in the community and began to gradually erode and win over the surviving residents as planned. The appearance of Jiang Yin, armed with a gun, was unexpected. As for the death of Lu Dahong's group, it was exactly what they had hoped for. That's why they established a rule of non-interference with the 32nd floor, and their daily activities became low-key and secretive. After the rain stopped, the sudden arrival of 2 official boats also disrupted some of their plans. However, the officials' preoccupation with their own affairs gave them another opportunity. Later, they gradually controlled the children and women of some of the residents in Repulse Bay. At this time, the conspiracies and plans they had formulated before the end of the world gradually emerged. Chapter 138. During the few days when the rainstorm stopped, the official base's boats picked up the youngest and strongest members of the community. After the second downpour, Ma Longbu and his gang began to recklessly control and select the remaining residents. After experiencing the high temperatures and the bloody mosquitoes, every homeowner felt insecure. Coupled with a closed-door mentality of indifference, they were quickly apprehended by Ma Longview's gang's premeditated tactics of coercion and inducement. This group was cunning and skilled in disguise, not revealing their true colors from the outset. When some of the others realized their mistake and prepared to unite with others in a united resistance, they discovered that their food and potential weapons had been confiscated, just as they had been. Not to mention that the other party already had powerful firearms. The children and wives of those homeowners were also controlled by the other party, becoming a means of restraint. Moreover, many homeowners, like the pigtailed painter, personally threw their wives into the bandits' fire pit for self-preservation and food. Later, as the water level gradually rose and the space at the scene dwindled, Ma Longview and his gang began screening and sorting out the residents of the complex. Women under 40 and children under 16 were secretly transported away in speedboats. As for where they were taken, it was most likely to their safe house outside. Of the remaining residents, those who showed resistance, those who behaved badly, and the elderly, weak, and disabled were all, without exception, sent to places like the 22nd floor or killed and thrown directly into the water. The food and supplies looted from the owners' homes were carefully selected, and only those of good quality, and not moldy or spoiled, were packed and sent away. So, it seemed that Repulse Bay was more like a temporary base for Ma Longview's gang to harvest leaks. In just a minute or two, Jian Yin, based on Zhou Wei and Sun Jingtao's words, had roughly sorted out the group's situation from the time they entered Repulse Bay to the present. However, many questions remained. Jian Yin collected her thoughts and looked coldly at Dao Yinping. Who is Master Shui? Master Shui? Sun Jingtao frowned slightly at the name. Besides, he hadn't asked this question earlier. After all, he wasn't present when Jian Yin and Yi Qing were eavesdropping. Naturally, he had no idea such a person existed among Ma Longview's gang. No, I don't know, Dao Yinping faltered, his eyes shrinking. Only then did Jian Yin see clearly that Dao Yinping had a series of fresh wounds on his face. There was a purple patch at the corner of his eye, his right eye bloodshot and red, several teeth missing, and a few bloodstains at the corners of his mouth. His right cheek and eyelid were swollen. It was probably from Yi Qing's beating just now. He was hot-blooded to begin with, and he was furious just now. He was only slightly injured, considering he'd done a light blow. It was probably because he was still useful, otherwise, he would have been hacked to pieces. Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Hearing Jian Yin's question, Yi Qing had already cooperatively produced his dagger. The dagger gleamed coldly, its edge incredibly sharp. I really don't know. He's mysterious, truly mysterious. Someone we ordinary people simply can't afford to mess with. I advise you not to inquire about him, or get involved. Otherwise, you end up in a terrible state. Dao Yinping trembled all over, shaking his head like a rattle. Oh, so powerful. I'd love to know. Jian Yin quirked her lips and sneered. She cocked her gun and pointed it at one of Kurt's shattered parts. Auntie, could you please move the muzzle of your gun just a little? I tell you. Fuck. What a pervert. Dao Yinping's heart raced with 1,000 alpacas. But he could only grit his teeth and confess. The boss of our Golden Shield security company is just a little henchman following him. It's said he's incredibly powerful, with a strong backing and connections. As for the rest, I honestly don't know. Jian Yin raised an eyebrow. Before the apocalypse, the Golden Shield company had been a thriving business, both in the black and white worlds. So-called security companies are mostly just a facade of legal operations. As for illegal ones, there are far more. Seeing her frowning, the muzzle of the gun in her hand motionless, Dao Yinping looked at her with tears in his eyes, and said, Auntie, seriously, please give me a bullet. I repay your kindness in my next life by working like a slave. He truly couldn't bear this torture for even a second. Jian Yin's eyes turned cold, and she threatened, You better answer my questions truthfully. Maybe I give you a bullet after that. If you don't, then I give you a bunch of bullets and make you live a life worse than death. Auntie, I'm telling the truth. Otherwise, I'd be struck by lightning. Dao Yinping regretted slamming himself into the door without even gritting his teeth. But now, death was inevitable, and he just wanted to die quickly. I remember something. That Shui Shao, when the high temperature started, secretly planned to build a private base ahead of the official authorities. I think it was called. Dao Yinping suddenly pulled the corner of his mouth and squinted his eyes as he recalled, then said, Flame Base. It said he's a fortune teller, predicting high temperatures and heavy rain, saying the end of the world is coming. But I only learned about this 2 days ago. At first, everyone thought it was Brother Ma who was telling the truth. Later, I learned he was just following orders from above. Jianyan was shocked. So, the true reborn person is actually this Master Shui. Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing exchanged glances. If Ma Longbu and his gang are just lackeys of Master Shui, then dealing with them would obviously be difficult. Where is the flame base? Yi Qing asked. That's a secret, but it's most likely in the north. North? Yes. The feng shui of this city used to say the south is rich, the north is noble, the east is poor, and the west is destitute. He believed in that, so he built it in the north. Then where is Ma Longbu's safe house? I don't know. He always goes there with Lao San, never with me. Then let me ask you, does Ma Longbu contact you through the intercom when he leaves the safe house? Dao Yiping nodded, not knowing what she meant by that question. So, he went to see Master Shui for his birthday today. Did he contact you? Dao Yiping shook his head. No, not from morning till night. He's very suspicious. On weekdays, whenever he's not here, he checks on me every hour. This is why I'm so annoyed with him. He doesn't trust people he employs, but he checks on me every day. It makes me look down on him, like a 3-year-old child. Jianyan ignored his complaints and rants. She had already found the answer in her heart. Chapter 139. There's a certain distance requirement for communication between walkie-talkies. Even if you're confident, Ma Longbu wouldn't go a day without calling the walkie-talkie. It seems that Master Shui's fiery base and Ma Longbu's group's safe house aren't in the same place. Furthermore, it's at least 30 or 40 kilometers away from Repulse Bay. This is understandable. To establish a private base, while avoiding official authorities, the more remote the better. However, it can't be too remote, as that would make it difficult to find a suitable high-rise building. Therefore, newly developed high-rise residential buildings on the outskirts of the city become the best choice. Alternatively, if the enemy is truly powerful and has a strong background, they might even take over the mountain air raid shelters. Besides, it's all ocean outside, and the rain is pouring down. The fact that they were able to locate the target location from such a distance suggests that Ma Longbu and his group possess some special positioning equipment. Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing naturally considered these points. The two glanced at Jianyan simultaneously. Jianyan took a breath and returned to the topic. Okay, now let's talk about what happened on the 22nd floor. Dao Yinping's shoulders trembled, and his face paled. Yi Qing and Sun Jingtao subconsciously clenched their fists. Jianyan, after I tell you the last secret I know, can you please let me go? Seriously, this is my last secret. Dao Yinping pleaded again. What he meant by letting me go was simply a desperate plea for death. After all, he hadn't protected his home well, and when Ma Longbu returned, he would skin him alive just the same. The end would be even worse than it is now. He had always been dissatisfied with Ma Longbu's partiality. Now, since he himself was dying anyway, he didn't want Ma Longbu and the third brother to live a peaceful life. That was why he was willing to reveal everything he knew to Jianyan and her group. Jianyan pondered for a second and said, okay. Dao Yinping swallowed. Then, can you give me a sip of water first? Yi Qing glared at him fiercely. No. Dao Yinping glanced at the knife in his hand with a winced look, pursed his chapped lips, and reluctantly continued, that young Master Shui's fiery base. Actually, we privately call it the beauty hunting base. That's because young Master Shui really likes beautiful women. It doesn't matter if they're ugly, as long as they have a good figure. Because his base. It's said to be equipped with a complete plastic surgery system. He had doctors perform surgeries based on a given character template, and whoever looked the most like him would receive a reward. Those with expressive voices, high emotional intelligence, and the ability to act like a spoiled child were the most favored. Those who failed, grew tired of him, or simply displeased him were often tossed to subordinates or fed to the dogs. In any case, his personality was unpredictable, and his methods were brutal. Even Ma Ge had to be wary of mentioning his name. Hearing this, Jianyan, Sun Jingtao, and Yi Qing felt their hearts sink. They all thought of someone from before the apocalypse. That person was so similar. Not only was his behavior extremely pathological, but he was also quite arrogant and high-profile. He was from the nth generation. His surname was also Shui Miaomiu. The name sounded somewhat feminine, a bit like a girl's. According to popular legend, when Shui Miaomiu was born, a fortune teller calculated his horoscope and said that his 5 elements were deficient in water, and his destiny was dominated by yang. It said that extreme yang leads to madness, while extreme yin leads to death. So, after much deliberation, they chose the name Miao Miao. Because his parents had their son in their old age, and he was a son, they doted on him with extraordinary care. Rumor has it that the couple, and even the elders in the family, once declared that they would handle any problems their son caused outside, as long as they didn't involve human life. This also shaped Shui Miao Miao's arrogant and domineering personality from a young age. It was said that he was so pathological that he would kick pregnant stray cats and dogs on the street to vent his anger. Over the years, he had slept with many women, from internet celebrities to young girls. Anyone he set his sights on could be taken back. Jiang Yin had accidentally ended up on his list. Her family was relatively wealthy in the area. Unfortunately, her parents were only wealthy. They were all orphans from an orphanage, with clean family backgrounds. There was no way they could compete with him. And wealth is sometimes nothing compared to power. Fortunately, by the time Jiang Yin received the threatening message, demanding she arrive at a suite at a certain star-rated hotel by a certain time the next day, Shui Miaomiu's grandfather, the family's greatest supporter, had passed away. With his patron's death, his crimes were gradually exposed. Jiang Yin had a temporary escape. Afterwards, Shui Miaomiu, convicted of murder and arson, was naturally imprisoned. However, not long after, just before his execution, he died. It is said that he died of a sudden heart attack. Both his arrest and his death were trending, making him a household name, a typical example of a negative figure whose parents failed to educate him. At the time, there were rumors speculating about his death, saying the Shui family had spent a fortune hiring a body double for plastic surgery. But later, these stories were gradually forgotten. Thinking back now, Jiang Yin still feels a chill in her heart. If this young Master Shui is the reborn Shui Miao Miao, that would be bad news for the people of the entire city. Even with the authority behind him, he could still have done some things. Not to mention the current apocalyptic backdrop, it's only to be expected that he become even more aggressive. Perhaps all of Ma Longview and his gang's actions were secretly orchestrated by him. From this perspective, it's likely that Repulse Bay community is no longer suitable for us to stay. But the prerequisite is that we must first eliminate Ma Longview and his gang and secure the gold. Thinking of this, Jiang Yin glanced sharply at Dao Yinping. Get to the point. Tell me about his supplies and manpower, whether he has weapons, and so on. I just heard what Brother Ma said when he was drunk one day, bragging to me. It's not necessarily accurate. It said he's quite powerful, very good at divination, and that the base is well stocked with supplies, including many firearms. So, many people who knew him before wanted to join. However, besides his core personnel, he has assessment criteria for other candidates. To enter the base, one must meet certain qualifications, such as handing over a certain number of women and children up front. Supplies and men must also be handed over. However, he doesn't need men right now, so asking them to go would be a waste of time. He only wants men who have survived the torrential rain and natural disaster. This Master Shui is a real monster. Tian Jiliang, who had been silent to the side, suddenly spoke through gritted teeth. Chapter 140. Everyone felt a mixture of emotions. Jiang Yin collected her thoughts, and gave Dao Yinping a cold look. What does he want so many children for? And you haven't told me what's going on the 22nd floor yet? I don't know. It seems he's selecting those children for training and research. It's said that the substances extracted from those mutant leeches have special effects, so he wants them too, and he wants them in large sizes. We can't catch that many, so we thought of breeding them alive, Dao Yinping said awkwardly, glancing cautiously at the stool next to him. Breeding them alive? No wonder there were so many corpses and leech cocoons in the house. Although she had guessed most of it before, Jiang Yin still couldn't help but gasp. Such a diabolical matter, recounted by Dao Yinping, sounded as if raising chickens and ducks. And there was no trace of awe on his face. One could only imagine how unscrupulous they were in their daily lives. Sun Jingtao had never been to the 22nd floor, but he had already learned of the tragic situation downstairs from Yi Qing's description. Now, the usually calm and composed Sun Jingtao felt his blood rush to his head as he listened to the other party's shameless words. His heart was completely broken. I, Sun Jingtao, will not be a human being if I don't wipe out Ma Longview and his gang in this lifetime. If he continued to swallow his anger and only cared about self-preservation when others had bullied him right to his doorstep, the end result would be the end of everyone. So, be damned, self-preservation and evasion. Dao Yinping, fearing that his anger would be directed at him, quickly took small steps to the side. Sun Jingtao's fist and gaze were indeed aimed at him, but remembering that Jiang Yin hadn't finished her interrogation, he finally gritted his teeth and slammed his fist down on the sofa. Tian Jiliang sighed. Little son, I'm not trying to discourage you. They're armed, cunning, and ruthless. How can they be so easy to deal with? Besides, in this kind of environment, it's hard to protect yourself, let alone destroy them. His words sounded ordinary, but they actually added fuel to the fire. After all, the ocean was vast outside, and they couldn't go anywhere. They could only desperately defend their home and drive the bad guys out of the neighborhood. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Of course, he wanted to lead the charge, but his current disability wouldn't allow it. Sun Jingtao heard the provocation in his words and didn't argue, simply saying, "There are always more solutions than problems." Although he was angry, it wasn't a rash decision. Think about it, during a mission, he once took on a dozen thugs single-handedly. If he really took on Ma Longbu and his gang alone, he wouldn't have no chance of victory. And now, he had Yi Qing by his side. As for Jiang Yan, the one with the gun, he wasn't sure. What's wrong? What happened? Su Dai, who was in the bedroom, heard her husband stomping and roaring, and ran out in terror, binoculars in hand. Outside, a heavy rain was pouring, and Dao Yinping's voice was trembling and low. From her bedroom, she stared intently out the window, only able to see a few people and hear their voices indistinctly. Nothing. Yi Qing, equally violent, took a deep breath and changed the subject. "Sister Dai, didn't you find anything outside?" He hadn't told Su Dai about the hundreds of bodies on the 22nd floor. She, too, had been concentrating on watching the outside from her bedroom, never leaving for a moment. "No, it's raining heavily today, and it's getting dark earlier than usual. I don't think they'd be back. By the way, the water level outside is almost above the 22nd floor waistline." The others sighed silently upon hearing this, but remained silent. The torrential rain continues, and it's only a matter of time before the water level continues to rise. The successive natural disasters are hard enough to survive, and now there's Ma Longbu and his gang wreaking havoc. It's a good thing they're not here today. Otherwise, who knows how many more desperate families across the street would have jumped on their bandwagon and fallen prey to their mischief. Sun Jingtao had calmed down by now. He glanced at Su Dai and said, "Wife, why don't you turn on the light?" Su Dai, probably from keeping the telescope tube against her face, had two distinct circles around her eyes. "Oh, okay." Su Dai realized how dim the room had become. Everyone was busy today, and there hadn't been enough time to light the earthen stove. The living room was chilly. There was a faint, unpleasant smell of blood. There was blood from Tian Jiliang, Dao Yinping, and even Yi Qing's trouser legs. Yi Qing's trousers were mostly soaked with blood. He had been so busy telling Sun Jingtao about the discovery downstairs when he returned that he hadn't had time to change them. Su Dai struck a match and lit the alcohol lamp. Jiang Yan looked at the dim light in the room and felt like she had traveled back to her parents' generation. She had many powerful searchlights and spotlights in her space, but unfortunately, she lacked a good reason to use them. It was dark, and her vision gradually adjusted. There was a knock on the door. Yi Qing turned and quickly walked to the door. After looking through the peephole, he creaked it open. "Brother Liu," Yi Qing let him in. The man was a thin, medium-sized man. He carried two large bags. He nodded slightly to Yi Qing and walked into the room with a serious expression. "Old Liu," Sun Jingtao said, recognizing the newcomer, and stood up. The man's eyes flashed with surprise and fear when he saw Jiang Yan and Dao Yinping. After nodding and greeting everyone, he looked at Sun Jingtao and said straight to the point, "Little son, these are the supplies distributed downstairs. I'm saving some for you, since you helped rescue them. And since Sister Jiang is here too, I'm putting them here together," Old Liu said, placing the two large plastic bags on the dining table. Jiang Yan took a look. It was a pile of instant noodles in buckets, with all kinds of flavors. Sun Jingtao and his crew weren't exactly short of supplies, but they certainly couldn't tell anyone else, so they could only say thank you. "Also, I come up to ask for your opinion. We reserved a small portion of the supplies in room 2901 for emergency use, and the majority of the rest has been distributed to each household upstairs. Those people downstairs have been eating mutant leech meat lately. Aside from the ones who attacked us, we also given a small portion to the remaining residents. Now, I'm wondering if we should also return those kitchen knives and fruit knives that we collected, which resemble weapons, to these residents?" Jiang Yan was stunned. She hadn't expected the other party to be so clueless. This wasn't the time to repay kindness with evil. Tian Jiliang pushed his glasses up with his uninjured hand and said, "Let's just divide it up. When Ma Longbu and his gang return, they have weapons and can help me hold out for a while. What do you think, Xiao Sun? After all, you are the ones who seized this supply depot." You have the final say on how to deal with it. Chapter 141. Sun Jingtao pondered for a second before saying, why not divide it up? After all, we took it back from them. He then turned to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, what do you think? Yes, Jiang Yan, what do you think? Tian Zhiliang realized that his answer had been a bit hasty. He was indeed the organizer of the remaining owners, but the distribution of supplies and weapons certainly wasn't his decision. The man known as Old Lu was stunned for a moment, then looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan glanced at the others and said, I suggest you keep the weapons for now, and don't distribute them. Everyone looked puzzled, question marks. Jiang Yan looked at Tian Zhiliang. If I understand correctly, the owners on the 31st and 32nd floors didn't have their families abducted by Ma Longbu's gang, right? And for the owners downstairs, most of their children or wives were taken hostage. Yes, Tian Zhiliang nodded. That's right. The people upstairs will fight tooth and nail to protect their families from the criminals. But the people downstairs, with their families in the hands of the criminals, are actually being controlled by their actions. It's not impossible for them to turn against us. She added, don't forget how you got those injuries on your hands and feet. Hey, the 2 residents in Building C who attacked me were being held captive by Ma Longbu's gang, and the knife was given to them by someone Ma Longbu had. Tian Zhiliang looked a little embarrassed, but he didn't hide it. So, if Ma Longbu's gang returns, I don't expect the residents downstairs to help, but I don't want them to hold us back at this critical moment, Jiang Yan said bluntly and mercilessly. Yes, I think Jiang Yan is right. Yi Qing agreed. Sun Jingtao reacted instantly. Old Lu and Tian Zhiliang exchanged a glance, a wave of fear in their hearts. Okay then. I go down and have them collect their weapons. He then inquired, by the way, it's getting dark soon, and we can't let down our guard downstairs. Xiao Zhang and Xiao Lu can't see anything from the hallway. How about I take them downstairs first? He didn't really need to use such a requesting tone. After all, they were neighbors who saw each other every day. Although he had heard about the incident on the 32nd floor, it was today, witnessing Jiang Yan and the others annihilate Dao Yinping's gang, that a sense of awe welled up within him. He subconsciously became more polite as he spoke. Yes. Sun Jingtao nodded, not wanting to correct him. Tian Zhiliang said somewhat embarrassedly, Old Lu, please take me downstairs too. I've been bothering you all day. Old Zhao, you should come down too. He couldn't help much here, he might as well go downstairs and brainwash the upstairs residents, give them a little pep talk or something. Looking at Sun Jingtao, Yi Qing, and Jiang Yan, it was clear they had something to discuss. He wasn't blind. That old Zhao downstairs was the undercover standing nearby. His full name was Zhao Pengfei, and he used to be a martial arts instructor for children. I don't know if he could fight, but he was much stronger than the average homeowner. Old Lu nodded, that's fine. Zhao Pengfei's thoughts finally came to him after hearing Tian Zhiliang's words, and a flicker of embarrassment crossed his face. He should have gone downstairs earlier. Unexpectedly, Dao Yinping's words were so explosive that he forgot to leave. Jiang Yan, Xiao Sun, Xiao Yi, just stay upstairs and prepare. The dozens of residents downstairs are your strong support. If there's anything we can help with, just let us know. Tian Zhiliang said, supporting himself with one hand on the sofa and standing up. Old Lu hurried over and supported him. In Tian Zhiliang's opinion, Ma Longbu and his gang were indeed brutal. But for now, it seemed that Jiang Yan was on their side. With her around, many things would be easier. I could also help lead the charge. I used to be a martial arts coach, so I have some basic skills, Zhao Pengfei said, looking at Jiang Yan. He could clearly see that Sun Jingtao and the others valued her opinion, though he didn't know why. After all, among them, Jiang Yan was clearly the youngest. Okay, Jiang Yan nodded, not refusing. Upon hearing her words, Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing glanced at each other, their inner confidence instantly surging. Old Lu stepped forward, bent over, and lifted Tian Zhiliang onto his back. The door closed, and the room suddenly fell silent. Everyone's gaze returned to Dao Yinping. Then he grinned and said quietly, I just heard so much. You know, only the dead can keep secrets, right? Speak human. Yi Qing kicked him in the ass. A piercing pain radiated from the center, and Dao Yinping grimaced in agony. Please die. Jiang Yan raised her lips. Tell me the details of Ma Longbu's gang and the Golden Shield Security Company, including their personnel, structure, key personnel, and jurisdictions, and I kill you. I want internal information, not official information. I'm just a low-ranking official, Dao Yinping said, looking embarrassed, but she still confessed everything she knew. Jiang Yan listened and glanced at Yi Qing. Tie him up, seal his mouth, and throw him aside. When Ma Longbu returns to the area and uses the intercom to contact you, you better think carefully about what you're going to say. If you even let a single word slip, I make your life a living hell. Jiang Yan stood up and patted him on the shoulder. Dao Yiping collapsed as if a mountain had fallen on her head. No, big sister, why are you still not keeping your word? Jiang Yan sneered. With a scum like you, what kind of integrity and morality can there be? Yi Qing stood up, tied the man's hands and feet, and threw him into another corner of the living room. There was a low cabinet there, and with the sound of rain, he couldn't hear or see, and it didn't bother him anymore. But just to be safe, Yi Qing dragged a solid wooden dining table chair over and tied him to the back of it a second time. If he moved like that, everyone would see and hear him. Dao Yiping was filled with regret. Banging his head against the wall was out of the question, but he didn't have the courage to bite his tongue to commit suicide. Yi Qing looked at Jiang Yan and Sun Jingtao. Jiang Yan, brother Tao, what are your plans now? Take the initiative or wait and see? Sun Jingtao frowned slightly. Let me think about it. Jiang Yan glanced at Yi Qing. The way you seized the gun and subdued Dao Yiping just now was very skillful. You seem quite familiar with shotguns too. Have you learned them? Yes, I've been a gun enthusiast since I was a kid. I watched a lot of instructional videos over the internet, and I took shooting lessons as a hobby. This semester, I even handled a real gun a few times in military class. As for the way I subdued Dao Yiping, it was the prisoner-catching fist I learned with brother Tao. Yi Qing didn't know why Jiang Yan suddenly asked this, but he told her everything. Chapter 142. Hearing Yi Qing's words, Su Dai instantly became excited and praised, Jiang Yan, Xiao Yi is the champion of this year's National College Students Wushu Routine Championship, and he's also a specially recruited National Defense student. He's amazing. He learned the prisoner-catching fist that Sun Jingtao taught him after just 2 viewings. Unlike me, I still haven't memorized a single move. Su Dai finished, not forgetting to curl her lips at her husband. Sun Jingtao, who was contemplating how to respond, glanced up and smiled knowingly, but said nothing. Sister Dai, you're too kind. Yi Qing spoke modestly, but his eyes secretly glanced at Jiang Yan, who was unaware that she was staring at him with a sizing expression. Jiang Yan, what are you thinking about? Yi Qing blurted out, then realized he asked the wrong question. Thinking about what to eat tonight. Jiang Yan withdrew her gaze and thoughts, and chuckled. In reality, she was thinking about the fact that she would soon be teaming up with Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing to take on Ma Longbu and his gang. What weapons within the space could she legitimately use? Also, was Yi Qing a man worthy of her trust? This trust was based on both his character and his abilities. He was quiet, cooperative, able to remain patient and fearless in the face of danger, possessed strong mobility and combat prowess, and possessed a sense of initiative and responsibility. That was the initial impression he left on her this afternoon. As for the rest, that was all. Hey, look at me! I forgot the most crucial thing. They say a full stomach gives you the energy to think and work. We're about to face the enemy. How about we all improve our meals tonight and have instant noodles? Su Dai said, rising and unwrapping a plastic bag that old Lu had brought. There were exactly 6 buckets of instant noodles inside. Before anyone could reply, she fluently listed the dishes. We have chicken stewed with mushrooms, spicy beef, braised beef, beef and golden soup, and tomato and egg. What would you like? Once you've chosen, I go boil some water to soak the noodles. By the time you finish discussing, it'd be ready to eat. Ladies first, you two choose first, Sun Jingtao said. He felt a bit amused. One moment, they were discussing resistance policy, and the next moment, the topic had turned to improving the food. But his wife was right, and he couldn't argue. I have the braised beef, thank you, Jiang Yan said. She had originally planned to go back and get some dry pot spicy shrimp after they finished discussing countermeasures. But she was worried that Ma Longbu and his gang would come back in the dark, braving the torrential rain. Forget it, she'd just have some instant noodles to fill her stomach. Su Dai chose tomato and egg, while Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing chose spicy beef and golden broth beef, respectively. By the way, I found this firewood stick in Ma Longbu's house downstairs. You should be able to use it, Jiang Yan said, handing the thin metal firewood stick to Su Dai. Wow, thank you. That clay stove at home will be perfect for it. Su Dai happily accepted it, and got up to boil some water. Jiang Yan then retrieved her backpack, which had been placed on a nearby chair, and unzipped it. I found some other things you two might like. Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing looked puzzled. Jiang Yan unloaded the supplies from her bag one by one. Su Dai, who had just boiled some water, strode back curiously upon hearing about the supplies she had looted from Ma Longbu's house. Looking at the hand-crank power bank, half a pack of Wazi, half a box of cigars, half a bottle of Mutai Prince liquor, 2 bottles of Shaojin liquor, nylon rope, coffee candy, and mint candy on the table, Su Dai's jaw nearly dropped. She grabbed the hand-crank power bank and exclaimed, "My God! Ma Longbu lives such a luxurious life. And this is just the supplies for a temporary base. How much more luxurious would it be in his secret safe house? Under normal circumstances, these supplies wouldn't be much. But right now, there are only a handful of people who can still smoke and drink, and of decent quality." Sun Jingtao looked at Jiang Yan with admiration. As expected, Jiang Yan, you're more professional and meticulous. 2904, 2 owners had actually gone in and looked around before, and told him they found nothing. But Jiang Yan unexpectedly found these precious things. She must have put a lot of thought into it. After all, they even picked up the metal fire stick. Seeing the atmosphere was building, Jiang Yan reached back into her backpack, actually pulling out a Ruger semi-automatic pistol from the space. I also found this thing under Ma Longbu's mattress. Taking out the gun was a decision Jiang Yan made after careful consideration. A craftsman must first sharpen his tools before he can do his job well. Based on Dao Yinping's previous explanation to Golden Shield Security, she speculated that Ma Longbu's so-called safe house wasn't his sole responsibility. He clearly didn't have enough manpower to guard so many hostages and supplies. It was most likely a new base chosen by Golden Shield Security in the context of the apocalypse. It was similar to Shueishao's fiery base. The fiery base was more of a gathering place for supplies and personnel, while the safe house was more of a transit point for these bandits after they had gathered people and supplies from various neighborhoods. Therefore, they faced more than just one Ma Longbu. Possibly dozens of them. Although she might have been overthinking it. However, it was her principle to err on the side of the fence rather than underestimate the enemy. After all, after annihilating Ma Longbu's gang, the next step would undoubtedly be to find the safe house. Facing those bandits was inevitable, sooner or later. As for her weapons, she didn't choose them blindly. A typical pistol only holds 8 or 9 rounds. The gun she chose had a larger magazine capacity, holding 20 rounds. Since she had chosen to fight alongside Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing, she naturally needed to improve their combined combat effectiveness. She wasn't worried about their strength, but having a handy weapon would clearly increase the three's chances of victory. Although they also had a shotgun, its maximum power was within 10 meters. The pistol could directly increase the range to 50 meters. She had heavy machine guns and other items in her space, but she clearly lacked a good reason to bring them out. After much thought, this was the most suitable option. Also, it was because Yi Qing knew guns, had learned to shoot, and could defend himself. Otherwise, Jiang Yan wouldn't have brought them out. After all, even the most advanced weapons, in the hands of someone who couldn't use them, were nothing more than rubbish or a source of trouble. Yi Qing, ? Sun Jingtao, ? This time, it was their turn to drop their jaws. They both swallowed subconsciously. A gun? A real gun? What man wouldn't be tempted? Su Dai wasn't tempted though. But that didn't stop her mouth from forming a big O in surprise. Yi Qing, since you're also familiar with shooting, this gun is yours, Jiang Yan said, handing the black pistol directly to Yi Qing. Chapter 143. It was like the goddess he had long admired suddenly confessing her love to. Yi Qing's pupils were stunned for a second, his heart pounding. Thank you. He reacted immediately, carefully accepting the weapon with both hands as if it were a treasure, then carefully examining it. After a single glance at the inscription on the gun, Yi Qing understood 2 things. First, Jiang Yan trusted him deeply. He didn't know how much, but it was at least more than Sun Jingtao and Su Dai. After all, he already had a shotgun, so if anyone was going to give it to someone, it should be Sun Jingtao. Second, this pistol didn't come from Ma Longbu. It was likely that Jiang Yan reluctantly gave up her personal stockpile of weapons and gave them to him for free. It was said that Ma Longbu and his gang obtained their weapons from a nearby police armory. Thus, the shotgun confiscated from Dao Yinping had a distinct star symbol on its inscription. That's the logo all domestic guns bear. The gun Jiang Yan gave him, however, had clearly foreign specifications engraved on its body. Where the star would be located, a sharp-eyed falcon's head was engraved. It was most likely produced in Gale country. Luckily, there was only a small alcohol lamp on the table, dimly lighting it, so Sun Jingtao across from him wouldn't be able to discern it. Yi Qing looked up at Jiang Yan with gratitude, only to see her expression composed. She pulled 2 more magazines from her backpack and placed them in front of him. And these 2. Adding the full magazine that came with the pistol, that gave him a total of 60 rounds, more than enough. If the enemy had been outnumbered, they would have been mowed down. Oh my god! Sun Jingtao was so surprised by this that he swore. Before Sun Jingtao could reach out to examine the magazine, Yi Qing had already snatched it up and tucked it into his pocket, treating it like a treasure. The combat uniform he was wearing today already had a special magazine pouch. It was as if it was custom made for him. Xiao Yi, this gun looks a bit like a PKK. After you've seen it, let me admire and examine it. Sun Jingtao was a little puzzled by Yi Qing's sudden petty behavior, but he didn't dwell on it. Yi Qing's face lit up with a hint of pride, and he bluntly declined, "No, brother Tao. This is a gift from Jiang Yan. I treasure it. I won't show it to you. If you want to study it, start with the tobacco and alcohol," Yi Qing said, reaching out and pushing the Huazi and Mount Ai bottles on the table towards him. "Oh my god! You're such a jerk!" Sun Jingtao feigned anger, almost raising his hand to slap him. Yi Qing chuckled and didn't argue, instead carefully putting his gun away. This kid, when did he become so stingy? Su Dai, standing by, almost burst out laughing at his unusual expression and behavior. But she hadn't seen Yi Qing this happy in a long time. Inwardly, she felt strangely happy for him. Su Dai finished speaking, stood up, added hot water to the instant noodles, and then placed a bowl in front of each person according to their preferences. After putting his gun away, Yi Qing regained his usual serious expression. He looked at Sun Jingtao and said, "Brother Tao, that shotgun, while powerful, requires a lot of skill to operate. I definitely can't handle it myself. They say a sword makes a hero. That gun, I'd give it to you." "Are you sure?" Sun Jingtao raised an eyebrow. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable joy. Yi Qing nodded yes. "Certain and certain." Hearing this, Sun Jingtao stood up and slapped him. "At least you have some conscience." Jiang Yan subconsciously glanced at Yi Qing, her lips curling up. "Yes, I wasn't mistaken. This kid is quite savvy." Sun Jingtao, now the master of the shotgun, unloaded the magazine with a quartet. There are 9 pellets. Jiang Yan took one look at the pellets and understood. This gun looked similar to the ones in her own spatial arsenal, but they weren't the same type of pellets. There were no substitutes. But these 9 were enough. Oh, only 9. Why not call them pellets instead of bullets? Su Dai looked puzzled. A projectile generally refers to a cylindrical bullet. This one is called a buckshot, originally used for deer hunting. The bullet is composed of several copper-coated lead pellets, a type commonly used by special police forces. Within a projectile are different lead pellets of varying sizes. Firing one at a time is effectively like firing multiple pellets, Jiang Yan explained. "Jiang Yan, how come you know everything?" This time, Su Dai was completely shocked. The remaining 2 were equally shocked. Su Dai had actually wanted to ask this question for a long time, but had been holding it in. Jiang Yan half smiled, "Because I attended a special agent training camp when I was abroad." Su Dai, huh? Jiang Yan's excuse was outrageous. Still, Su Dai seemed to believe it. She wanted to ask for more details, but Yi Qing changed the subject. "All right, Jiang Yan, brother Tao, let's discuss our response plan right away." Speaking of a plan, there's really not much to say. In a word, just do it. The 22nd floor will soon be flooded, and Ma Longbu and his gang will probably return from the 23rd floor. Of course, they can wade in from the 22nd floor. After all, the glass there has been pried open, which would avoid duplication of effort. So, it would be safer to ambush in the 23rd floor hallway or on the 24th floor. We can then act flexibly according to the situation. After all, they are in the dark, while the enemy is in the open. Now that everyone has weapons, they are in a favorable position. As for the group led by Tian Jiliang, their responsibility is to guard and appease the residents downstairs and prevent them from causing trouble at the last minute. However, there are still uncontrollable factors. 1. When will the enemy return? 2. Will they have additional personnel and firearms when they return? As for the safe house where the hostages and supplies are being held, there's still time to search for it after we dealt with them. Just as they were thinking, the noodles were ready. The hungry group was about to lift the lid and eat their noodles when they heard the intercom, which had been almost silent all day, suddenly buzz. "Oh my god! It's finally ringing!" Su Dai, who was in charge of the intercom, jumped up reflexively and reached for it, but Jiang Yan stopped her. "Don't worry, bring Dao Yinping here first." Yi Qing had already stood up and brought the unconscious Dao Yinping over. Pa! A cup of cold rainwater was poured on him, and the latter immediately opened his eyes. At first, he looked fierce, then panic and fear filled his eyes. But he soon heard the intercom call, and his eyes froze for a second. Jiang Yan said coldly, "Do you know what to say?" Dao Yinping shook his head frantically and nodded quickly. At Jiang Yan's nod, Yi Qing peeled off the carpet tape covering his mouth, pressed the receive button on the intercom, and handed it to him. Chapter 144. Boss! Dao Yinping gritted his teeth, raising his voice a few notches, and flattered. Damn Dao Yinping! You're so powerful, you dare not answer my call for so long? Ma Longbia's piercing voice came intermittently from the intercom. Jiang Yan frowned and listened carefully. The background sound was very clean, with a faint sound of rain. It seemed that the other party was inside the house, near the window. Boss, I'm sorry. I just ran some errands. Ha ha, you know. Dao Yinping, swallowing his anger, continued to flatter. Ma Longview on the other side naturally cursed and scolded again. Su Dai and the others stared at each other. Is this Dao Yinping really the second in command of the gang? Why does it feel like he's being treated worse than a small fry? Those cowards on the 32nd floor haven't been out for a few days, right? Ma Longview on the other side burped, as if picking his teeth. Dao Yinping glanced awkwardly at Jiang Yan and the others. He didn't go out. He's all been cooped up at home. Sun Jingtao suddenly stood up and tiptoed quickly into the master bedroom. He soon emerged, holding an A5-sized hardcover notebook and a marker, with a line of words scribbled on it. Ask him where he is? When will he be back? Dao Yinping smiled wryly for a few seconds, then rambled on a few more random things before changing the subject. Boss, where are you? Are you coming back? Is it your place to ask about my whereabouts? No, I shouldn't ask. I'm just concerned. Forget it. I'm not afraid to tell you. I won't be back for a while. You stay guarding Repulse Bay. If anything goes wrong, I hold you responsible. He hasn't been back in a while? Jiang Yan and the others frowned. This was both good news and bad news. After all, waiting for something to happen is much easier than taking the initiative. Ma Longview, speaking on the other end of the intercom, was full of energy, his tone incredibly arrogant, as if he had found a powerful backer. After another round of fierce curses, the other party snapped the intercom off. The room fell into silence. Ouch! Before Dao Yinping could utter a single word, Yi Qing slashed him unconscious with a single blow. Su Dai reached out and tugged at Sun Jingtao, worriedly saying, Honey, that Ma Haizi hasn't been back in a while. What should we do? Since he won't come back, we just go and attack him. We won't have peace until these evildoers are eradicated, Sun Jingtao said, glancing at Jiang Yan and Yi Qing. Yi Qing nodded. Yes, sooner rather than later. I speculate that it's very likely that they gained something after meeting with young Master Shui. It's also possible that the heavy rain is still falling and about to flood their safe house, so they're transporting supplies, women, and children to the base. But the problem is, it's all ocean outside, and it's raining hard. It's easy to get lost. Where are we going to attack? Su Dai glanced out the floor-to-ceiling window and curled her lips. Wait a minute, I go charge my phone and see if the offline navigation works, Sun Jingtao said, picking up the hand-crank power bank that Jiang Yan had confiscated from the table and taking a look. The battery indicator only had a small green light, so it probably wasn't much left. It would take quite a while to fully charge it manually. However, the battery level indicated by the small green light was enough to power the phone for a while. Su Dai glanced at her husband. Offline navigation? Isn't there no network now? Even if there was navigation, it would have been useless long ago, right? No network because the base station on the ground is having problems. But offline navigation requires satellite signal, unless we're incredibly unlucky and even lose the satellite signal. As Sun Jingtao spoke, he had already charged the phone he had found. Looking at the red lightning charging icon on the phone screen, Su Dai and Yi Qing were both excited. After all, the phone had been dormant for a long time. Jiang Yan knew that the satellite signal was indeed gone. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had to painstakingly draw coordinate axis and use a theodolite and compass when she went looking for the jewels. But she couldn't say anything. The more she said, the more she exposed herself. The lightning on the phone screen finally turned green, and Sun Jingtao impatiently turned it on. How's it going? Three heads scrambled forward. Looking at the blank screen on the map app, they stared in amazement. The loading process failed, and the satellite signal is gone, Su Dai sighed. The mood among them was a little heavy. It was as if the small spark of fire that had just begun to grow within them was instantly extinguished by the rain. Jiang Yan, watching quietly nearby, pondered for a second before speaking. Without navigation, finding their lair is indeed a bit difficult. However, it's not completely impossible. Since the intercom was able to communicate, the approximate area could be demarcated. Also, Ma Longbu and his group had naturally stored their supplies above the water. The water level had now reached the 22nd floor. Not only did they need to store supplies and detain people, they also needed to reserve living space for themselves. That meant the building had to be at least 25 stories high. Third, since their safe house had been prepared long ago, it couldn't have been in an old residential complex or one already occupied. It was most likely a building or office building that met the delivery requirements, but hadn't yet been delivered. Such a house would be fully equipped, and after being heated, few people would pay attention to it. This significantly narrowed the scope of their search. As for location, she could even search jewelry stores dozens of meters underwater, not to mention anything above the surface. It would just take her some time to plot the coordinates. By then, with Huabao's invisible navigation and a live map, finding her destination would be a breeze. What's the method? Su Dai was puzzled. In her opinion, with no navigation or maps, a torrential downpour, and only 2 rubber boats for the group, finding the shopping mall near the community in the pouring rain was a real problem. Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing frowned and pondered, vaguely guessing a solution, but still wanted to hear Jiang Yan's thoughts first. Jiang Yan naturally shared her analysis. Some of her ideas coincided with those of Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing, though she was more detailed. I remember Tian Jiliang used to work for a listed real estate company. He's an investor, so he should be very familiar with these properties. So, I go downstairs and ask him. Sun Jingtao volunteered. In less than 2 minutes, he came up, a look of excitement on his face. Good news. There are only 3 properties that meet the requirements. They're not far from each other, but they're a bit far from here. Chapter 145. There are still a few houses above water. We're quite familiar with this city, and with a little time, we can identify them from memory. As long as we use them as reference points and find our way, we can find these buildings even without navigation. I remember I bought a compass before. I go look for it. Sun Jingtao turned and went into the study. The group instantly became excited again. As expected, 3 heads are better than a shrewd master. The 4 of them immediately got to work, quickly coming up with a detailed plan. Sun Jingtao even hand-drew 2 blueprints and stored them in plastic bags. After much deliberation, they called up the martial arts coach, Xiao Pingfei. Because they were unfamiliar with Ma Longbi's group's stronghold, they prioritized quality over quantity. For people, armed with weapons, were more than enough. Tian Jiliang also gathered a pile of axes, long swords, and other items and had them brought up. Xiao Pingfei, the only one without a gun, picked up 2 axes and 3 daggers and sent them downstairs. The final decision was that Su Dai would be responsible for guarding the house. She really wanted to go, but she knew that if she went, she would only be a hindrance and wouldn't be of much help. Besides, the people downstairs had already started moving to the 32nd floor corridor. If she left, it wasn't impossible for the house to be occupied. Ultimately, she had no choice but to stay. The others agreed to set out early the next morning, at first light. As for tonight, they should rest and recharge their batteries. Jiang Yan said goodbye to them, and returned to 3201. More happened that day than in the previous week. It's impossible not to be exhausted. But the thought of victory in sight gave her a surge of energy. Earlier at Su Dai's house, they were busy discussing countermeasures. By the time they remembered to eat, the instant noodles were already cold. They soaked for so long, each one plump and unappetizing. Jiang Yan didn't eat them either. When she got home, the fire in the fireplace had long since gone out. She was too lazy to relight it. Not knowing what tomorrow would bring, Jiang Yan simply stored all the supplies in the house, even the few plant pots that were about to sprout, into her space. She headed straight into the space, washed up, and quickly devoured a serving of spicy dry pot beef. She had originally planned to have shrimp, but she had to go to battle the next day, and beef would give her more energy. After dinner, Jiang Yan, as usual, opened her computer and recreated her blueprints, asking Hua Bao to memorize the blueprints and the parameters. Not only that, she also assigned Hua Bao a task, to record the appearance of every building in the city over 22 stories on the computer. While Hua Bao was frantically working overtime at the computer, Jiang Yan had already yawned and gone to bed. The next morning, before dawn, the group gathered at Sun Jingtao's house. Tian Jiliang even organized the people downstairs to crowdfund a few light-colored raincoats. Raincoats of this color would be less noticeable. Jiang Yan was fully prepared for the day. A bulletproof vest, hidden quivers, rain and fog-proof night vision goggles, a cold-weather jacket, and warm, waterproof shoes. As for her outerwear, she casually threw on a sports outfit that made it easy to move around. Her glasses used the latest technology, and if they had internet and Bluetooth, the lenses would even display parameters like coordinates. Unfortunately, they only have basic functionality now, but they're still impressive. Although they set out early in the morning, their actual operations took place at night. The glasses had night vision, which was a real help to them. She still had a bunch of brand new body armor in her space, but it wasn't appropriate to use them now. She could only pray for the remaining 3 to have better luck. Su Dai used the little honey and dried ginger she had at home to make some sweet soup for them. After each of them drank a large bowl, she put the rest in several thermoses and said, "It's too cold. Take the rest with you and drink it when you feel like it to warm you up." She also packed a bag of chocolate, biscuits, and other supplies for them. The chocolate had long since warped in the heat, so it was unclear if it had gone bad, but it was still a good supply. As for water, Yi Qing carried 2 bottles of mineral water, but they were for Jiang Yan. For the 3 of them, rough men, rainwater would be enough. Jiang Yan also pulled the glasses she prepared from her backpack, using a preconceived excuse. "These are a few pairs I had left from a sponsor's gift to the team when I was live streaming Wilderness Survival. I wonder if they fit you." The 3 took them with astonishment, tried them on, and found they matched perfectly. Zhao Pengfei was delighted. "Oh my! These glasses have night vision? I can see even the corners of the room so much clearer." He was about to face the criminals face to face, and if he said he wasn't afraid or stressed, he'd be lying. But seeing how thoroughly prepared everyone was, and how they were working together, he couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Su Dai hugged Sun Jingtao and Jiang Yan with some reluctance, her words choking with emotion. "I'd be waiting for you at home. Make sure you come back safely." She didn't say much, but her eyes were moist and red. This outing was likely to be dangerous. Sun Jingtao, Yi Qing, and the other 2 were determined to destroy each other, even at the cost of their lives. Only Jiang Yan felt relatively relaxed, even feeling a tinge of excitement and anticipation. After all, they were about to find a cache of gold and jewelry. An upgrade for her space was imminent. As for death, she wasn't afraid. In a critical situation, she could just duck back into the space. Besides, she still had the ultimate weapon, Hua Bao. But her face didn't show much. After the group finished preparing and said goodbye, they left the room. Yi Qing carried the rubber boat and walked last. Many people had already arrived from the 32nd floor corridor and elevator. Most were still fast asleep, but a few, half awake, saw the fully armed men carrying the rubber boat out. No one dared to ask, and they all chose to pretend to be asleep. Just as the 5 of them reached the fire exit, the door to room 3203 creaked open, and Zhou Wei emerged. He held a police battering ram in his hand and cautiously asked, "Do you need this?" Sun Jingtao, unsure of his intentions, shook his head with a wary look. "Go ahead, don't worry. I protect your home for you." Zhou Wei pursed his lips and lowered his voice. Everyone stared at each other in silence. Jiang Yan leered at him. With this kind of surveillance and sharp eyesight, it would be a shame if he wasn't a spy. Well, Zhou Wei's Adam's apple rolled, and he hesitated. "Wife, go back. Let's go." Sun Jingtao, his face grim, ignored his words. The hallway was crowded with people, and all the necessary farewells and expressions of gratitude had been completed inside the house. "Yes." Su Dai's eyes welled with tears, but she pinched her fingers, forcing a single tear to hold. "My son's name is Zhou Haoqian, and he's 8 years old." Zhou Wei didn't say much, then knelt down with a thud, kowtowed deeply to the others. They glanced at him, took a deep breath, and went downstairs. They didn't want to make any promises, because they couldn't. Outside, daybreak had already begun. Not daring to delay, they hurried downstairs. The water had already reached the bottom of the 23rd floor, so they headed straight for the 23rd floor hallway. The glass windows were quickly removed, and the men, donning raincoats and glasses, leaped down one after the other. The rain pattered down on them, and a cold wind whistled. Except for Jiang Yan, everyone else shuddered. The division of labor had been determined in advance. Jiang Yan and Yi Qing were responsible for identifying buildings with the compass and maintaining telescope alert. Sun Jingtao and Zhao Pengfei were responsible for paddling. Watching the Repulse Bay residential complex gradually disappear behind him, Sun Jingtao felt an inexplicable surge of tragic emotion. The last time he felt this way was when he and his comrades were deployed on a short-term peacekeeping mission to a war-torn country. This time, however, they were fighting not just for themselves, but also to protect their remaining home. Chapter 146. As the rubber boat reached the shopping mall near the residential complex, Sun Jingtao's tragic thoughts completely faded. "Xiao Yi, have we found out our speed yet?" he asked. "Well, about 6 kilometers per hour. Brother Tao, you and Brother Zhao should try to maintain that speed." Yi Qing finished, then directed, "Turn right, at a 30-degree angle, and continue for 3 minutes." "Okay." Sun Jingtao nodded, and Zhao Pengfei temporarily stopped paddling. He, a rough man, didn't understand things like angle control, so he just took charge. As for the overall direction of the rubber boat, Sun Jingtao took the lead. This was the plan they had just refined after a short test. The residential complexes they were heading to were on the edge of the first ring road. If it weren't for the heavy rain, finding them would be easy with just naked eye sight and a rough bearing. But with a dense rain curtain blocking their view, these crude methods were now the only options. On the map Sun Jingtao had drawn, he selected several major reference points. He had previously run at most of these points during city marathons and night runs, so he had some idea of the distances between them. After determining the speed and approximate distance, he then determined the angle and time, significantly improving the overall positioning accuracy. It was a bit demanding, though. Of the four, Yi Qing, the youngest and still in college, was the most intelligent, so the heavy lifting naturally fell to him. As for Jiangyan, she held another map and compass, responsible for making temporary additions and corrections. No matter how well Sun Jingtao controlled speed and angle, he was not a machine, and there would always be errors. With her in charge of correcting the deviation, accuracy improved noticeably. After Yi Qing finished mentally calculating, the surveillance binoculars were handed to her. At this point, Hua Bao had been released by Jiang Yin, now wrapped around her wrist in the form of a transparent vine, its large, grinning head focused on the compass in her hand. Jiang Yin actually had more precise coordinates and data, but the theodolite was clearly unavailable. Furthermore, seeing that Yi Qing and the others' methods seemed scientific, she couldn't argue further. She was particularly adept at identifying buildings where the water level was about to reach their heads. After all, Hua Bao was there to provide constant reminders. After a little over an hour, the rubber boat had reached within 2 kilometers of the nearest target building. The outlines of the buildings could be seen in the distance. Sun Jingtao and Zhao Pengfei were already sweating profusely. The sweat and rain mixed together on their faces, making it impossible to distinguish them. During the row, Yi Qing and Jiang Yan suggested switching boats, but they both declined. While paddling, Zhao Pengfei suddenly wiped the rain from his face and said, "Hey, Sun Jingtao, why do I feel like there's more water in our dinghy?" "Yes, it's more. Maybe the drain hole is clogged." Sun Jingtao glanced at the automatic drain holes on the hull, then at the drain valve. The four of them felt a sinking sensation. This wasn't good news. If the drain holes were clogged, it wouldn't take long for the rain to sink the cabin. "I should have tied Jiang Yan's dinghy to the back as a backup," Zhao Pengfei said, frowning. "It's okay. A clogged drain hole isn't a big deal. We can fix it." Sun Jingtao glanced at the multifunctional sports watch on his wrist and immediately suggested, "Jiang Yan, it's still early. Why don't we find a place nearby to rest?" "Yeah." Jiang Yan nodded. This was exactly what she was thinking. She pointed to a dark red steel building not far away and said, "Why don't we go to the parking garage next door?" The parking garage had 30 floors and was very tall, with almost half of it still above water. "Okay." Sun Jingtao nodded, adjusted the rubber boat, and paddled toward the parking garage. The entrance to the parking garage was on the ground floor. Fortunately, it was made of steel, with only some steel guardrails and no glass curtain walls, so the rubber boat could be parked right at the edge. Because they needed to check the drain holes, Zhao Pengfei and Sun Jingtao chose a wide area and pulled the rubber boat up. Surprisingly, there were several cars parked on the floor they were on. To be safe, they carried the rubber boat behind a champagne-colored commercial vehicle. Removing their rain hats and glasses, they sat down on the ground, panting. Sun Jingtao and Zhao Pengfei's hair was completely soaked, sticky, and clinging to their heads. Their faces were flushed. "Let's drink some water first," Yi Qing said, pulling out the honey and ginger water from his backpack. 1 cup was for Jiang Yan. The remaining 3 men, undeterred, shared a drink. After finishing the water, Sun Jingtao quickly discovered the problem with the drainage hole. It was clogged with some floating debris. Looking at the grayish-white, rotting, slimy substance Sun Jingtao had unearthed, Jianyan nearly vomited the honey water she had just drunk. They had encountered some severely decomposed corpses along the way. It was obvious what those things were. How about we rest for an hour? Jianyan looked at the pile of parked cars, and suddenly had an idea. Yes. The other three nodded in unison. Here, Brother Zhao, Brother Tao, I be on guard. After you eat, take a nap. Yiqing took out some chocolate and biscuits and said, That's fine. Sun Jingtao and the others didn't refuse. Jianyan also opened her backpack and took out some beef jerky. I found some of this at home. The three carnivorous men's eyes lit up at the sight. It seemed as if their strength had returned. The beef jerky had originally been beautifully packaged, but to avoid suspicion, she simply opened it and put it in a random plastic bag. Jianyan, you really are like Doraemon, Yiqing said, looking at Jianyan from the bottom of his heart. Zhao Pengfei picked up a piece, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed it quickly, asking in surprise, What's Doraemon? Sun Jingtao punched him and teased, Old Zhao, even if you don't watch cartoons, your kids do. It's just an anime character. Just think of it as a robot cat with a treasure chest. My kid. Zhao Pengfei's throat choked, and his gulping stopped abruptly. Sun Jingtao then realized that Zhao Pengfei's child had long been captured by Ma Longbi's gang. In his youth, he was somewhat unemployed, spending his days eating and drinking like a street thug. Sometimes, when he was drunk, he would beat people up without reason. Later, his wife, frightened by the beatings, ran away in a rage, leaving him alone with his son. From then on, he resolved to change his ways and become a good father. Leveraging his martial arts training, he found work as a martial arts instructor. As for our current house in Repulse Bay, we share it with another family to make it easier for our son to go to school. Sorry. Sun Jingtao reached out and patted his shoulder, apologetically. Chapter 147. It's okay. Zhao Pengfei wiped his eyes with his hand and said with gritted teeth, Even if it costs me my life today, I will find my son. Brother Zhao, I will, Yiqing comforted him. I feel a little sick in my stomach. I go upstairs. Jianyan didn't interrupt, but gestured to the upper floor with an embarrassed look. Sun Jingtao and Zhao Pengfei nodded. Okay, be careful. Are you okay? Yiqing asked worriedly, then realized what was happening, his cold face flushing. People have 3 urgent needs. The other person was a girl, so there were some things he couldn't talk about. Besides, this place was so far away from any village or shop, so there shouldn't be any danger. Even if he ran into any thugs, the danger would most likely be from someone else. It's okay. Jianyan smiled, then, as if remembering something, opened her backpack. I forgot to give you this last night. If it's inconvenient, you can put it back on when you find it suitable. As she spoke, she pulled out a black, palm-length cylindrical tube. Okay. Zhao Pengfei leaned over. Xiao Yi, what is this? A pistol silencer. Yiqing reached out and took it. Zhao Pengfei was shocked. This girl really does have a treasure chest. Jianyan had already stood up, carrying her backpack and walking briskly up the driveway. There were clearly more cars parked upstairs. To ordinary people, these cars looked like scrap metal. Without gas or electricity, they couldn't travel more than a few kilometers. But to Jianyan, they were all treasures. The space was so big anyway, it would be a waste not to take it in. The key was that she had no shortage of gas or charging stations. Wah wah. Mom, are we going to look for gold and jewelry? The piranha plant that had been following her excitedly spoke. Watching Jianyan lead it away alone, Hua Bao couldn't help but lick his tongue. Although they spoke, the two communicated through telepathy as usual. Before, with Sun Jingtao and the others present, Hua Bao didn't dare say a word, other than to communicate with Jianyan via navigation and telepathy. Although outsiders couldn't hear, it was afraid of disturbing Jianyan. No! As Jianyan spoke, she moved her mind and produced a very long, thin telescopic rod from the space. Using the telescopic rod as a medium, she collected the cars parked in the air one by one into the space. Continuing her quick and light steps upwards, in less than 20 minutes, Jianyan had collected all the cars on the 10 floors into the space. She secretly calculated that there were about 100 of them. Vans were the most numerous, followed by sedans and commercial vehicles, a few high-end sports cars, and 3 brightly colored Mercedes-Benz G-classes. 3 forklifts used to transport supplies, and a pile of leftover steel plates from the construction of the multi-story parking garage were also thrown into the space. Jianyan had no shortage of money or cars, But who could resist the joy of buying for free? After completing these tasks, she retrieved a bottle of freshly squeezed orange juice from the space and drank it. Just as she was about to go downstairs, she heard Yiqing's worried voice. Jianyan, are you okay? She quickly replied, I'm fine. I'm coming down. Yiqing heard her voice from a distance. But he couldn't dwell on it. Even on the other side, Sun Jingtao and Zhao Pingfei, who had been resting with their eyes closed, suddenly woke up at Yiqing's call. Instinctively, they drew their weapons and glanced around warily. Is Jianyan in trouble? No, she just went upstairs and didn't come down for a long time. We thought she had encountered something. It's okay. I just said yes, Yiqing explained. Zhao Pingfei reacted instantly. Well, it's normal. No one has eaten fresh fruits and vegetables for months now. Constipation for half an hour is common. Yiqing, Xiao Yi, haven't you seen anything outside recently? Sun Jingtao changed the subject. Not yet, Yiqing nodded. Watching Jianyan's figure appear on the nearby stairs, Yiqing's frown relaxed slightly. Although Jianyan's physique had been enhanced by the space, allowing her to quickly ascend and descend more than 10 floors without even breathing, her cheeks still looked a little red. The three men had noticed. But thinking it might be constipation, especially since she was a girl, he hesitated to ask too many questions. By the way, Xiuya, give me the map. Now awake, Sun Jingtao couldn't fall back asleep. He wasn't sleepy, nor was he tired. Just a little sore in his arms. You have to try to maintain a steady speed, and the rowing frequency is almost constant, which is quite demanding on your muscle endurance. As for Zhao Pingfei, although he was exhausted, he was only too anxious to find the bandit's lair. He wished he could not stop for a second. But he also knew that some things couldn't be rushed. Yiqing handed the map to Sun Jingtao. We're surprisingly close. Sun Jingtao secretly estimated that the nearest complex was less than 10 minutes away. However, finding the enemy's base among the dozens of buildings in 3 complexes was no easy task. There was also the risk of miscalculation and a false start. After all, this was just the normal scenario based on the 3 people's calculations. Perhaps the enemy would go on an unconventional rampage, using a regular residential complex or office building as their base. Also, it was fortunate that the 3 complexes were all located near the first ring road. They were small, where every inch of land was valuable. They weren't large complexes, just a few buildings. If they were on the outskirts of the city, finding them would be a nightmare. Sun Jingtao turned to Zhao Pingfei and asked, Old Zhao, how was your sleep? Although it was only 10 in the morning, leaving them with plenty of time, he still felt a tinge of unease and anxiety. He worried that they had miscalculated. I'm fine, Zhao Pingfei nodded. Sun Jingtao looked at Yiqing and Jianyan. What about you guys? Yiqing didn't rush to answer, but glanced sideways at Jianyan. Jianyan understood. I'm fine. How about we go? She was the only girl, and she was worried about the others looking after her. Okay, they nodded. Sun Jingtao had just put on his backpack when Yiqing suddenly said with a look of alarm, Wait a minute. Someone seems to be coming over there. The others then noticed the faint hum of a motor coming through the rain. Yiqing squatted down, cautiously poking his head halfway out, and reached back with his right hand. Jianyan, give me the binoculars. Jianyan quickly handed it to him. The remaining 3 could only retreat back to the car and wait patiently. 3 boats arrived, 2 assault boats in front and back, and a pleasure boat in the middle. 11 people in total, 6 armed, 5 invisible. Is it an official boat? Probably not. There's no official flag, and some of the gunmen have tattoos on the backs of their hands. Yiqing finished speaking, then added, the assault boats were marked with 101 Sky Hotel. 101 Sky Hotel? Jianyan paused for a second, a flicker of excitement in her eyes. I think I know where Ma Longbio and his gang's lair is. Chapter 148. What do you mean? Sun Jingtao and Zhao Pingfei were both stunned. Before Jianyan could reply, Yiqing turned around. They left, very quickly. The windows of that pleasure boat were all shut tightly, and the waterline was very deep, so it must have been carrying a lot of supplies. You said they had guns? Did you see what kind of guns they had? Sun Jingtao's face was extremely serious. Yiqing said without hesitation, if I'm not mistaken, they were all submachine guns. Jianyan, Sun Jingtao, If these people were the bandits they were looking for, then their opponents were far more powerful than they had imagined. This wasn't good news. Huh? Zhao Pingfei said incredulously. They were so brazenly carrying guns, weren't they afraid of encountering official forces? Hearing this, Jianyan, Sun Jingtao, and the other two glanced at each other, remaining non-committal. If they were truly wary of the authorities, those hundreds of bodies on the 22nd floor wouldn't be there. Sun Jingtao suddenly remembered that Jiang Yin had been interrupted mid-sentence, and quickly asked, "By the way, Jiang Yin, what did you mean by knowing Ma Longbiao's lair? Not just Ma Longbiao's lair, but possibly also their Golden Shield security headquarters, right there in the 101 Sky Hotel." Sun Jingtao frowned, thinking for a moment, and said, "I think my wife mentioned this hotel. It's said to have a pretty high star rating, but how can you be so sure?" Yi Qing and Zhao Pengfei were confused. The 101 Sky Hotel is located in the Platinum Palace on Anming Middle Road on the First Ring Road, one of the residential complexes we're heading to. This complex has 5 residential buildings and a 101-meter-tall, 33-story, street-facing, fully furnished apartment building. The hotel lobby is located on the 30th floor, with direct staircases leading up to the ground floor. Because the lobby offers a panoramic view of the entire city, it feels as if you're in midair, hence the name Sky Hotel. Jiang Yin knew about this hotel because a world-renowned luxury brand previously opened a boutique next to the hotel lobby. They even sent her an invitation to the opening reception in her previous life. Zhao Pengfei, isn't it the 33rd floor? Why is the top floor the 30th? Jiang Yin, because 2 floors above the lobby are elevated steel staircases. Further up, there's a helipad, supposedly big enough for 2 small helicopters. I see. With a high enough floor and a helipad, hotels usually have generators and backup power. They also have a kitchen, accommodations, surveillance cameras, and everything else. It's truly rare to find a place like this. If that's the case, it's definitely more than just Ma Longbiao's lair. We're likely facing a criminal gang capable of foreseeing natural disasters and exploiting the apocalypse to make a fortune, Sun Jingtao said, his brow furrowing even deeper. If he hadn't heard about the blazing base and that Shui Shao, he wouldn't have thought so far. But these recent events have become increasingly bizarre. Ever so materialistic, he was forced to let his imagination run wild. Zhao Pengfei was stunned. He hadn't heard about Shui Miaomi's story, so he wasn't entirely sure what Sun Jingtao meant by foreseeing the future. However, that wasn't the point, so he didn't ask any further questions. Instead, he anxiously asked, "What should we do then?" If his son was being held captive by a criminal gang, then going now would be a death trap. But even if it meant death, he was determined to go. Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing were silent. The few people escorting the supplies were armed with submachine guns. One could imagine the level of security and weaponry at the lair. After all, the meager weapons the 4 of them had were barely enough to fill a gap in their defenses. It seemed they had no choice but to outsmart them. "Since we're here, I decided to go explore first." Jiang Yin stood up calmly. What if they had submachine guns? She had an arsenal in her space. If that didn't work out, she could just send them 2 bombs as a warning. If they were truly connected to the Fiery Flame base, she could just take down the whole gang, grab the gold, and then leave immediately. That's right, let's explore first. Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing quickly made up their minds. Zhao Pengfei slapped his thigh. Right, let's go check it out first. After all, a chopped-off head would only leave a scar the size of a bowl. The remaining 3 were amused by his words, and the heaviness they felt earlier was much lessened. Then let's go straight to the Platinum Palace. Yes. They immediately went to work, quickly lowering the rubber dinghy back into the water, donning their gear, and hopping aboard. Although they were unlikely to encounter a fleet like the one they had just encountered, they still deliberately steered to the side. About half an hour later, the billboard on the roof of the Platinum Palace came into view. The 6 buildings in this complex were shaped like an airplane spreading its wings, soaring upwards. The nose of the airplane was the apartment building with the helipad. As for the remaining 5 wings, they were residential buildings, and were shorter in height. However, the distances between the buildings were relatively close. Go around to the house farthest from the apartment, directly across from the hotel, Jiang Yin said. She herself had surveillance cameras, and was also worried that the other party might have placed surveillance cameras outside the walls. Okay. Sun Jingtao shared the same thought. The group quickly circled to the residential building over there. Presumably because there were shops on the ground floor, the water level here only reached the 20th floor. The corridor was narrow, so the group simply found a house's living room, smashed it with a fire axe, and entered through the living room. For safety's sake, the rubber boat was stored and hidden somewhere. After prying open the door to the house opposite, the group inched their way inside, along the wall. Yi Qing took out his binoculars and glanced across, exclaiming in amazement, "Jiang Yin, you're amazing." Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow. "What's going on?" There are 2 pleasure boats parked outside the apartment building. They appear to be transporting supplies. The rain is so thick that I can't see clearly what they're transporting, but I don't see any assault boats. Those 2 assault boats are probably responsible for the round-trip escort, Jiang Yan reasoned. Xiao Yi, let me take a look, Sun Jingtao said, taking the binoculars from Yi Qing. He swapped positions with him, took a look, and then handed it to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan looked around, finding nothing unusual, and then handed it to Zhao Pengfei. What do we do now? At this moment, everyone was filled with excitement and worry. We can only wait until night to act. Jiang Yan stared outside, her mind pounding with thought. Sun Jingtao nodded. Yes, acting during the day is too dangerous. Zhao Pengfei sighed silently upon hearing this. I go over to the side for a moment, Jiang Yan said, clutching her stomach again. The remaining 3 people assumed she was going to deal with a personal matter again, so they hesitated to ask any more questions. Chapter 149. The hallway is too dark. Can I help you pry the door open? Yi Qing stepped forward and said. This building is beautifully renovated. The security doors are already installed, and red Chinese knots are hung on the doorknobs, giving it a festive look. It's just locked. To get in, you have to break it down violently. Jiang Yan shook her head and declined with a smile. No, I just go to the house we just visited. Sun Jingtao stared at her back, feeling a little guilty. It must be that honey and ginger water that upset her stomach. The honey at home had been exposed to high temperatures, so there was a high chance it would spoil. Let's go, Brother Tao, Brother Zhao. Let's discuss a better way to get in, Yi Qing said, heading for the bathroom first. The house here didn't have curtains yet. The bathroom had only a small window for ventilation, which seemed a bit more private. Yes. Sun Jingtao and Zhao Pengfei followed. Elsewhere, Jiang Yan closed the door across from her, went straight into a bedroom, and locked it. The room was now empty, a thick layer of dust covering the bay window counter. With a thought, she pulled out a dust sheet from her space and spread it over the counter. She also retrieved a laptop and a hard drive. Hua. Mom, what are you doing? Beside her, Hua Bao's eyes widened. It had heard everything Sun Jingtao and the others had said. It knew they were probably going somewhere dangerous. Jiang Yan joked, become an agent. Hua. Agents are so cool. Mom, I want to be one too. Jiang Yan smiled, turning on her computer while glancing outside with a wary gaze. The computer quickly powered on, Jiang Yan plugged in the hard drive, and began searching. When she previously asked someone to download and back up her online data, the person had offered her a large sum of money, so he also suggested that they collect some of Ming's building blueprints and other documents. The person was considered a top-tier hacker, capable of breaking into numerous systems and databases. At the time, she hadn't paid much attention. Now that she thought about it, if the blueprints for the 101 Sky Hotel were among them, then sneaking in would be much easier. At least, she could avoid those annoying surveillance cameras. Of course, she hoped she was overthinking it. Perhaps the water and electricity had already been cut off. Besides, it was raining heavily outside, and with Sun Jingtao and the others nearby, she couldn't get her flight suit out. However, she did have a wall-climbing artifact in her space. And this artifact could be easily explained. 101 Sky Hotel HVAC System Complete Set. 101 Sky Hotel Monitoring Points Complete Set. Platinum Palace Blueprints. The search results for several blueprints quickly appeared. Jiang Yan was delighted. Hua Bao, look. Memorize every parameter on every blueprint. She could only get a rough idea from looking at it. For the rest, she would rely on her light brain Hua Bao. With Hua Bao guiding her, she wouldn't fall where she shouldn't and get shot to pieces. Hua. Okay, Mom. 4 or 5 minutes passed quickly. Jiang Yan put the computer back into the space, took out a vanilla latte from the space, drank it, chewed a piece of gum to eliminate the coffee smell, and then left the room. When they returned to the room they had just been in, Sun Jingtao and his companions were using their fingers as pens to sketch an attack plan on the tiles of a small bedroom facing the street. The floor of the room was also covered in dust, making it a perfect canvas. Jiang Yan, you're back. Are you okay? Yi Qing raised his gaze, concerned. Yeah, I'm fine. Jiang Yan nodded, then asked, what are you doing? Sun Jingtao outlined the plan to her, then said, we work in pairs, wait until dark, and sneak in. One group will find the place where the children and women are being held, and the other will find Ma Longbu or their leader. What do you think? Jiang Yan paused for a second, glanced at the 3 of them, and then said, I plan to sneak in from the rooftop. The rooftop? The 3 of them were stunned for a second. Even if there was electricity, and they could take the elevator to the rooftop, it wouldn't be realistic. Not to mention, there was no electricity at all. If the other party had a backup power source, it would most likely be used in key areas, not for transport elevators or the like. Yes, Jiangyan nodded. Jiangyan, how did you get up there? Yiqing asked, though puzzled. I climbed up the outer wall. Jiangyan said, opening her backpack and pulling out a strange piece of equipment resembling a black turtle shell and 2 gecko claws. This is the wall climbing device I bought when I was filming high-altitude exploration videos. Jiangyan's speech flowed freely. The three of them weren't her die-hard fans, so naturally they had no idea what videos she had recorded. Besides, she was already a wealthy, free-spirited girl and internet celebrity. As long as it wasn't a firearm or a yacht helicopter, she could find an excuse to bring out these small, high-tech gadgets. Her backpack had deflated. At first glance, it looked like she'd been carrying this thing specifically. As for the high price, she hadn't lied, it seemed to have cost her 2 million. After all, it was a new product the Gale Nation military had just invested heavily in developing. This time, the three men were completely silent. They only seen items like this in science fiction movies. In reality, many products were merely a concept meant to attract attention. Ah, poverty really limits my imagination. I only saw this thing once, in a movie many years ago, in the Jason Statham movie The Mechanic. I never thought it would actually exist in real life. Zhao Pengfei sighed, glanced at the shotgun on Sun Jingtao's body, and sighed heavily. Honestly, I die without regrets to have the honor of teaming up with you this time. Jiang Yin, Sun Jingtao stared at the strange equipment for several seconds, a flicker of alarm in his eyes. Jiang Yin, you not really been through special agent training, have you? If he's been through special agent training and lurking in an ordinary neighborhood, he's most likely an agent of a hostile force. No wonder my wife had been puzzled. He was worth billions, owned dozens of luxury homes, and yet he moved into this ordinary neighborhood. And he had a gun, and his marksmanship was so good. That explained it all. The idea of not coexisting with the enemy was ingrained in us. But he quickly realized something was amiss. What spy would claim to be one, and he was risking his life alongside him to save someone? Forget it, I must be overthinking it, Jiang Yin murmured, unaware that a flurry of strange thoughts had already begun to swirl in her head, and she quickly convinced herself otherwise. It's okay, I was just overthinking it. Sun Jingtao's lips twitched awkwardly, then he jokingly changed the subject. So, Jiang Yin, are you planning to transform into Spider-Woman and infiltrate the enemy camp? Chapter 150. Jiang Yin smiled noncommittally, I guess so. Can this thing really hold the weight of an adult? The key is that the outer wall is wet, so will there be any problems with adhesion? Yi Qing's focus was clearly different from Sun Jingtao's. Jiang Yin picked up one of the claws and explained, believe it or not, any one of these fingers can suspend a 100-kilogram weight. The three shocked people expressed their disbelief, not even trying to hide it. Impossible? Do you know what organism in nature has the strongest adhesion? Since they had more time to act at night, Jiang Yin asked. Gecko, Zhao Pengfei answered quickly. Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing nodded. Jiang Yin shook her head. No, it's actually a creeper. Plant? Their jaws nearly dropped. A mature ivy suction cup can withstand 112 times the suction force of a gecko's foot. Calculated differently, a mature ivy can withstand a maximum pulling force of 2.8 million times its own weight. These two claws were originally modeled after the ivy itself, modeled after bionic hands. Their suction and load-bearing capacity are naturally not to be underestimated. Furthermore, they have an additional power unit behind them. Jiang Yin finished speaking, reaching out and patting the object that resembled a turtle shell. Although it sounded quite high-tech, Yi Qing was still a little worried. Jiang Yin, climbing walls is still a bit dangerous. Since this thing can withstand such a huge load, why don't I do it? It's all water outside now. If I really fell, I'd only be seriously injured. But if they were discovered, they might be beaten to a pulp. Besides, sneaking in from upstairs was significantly more dangerous than from downstairs. No need. Jiang Yin refused without a second's hesitation. Yi Qing was surprised by the other party's blunt refusal, and his eyes froze for a second. But he couldn't say anything more. Talking too much would only make him seem fussy. Jiang Yin knew Yi Qing's concerns. However, she had the space, the flower treasure, the weapons, and the map, so she wasn't afraid. Okay, I believe in Jiang Yin's ability, so let's adjust the plan, said Sun Jingtao from the side. Yes. The others nodded. The four of them quickly adjusted the plan. They didn't act simultaneously. Instead, they They would wait until Jiang Yan had climbed the wall for a while, and had explored the upstairs area thoroughly before they acted. That way, the people in front could help Jiang Yan keep watch from below. If she unfortunately fell, they could immediately rescue her. As for the later part, they could help distract the enemy's firepower and attention. As for the time of attack, they chose to attack after 1 a.m. By then, everyone would be asleep or drowsy, making the defenses at their most vulnerable. Unable to bear the three people's worry, Jiang Yan finally put on her wall-climbing device and demonstrated it to them. Seeing her hang steadily from the rooftop with one hand, they breathed a sigh of relief. Time slipped by unnoticed, until evening. None of them turned on the lights. After a quick meal, apart from using binoculars to observe the building across the street, they spent the rest of the time imagining various possible scenarios. The room was freezing, and everyone was damp to varying degrees. It was noticeably colder. However, fearing attention, they didn't dare light a fire to keep warm. Later, Sun Jingtao simply dragged Yi Qing next door to warm up with military boxing. Zhao Pingfei and Jiang Yan were left alone in the small room. "Oh, I wonder how long this rain will stop," Zhao Pingfei muttered to himself, glancing out the window worriedly. What he was really thinking was, he wondered what had happened to his son. But he couldn't say it out loud. Jiang Yan, resting her eyes next to him, frowned slightly as she listened to his words. Many things in this life were no longer what she had experienced in her previous one. "I hope I won't encounter such bizarre things again." The time quickly reached 1 o'clock in the morning. Yi Qing first glanced across the room through his binoculars. The building was pitch black. Fully armed and carrying their rubber boats, the three men scrambled to the outside of the building in the darkness. "Jiang Yan, you must be careful later. If you notice anything amiss, return immediately," the three men said, still worriedly. Jiang Yan nodded. The torrential rain continued to fall, providing some cover for them. It was pitch black outside, with no light at all. But they all had the night vision goggles Jiang Yan had given them, so their journey was unaffected. For safety's sake, they paddled very slowly. Along the way, the rubber boat made muffled bang sounds, as if it were bumping into something. Zhao Pingfei, curious, leaned in to take a look. What he saw was a rotting, pale face. The most striking thing was that its eyeballs were missing, and its mouth was wide open, giving it an uncommonly hideous and terrifying appearance. Zhao Pingfei felt a chill run down his spine, nearly frightened to death. Luckily, he was quite courageous and held back his cry. "Why are there so many corpses all around?" Zhao Pingfei said, a wave of fear building up. He silently prayed that his son wasn't there. The others also saw this and gasped in unison. Many bodies, completely tattered, floated on the water. They were in varying stages of decay. But most were women and children, with a few men as well. Without exception, they had either lost their eyes or had their stomachs and chests cut open. Some intestines and internal organs were floating. On some of the bodies, you could faintly see black, mutated leeches. This area happened to be adjacent to another residential building, creating a blind spot. The daytime telescope couldn't see them. The organs must have been taken, Sun Jingtao said, his heart sinking. Live breeding, organ disappearances. What on earth are these people doing? While this proved they had found the right place, Yi Qing still had a bad feeling. "Jiang Yan, why don't you just stay up there?" he said. "They're here to kill and save, not to die." "It's okay." Jiang Yan shook her head and stood up. As they spoke, the rubber boat had already reached the Taipei 101 Sky Hotel. They had come from the outside, deliberately avoiding the entrance, where the pleasure boats were parked. The water level now reached about the 22nd or 23rd floor. Jiang Yan raised her hand and, like a gecko with a shell on its back, climbed up the wall. The others in the rubber boat, vigilantly watching their surroundings, looked up with trepidation. Hua Bao pulled up the hotel's external surveillance images and HVAC system diagrams, telling her the exact direction to climb. In less than 3 minutes, Jiang Yan had successfully climbed to the 30th floor. Chapter 151. Jiang Yan looked up and saw a rather large ventilation duct opening directly above her. Just as she was about to climb sideways to the rooftop helipad, she heard the faint rumble of helicopter propellers from the nearby sky. Jiang Yan quickly turned her head to take a quick look before turning and crawling into the ventilation duct. The people downstairs also noticed the sounds and lights coming from the sky. "Quick, move to the side." Sun Jingtao quickly paddled the rubber boat to a corner, taking cover. The helicopter circled above the 101 Sky Hotel for a moment, before coming to a stop on the helipad. It quickly shut down, but there was no sound of the cabin opening, as if it was waiting for someone. Jiang Yan frowned. Who could it be waiting for at this hour? But she didn't dwell on it. Instead, she continued to climb. After reaching a safe corner in the duct, she moved with a thought and entered the space. She removed her damp raincoat and wall-climbing device, changed into an identical tracksuit jacket, and wiped the rain off her head and face with an absorbent towel before exiting the space fully equipped again. This time, in addition to night vision goggles, she also added a mask with a simple filter and gas-proof function, and a pair of explosion-proof earplugs that didn't affect her hearing. There was no way around it. The dust in the ducts was simply too thick. The smell was unpleasant, too. After completing her second preparation, Jian Yin began climbing along the ventilation ducts toward the hotel's interior, guided by Hua Bao's navigation. Her destination was the lobby area. If the enemy's base was on the rooftop, the lobby area would undoubtedly be heavily guarded. It was possible to see the bigger picture from the small details, and to infer the enemy's strength. There were also hidden inspection hatches and air conditioning vents, making it much easier to inspect the interior. In addition, the hotel's air conditioning was all centrally operated. The ventilation ducts above each room were of different sizes. With Hua Bao's help, she mostly navigated the wide areas, avoiding situations where the ducts were too small to crawl through. To minimize noise, Jian Yin crawled very slowly, and it took her a while to reach the lobby. Through the air conditioning vents, Jian Yin could vaguely see some light. It was regular lighting. Jian Yin was stunned. They had spent the entire afternoon observing with binoculars while outside. The Sky Hotel building was pitch black from top to bottom, devoid of any light sources. It seemed the enemy's anti-detection awareness and defensive measures were exceptionally strong. She inched her head closer to the ventilation holes. Then, Jian Yin took out her binoculars. Looking at the scene before her, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. The once magnificent hotel lobby, its luxurious decorations and piano completely removed. In the open area, 7 or 8 men in black combat uniforms stood guard every 3 steps and every 5 steps. Each of them held a black submachine gun. They stood straight and formally. If it weren't for the large inscription Golden Shield Security on the chests of their shirts and the black and red tattoos on their faces, hands, and necks, Jian Yin would have thought she had strayed into a regular military facility. The lobby was originally surrounded by 360-degree panoramic glass windows. But now, it was completely blacked out by layers of blackout curtains. No wonder. Further in, the formerly open lobby bar area was enclosed by light steel keel gypsum board. It looked like a simple renovation. There were no windows, only a single door. The door was now closed. Standing at the entrance were 2 young men in camouflage uniforms, also armed. Their attire and demeanor made them unmistakably regular soldiers. A bright light shone through the crack in the door. Jian Yin was deeply puzzled. Thinking of the helicopter on the rooftop helipad, a bold and bizarre idea emerged. Besides, it was almost 2 in the morning, and the room was still brightly lit. These people were incredibly dedicated. Even a 007 office worker would be given a double-click. With this thought, Jian Yin slowly climbed towards the lobby bar. "Hey, Brother Zhao, Brother Zhong, did you hear that rustling in the pipes up there?" A young man downstairs suddenly looked up, his eyes wary, at the ceiling. But all he saw was an incredibly luxurious dome, and the reflections of several people. The dome was covered in hand-blown stained glass flowers, densely packed together, a dazzling spectacle. Then another man said with disdain, "You heard it. That's normal. Hotel kitchens are full of rats, so there are always a few with the stamina to survive the heat. Ah, could they have mutated too? Hush, you idiot. Is now the time to discuss this?" The man said, turning quickly to glance towards the lobby bar. The man who had spoken earlier paled and fell silent for a second. Elsewhere, Jian Yin had just climbed to the top of the lobby bar when she heard a strong, elderly voice from the room below. "Jian Yinzu, your wall looks rough. Is the soundproofing good?" As the old man spoke, he reached out and knocked on the wall. The drywall made a muffled bang, bang, bang sound. "Don't worry, Mr. M.O. We're on a tight schedule, so we installed drywall. But we placed thick insulation in the middle, as Brother Shui requested." "The soundproofing is excellent," said another man. The voice sounded like a middle-aged man. "Yes, Miao Miao specifically told me about this base, so we've taken it very seriously." It was another middle-aged man who spoke. "Shui Dajing, speaking of Miao Miao, the higher-ups have noticed this. Several factions are taking advantage of the chaos to vie for power. A single carelessness on our part could undo all our previous efforts. So, I can't hide too much from you about certain things. It's best to transport your supplies, personnel, and equipment quickly within the next 2 days. The old man paused, then continued, also, we can't leave anything behind this building. Perhaps one day, when the rain stops, someone with good intentions will be able to follow the clues and discover something. What? Okay, thank you, Mr. M.O. for your trouble. I report to Meow Meow as soon as I get back. Also, we quickly matched the heart and the retinas you requested. As for this building, we have plenty of explosives in our warehouse. We dispose of them before we evacuate, ensuring there won't be any future trouble. The old man nodded with satisfaction. Okay. Jian Yan's breath hitched. Shui dodging Meow Meow. Pairing the heart and retina to blow up the building. If memory serves, Shui dodging is the rumored uncle of Shui Meow Meow. If her previous belief that the Shui Shao of the Flame base was Shui Meow Meow was just a wild guess, then at this moment, that guess has clearly been confirmed. Furthermore, according to official information and Dao Yingping's explanation, the head of Golden Shield Security is none other than Zhao Nianzu. So Zhao Nianzu, who has connections in both the black and white worlds, is nothing more than a tool of the Shui family. Chapter 152. In Jian Yan's opinion, Ma Longbio and the scarred man were already ruthless enough. But compared to Zhao Nianzu and Shui Dajing, they were mere scumbags. As for that Mr. M.O., he sounded like a high-ranking official. And his speech was formal and commanding, imbued with a certain authority. Jian Yan's nerves subconsciously tensed. To be on the safe side, she couldn't crawl any further and simply released the piranha plant in her hand. Hua Bao, go check it out. Hua. Okay, Mom. Hua Bao couldn't get too far away from her, but from her current crouching position to the air conditioner vent, it was less than 3 meters away. Transforming into a transparent gaseous form, Hua Bao quickly and stealthily crawled to the vent, transformed its bared head into a sheet, and poked it out. At this moment, it seemed invisible, but Jian Yan could still see it. In just 3 seconds, Hua Bao turned around with a grin on his face. Hua. Mom, I smell the aroma of gold bars. Lots of them. Right here in the room, Hua Bao finished, licking his fangs hungrily with his scarlet tongue. Jian Yan was delighted. Be patient, explore again. Hua. Okay, Hua Bao turned around and described the scene inside to Jian Yan bit by bit. The room looked like a conference room. 2 oil heaters sat in the corner, warm. Large boxes filled with gold sat on the conference table. The aroma of gold bars that Hua Bao smelled came from 3 unassuming iron boxes near the old man's seat. As for the remaining boxes, they looked like they were made of genuine leather. I wonder what's inside. A faint, pungent smell of formaldehyde could be detected. There were only 3 people at the scene. One was a thin, elderly man with half-white hair and a sharp gaze. The other 2 were burly middle-aged men in their 30s. One had a face thick with flesh, bruises on his hands and body, and a worm-like scar on the upper right corner of his forehead. His eyes were sinister, his features fierce. He was none other than Zhao Nianzu, the head of Golden Shield Security. But now, Zhao Nianzu's face had lost its usual arrogance and brutality. From head to toe, he wore a servile expression. The other, wearing a large string of agarwood Buddhist beads and a washed-out white mouse suit, had a kind face. He was Shui Miaomi's uncle, the well-behaved but ruthless Shui Dajing. It was said that he oversaw most of the Shui family's illicit activities. It seemed that he had immigrated abroad in his early years, to a small country with which China had no extradition treaty. Knock. Someone knocked on the door, and a clear, female voice called out from outside, Grandpa. Zhao Nianzu looked at the old man for permission, Mr. M.O.? The old man nodded slightly. Accepting his permission, Zhao Nianzu turned and strode toward the door. He opened it, bowing respectfully and looking at the person outside, Miss M.O. A dashing young woman, with rosy lips and white teeth, and a striking demeanor, appeared at the door. She wore a black leotard and high boots, and her figure was well proportioned. A black tactical pouch buckled around her waist, and judging by the design, it probably contained a pistol. Miss M.O. Shui Dajing also stood up, his face beaming. The girl raised her face with a hint of pride, ignoring the polite greetings of Zhao Nianzu and Shui Dajing, and walked straight toward the old man. Hua Bao specifically mentioned to Jian Yan that she had long, wavy hair and a strong scent of perfume. Waves, perfume. Jian Yan pondered. In this apocalyptic world, most women cut their hair short. It's both for easier care and for self-preservation. Compared to saving their lives and filling their stomachs, beauty and ugliness are no longer a concern. To be able to wear red lipstick, long, wavy hair, and perfume is truly a life of luxury. My luck today was truly incredible. I had originally come here to find a few small security guards' nests. Instead, I encountered a bunch of big fish and discovered a shocking secret. Yao Yao, come here quickly. The old man smiled kindly and waved warmly at the girl. Grandpa, another helicopter has arrived. Should we go back? It's getting late. Emo Shiryao walked up to the old man, grabbed his hand, and shook it gently. Jiang Yin was startled. That's good. The appearance of the second helicopter outside should have delayed Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing's actions considerably. Otherwise, if they had rushed in as planned, they would likely have been wiped out. The situation of this group was far beyond their imagination. Crucially, there was no equipment to contact Yi Qing and his men. Speaking of equipment, Jiang Yin remembered the intercoms pinned to the chests of the guards outside. She frowned, thinking for a moment, and pulled out an electromagnetic interference filter from the space's inventory. That device could disrupt the intercom communication between the guards at close range. However, it couldn't be used at the moment. She had to keep it on hand. Although she hadn't noticed any surveillance equipment yet, she also pulled out a camera jammer. I also prepare it first. By the way, Mr. Mo, would you like to inspect this shipment yourself? Shui Dajing asked, his hand already reaching for one of the leather suitcases. No, it's late at night, and looking at something bloody is scary. The old man patted his granddaughter's hand and stood up. Jiang Yin, No wonder she smelled formaldehyde. What on earth are these people doing in secret? The old man in the room finished speaking, his shrewd eyes sweeping across the iron box. He said, these gold bars were all shipped from the official vault. Their quality is impeccable. But now, gold has long lost its value. Why are you still collecting them? Well, they say family disgrace shouldn't be aired publicly, but since it's Elder Mo who asked, I won't hide it. Miao Miao, that kid, is obsessed with this idea of a hidden beauty. Shui Dajin coughed lightly, then stroked the Buddhist beads on his wrist. He's found some skilled craftsmen, and says he wants to make a batch of pure gold birdcages. Shui Dajing stopped talking at this point. Putting hidden beauty and birdcages together, anyone with a discerning eye can see what he's after. The key is that he doesn't want just one, but a whole batch. What a lavish and extravagant person. Ha, Shui Miao's taste for beauty hasn't changed in all this time? Mo Shiryao snorted sarcastically. Shui Dajin looked a little embarrassed, but he didn't know what to say. As for Zhao Nianzu, he had already chosen to automatically disappear. The old man smiled and said, Yao Yao, this is called a young person's little hobby. You don't understand. What little hobby? It's clearly perverted. Mo Shiryao said this mercilessly, and then immediately urged the old man, Grandpa, let's go back. If you stay up late again, your granddaughter's beauty sleep these past few days will be wasted. Ha ha, okay. The usually dignified old man now looked kind. Chapter 153. Miao Miao heard Miss Mo's marksmanship was amazing, and she's been telling me she wants to see it in person when the chance arises. Shui Dajing's expression had returned to normal by this point. He looked at Mo Shiryao with an ingratiating expression and said cheerfully, Heh. This time, Mo Shiryao didn't say anything, but simply raised her face slightly and snorted with disdain. Xiao Nianzu had already unlocked the door and called in a few of his men. Pointing at the leather boxes containing the tissue, he said, take this, and load them all onto the helicopter. They're full of glassware, so remember to handle them with care. Take these 3 boxes of gold and put them in mezzanine warehouse number 1. Tomorrow, we combine them with the jewelry and transport them all to the fiery base. Hearing Zhao Nianzu's words, the Piranha plant's leaves swayed with excitement. Hua! Mom, the gold is in mezzanine warehouse number 1. Yeah, I heard that too. We be there soon. Jiang Yin was also delighted. She and Hua Bao had reviewed the blueprints of the building. The so-called mezzanine was the transitional area between the 30th floor and the helipad, formed by 2 steel structures. So, it really was a case of searching high and low for gold, but finding it was easy. Now, she not only knew where the gold was stored, but also knew there were at least 3 large boxes of pure gold from the official vault waiting for her. The 0.4% upgrade requirement was 100% met. It was worth all the dust she inhaled in the cold, smelly pipes. Shui Dajing, will you come with us later? We just sent 2 helicopters, so we take you there. It was the old man's voice. Shui Dajing didn't hesitate. Yes, fine. I trouble you, Mr. Mo. Mr. Mo, Miss Mo, Brother Shui, I see you off. Zhao Nianzu followed closely behind. Mr. Mo raised his hand to stop him. It's getting late. Since you have something else to do, please stay. Now wasn't the time for grandeur. The fewer people there were, the lower the profile, the more secretive. Even with the heavy rain and the late hour, few would notice. But it's always better to be cautious. Okay, then Mr. Mo, Miss Mo, Brother Shui, you should all go back home and rest early. Have a safe trip. Jiang Yanzu bowed respectfully, then stood there and watched them leave the lobby. The flower vines were entwined in the air conditioning vent, their heads drooping, their small eyes darting, as if checking the direction the old man and his companions were leaving. Wah wah. Mom, they left. Should I follow them? The Piranha watched the old man and his companions leave through a side door in the lobby, then glanced into the conference room. Has everyone left? Jiang Yan asked. She was now crouching in the pipe, oblivious to what was happening outside. Wah wah. No, Shui Dajing and the granddaughters had left, but the chubby-faced Jiang Yanzu was still here, chubby-faced. Jiang Yan was a bit amused at Hua Bao's ability to give people nicknames. However, fortunately, it had previously learned a lot about human relationships online, so it was instantly familiar with social etiquette and kinship, saving her the trouble of explaining it. Jiang Yan pondered for a moment, then said, No, let's observe for a while. This was the headquarters of Golden Shield Security. Jiang Yanzu was definitely going to stay. She suspected that the old man and Shui Dajin would also take some of their guards with them when they left. At least the two formidable-looking regular soldiers at the gate would leave. And with the departure of the two helicopters, Sun Jingtao, Yi Qing, and the others would probably also choose to take action. If only the Golden Shield security personnel remained, then the difficulty would undoubtedly be much easier for them. But for her, she would first find warehouse number 1 and get the gold. After all, that was her primary reason for coming here. Come on, some people, bring this up. It was Jiang Yanzu's voice. However, his demeanor was noticeably different. When old Mo and Shui Dajing were there, his voice had been low and respectful. Now, there was a noticeable hint of arrogance. His voice rose considerably, and his posture straightened. Damn it! A late-night raid? I'm exhausted. What time is it? Damn it! Jiang Yanzu plopped down at the head of the conference table, his feet raised arrogantly onto the surface, his face sulking with rage. A nearby guard put down his submachine gun and pulled out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from his pocket. Boss, do you want a cigarette? Yeah, Jiang Yanzu snorted. Go get those property managers. I'm still scrambling here late at night, so why are they sleeping so soundly? Fuck. Okay, boss. The guy who had just lit his cigarette hunched over and hurried out. Jiang Yan, taking advantage of Jiang Yanzu's moment of slack, slowly crawled to the air conditioning vent. The ventilation vent was on the side, so Jiang Yan could only partially see it. On the conference table in the room, a box with a large black skull marked on it appeared. It must have been placed under the table and just brought up. The side of the box also looked like it was marked with 3 red letters. TNT. TNT, isn't that dynamite? Jiang Yan frowned. Before she could think about it, she heard hurried footsteps outside the conference room door. Soon, 7 or 8 men, looking menacing and holding various firearms, appeared in the lobby. Jiang Yan spotted Ma Longview among them. In the crowd, his presence and stature were inconspicuous, like a fat, black quail. But the gloom and cruelty in his eyes made others feel incomparable. Boss! Several people standing at the door bowed respectfully and shouted in unison. Despite being woken from their warm beds in the middle of the night, everyone was in high spirits. Jiang Yan glanced at their clothing and equipment, her face clearly understanding. These people most likely slept with their clothes on. You can imagine how vigilant these people were. Jiang Yanzu nodded slightly. Sit down. Everyone filed into the conference room and sat quietly on either side. Jiang Yanzu glanced at them. Master Shui is very pleased with the supplies, women, and children you all handed in this time. Jiang Yan, Jiang Yanzu paused, then pointed to the box on the conference table and said, So this is Master Shui's return gift to everyone today. At that, everyone's surprise turned to shock in a split second. A glance at the box told them all the answers, and their brows furrowed, but no one dared to question them. The young man who had lit Jiang Yanzu's cigarette stepped forward and carefully opened the box with the skull. Chapter 154. Jiang Yan was shocked upon seeing the contents of the skull-shaped box. It was a top-tier, encrypted vest made from mini-bombs, each one only 4 to 5 centimeters long and 1 to 2 centimeters wide. A single bomb packs a powerful blast. Once donned, it's a lifelong necessity. Jiang Yan had previously been recommended this item when she went to the Fierce Wind Nation to buy arms. But she hadn't bought it, it was too cruel. It was like the practice of raising death squads in ancient times, usually only used by certain private military groups or mercenary groups on soldiers who required high levels of secrecy. One for everyone, everyone gets one. Master Shui said, as long as everyone completes the previously assigned tasks and doesn't leak a single word, then the reward will be lifetime residency at the Fiery Flame base, free of charge. This residency includes your families. But if you accidentally expose yourselves, then I don't need to explain what to do. Your families will be well taken care of by the Fiery Flame base. Your compensation will be fully provided to your families. Zhao Yanzu glanced at everyone and spoke passionately. Everyone's expression was a mixture of joy and worry. The young men had already taken the vest from the box and placed one in front of each person. Zhao Yanzu's words were plain, but they were actually full of threats. Ma Longbu and the others were known to be murderous demons outside. However, most of them, while cruel to others, were fiercely protective of their families. Never mind that their families were in Shui Miaomi's hands. The other party's methods were unmatched by any living demon, so they naturally dared not disobey. Don't worry, this vest is waterproof, sweatproof, heat-resistant, and highly impact-resistant. It won't affect your daily strenuous exercise. However, if you were captured or caught by the authorities, you know what to do. Zhao Yanzu gave a malicious smile, as he mentioned the word strenuous exercise. Yes, boss. Everyone listened to Zhao Yanzu's tainted words, but couldn't laugh. After taking a deep breath, the men quickly removed their coats and donned the vest, shirtless. Throughout the process, no one pleaded, nor did anyone dare to. Their relationship with Zhao Yanzu was less one of superior and subordinate, and more of a partnership. After all, they knew that in the current apocalyptic landscape, their only chance of survival was to remain firmly bound to the flame base and cling to Master Shui's support. As for the others, they were all living on the edge of a knife, so their inner resistance wasn't as strong as the average person's. To put it bluntly, they recently taken hundreds of lives and controlled thousands of others, becoming accustomed to unbridled impunity. Who could catch them? Sorry, they weren't even born yet. Zhao Yanzu observed his subordinate's obedience, a hint of pride crossing his features. Jiang Yan watched the drama unfold in the room, a touch of unease growing within her. Sun Jingtao and the others had no idea there were so many mobile bombs in the building. No, she had to act quickly. Alright, it's getting late, everyone, let's disperse, Zhao Yanzu said, lowering his legs from the conference table and standing up. Just as Jiang Yan thought he was about to leave the meeting room, he suddenly reached out with his right hand and ripped the submachine gun from the guy next to him. The whole process was so smooth and fluid that Jiang Yan was stunned, and the others were completely bewildered. The guy, whose boss gun had been suddenly taken away, shuddered, his face filled with shame, fear, and confusion. Before Jiang Yan and Hua Bao could react, the former raised his submachine gun and fired wildly at the area outside where Jiang Yan was lying. Dust flew, and pieces of the plaster ceiling clattered to the ground. Bang! The broken stainless steel ventilation duct hit the ground, cracking 2 marble tiles. Bang! At the moment the duct fell, Jiang Yan nimbly leaped out from it. She stretched her hands forward, gently hooking them onto a ceiling beam. Then, with a tap of her feet, she used the falling ventilation duct as a cushion to easily land on the conference table. With a graceful tap of her feet, she landed on the floor with 1 foot and 1 foot, then swiftly spun around. Fully armed yet dusty, Jiang Yan was now firmly planted on the ground, her weapons in hand. After crawling through the duct for so long, her clothes and hair were covered in dust. She looked as if she had just emerged from Ash Den. But her dashing demeanor couldn't be concealed at all. The flower treasure had already opened its bloody mouth, teleporting in front of Jiang Yan in a split second. It was transparent to begin with, so it didn't affect Jiang Yan's vision at all. The flower treasure, her weapons, and her body armor were the foundation of Jiang Yan's courage to face the crowd head-on. She actually briefly considered entering the space, but ultimately gave up. If the enemy concentrated their full firepower on her later, she would die even more miserably. While she could remain in the space forever, she still felt it was better to confront them head-on. She felt resigned to not annihilating these murderous scumbags. Furthermore, the enemy's fire was focused around her body, clearly aiming to capture her alive. However, she was puzzled as to how they had so accurately detected her position. She had clearly wiped every trace of water off her body beforehand. While thinking this, Jiang Yan activated the electromagnetic interference filter. At the same time, she retrieved a CZ-805 Bren assault rifle, with a single magazine holding 100 rounds, from the space. Everything happened in a flash. Ma Longbu and the others were first startled by Zhao Yanzu's sudden, uncanny ability to seize the gun and fire wildly at the rooftop, and then completely stunned by Jiang Yan's sudden, resurrected appearance. The opponent's agility, heavily armed appearance, and powerful weapons clearly exceeded their expectations. Two of them even thought they were sleepwalking and seeing things. Despite their own internal thoughts, everyone's weapons instinctively fired, caught at Jiang Yan. The two sides were on edge, ready to fight. "Boss! What's going on?" The guards outside the doorway rushed to the door in panic, submachine guns drawn. Seeing Jiang Yan's inexplicable appearance and the dark hole in the ceiling, everyone's pupils shrank and a chill ran down their spines. Especially the two guys who had been chatting outside, staring at each other for a second. It turned out that there was indeed a person in the mezzanine above, and it wasn't just a rat. Chapter 155. Everyone at the scene was on high alert. Despite their fear, the enemy was also well trained. "Boss, should we notify the guys downstairs to conduct a thorough search around the building?" A young man asked nervously, picking up the intercom. Hearing his words, Jiang Yan realized that Sun Jingtao and his men probably hadn't launched an attack yet. Of course, they could have already quietly infiltrated the interior and simply refrained from direct confrontation. "Yes. Have them quickly check the water dungeon and the operating room. If a hand is missing, I hold you accountable. If anyone dares to escape during this chaotic period, they be killed without a single survivor." Zhao Yanzu raised his cold gaze, his eyes as cold-blooded and cruel as a venomous snake. The earthworm scar on his forehead made his now vicious face look even more ferocious and terrifying. "Yes." The young man's eyes faltered as he finished speaking. "Boss, this is bad. The intercom signal's gone." The others hurriedly tried, but all they heard was a crackling noise of missing signal. The panic in their hearts reached its peak in a split second. But Zhao Yanzu, with a calm expression, curled his lips and snorted coldly. "Go! Take this infrared detector and check the rooftop. See how many people are hiding there like geckos." Zhao Yanzu said, removing a fitness tracker from his wrist and tossing it to the young man who had asked the question. The dial of the tracker resembled a large mirror with a grid. In the center was a small, flashing red arrow. Jiang Yan realized it in a split second. It seemed the other party had used this advanced technology to discover her. So how long had he been aware of her? "Yes, boss." The young man strode forward, took the bracelet, and left. The room fell silent. Ma Longbio narrowed his eyes as he looked at Jiang Yan, who seemed familiar. Although she was now wearing combat goggles and a special mask, completely obscuring her face, her presence and figure were still recognizable. Zhao Yanzu's lips twitched as he looked at Jiang Yan and said softly, "Little girl, you've been lying on top of this. It's cold and hard. Aren't you uncomfortable?" Jiang Yan ignored him, merely raising an eyebrow and sneering. What Zhao Yanzu didn't know was that the transparent flower treasure had silently wrapped itself around his neck, arms, and legs. It was just hanging there, not yet tightening or exerting any force. The principle of capture the leader first always applies. However, Hua Bao's 3 vines were no more than 4 or 5 meters long. They were more than enough to encircle him alone, with 2 more left to help Jiang Yan keep watch. Seeing Jiang Yan's disdainful expression, Zhao Yanzu's face was clearly humiliated. He changed his expression and shouted angrily, "Tell me, do you have any accomplices? Who sent you here? What's your purpose in coming to my territory in the middle of the night?" Jiang Yan was about to signal Hua Bao to take action when Ma Longbio shouted in alarm, "Boss, it's Jiang Yan. The Jiang Yan from the Repulse Bay community I told you about." Zhao Yanzu's brows furrowed slightly at the words. He was about to say something when he felt his throat choke, as if a snake as thick as his wrist had tightly wrapped around him. The force intensified. He tried to move his limbs to signal his men, but then realized his hands and feet were also bound. He could only wink frantically at the others. Zhao Yanzu's face grew redder and redder, and his eyes began to rapidly fill with blood. The others noticed something was amiss. "Boss, what's wrong with you?" Zhao Yanzu replied, as if under a spell. Ma Longbio looked at Jiang Yan, who remained calm, and demanded in horror, "Jiang Yan, what did you do to our boss? This woman is truly evil. Not only does she have a gun and other weapons, but she also possesses sorcery? What else could this be but a dimensionality reduction attack?" At this, the other's eyes suddenly turned to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's gaze paused on Zhao Yanzu's face, and she said coldly, "If you want to survive, everyone, lay down your weapons, raise your hands, and retreat." With her mind, she signaled the flower treasure to loosen its grip on Zhao Yanzu's neck. Zhao Yanzu took a deep breath and said anxiously, "Hurry. Do as she says." The others, including Boss, were stunned for a second, their hearts swirling with hesitation. Weapons offered some resistance. After all, only Boss was currently under the control of the demon spell. But if everyone laid down their weapons, wouldn't that just mean they were laying their heads on the chopping block? Even with this thought, no one dared to disobey. Jiang Yanzu wanted to say more, but found himself once again gripped by the transparent snake. He glared wildly at everyone, his eyes now filled with murderous intent and rage. This murderous intent and anger wasn't directed at Jiang Yan, but at the crowd who were still holding weapons and ignoring his words. Jiang Yanzu suddenly felt the grip around his neck loosen slightly. He was about to speak when he heard a crack, and his right hand was snapped apart by a powerful force. Ouch! Jiang Yanzu screamed, "Get out of here, damn it! Or I kill him!" Everyone's pupils shrank, and a chill shot from their feet to their skulls. Snap! Snap! Everyone placed their weapons on the conference table and began filing out the door. Jiang Yan deliberately walked last. She reached over the table, and, tucking it full of submachine guns and various firearms, she collected them all. "Draw the curtains! Everyone stand by the windows!" Jiang Yan continued her command, her gun pointed at the crowd. Everyone stared at each other for a second, unsure of her intentions. Ma Longbiao, however, volunteered to step forward and Chua open the blackout curtains. Outside, heavy rain pounded. It was pitch black. There was a light inside, casting the panicked expressions of the crowd on the floor-to-ceiling windows. Having drawn the curtains, Ma Longbiao now stood at the front of the group. He looked at Jiang Yan and suddenly raised his eyebrows with a sneer. "Jiang Yan, do you know what we have? I advise you to be sensible otherwise." Ha! As soon as he said this, the remaining men wearing explosive vests also wore malicious smiles. If their vests exploded, they could blow up the entire building. So, if they attacked him, he would be destroyed along with them. Jiang Yan ignored his words, glanced coldly at everyone, and mentally declared, "Hua Bao, prepare to attack." "Hua Hua. Mom." "Okay." After quickly explaining her plan to Hua Bao, Jiang Yan raised her assault rifle and fired at the floor-to-ceiling glass windows. Clatter! The sound of shattering glass echoed, and a cold wind, mixed with bean-sized raindrops, blew into the house. A chill ran down everyone's spines. At the same time, an invisible force swept up Jiang Yanzu, his face flushed and his eyes wide open, and swept him towards the crowd. Ma Longbiao and the others were startled and reached out to activate the self-destruct button. Bang! In a flash, a powerful invisible shockwave swept all the thugs present, whooshing into the rain. Boom! The loud noise, like a blinding flash of lightning, pierced the dark night sky, instantly illuminating everything around. Chapter 156. Crash clatter. Under the powerful shockwave of the explosion, the glass windows of the 101 Sky Hotel on the side closest to the fireball were completely shattered. Downstairs, Yi Qing and the other two, who had just entered a room on the 23rd floor under cover of darkness, felt a chill on the back of their heads and necks. The cold wind whipped up the blackout curtains, and white gauze drapes around the floor-to-ceiling windows, making a whirring sound. Icy raindrops clattered in. Watching the sudden burst of dazzling daylight outside the window amidst the loud bang, the three of them exchanged a wary glance. In the corridor, outside the room, hurried footsteps could be heard. From the sounds, it seemed there were quite a few people guarding outside. Zhao Pingfei was stunned for a second. Could it be that the two helicopters that took off just now exploded midair? Sun Jingtao shook his head, frowning. No, it was the shockwave generated by the massive amount of explosives combined. However, why these explosives exploded in midair is unknown. As he spoke, scattered flames fell from the sky, crackling into the water. Pop! A charred, tattooed, and burnt arm slammed through the window, landing at Yi Qing's feet. Yi Qing's brows sank. Brother Tao, something must have happened to Jiang Yan. I have to go up to find her. He turned and hurried toward the door, but Sun Jingtao grabbed him. Xiao Yi, wait a minute. What? Yi Qing frowned, puzzled. We're on the 23rd floor now, and Jiang Yan is on the 30th. Even if we want to get up, we have to fight our way up. If you just rush out like that, you end up like a sieve. Sun Jingtao shook his head and advised him. Zhao Pingfei also said, yes, Xiuya, don't rush. Yi Qing clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and said with a sharp gaze, then fight your way up. This floor is the entrance to their lair. They're well defended. I go check it out first. Sun Jingtao said, quickly approaching the door, his ears pressed against it. Yi Qing and Zhao Pingfei, weapons in hand, followed quietly. Sun Jingtao frowned and listened for a moment, then stood up and said, From the sound of footsteps, they should be going upstairs. I open the door and check to make sure everything's clear. When I count to 3, Yi Qing will open the door. Be sure to keep an eye on the corners to avoid any hidden guards. Okay. Yi Qing and Zhao Pingfei nodded in unison. Sun Jingtao took a deep breath and quietly turned the door. It was pitch black outside. Fortunately, he was wearing the night vision goggles Jian Yin had given him, allowing him to see the scene outside clearly. Sun Jingtao quickly completed his observations. The building was cylindrical in shape. The elevator and staircase appeared to be located in the center of the cylinder. The rooms were located in a circle around the outside. The corridor was incredibly quiet at that moment. You could hear a pin drop. Sun Jingtao slowly raised his hand. 1, 2, 3. Yi Qing opened the door, and Sun Jingtao, shotgun in hand, was the first to rush out. Zhao Pingfei was second, Yi Qing third. Who? A voice emanated from the corner. As expected, there was a secret guard, a bald young man with a large earring and a submachine gun. He was hiding behind a large ceramic vase near the elevator. Puff! Yi Qing, wearing night vision goggles, aimed and fired, then strode towards the source of the sound. The silencer on his pistol was already installed, so the sound was muted. Ouch! But the man's cry of pain was loud. Thankfully, before he could finish his cry, Yi Qing had already rushed close, restraining his body and mouth. His shot wasn't particularly accurate, hitting the man's shoulder. Warm, red liquid was oozing from the wound. Sun Jingtao and Zhao Pingfei glanced cautiously back and forth, then quickly followed, guns pointed at his head. Where are the others? Dragging him into the room for interrogation was unrealistic, so Sun Jingtao could only lower his voice. Upstairs. Yi Qing had already deftly snatched the man's submachine gun. Looking at the intercom still flickering on his chest, Sun Jingtao threatened, contact them, and see which floor they're on. If you dare reveal a single word, I shoot you. Brother, we can't get through. Our signal's been disrupted. We can only communicate within a single floor. The man's eyes shrank in fear. His mouth was tightly covered by Yi Qing's hand, and only relaxed slightly when he spoke. Seeing he wasn't lying, Sun Jingtao changed the subject. Tell me, which floor is your control center on? And where are the women and children being held? No, I don't know. The man's eyes flickered, and then he shook his head fiercely. Brother Zhao, cover his mouth, Yi Qing said, pulling out a sharp dagger from his belt. Yes. Zhao Pingfei had just covered the man's mouth when Yi Qing's dagger pierced the bald man's body where he'd been shot. As the wound widened, the fabric surrounding the oozing blood grew noticeably wetter. The bald man shuddered, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Nod when you thought of an answer. Otherwise, I don't mind helping you dig out the bullet casing. Yi Qing spoke slowly and solemnly. The pressure was overwhelming. The other man glanced at the dagger in his hand, a look of panic forming on his face. Before Yi Qing's knife tip began to spin, he was nodding frantically. Boss and the others are on the 30th floor. The people being held are in the suspended swimming pool on the 24th floor. Are they all being held there? Meanwhile, the bald man's face was filled with pain and despair. He gritted his teeth and continued, there's another group on the 31st floor, on the mezzanine. But those have been screened. What do you mean by screened? I don't know. I'm just a small fry. How many are being held? Maybe a few hundred. Where did so many come from? Several high-rise residential complexes, and an aviation complex, with many flight attendants and stewardesses. Hearing this, Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing frowned slightly and exchanged glances. The men pressed for more details, and then Yi Qing finished him off with a single blow. Brother Zhao, do you know how to shoot a simple gun? Yi Qing stood up, holding his newly captured submachine gun, and glanced at Zhao Pingfei. No. Xiaoya, keep it. Giving it to me would be a waste of bullets. I prefer this one. Zhao Pingfei waved the fire axe in his hand and said, Okay. Yi Qing looked at Sun Jingtao. The latter waved his hand and said, Go upstairs. The three of them crouched down and quickly turned into the stairwell next to the elevator. There was also a fire door here. Carefully pushing it open, they found the spiral hallway empty. But when they looked up, they were shocked. Chapter 157. The rooftop, suspended 3 meters above the ground, was made of high-strength transparent glass. It seemed to be packed with people. At first glance, it was filled with footprints of varying sizes. A faint, strong smell of formaldehyde could be detected. This substance is generally used for embalming. It's commonly used for embalming corpses or preserving living specimens. A bad premonition washed over the 3 men, and they quickly ascended, weapons in hand. Reaching the door to the 24th floor, Sun Jingtao raised his hand and pressed his head against the fire exit. He immediately stood up and, with increasing vigilance, gave the two men a look. No one's inside, but beware of an ambush. Yi Qing and Zhao Pengfei nodded. Sun Jingtao took a deep breath and opened the door. He glanced around for a second with his rifle raised, but saw no guards. One in front of the other, the three men, taking cautious and light steps, emerged from the stairwell. The three people's pupils shrank at the scene before them. On the 23rd floor, the outer ring was filled with rooms. Here, the outer ring was actually an infinity pool. However, the floor-length curtains around the edge of the pool were all drawn. The area above the pool was now divided into 4 areas. A large, crude-looking iron cage was welded above each area. Each cage had a small locked door. It must have been a later modification. The cages were filled with people. Densely packed with people, their hands bound and hung. Men, women, boys, girls. People of all ages. The ropes, varying in length, ensured that everyone was submerged below the calf level in a specially formulated potion. It looked like a water dungeon. Perhaps from the cold or exhaustion, the people in the cages all had their heads drooping limply. It was impossible to tell whether they were dead or alive. The unpleasant smell of formaldehyde was emanating from the pool. It looked like this was the place they were looking for. These bastards. They're inhuman. Sun Jingtao cursed furiously at the scene before him. Zhao Pengfei's brow furrowed like a mountain, his desperate eyes searching the water dungeon frantically. Brother Tao, I leave this here to you. I go upstairs to find Jiangyan first. Yi Qing glanced at the scene, a little anxious. It was obvious that this was the core area where everyone was being held, and there was no one guarding it. This only meant that all the firepower on the scene was focused upstairs. Jiangyan, who had walked into the tiger's den alone, was likely in great danger. Okay. Sun Jingtao nodded, then added worriedly, be careful. We come up to you as soon as we get some of them down. All they could do now was let a few people down first, hand the rest over to the people at the scene, and then immediately go upstairs to find Jiangyan. There was nothing else they could do. After all, this place was like an isolated island. But asking them to leave these people alone and go upstairs directly was obviously unrealistic. Some opportunities lost never come back. Yi Qing temporarily put away his pistol and took the submachine gun he had just seized. After checking the ammunition, he quickly went upstairs. Only Sun Jingtao and Zhao Pengfei were left at the scene. Starting from the corridor entrance, the two of them cautiously made their way inside. The area closest to them was the area where the men were being held. The men were tall, with well-built bodies and physiques, as if they had been specially selected. They were all skinny, almost bony, due to malnutrition. Next to the men's area was the boys' area. In a moment of anxiety, Zhao Pengfei, forgetting the rules previously established by Sun Jingtao and the others, called out his son's name, Zhao Xiaofei. After all, he wasn't as professionally trained as Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing, possessing strong self-control. Add to that the uncertainty of whether his son, who depended on them for survival, was dead or alive, and one can imagine how panicked he was. Old Zhao, shush. Sun Jingtao frowned, glancing around cautiously. Then, holding his gun, he retreated to a corner shelter. No one. No one responded. Sun Jingtao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Zhao Pengfei, worried about his son, was visibly panicking. His voice rose even higher, Zhao Xiufei. Little airplane. Dad. He heard his father call his nickname, a childish voice, barely breathing, from the cage holding the boy. It was a little boy, nestled against the edge of the cage door. His thin body swayed, and he tried to open his eyes, but he couldn't. His nose and throat were dry. Perhaps from inhaling too much of the pungent odor, his nose and throat were stinging and burning. At this, Zhao Pengfei, fire axe in hand, hurried towards the cage holding the boy. He was so anxious that he had forgotten the earlier agreement. Sun Jingtao had no choice but to hold his gun, carefully guarding him from front to back. Halfway through, the sharp-eyed Sun Jingtao noticed something amiss. A small, slightly trembling red dot appeared on Zhao Pengfei's backpack, directly over his heart. Old Zhao. Sun Jingtao panicked. Zhao Pengfei, there's an ambush. Come back. He looked up, trying to locate the sniper. But he found that he was well hidden. And there was some distance between them. The 24th floor had a 360-degree panoramic swimming pool. And the 25th and 26th floors were actually suspended in the air. This design was truly beyond his expectations. Even on the other side, Zhao Pengfei, ignoring Sun Jingtao's cries, swung his axe into the metal door lock with a clang. Snap! The iron lock broke. Zhao Pingfei reached into his backpack and pulled out a dagger. He grasped his son's half-hanging body with one hand and, with a wave of his hand, cut the ropes binding his hands. Little plane. Zhao Pingfei burst into tears, his face filled with regret as he pulled his son tightly into his arms. Dad swears I never hit you again. Otherwise, I'd be struck by lightning. The little boy muttered to himself through his dry lips, Dad, don't. His eyelids finally opened slightly, but before he could see clearly, a rapid gunshot pierced the night sky, striking Zhao Pingfei's back with lightning speed. Sun Jingtao finally spotted the enemy's position, swiftly turning toward their area and pulling the trigger. Ouch! One shotgun pellet fires 10 bullets. Although out of optimal range at the moment, one bullet still managed to hit the enemy. Bang! A figure plummeted from the sky. At the same time, Zhao Pingfei's body slid to his knees at the edge of the cage. Dad! A heartbreaking cry rasped from the boy's aching throat. On the 25th floor, Yi Qing paused upon hearing the gunfire from the 24th, but quickly quickened his pace. He could clearly hear the gunfire from upstairs becoming more intense and intensive. As they had expected, almost all the firepower was directed towards the 30th floor. However, the occasional sound of gunfire from the battle indicated Jiang Yin was still alive. Chapter 158. 30th floor. With the last bullet in Jiang Yan's assault rifle expended, she dispatched the last thug who had rushed down from the upper floors. She didn't even bother changing the magazine, simply tossing the assault rifle back into the space and switching to a submachine gun with a tactical flashlight and scope that she had seized from the attacker. The previously empty area was now littered with corpses of various strange shapes. A thick, red liquid flowed all over the floor. Thankfully, the lobby was nearly completely open to air, so the fishy odor was minimal. Hua Bao, who had used all his strength to push Zhao Nianzu and his gang into the air, had returned. It couldn't be too far from Jiang Yin in a straight line, so the explosions had a significant impact on the building. The panoramic glass on the 30th floor was almost completely shattered by the shockwave. Its body, completely transparent, was now transforming two small leaves into hands, helping Jiang Yin collect the assault rifles, walkie-talkies, daggers, and other supplies from the attackers. When the explosion occurred, its body transformed into a gaseous state, which had little impact on it. However, it could only attack once per month. From then on, if Jiang Yin encountered an extremely dangerous situation again, she would have to rely on herself. Hua Hua. Mom, we searched their bodies for weapons and useful supplies. Also, I checked their pulses, and they're all dead. Hua Bao said, licking a few drops of blood from the corners of her lips. Those few drops of blood had long since dried. They were left behind when she devoured Zhao Nianzu. Good, well done. Jiang Yin smiled and held out her hand, motioning for Hua Bao to return. Her face and body were also covered in blood. It was gray and smelly. Hua Bao leaped back onto her shoulder. The usually lively Hua Bao now looked a little listless, her large head drooping, and the vines on her body draped over her back like a snake. Thankfully, she didn't retreat back into her grasp like she had done after attacking Song Deming and Zhang Kai the first time. Jiang Yin guessed it might have something to do with the fact that it had devoured a whole person this time. Last time, it had only bitten off half of Song Deming's head, which Jiang Yin had forcibly snatched from its mouth. Even so, Jiang Yin, connected to Hua Bao's mind, could still sense its exhaustion. When people are tired, they need rest and replenishment. She believed that Hua Bao felt the same way. Putting it back in space would help it recover much faster, but she still needed Hua Bao to guide her. So, it would be best to find the vault first, and let Hua Bao eat some gold bars. Thinking with this, Jiang Yin decided to abandon her plan to go downstairs and find Yi Qing and Sun Jingtao first, and instead go find warehouse number 1 of the Golden Shield Security. Hua Bao, let's go find the gold bars. Hua Hua. Okay, Mom. I guide you. Hearing that there was food, the piranha instantly perked up, its tired eyes once again darting. It raised its head from Jiang Yan's shoulder and pointed a small leaf toward the small door on the side of the lobby, where the old man and Mocio had exited. It was a dark brown, semicircular, invisible door. The door frame matched the surrounding walls in color, and the gap was so small it would be invisible without careful inspection. Jiang Yin, rifle in hand, turned on her tactical flashlight and quickly approached. Although she had just killed the last person rushing down from above, she still dared not let her guard down. As soon as she gently pushed the door open, cold raindrops instantly lashed towards her. Not far away, the endless ocean in the dark night came into view. Jiang Yan then realized that the corridor leading to the helipad upstairs was built into the side of the building, spiraling upward. Warehouse number 1, as Zhao Yanzu and the others had mentioned, was located at the landing at the corner of the stairs. There was an umbrella stand at the door, filled with large navy blue umbrellas. It was probably for the distinguished guests arriving by special plane. But Jiang Yan didn't care. She stepped onto the steel staircase and stomped forward, braving the wind and rain. Within seconds, 2 large, silver-gray steel doors, each bearing the inscription Warehouse Number 1, came into view. A canopy had been erected, leaving a large area in front of the doors dry. Jiang Yan walked over quickly. A small room at the entrance, resembling a single-person guardhouse, was now empty. Looking at the large locks hanging from the steel doors, Jiang Yan searched inside, but couldn't find any keys or anything like them. Jiang Yan turned and emerged, raising her submachine gun and firing a barrage of bang, bang, at the locks. The lock broke, and Jiang Yan pushed hard, only to find the same locked silver steel door inside. Further inside, the same situation persisted. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. Even if this were a vault, it wouldn't be so heavily guarded. But the more so, the more excited she became. After all, the tighter the defenses, and the more mysterious it seemed, the more valuable the supplies inside. After forcing open 3 silver steel doors, and a swinging glass door, a row of sealed glass boxes over 2 meters high blocked the view ahead. With it came a pungent odor. Formaldehyde again. Jiang Yan frowned, quickly retrieved a gas mask from the space, and put it on before raising her submachine gun and sweeping forward. Seeing the object clearly fall into the tactical indicator light, Jiang Yan's pupils trembled for a moment. Floating in the glass boxes filled with transparent liquid were people. To be more precise, corpses, already dead, but with their skin well preserved. Their skin was pale, their eyes closed, as if they had been specially selected. Each one had delicate, 3-dimensional features and a perfectly formed body. Men, women, boys, and girls, everyone. The glass cases holding the children were much smaller though. 2 were stacked on top of each other. The men and women's mermaid lines and waistlines were clearly visible. The children looked like skinny dolls. Perfect as they were, they all looked eerie. Further inside, a pile of glass bottles filled with clear liquid sat on a shelf. The bottles contained everything: eyeballs, kidneys, livers, hearts, small intestines, pancreas. 1 bottle had shattered, and half a small intestine had fallen to the ground. The pungent smell must have come from here. You? Jiang Yan felt a chill run down her back, and she couldn't help but dry heave. Hua Bao, can you confirm? Are the gold bars in here? Hua Hua. Yes, Mom. I can smell it. Go a little further in. Hua Bao was clearly shocked by what she saw. It had seen similar scenes before, while surfing the internet to learn, but only in movies. Hua Hua. Mom, what are they doing with all these human specimens? Specimens? Aren't they for organ transplants? Jiang Yan frowned. Chapter 159. In Jiang Yan's mind, those individually preserved tissues were probably for organ transplants or something. After all, she had previously overheard the conversation between Shui Dajing and that Mr. Mo. It seemed they were talking about something else, unrelated to this. But what were they doing with so many carefully selected human specimens? Jiang Yan had previously thought Shui Miaomio and his group were taking advantage of the natural disaster to build a base and rake in the cash. Now it seemed she had been too narrow-minded. The other party had clearly come prepared, and seemed to be secretly experimenting with something. As for what, it was unknown. Jiang Yan didn't dwell on it. Instead, she took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and continued to walk inside, submachine gun in hand. Hua Bao, who was on her shoulder, guided her and explained, Hua Hua. Mom, even after being processed and refrigerated, transplanted organs from a donor can only survive outside the body for a maximum of 7 days. Jiang Yan listened to its explanation and paused in front of a glass swing door. The glass was transparent, shimmering slightly blue. It was thick and had a metal grill inside. Through the grill, she saw a room measuring over 100 square meters. In the center of the room stood a large, 1-meter-high, arched platform. Atop the platform sat a box, also made of similar glass. The box was enormous, about 3 meters square. It was surrounded by a mesh of fine golden threads. Jiang Yan's alertness instantly reached full force. Hua Hua. Mom, the gold bar is inside. Hua Bao, who was currently giving her scientific advice, suddenly changed the subject and exclaimed in surprise. Jianyan leaned over to the glass door and took a look. Sure enough, behind the gold-netted box, the area along 3 walls was filled with metal boxes. The boxes were the same ones she had seen in the conference room. Jianyan carefully searched for the door lock. She then realized that the glass door had no lock. That was odd. Without a lock, how could anyone get in or out? Without time to think, she simply raised her submachine gun and fired at the edge of the door frame. Bang, bang, bang. Bullet casings clattered to the floor, but the glass door remained motionless. Jianyan frowned. This glass door is actually made of high-quality, extra-thick bulletproof glass. It's not that there's no way. She had plenty of explosives in her dimension. But that thing was too dangerous. After a moment's thought, she double-checked that no one was around before she retrieved a large-caliber heavy machine gun from her dimension. After choosing a suitable spot, setting up the machine gun, and replacing the earplugs, Jianyan unleashed a barrage of fire. The heavy machine gun's power was immense, instantly puncturing the glass door in front of her with a series of holes. Jianyan quickly retracted the machine gun, took out a fire axe, and hammered at the holes around it. The door was broken. It wasn't large, but it was wide enough for her to get in and out. The Piranha plant had already made its way inside. After confirming that there was no danger, Jianyan crouched down and crawled in as well. The air inside the room was noticeably better. There was even a faint, fresh, sweet scent. Jianyan was a little puzzled, but to be on the safe side, she kept her gas mask on. She held the submachine gun in hand and carefully surveyed the room. Aside from a pile of neatly stacked cardboard boxes in one corner, the rest were metal boxes. The boxes had combination locks. Equipped with a gun, Jianyan resorted to brute force. She opened one at random, and was greeted by a dazzling golden glow. She picked up a heavy piece. She gazed at the inscriptions. 999, 1000 G. Jianyan's breath hitched. 1000 G? These weren't gold bars, they were gold bricks. There were about 40 or 50 boxes on the scene, and Jianyan was completely stunned. She took a deep breath, suppressing her excitement and joy. She asked Hua Bao, are those other boxes filled with gold bars too? Hua Bao couldn't wait to roll up a few gold bricks and pop them into her mouth. Hua. Yes. All of them. Mom, I'm having another feast. Jianyan didn't even think twice before she started eating. The boxes were stacked side by side, and in a matter of seconds, all the boxes containing gold bars were stored in her space. She was about to reach for the glass box covered in a golden grid when a subtle bang emanated from the pile of boxes. Jianyan's brow furrowed. She pointed her gun at the boxes and strode over. Who is it? Hua Bao had already leaped from her shoulder. It could only smell gold, silver, and jewelry. As for anything else, its sense of smell wasn't as sharp as Jianyan's. Hua Bao simply waved 2 small leaves to pry open the pile of boxes. A thin, gray-haired old man in a white lab coat, huddled up with his hands on his head, appeared before Jianyan. Jianyan couldn't help but gasp. How careless. She hadn't expected someone to be in a place with so much gold. The key was a person who looked like a scholar or an experimenter. Next to him was a small box the size of a regular medicine box. Who are you? The man shuddered, lowered his head, and said nothing. Hua Bao was about to step forward when he saw the man's body tremble. His hands, which had been holding his head, quickly retracted. He thrust 2 fingers into his nose, whimpered, and twitched, falling to the side. Jianyan was startled and instinctively took 2 steps back. That was clearly a symptom of cyanide poisoning. Hua Bao was about to extend his small leaf to hook the small box when he heard a bang. A cloud of smoke rose from the small box. The box had exploded. Hua Bao, come back, Jianyan said. Hua Bao quickly opened the pile of cartons again to inspect them, then jumped back onto Jianyan's shoulder. Jianyan frowned and walked towards the strange glass box she had seen in the middle of the room. Inside the box, there seemed to be a large, wrinkled mass of something pitch black. She had no idea what it was. Hua. Mom, it's gold. 999% pure. Hua Bao pointed a blade at the golden mesh covering the box's exterior and bared his teeth before biting into it. Jianyan, She didn't try to stop him, but instead asked, Hua Bao, do you know what's inside? Hua. Mom, I can't see clearly now. It looks like a cylindrical piece of jelly. Jelly? Whose jelly is a meter in diameter, and so ugly. But as long as it's not an organ, it's fine. In less than half a minute, Hua Bao had completely devoured the golden mesh covering the glass box. Mom, I can see clearly what's inside now. It's Tai Sui. Black Tai Sui. Tai Sui? Jian Yan's doubts grew deeper and deeper. Jian Yan. Yi Qing's voice suddenly rang out from outside. Jian Yan didn't have time to think. She reached out and tucked the Tai Sui, along with the icy box, into the space. Chapter 160. Jian Yan had just crawled out of the dog hole she had dug with her heavy machine gun and fire axe, when Yi Qing appeared not far from the entrance to warehouse number 1. He clutched a submachine gun tightly in his hand, his eyes scanning the room with alarm. When he saw the rows of glass boxes filled with formaldehyde and corpses, his pupils visibly shrank. But unlike Jian Yan, he didn't instinctively jump away. Instead, he stepped closer, his brow furrowed as he carefully examined one of the men's bodies. Yi Qing. Jian Yan called out, then hurried out. She had already removed the exaggerated gas mask and tossed it back into the space, replacing it with the dusty mask she had worn earlier. Yi Qing clearly noticed her. Jian Yan. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Looking at Jian Yan, covered in blood and dust, a barely perceptible trace of worry flashed in his eyes. I'm fine. Let's talk outside. Jian Yan shook her head, pointing the muzzle of her gun outside. The room was not only eerie and gloomy, but also smelled unpleasant. Even after a few words, she could feel a sharp sting in her throat. Yi Qing glanced behind her, only to see a pitch-black room. Have you checked inside? Did you find anything unusual? No, it's just an empty room. The enemy's supply warehouse isn't here, Jian Yan said casually, shaking her head. Logically, what Jian Yanzu and his team had collected from various communities wasn't just selected survivors, but also supplies. Things like food, water, jewelry handed in by individuals, and those enormous mutant leeches. But these items were clearly not stored in the warehouse they'd been in. This only meant they had another separate warehouse. As they spoke, they had already reached the door of warehouse number 1. Yi Qing uttered an "oh," glanced at the rain outside, then fixed his gaze on the submachine gun in Jian Yan's hand. His Adam's apple rolled as he asked, Jian Yan, you killed all those people on the roof, right? He encountered few guards along the way. In the drafty top floor lobby, however, he found a pile of bodies scattered about. There were quite a few. But the bodies were devoid of any weapons. Jian Yan only had a submachine gun on her, so he hesitated to ask any further questions. Besides, the earlier fireball was clearly the result of an explosive detonation. However, moving a group of people to explode in midair, about 10 meters from the wall, was no small task. No matter how skilled Jian Yan was at shooting, she couldn't have done it alone. In other words, even with Sun Jingtao and the others, it wouldn't have been possible without the help of external equipment. Not really. It seems their talks broke down, and a fight broke out, and I just happened to take advantage. By the time I jumped down from the ceiling, most of them were already dead or injured. As for the explosion, it was very strange, like everyone was strapped with dynamite. Jian Yan shook her head, puzzled. She couldn't possibly claim to have a powerful piranha plant helping her, so she had to lie. And her words were very general. She also didn't mention the gray-haired old man, Mo Shiyao, Jian Yanzu, and the others. This was clearly not the time to discuss such matters. As for the other parties' late-night discussions, she didn't need to explain too much. After all, Yi Qing and the others had clearly seen the 2 helicopters land and depart. There's another level up there. Let's go up and take a look. Maybe the supply depot is up there, Jian Yan said, turning and heading up the spiral staircase. Yi Qing hummed a hymn and quickly followed. By the way, Jian Yan, did you see those people who left in the helicopter just now? They didn't seem to be going in the same direction. No, Jian Yan said, changing the subject. By the way, how are Sun Jingtao and the others? Yi Qing told her what they had seen along the way. He then analyzed. They seemed to be conducting some kind of experiment, a very strange one. This group must have backers or other forces supporting them. They couldn't have done something on such a large scale on their own. This force and backer probably wasn't just Shui Miaomiu. Perhaps? Jian Yan said noncommittally, reaching up to wipe the rain from her face. The two had already reached the upper floor. While chatting quietly, they remained vigilant. Racing the area around with their rifles pointed, they found nothing but an empty steel structure. The steel floor was littered with bits of trash, and the marks of large boxes being moved. It looked like a supply warehouse. However, the supplies had already been moved. The two exchanged glances and sighed silently. Let's go downstairs and reunite with Sun Jingtao and the others. Okay. The two men turned and went downstairs, one after the other. In Yi Qing's opinion, although the supplies hadn't been found, at least the villains had been eliminated, And Repulse Bay would at least have some peace from now on. Speaking of Repulse Bay, a question suddenly occurred to him. By the way, Jian Yan, have you seen Ma Longbiu and the scarred man with him? He had previously looked through the bodies in the lobby, but hadn't spotted Ma Longbiu. He was short, fat, and dark-skinned, making him very recognizable. So was the other scarred man. But it was obvious that they weren't among the dead. If these two had escaped, then the suppression wouldn't be considered a success. Ma Longbiu probably died during the gunfight. As for Scarface, I haven't seen him, so he might not be here, Jian Yan said, narrowing her eyes and pretending to recall. After her explanation, she raised the tactical flashlight on her submachine gun to shone a glance at the rain in the sky, then extended her palm. Watching Jian Yan reach up to catch the raindrops, Yi Qing frowned. Jian Yan, what are you doing? Yi Qing, have you noticed the raindrops seem smaller? Jian Yan's lips curled slightly, a flicker of joy in her eyes. When they just left the lobby, the rain had been heavy. It felt like pebbles mixed with water, crackling and painful. But now, the pain was gone, and there was only a rustling sound. And the raindrops in the halo were noticeably less dense. Yi Qing reached into his backpack and pulled out the rechargeable hand-cranked flashlight Jian Yan had given them. He then slung his submachine gun over his body, held onto the railing with one hand, and stretched his upper body and head out. Jian Yan, the water level hasn't risen in a while. Yi Qing observed for a few seconds, then came to his senses, a flicker of joy in his eyes. The rubber boat they parked hadn't moved at all from the outer wall. No, it's not just that the water level hasn't risen, it's that the rain is about to stop. Jian Yan held out her palm again, the corners of her lips curling up subconsciously. It was magical. The raindrops that had been falling softly before suddenly vanished in an instant. The rain had stopped. Chapter 161. Let's hurry downstairs and tell Brother Tao and Brother Zhao the good news, Yi Qing said excitedly, losing his usual composure. Sun Jingtao and Zhao Pengfei were on the 24th floor, surrounded by blackout curtains, so they couldn't see what was happening outside. Yes. Jian Yan nodded and reached out to push open the invisible door. She actually wanted to find an opportunity to enter the space first, bring Hua Bao in with her, and eat the gold bars later. But after thinking it over, she gave up. Even though the enemy had been wiped out, the danger alert couldn't be lifted yet. Let's go downstairs and reunite with Sun Jingtao and the others first. There was no rush. After entering the staircase, the two of them automatically went silent. Yi Qing took the lead and walked to the front. There were too many rooms in the building, and there might be some remnants hiding. Unlike the 32nd floor mezzanine, which was constructed entirely of ochre-red steel frames, it was easy to spot. The two of them walked briskly, and soon reached the 25th floor. From a distance, Jian Yan could hear the heartbreaking cries of a little boy. There was also the whispering of many people. The whispers were simply due to exhaustion and weakness. Even so, she and Yi Qing instinctively raised their guns. Because they were on the suspended floor, they could see a crowd of people below. A group of 4 or 5 men, armed with knives and other weapons, were helping each other in the dark to lower the remaining hanging children. Usually, this was a task that only one person could handle, but now, everyone was likely weak and had limited daggers, so they had to work together. Sun Jingtao seemed to have a clear plan. First, he rescued the stronger and taller men. Then, he led the men to rescue the children and women. Although she had heard Yi Qing describe the scene on this floor before, Jian Yan still took a deep breath when she saw the iron cages, and the people hanging from them with her own eyes. Brother Tao. Yi Qing looked around, but couldn't see Sun Jingtao or Zhao Pengfei, so he shouted. Sun Jingtao heard the shout, turned around, and waved to the two men. He was sweating profusely as he stood in the pool where a group of women were hanging, untying them with a dagger. Jian Yan, the water's not good, and it's very cold. Wait for us here, don't go down, Yi Qing said, striding forward to help Sun Jingtao. Jian Yan frowned at the people standing by the pool, their lips purple from the cold, shivering all over. Now that the rain has stopped, the stagnant temperature will likely continue to drop. If these people don't have extra warming equipment, even if they're rescued now, they freeze to death sooner or later. She remembered that this hotel, in addition to the bedding in the guest rooms, also has a linen room. It's stocked with towels, blankets, and other items, which could help keep them warm temporarily. Hua Bao, can you help me look at the map? Which floor is the hotel's linen room on? Jian Yan telepathically communicated with Hua Bao. Hua. Mom, the hotel's core linen room is on the basement level. It's the largest there. Besides, there are also small linen rooms near the corners of other floors. Yi Qing. Jiang Yan called Yi Qing back. Yi Qing's eyes froze for a moment, but she still walked towards her. Jiang Yan, what's wrong? Give the dagger to the others. You and I will each lead a team to the linen room. The reason they chose her and him was because they had guns. It would intimidate everyone. Although these people were ordinary people, there would inevitably be fights over blankets or other supplies that could provide warmth. Also, even if they encountered an ambush, they could handle it. Okay. Yi Qing didn't ask any further questions. He turned and handed the dagger to a skinny but handsome young man. Brother Tao, let's take everyone upstairs first. Okay, be careful. Sun Jingtao understood immediately and didn't ask any more questions. Where's Xiao Pengfei? Why don't I see him? Jiang Yan asked puzzledly as Yi Qing approached. Yi Qing repeated Sun Jingtao's words to Jiang Yan verbatim, saying, he's gone. While desperately trying to save his son, we encountered a sniper hiding in the shadows. Jiang Yan, everyone who can still stand, split into 2 teams and follow us. Jiang Yan took a breath, collected her thoughts, glanced at the people being untied by the pool, and shouted with a wave of her hand. Then, confused, they obeyed. Some seemed to be staggering, almost unable to stand, but they still managed to stand. Yi Qing and Jiang Yan counted and selected some people. Then, each leading a team, they slowly headed upstairs. For hours later, all those who had been tied up and hung were successfully rescued. The quilts, blankets, and towels from the linen rooms on each floor were moved to the 26th and 27th floors. However, because the windows on half the floors had been shattered, everyone was crammed into the rooms on the other half. With so many people, and the quilts and blankets, they were considerably warmer. Someone even suggested burning hotel furniture in the hallway for warmth, but Jiang Yan and the others temporarily rejected this idea. A few people who were relatively strong and in relatively good physical condition searched the various floors, and actually found some food. Although it was spoiled, it was better than nothing, and would satisfy their hunger for the time being. Jiang Yan, what are your thoughts on the future? Sun Jingtao, looking tired, pulled Jiang Yan and Yi Qing to a corner of the hallway to discuss. The people abducted from Repulse Bay had been found. However, many more were from other communities. Even if they were only transporting people from Repulse Bay, their inflatable boats would be impractical. I feel like the temperature is significantly colder now than before. It's very likely the water will freeze over quickly, Jiang Yan said bluntly. This statement was inferred from her past life's experiences. But she obviously couldn't say it directly. Frozen? Yi Qing turned her head and glanced out the window. It was almost 7 in the morning. The sky was already beginning to lighten. Without the torrential downpour, the light outside was noticeably brighter. Sun Jingtao had already learned from Yi Qing that the rain had stopped. He was actually eager to return home to his wife, Su Dai. But he couldn't bring himself to leave so many people alone. If it freezes, that wouldn't be a bad thing. Sun Jingtao frowned. What they lacked now was transportation. If the water froze, at least these people would have a much greater chance of getting to the nearby neighborhood on their own. If they could find some food for a while, their chances of survival would increase. However, it would take some time for the water to freeze over and become walkable. Sun Jingtao had an idea and was about to ask Jiang Yan and Yi Qing for their opinions when a young man hurried over and said, 3 heroes, there are 3 large ships outside. They have official flags and many soldiers with guns. Chapter 162. A lot of armed soldiers? Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and stood up. How many? The young man said excitedly, together, at least 100. God has mercy on us. This time, we're definitely saved. Jiang Yan was secretly surprised. Hundreds of soldiers? What a spectacle. The last time the luxury cruise ship came to Repulse Bay to pick up young and middle-aged laborers for the base, it only had a dozen or so soldiers. It looked like we encountered the main force of the regular army. You wait here. I go check it out. Sun Jingtao said, quickly standing up and heading in the direction the young man had come from. Hearing that the official ship had arrived, the rescue people were also very excited and crowded around the window. Some people from upstairs also came down, filling the corridor. Their throats were severely damaged, and coupled with lack of food and clothing, they couldn't shout loudly. But it couldn't stop the excitement and joy that lit up their faces. After all, this was a high-rise building, with few openable windows and narrow gaps. The men simply ripped off their white towels, grabbed white pillows, and, enduring the stinging pain on their wrists, began shaking frantically toward the outside. Please, everyone, make way, Sun Jingtao shouted, and the crowd blocking the doorway finally made way for him. Soon, Sun Jingtao's expression returned to its solemn state. Jiang Yin and Yi Qing stared at each other, somewhat puzzled by his expression. Sun Jingtao approached and whispered 3 large ships, encircling the hotel building. Encircling? To suppress the bandits? Jiang Yin smiled, suddenly understanding why Sun Jingtao had such a worried expression. This building harbored so many unscrupulous bandits, imprisoned so many people, and harvested so many human specimens. Now they wiped them all out, and the enemy ship has arrived. That speed and reaction are impressive. I don't think so. Sun Jingtao shook his head and continued, if they were here to suppress the bandits and rescue people, they wouldn't be so large scale. Usually, a small group of commandos would come in first, take out the bandits, and control the main leader before the large-scale military reinforcements arrive. Because if the enemy leader isn't controlled, it's very likely that the prisoners will become their hostages, and then the official offensive will be very passive. He had many experiences rescuing hostages from thugs, but never before had a large group of people revealed their identities and joined in the fight right from the start. Plus, he had previously heard privately that factional strife within the upper echelons of the government was quite serious. So naturally, he felt a greater sense of crisis. Thinking of this, Sun Jingtao glanced at Jiang Yin and Yi Qing and said, let's wait and see what happens. Everyone, be careful. Seeing his preoccupied expression, Yi Qing suggested, Brother Tao, we have a rubber boat. Why don't we leave in it? Now that the official boat has arrived and these people have been rescued, we won't be needed for anything further. They hadn't been very interested in joining the official base in the first place. Leaving now wasn't a big deal. The enemy has completely cornered us, so we can't escape. Our rescue is a foregone conclusion. Those people in Repulse Bay know us. It's okay. Let's just wait and see what happens. Maybe I'm overthinking it. The official boat just happened to pass by. Sun Jingtao finished with a wry smile. Maybe I've been through too many bizarre things lately, or maybe it's just my occupational illness. I feel like I'm overly sensitive to danger, like a frightened bird. It's important to be cautious. This isn't a big deal, Jiang Yin advised. Yi Qing looked at the two of them. Then let's just wait here patiently. If all else fails, we can leave after the boat leaves. Sun Jingtao nodded. I'm fine with that. Jiang Yin didn't mind. When the enemy comes, we fight with our troops. When the water comes, we block it with earth. This was her consistent approach. As for the claim that the boat just happened to pass by, she didn't really believe it. After all, these buildings weren't like the mature, well-populated residential complexes in Repulse Bay. They hadn't even been delivered. Without detailed intelligence, who would have thought they come specifically to such a building? And 3 boats, loaded with armed soldiers. But she hoped she was overthinking it. By the way, Brother Tao, Jiang Yin, I set up a separate frequency. These 2 are for you. They'd be handy for us to contact each other when needed. Yi Qing opened his backpack and pulled out 2 walkie-talkies. They were exactly the kind of military-grade walkie-talkies used by Golden Shield Security. He must have found them from someone else. Xiao Yi, you're amazing. Sun Jingtao praised, reaching out to take them. Jiang Yin did the same. As soon as the 2 put the walkie-talkies away, 3 boats had already docked outside the building. They formed an inverted A shape, with 2 boats closest. The remaining boat was a considerable distance away. The light in the room dimmed as it was blocked. The boat was large, very similar to the sightseeing cruise ship that had come to Repulse Bay to pick up people from the base. This time, however, the top deck was filled with armed soldiers. And there were no tourist attractions listed on the side. The gangway was quickly lowered, and bang 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 was the sound of the soldiers running in unison. Within 2 seconds, a line of armed soldiers swiftly entered the building from several entrances on different floors. Some also entered from their floor. The soldiers split into 2 groups, with the majority rushing up the stairs, while a smaller number remained behind. The people who had been crammed into the hallway, bewildered as they were, quickly made way for the soldiers. Young man, please tell me, are you here to pick us up? Someone raised their hand and asked the nearest soldier weakly. The soldier didn't even blink, his gun in hand, serious as a clay statue. The questioner looked embarrassed for a second. A sudden silence fell. No one dared to ask any more questions, and no one dared to speak. Jiang Yin and the other 2 stood at the back of the crowd, observing silently. The soldiers seemed to have entered the building and were searching. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy footsteps echoed from the nearby gangway. A woman with short hair and a capable demeanor entered, accompanied by a towering warrior. Although the sky had brightened considerably, the light inside the room was still quite dim. She scanned the crowd for a moment before adjusting to the light. Jiang Yin glanced at the two of them, startled. Are these the same Qi Mingnan and Song Qian she had met last time at the C0 shopping? Why are they here too? Just as she was pondering this, she heard Qi Mingnan gesture to several people and say, You, and you, please come up with me. Chapter 163. Leader, are you here to pick us up? Seeing that Qi Mingnan was a woman and obviously more approachable, the man she had called on mustered up the courage to ask. Yes, everyone, please be patient. Qi Mingnan nodded, then looked at the people she had just called on and said, Let's go. Song Qian glanced at the people inside, and when he looked at Jiang Yin and the other two, his gaze paused slightly. But he quickly turned and left. Jiang Yin turned to look at Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing, only to discover that they were actually carrying submachine guns on their backs. Goodness, no wonder they were paying so much attention. A whisper broke out in the room, and soon the chatter grew louder. It was like a market. Everyone was excited, they could finally leave. The soldiers nearby, as usual, stood quietly. Sun Jingtao suddenly stood up and walked towards a room in the corner. Jiang Yan's brow furrowed, but she quickly realized what was happening. That corner, near where they parked their rubber boat. He must have gone to check on it. Soon, Sun Jingtao returned, his brow furrowed. The rubber boat's no longer usable. Huh? Jiang Yin and Yi Qing were both stunned. Why? It must be from the previous explosion. Fragments hit the steel plate in the middle, causing water to enter. No wonder I saw what looked like water in the cabin when I was upstairs. I thought it was accumulated rainwater that hadn't been drained out, Yi Qing said. The light was dim, and the distance was far, so it was hard to see clearly. It looks like we have to take the official boat and leave, Sun Jingtao said, sighing heavily. Ah, I wonder what's happened to Su Dai. Jiang Yin narrowed her eyes. She did have a bunch of boats and rubber dinghies in her space, but she'd talk about that later. A few minutes later, someone on a boat outside started shouting with a loudspeaker. The gist of it was that they were from the official Yaobin base and happened to be passing through. If anyone wanted to join their boat to the base, they could board the boat on the left. The prerequisite, however, was that anyone who chose to go to the base would have to work for free for 4 months. After all, they had nothing on them right now, and all they had left was their labor. But they also said that going forward, those who went to the base would receive more pay based on their individual work, including food and subsidies. If anyone didn't want to go, they could board the boat on the right. This boat would return everyone to their respective communities. Yaobin Base? Jiang Yin was stunned. This name was so strange, and she had never heard of it before. All they knew was that Ming's official base was built within the Twin Towers. Sun to Yao San Yaobin. Yaobin originally referred to a high, steep mountain, Yi Qing explained. Nowadays, with the vast ocean everywhere, the meaning of such names is quite clear. Lion means fire, and Yaobin means earth. These two names are quite interesting. Jiang Yin couldn't help but smile. Let's go, let's get in line too, Sun Jingtao said, standing up without giving her any further thought. He was already eager to return home. Thankfully, the people on the 3 official ships didn't seem to notice them particularly. That was a good thing. Brother Tao, wait a moment, Yi Qing said, removing his submachine gun and snapping it into pieces. Seeing him deftly place the disassembled gun into his backpack, Sun Jingtao and Jiang Yin were stunned for a second. Then they reacted instantly. Yi Qing was worried that carrying the gun out like that would inevitably lead to questioning. Compared to the other detainees, the 3 of them stood out. Not only were their physical condition and clothing different, but they also carried a backpack. But it was obvious they couldn't throw it away. Jiang Yin pretended to be able to. However, Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing were clearly reluctant to part with it. Jiang Yin, where's your gun? Yi Qing had just noticed that the submachine gun in Jiang Yan's hand had disappeared. Jiang Yin said, Oh, it ran out of bullets, so I threw it away. Actually, she had simply put it into the space when no one was around. Yi Qing didn't want to ask any more questions, and turned to look at Sun Jingtao. There's no need to disassemble mine. Keep one for emergencies, Sun Jingtao said. Disassembling a gun is easy, but reassembling it takes time. The key point is that the 3 of them were already wearing clothes that would attract attention. Even if they boarded the ship, the supplies in their backpacks would definitely be inspected. As for the gun, it had originally been found on the bandits. If they really wanted to confiscate it, they wouldn't be able to do so. All right, everyone, hurry up and line up. A voice shouted from outside. Several French windows near the hull were smashed, and more gangways were lowered. The crowd began to file aboard. They were completely bare, which saved the soldiers the trouble of checking them. The cabins of the two ships quickly filled with people. But it was clear that those who chose to return to the community were in greater numbers. They must have been separated from their families. Jiang Yan, Sun Jingtao, and the other two were at the end of the line to board the ship. As soon as they reached the window, Jiang Yan felt a strong chill. "Isn't it going to snow in this weather?" Sun Jingtao asked, glancing up at the gray sky. He and Yi Qing had previously gone into the water to rescue someone, and now their legs felt like they were stuck in an ice cave. "Comrade, please stay. Our base leader wants to see you." The three were about to head for the gangway of the ship on the right, when Song Qian approached them alone, looking at Sun Jingtao. "Me?" Sun Jingtao glanced at Jiang Yan and Yi Qing. As their eyes exchanged, their inner vigilance reached full blast. Song Qian smiled slightly and nodded. "Yes, the leader is just asking a few simple questions. After meeting you, he sent the three of you back to the complex separately in a small boat." Sun Jingtao didn't know what to say after he said that. "Then wait for me a moment." Jiang Yan and Yi Qing nodded. "Be careful." Song Qian raised his hand and gestured toward the farthest ship. A red assault boat quickly sailed over, braving the wind and waves, and stopped by the French window. Sun Jingtao followed Song Qian onto the assault boat and headed for the farthest ship. At the same time, the other two boats, previously packed with people, sounded their horns and set sail. The soldiers on the decks of the two ships were visibly reduced by 2/3. There were stools in the room, so Jiang Yan and Yi Qing simply found one and sat down. Yi Qing looked around for a few seconds, then leaned over to Jiang Yan and whispered, "Jiang Yan, have you noticed that only half of the soldiers who went upstairs have returned?" "I noticed," Jiang Yan nodded. She had also noticed that the soldiers who went upstairs were carrying heavy backpacks. Some of them were even carrying drills. The drills were clearly used for blasting holes in construction. Chapter 164. Jiang Yan narrowed her eyes and thought for a few seconds, her heart pounding with fear. If nothing unexpected happened, they were going to blow up this building. Generally speaking, blowing up a high-rise building isn't just about throwing explosives at it. It's about drilling blast holes through the walls and steel frames. Then, based on the building's volume, the required amount of explosives is calculated and placed into the holes in a pattern. Only in this way can the entire building be completely destroyed. But these were just her one-sided speculations. "Jiang Yan, what are you thinking about?" Yi Qing asked, noticing her silence. "Nothing." Jiang Yan shook her head, withdrawing her thoughts. The underlying events were too complicated, and she didn't know how to begin. Might as well not say anything. 10 minutes later, the red assault boat brought Song Qian and Sun Jingtao back. Seeing the submachine gun still on Sun Jingtao's back, Jiang Yan and Yi Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Jingtao reached the shore, turned to Song Qian, and said, "Brother Song, please wait a moment," before quickly walking towards the two of them. "Brother Tao, what's the matter?" Yi Qing stood up and closed the door on the other side of the room. Sun Jingtao glanced at Song Qian and the soldier driving the speedboat over there, then sat down on the large bed in front of the two stools. "I met the leader of the Yaobin base, Mo Jingsheng. He's a very powerful young man. He invited us to join the base." Sun Jingtao paused, glanced at the expressions of Jiang Yan and Yi Qing, and then continued, "But I declined." "Mo Jingsheng?" Jiang Yan's heart skipped a beat. If she remembered correctly, the white-haired old man who appeared to be a high-ranking official was surnamed Mo. And the beautiful girl with flaming red lips, said to be a skilled spearman, was named Mo Shiyao. What a coincidence. Well, the other party isn't from Anming, but from Jing City in the north. He's in his 20s, very young and promising, and appears to be of good character and integrity. It's said that their relationship with the authorities is more like a cooperative or affiliated relationship, or perhaps their family has connections to high-ranking officials or the military. As for those soldiers, they seem more like mercenaries, Sun Jingtao said, not knowing what she was truly thinking. In his opinion, given the other party's age, even if he had distinguished military achievements, it would be impossible for him to have so many soldiers under his command. And these ships were clearly personal property. However, in this situation, many things are hard to say. Jiang Yan glanced at Song Qian over there, her doubts growing even more intense. But now wasn't the time to inquire about their identities and backgrounds, so Jiang Yan changed the subject. "So, they knew what happened in this building?" "Yes. They knew about the incarceration and our rescue. They also knew about my past as a Special Forces soldier." Sun Jingtao nodded and continued, "That's why they said the base is short of courageous and resourceful individuals, and wanted to invite us to join. I declined, but I still wanted to hear your thoughts. After all, Sun Jingtao hesitated. Jiang Yin and Yi Qing looked at him in unison. What? The people around him said that Enming is in an earthquake zone. If they stay here, the city will likely be hardest hit in a major earthquake. Yi Qing frowned. If the water freezes over and an earthquake occurs, it's probably fine. But if it doesn't, there will probably be secondary disasters like tsunamis. Earthquakes? Jiang Yan's eyes widened. Can they predict them? Sun Jingtao smiled. Of course not. It said that it was an internal official announcement. It said there's a high probability of a large-scale earthquake in the next few months. Those scientists must have predicted it using other methods. Jiang Yan took a breath. Is their base not in Anming? No, it's in Dongshan City to the east. They say Dongshan has solid geology and a high altitude, unlike Anming, where many areas haven't been flooded. If we don't want to join the base and simply want to leave Anming and find a safe place, they can give us a ride for free. Dongshan? Jiang Yan knew a little about the city. It was once famous for its apples, red wine, and the numerous gold mines surrounding the city. The thought of the gold mines made her feel a little tempted. But the prerequisite is that after this space upgrade is completed, it can be upgraded again, and that's when it's needed. If we could reach the destination in one go, there would be no need to search for gold again. Yi Qing asked, Dongshan, isn't that Sister Dai's hometown? Sun Jingtao nodded and continued, I decline the invitation to join their base, but I am considering taking their ship to Dongshan. After all, traveling with them would be safer. So why don't you come too? Jiang Yan glanced at him. No wonder she had just told Song Qian to wait a moment. He was waiting for a reply. It was just that it seemed a bit unreasonable for the leader of a base, with a ship and so many soldiers under his command, to extend such an olive branch to 3 ordinary people. Plus, his last name was Mo. Jiang Yan felt like everything was going strange, but she couldn't put her finger on it. She suspected Sun Jingtao had sensed it too. However, the lesser of two evils was the better option. Before the ensuing natural disasters, it wouldn't be a bad thing for them to board a large ship like this and leave Anming and find a new refuge. As for herself, she didn't really like being controlled by others. According to current conditions, the journey from Anming to Dongshan would take at least 10 days to half a month. The key was that once on the ship, space was limited, and everyone would have to squeeze together, making many things very inconvenient. If they took a car, at least they would have some private time. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan had already made up her mind. Sun Jingtao finished his words, his brow furrowed. Even if the earthquake doesn't strike, at this rate of temperature drop, the water will likely freeze over soon. If it snows, it will be fatal for us. Given the current high temperatures and heavy rain, if it snows, the temperature won't just drop by a degree or two. Yi Qing remained silent, waiting for Jiang Yan's response. Sun Jingtao glanced at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, what's your decision? You guys go. I'm in Anming. I have some things to take care of, so I might go somewhere else. Jiang Yan narrowed her eyes, pondered for a few seconds, then spoke. Sun Jingtao, Yi Qing, Neither of them expected her to respond like that. Yi Qing glanced at Jiang Yan, his eyes complex. As a grown man, he couldn't just say, how about I go with you? Instead, he ended up saying, Jiang Yan, where are you going? Jiang Yan smiled casually, saying, the world is vast, and the whole world is my home. Chapter 165. Jiang Yan's words were light and evasive. Yi Qing's Adam's apple rolled, a hint of loneliness flickering in his eyes. Brother Sun, have you guys finished your discussion? Song Qian, who was standing over there, glanced at the three of them and asked loudly. Yes, Sun Jingtao nodded and stood up. Let's go home first, and pick up Su Dai later. He thought the return trip was still quite a while, and perhaps Jiang Yan had changed her mind halfway. The three of them jumped onto the speedboat, and put on the life jackets Song Qian handed them. It was almost 8 o'clock. The sky was completely bright, the water shimmering, and visibility was noticeably better. Without the rain obstructing their view, as long as they were heading in the right direction, and following the few remaining high-rise buildings, they would soon find the Repulse Bay residential complex. Please hold on tight, everyone. We are leaving. The boatman, after consulting with Song Qian, started the engine. Because of the two new arrivals, Yi Qing and the other two didn't discuss their own affairs much. Only Sun Jingtao and Song Qian engaged in casual conversation along the way. Most of their conversation was about the Yaobin base. Jiang Yan had just learned that Song Qian and Qi Mingnan's group had also joined the Midway. It was clear that Mo Jingxing held them in high regard. As for why their ship had happened to arrive here, neither side shied away from the topic. Just as the other side hadn't inquired about Jiang Yin and Yi Qing's names, it seemed as if they were deliberately maintaining some distance. The 101 Sky Hotel gradually receded from their view. When the ship was halfway through its journey, a loud boom was heard from not far away. A thick fog, swirling with dust, spread across the air, and waves surged across the calm water. The speedboat the three of them were riding in was moving quickly, yet they still felt the intense jolt. Everything that was happening at that moment confirmed what she had been thinking, and Jiang Yan's heart sank. It seemed that the Yaobin base and the Lion base were likely involved. But why did they choose to save people? It made no logical sense. This? Sun Jingtao's face was a little serious. Is this the building we went to earlier? It collapsed? Yes, there were instructions from above. That building needs to be blown up. Song Qian didn't hide it. Why? Sun Jingtao was a little surprised. Song Qian glanced ahead and shook his head. I'm not sure. In many cases, they were just executors. As for why the higher-ups made such decisions, they had no way of knowing. Even if they knew, they couldn't easily share it. Sun Jingtao was about to ask something, but Yi Qing gave him a look. Yi Qing had seen the bodies on the rooftop, but he hadn't had the chance to tell Sun Jingtao in detail yet. Jiang Yin was also feeling conflicted. She wondered whether to tell the two what she had heard. After pondering for a few seconds, she finally decided against it. After all, they were only taking the other party's boat to Dongshan and not entering the base. Unknown things have their advantages. At least, they wouldn't be hunted down or murdered to silence them. When their assault boat arrived at Repulse Bay, the large boat that was taking people back to the community had just left. It was said that they had also picked up a large number of people who wanted to go to the Yaobin base. Although the downpour had stopped, most people still feared a return. Given the chance to leave, they naturally didn't want to stay even a moment longer. Many people chose to leave, and the corridor became empty. The three disembarked at the 24th floor entrance. Brother Song, and this young man, would you like to come upstairs and sit for a while? Sun Jingtao invited them. Song Qian glanced at his tactical watch and said, No, we wait for you on the boat. An hour is enough, right? We still have to catch up with the leader's boat. Enough, Sun Jingtao nodded. Jiang Yin then learned that the large ship had also departed shortly after they left, heading towards Dongshan. The three quickly went upstairs. They had only been gone for a day, actually. But inside, it felt as if they had been gone for 10 days, or half a month. Sun Jingtao took 2 steps at a time, eager to see his wife, yet anxious. Yi Qing was equally preoccupied. Jiang Yin, on the other hand, was simply looking forward to returning home. They had barely reached the 28th floor when they heard hurried footsteps. Hubby! It was Su Dai's voice. In less than 3 seconds, Su Dai appeared around the corner. Hubby! Jiang Yin. Xiao Yi. She looked haggard, her eyes red and covered with large bags and dark circles. She must have gotten no rest since they left. Su Dai threw herself into Sun Jingtao's arms, pinching him and choking back tears. Hubby, next time, no matter what, even if it means going through fire and water, you must take me with you. You can't leave me alone again. Okay. Sun Jingtao, his eyes filled with pity, reached out his rough hands to wipe her tears, his heart filled with emotion. After all, he'd gone there determined to die. How could he bear to see his wife die with him? It was just that the process went so smoothly, and there were even some unexpected encounters. But all this would have to be told to his wife later. The two of them embraced each other tightly for a moment, as if reunited after a long separation. Su Dai finally pulled her face out of her husband's arms. She walked over to Jiang Yin and hugged her tightly, choking back tears and saying nothing. Jiang Yin was stunned for a moment. A strange warmth slowly spread from Su Dai to her heart. Let's go home first. Someone's waiting for us. Sun Jingtao looked at his wife and smiled fondly. Su Dai finally realized, I saw them through the telescope. Who are they? And why didn't I see Zhao Pengfei? Of the people sent back by the previous ship, I only saw his son, Zhao Xufei. What happened to them? He and Zhou Haotian's wrists felt like they were about to break. Sun Jingtao recounted his experiences to his wife as they walked, picking out the key points. Although he downplayed it, Su Dai was still shocked. Besides, those involved are often confused, while those on the sidelines can see more clearly. Su Dai was deeply puzzled. Those ships' arrival was so strange. They couldn't be in league with the bad guys, could they? Wife, what are the bad guys, and what are the good guys these days? Sun Jingtao smiled. Let's not even talk about the apocalypse. Even before the apocalypse, people weren't all black and white. Sometimes, there was even gray. Jianyan glanced at him upon hearing this. It seemed like they were actually quite aware of what was going on, and I'd been overthinking it. The group had already reached the 32nd floor. The corridor on the 32nd floor, which had been packed yesterday, was now deserted. The door to Zhou Wei's apartment, 3203, was open, and several large pools of dried blood lay on the entrance. Jianyan frowned slightly at the sight. Su Dai, who was standing next to them, looked at the pools of blood and sighed silently. Ah, indeed. Chapter 166. Wife, where are Zhou Wei's family? Sun Jingtao, clearly noticing something was amiss with 3203, asked his wife. Yi Qing was also somewhat puzzled. He guessed the whole family must have followed the large ship, but the pools of fresh blood at the door were rather alarming. Su Dai's eyes darkened. Go inside and pack your things while I talk to you. Didn't you say the people downstairs only gave us an hour? An hour wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. The things in their house had already been packed. It went quickly, but the amount they could take with them was limited, so they needed to reselect. It was a shame that the newly built earthen stove had to be abandoned after only a couple of uses. And the newly planted vegetables. Su Dai planned to pack the soil and seeds in plastic bags and take them away. As for the hydroponic plants in bottles and jars, she also collected them as usual. These were all precious items at the time. Whether or not they survive is another matter. Thinking of this, she looked at Jianyan. Jianyan, pack your supplies and meet up at our house. If you have anything heavy, ask them to help you carry it. When Sun Jingtao had told her that they were taking Mo Jingxing's ship to Dongshan, he hadn't mentioned Jianyan's absence. She had subconsciously assumed they would be traveling together. After all, they had been traveling together for quite some time. I have things to do in Anming, so I won't be going with you, Jianyan said bluntly. Huh? Su Dai was stunned. Just as she was about to ask more, she heard exclamations of "Oh my God!" and "Oh my God!" from downstairs. The sound emanated from all 5 buildings in the complex. Several people instinctively scrambled to the window. The scene outside startled them. Outside, in the previously tranquil central garden, a school of enormous fish leaped from the water with a clattering sound. The sheer number of them was astonishing. In other buildings, people were already eager to try, donning lifebuoys and armed with mosquito nets and other fishing gear, heading into the water. The temperature outside was only a few degrees Celsius, but that didn't stop them from getting in the water. Look, there are birds in the sky. Su Dai glanced up at the sky, her face filled with astonishment. The others looked upwards, and a dense flock of black birds flew overhead. Since the heatwave had ended, this was the first time they had seen a living creature flying overhead. Not birds, but bats. Sun Jingtao frowned. Bats typically live in caves, so their ability to survive the previous extreme heat was not surprising. Could it be that the earthquake they're talking about is coming early? Yi Qing had barely finished speaking when Su Dai slapped him lightly, feigning annoyance. Xiao Yi, stop being such a pessimist. Jianyan's heart sank. She was a native of Anming and had experienced several significant earthquakes as a child. While her memory wasn't clear, she did have some basic knowledge of what to expect before an earthquake. Generally speaking, before a major earthquake, strange signs often appear in nature. Animal behavior was particularly pronounced. Cows, sheep, and pigs wouldn't enter their pens, dogs began barking wildly, fish leaped from the water, mice scurried about, and birds and insects began to fly or migrate erratically. From a scientific perspective, these may all be due to animals being able to sense low-frequency sound waves, which humans cannot perceive, leading to unusual behavior. There are even instances of colored light appearing in space, commonly known as earthquake lights, with blue, white, and red being the most common. However, when these lights appear, an earthquake is likely imminent, which is not as likely as animal warnings, as they occur earlier in the day. Later, with everyone's phones automatically turning on earthquake warnings, and with people living in cities, these natural phenomenon warnings aren't as popular as they used to be. In my previous life, earthquakes only occurred after the water froze and blizzards and extreme cold arrived. It seems that the order of natural disasters will change in this life. Jianyan pondered this and took a silent breath. I love to be a prophet, so I could predict everything and protect everyone, Yi Qing said, glancing at Jianyan. He pursed his lips, then finally mustered up the courage to say, Jianyan, why don't you come with us? If there weren't any new natural disasters, he believed Jianyan's abilities would allow her to survive well on her own. But if an earthquake struck, high-rise buildings would become the most dangerous places. Outside was the vast ocean, and the house was uninhabitable. So where could she go? Would she drift alone on the water in a rubber raft, playing the female Robinson Crusoe? Encountering one or two bad guys would be fine, but what if they were a whole bunch? After all, no matter how intimidating her pistol was, it would eventually run out of bullets. Not to mention food. Yes, Jiangyan, let's go together. Su Dai grabbed Jiangyan's hand, her eyes full of hope. Brother son, let's move outside first. We come back in later. Downstairs, Song Qian and the boatman also saw Sun Jingtao and his companions at the corridor window. They had naturally noticed the unusual phenomena on the water and in the sky. Okay. Sun Jingtao frowned, turned to look at Jiangyan, and said sincerely, Jiangyan, it's really not safe for you to be alone. Think about this for a moment. We go home and pack our supplies, and come back to you later. This was no time to waste time on unnecessary conversation. After all, Song Qian and the others were still waiting downstairs. Okay. Jiangyan, not wanting to delay them any further, said goodbye and returned home. Before leaving, she had stored all the supplies in her space. Now, looking inside, it felt barren and empty. She didn't take them out yet. Instead, she simply moved her mind, not even taking her backpack, and entered the space. The space was bright and sunny. The fruits and flowers were lush and green, growing beautifully. Hua Hua! Mom, we're finally home. Hua Bao, who had been silently following her, was overjoyed and leaped off her shoulder with a whoosh. Hua Hua! Mom, I'm hungry, food! Hua Bao licked his fangs and said hungrily. Jiangyan almost laughed out loud. The pile of gold bricks she had previously stored in the space had automatically been placed in the storage area. Jiangyan had no choice but to use her mind to retrieve all the boxes containing gold bricks. Hua Bao was already impatient, opening the boxes and plunging gold bricks into his mouth one by one. As he ate rapidly, the progress bar above the stream began to slowly move. Speaking of gold bricks, Jiangyan realized that she had also stored a glass box containing Tai Sui in the space. She sensed it with her mind. The glass box containing Tai Sui had now been automatically placed by the space at the junction of the illusory stream and the spiritual spring. Chapter 167. Jiangyan quickly walked to the still-informed spiritual spring. Next to it was the source of the spatial stream, a thick, white mist like cotton candy. The box containing the Tai Sui was placed there securely. Around the box emanated a refreshing, sweet aroma. Jiangyan finally knew the source of the odor she had smelled in warehouse number 1. It was most likely emanating from the jelly-like Tai Sui. Logically, the spatial space would automatically identify living things and place them where it deemed appropriate. Similar to the fish, shrimp, crab, and turtle that had been placed earlier, the spatial space automatically tossed it into the pool. Could it be that this Tai Sui, according to the spatial space, lived in the stream or the spiritual spring? Thinking with this in mind, Jiangyan quickly returned to the Apple cabin. She turned on her computer and quickly searched for offline data. According to databases, Tai Sui is also a living organism, though it's not classified as an animal, plant, or fungus. It's a unique and fascinating life form. It's said to have a strong self-repair ability and a complete cellular structure, so every piece cut off will survive independently. In folklore, Tai Sui is also called Ro Lingji. It comes in red, white, and black, as well as green and yellow. It's believed that eating Ro Lingji can prolong life and even achieve immortality, so it's favored by many alchemists and emperors, who even mobilize tens of thousands of soldiers to search for it. Even in modern times, the Tai Sui found are worth a fortune. This piece of Tai Sui, in terms of size and quality, is 1 in a million. No wonder it was placed there alone. Thinking back to the old man in the white coat, Jiangyan suspected he was using the Tai Sui for research or something. Why the box was covered in a golden net, however, remained unknown. For safety's sake, Jiangyan didn't open the box for now. Just leave it there. Standing up and glancing at the progress bar above the stream, Jiangyan was overjoyed. 99.7%. 100% would only take half a day. Recalling the unusual movements of the fish and bats earlier, Jiangyan gave Hua Bao, who was concentrating on eating, a few words of advice before leaving the space. What a coincidence. As soon as they stepped onto the living room floor, they felt it vibrate rapidly, like a sieve, buzzing. The chandelier above the living room ceiling also creaked. The white dust on the drywall rustled down. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, the previously calm water suddenly erupted into waves, rapidly crashing towards the building. Wow! A small amount of spray and foam actually splashed onto her window pane. Jianyan was shocked. This was out of the blue. The earthquake had come early, and the tremors were incredibly strong. Earthquakes she usually experienced were either at night or in the early morning. This was a first for a broad daylight earthquake, and one this strong. She knew that during an earthquake, hiding in a small space or crawling under a table was generally much safer. But her room was empty, and she was some distance from the fireplace, where she could hold onto something. Swaying all over, she was about to stumble and fall, when she dove into the space. When Jianyan was little, she heard that during an earthquake, one must never fall, as it could easily lead to a stroke or cerebral hemorrhage. Whether this is true or not is unknown. It's always better to be cautious. Judging from the shaking from the earthquake just now, it must have been a high-magnitude earthquake. Her house was reinforced with steel plates, so it wouldn't break or crack. But the entire building wasn't. And she was on the top floor. Jianyan was worried about something happening. Thinking the shaking should have passed, she found a red hard hat, put it on, and left the space again. Looking inside, Jianyan's brows furrowed unconsciously. The floor was now covered in a thick layer of dust. The two fireplaces had cracks the width of an index finger. The plaster ceiling and walls were also cracked, revealing the silver-gray steel plates underneath. Judging from the damage, it was at least a magnitude 6. If her house, a fortress of iron and steel, was like this, the damage on the outside was obvious. Besides, earthquakes are usually followed by aftershocks. I wonder if this earthquake is just the appetizer, or if there will be only a few smaller aftershocks later. It seems there are truly talented individuals within the upper echelons of government. They were able to predict so accurately. Much more capable than someone like her, who has lived a second life. Thinking about her plans being disrupted by the sudden earthquake, Jianyan felt a mixture of emotions. Jianyan, open the door. It was Yiqing's voice. Jianyan took a breath, walked quickly to the door, and opened it. The hallway was filled with dust. Yiqing stood at the door with a solemn expression. He wore protective glasses and a mask, and clutched two inflated square pillows and a mask. Seeing her wearing a helmet, the man handed her the mask in his hand. Brother Tao said that if an earthquake strikes, the aftermath will be even worse. Hurry and grab the most important things and come with us. The mask and glasses can temporarily protect your eyes and nose in the event of a large amount of dust during an earthquake. As for the pillow, it's to prevent heavy objects from falling and injuring your head. One of them was naturally prepared for Jianyan. Seeing the helmet on her head, the man didn't think much of it. As people who have lived in an earthquake zone for many years, everyone has a strong sense of self-protection. From downstairs, occasional exclamations and screams could be heard, sounding panic-stricken. Seeing her motionless, Yiqing became anxious. Jianyan? Jianyan sighed silently. After all, man proposes, God disposes. Whatever. Besides, this isn't the time to discuss whether or not to go with them. Let's get out of here first. Thinking of this, Jianyan couldn't be so fussy anymore. Okay, wait here for a few seconds, she said, then turned and quickly went back inside. With a thought, she retrieved the rubber boat. She quickly carried it to the door. Yiqing, help me take this with me. I go inside to get my luggage and be right back out. The vast ocean was out there, so a boat was essential. Even though the other party had a boat, having an extra one was always a good precaution. Okay. We have a high-altitude escape rope. We're going to go down directly from the floor-to-ceiling window of room 3204. Wait for me, I'll be back to help you. Yiqing didn't dare delay any further. He single-handedly lifted the rubber boat and strode towards room 3204. Yes. Jianyan nodded, then turned and went back inside. For now, it looked like they would have to escape at sea with the others. The supplies in that space naturally couldn't be easily retrieved. But just because they couldn't easily retrieve them didn't mean they couldn't. I can't just sit there guarding a space full of supplies, and then starve to death. With that thought in mind, she pulled out two large, waterproof and wear-resistant duffel bags in unassuming colors. Chapter 168. Food is naturally the most precious thing right now. Jianyan, with a thought, tossed the somewhat shriveled onions and sweet potatoes she had previously placed in the living room into the space. She also tossed in the dehydrated vegetables, dried fruits, instant noodles, and fried rice that Sun Jingtao and his team had brought, as well as some salt and chili powder that wouldn't be easily visible but would be needed later. Then she added some clothing that took up space but didn't weigh much, thus concealing the hidden contents. In just a dozen seconds, she had quickly filled 2 bags. The temperature outside was freezing. With the speed of the assault boat, the icy wind could rip your face open. Although her body, enhanced by the space, was quite cold resistant, she still pulled on a thick down jacket. The down jacket, purchased in Maple Leaf Country, was not only warm and cold resistant, but also waterproof, making it perfect for a sea escape. In less than a minute, Jiang Yin was ready. As usual, Jiang Yin shouldered her large, concealing backpack and opened the door. Yi Qing arrived at the door of 3202, neither too early nor too late. His sleeves were rolled up, his face flushed, and he was panting. It must have been difficult to get the rubber boat down from the 32nd floor. Jiang Yin, are you out of the rest? He glanced at the duffel bag beside her. Yes, I am. That's just in case. Brother Tao and Sister Dai have also collected a lot of supplies. You don't have to worry too much. Take this and hold it against your chest. Yi Qing said, handing her the square pillow and bending down to pick up the two large duffel bags. There might be aftershocks soon, so let's hurry. He gave her instructions and rushed towards 3204, carrying the duffel bags. Jiang Yin grumbled, and hurried after them. It wasn't clear if it was the poor quality of the building or the intensity of the earthquake. The hallway had numerous thumb-wide cracks running from the baseboards to the ceiling, a truly shocking sight. Some downlights had fallen midair. The floor was covered in a thick layer of white dust. The smell was pungent, and Jiang Yin quickly put on her mask. The two of them entered the house one after the other. Su Dai's windows were all ordinary glass, not as earthquake-resistant as Jiang Yin's, and they all shattered. Heaps of glass shards littered the floor. Two high-altitude escape ropes were fastened to the window frames and the earthen stove, respectively. The stove itself was also riddled with cracks. For safety's sake, the heavy stone table from the family home was brought in as a final anchor. Sun Jingtao and Su Dai, wearing cotton and linen gloves, were busy at the French windows in the living room. They, too, had their sleeves rolled up, their faces flushed. Sun Jingtao's forehead was covered in beads of sweat, and veins edged across his arms. On a table not far from him lay a shotgun and a submachine gun. Jiang Yin glanced at them and instantly understood. She knew Song Qian had once worked for the government and was said to be An Ming's best marksman. He also appeared to be righteous. But that didn't mean anything. As for Sun Jingtao and Song Qian and the others, they were no relatives at all. They had only known each other for the first day. Although Sun Jingtao was a former Special Forces soldier, there was a natural kinship between him, Song Qian, and the boatman. However, now that it was the end of the world, and both sides served their respective factions, it was impossible not to be wary. Especially now that all their belongings were being transported downstairs. The guns were placed nearby, providing an opportunity for counterattack if anything happened. Jiang Yin. Su Dai turned to see Jiang Yin, a flicker of joy in her eyes. We finished transporting our supplies, and we be transporting yours downstairs right away. They still had a lot of items in their room. But the boat's carrying capacity was limited, and with no idea when aftershocks would arrive, they prioritized moving the most urgent items downstairs. Jiang Yin hummed and stepped forward to help. She actually had a flight suit in her space. That thing was much more convenient and safer than the things Sun Jingtao and the others had. But she lacked a good reason to take it out. Within a matter of words, her two bags had already been carried downstairs by Sun Jingtao. Next came the people. I go down first, setting an example for you two. Brother Tao goes last between you two. Yi Qing and Sun Jingtao exchanged glances and said. There was actually a deeper reason behind their arrangement, but it wasn't something to explain. As he spoke, Yi Qing had already donned his special gloves and looped the safety rope around himself. From the 32nd floor to the 24th floor, the 8th floor, the distance was less than 30 meters. Not far, not close. Su Dai had been a fitness trainer before, so her core and everything were solid. As for Jiang Yin, her seclusion training in this space hadn't been in vain. But they both still felt a little worried. The rope wasn't clearly fixed, after all, and the boat itself was wobbly. Yi Qing, standing by, picked up the safety rope and quickly explained it to the two of them. When you descend, remember to slightly bend your legs. Push your feet against the wall while extending your arms, keeping your hands slightly relaxed. Keep your eyes fixed downwards as you descend the escape rope. When you're almost near the cabin, remember to tighten the rope, bend your legs slightly, and land on your toes first. Yi Qing repeated anxiously, remember, bend your legs and land on your toes first. Jiang Yin and Su Dai, listening to his words, uttered a simultaneous then joined Sun Jingtao in holding the other end of the rope. Yi Qing had already slid down. The safety belt was quickly brought up. Amidst cries of awe, Jiang Yin and Su Dai were quickly lowered. With Yi Qing holding them from below, the two of them felt much safer upon landing. "Honey, be careful!" Sun Jingtao was the last to descend. There was no one above him to help him secure himself, so he could only hope that the earthen stove and the door and window frames would be relatively stable. Song Qian, watching the heaving water, frowned slightly. "Oh no! Aftershocks are coming." He looked up and shouted, "Brother Sun, get down here as soon as possible." Sun Jingtao pursed his lips tightly, remaining silent. He slung his gun across his back, clipped the safety line around him, and then, grabbing the escape rope with both hands, launched himself into a free fall. His movements were fluid and graceful, like those expert rappelling special forces soldiers on TV. Recalling his last shot with the spear gun, Jiang Yan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This Sun Jingtao is quite the expert. "Honey, be careful!" Su Dai stared up, her heart nearly leaping out of her throat. The moment Sun Jingtao landed, he was grabbed by Yi Qing and Song Qian, one on each side. He was about to reach for the escape rope when he felt the speedboat begin to pitch wildly. A flash of red light flashed across the horizon. Boom! Loud noises echoed from all directions. Shards of glass and dust began to rustle down from the building. The previously choppy water surface suddenly became turbulent. Chapter 169. The aftershocks didn't come. But a much larger earthquake had arrived. Song Qianqing, standing beside Jiang Yan, had already given the order, "Kong Wu, start the boat. Head east to open waters." "Yes." The boatman, receiving the order, quickly started the boat. "The waves are a bit high. Hold on tight." Beneath the surging waters, it was like a ferocious monster suddenly awakening. It seemed as if it was about to tear the entire city apart. The walls of many buildings began to crack visibly. Not far away, countless huge waves were rapidly gathering and rolling. Like a tsunami. The buildings within sight were shaking violently. The water, too, seemed to be boiling. The screams of terror in the corridor intensified. Bang! A huge wave nearby crashed down on the group. Song Qian and Kong Wu, standing at the bow, were drenched. Even though Jiang Yan was wearing a helmet and a waterproof down jacket, she was no match for the cold. Icy water began to flow down her neck. Fortunately, her tights were also waterproof and quick-drying. Is God trying to wipe out all of humanity? Su Dai, who had never seen such a scene before, wiped the icy water from her face, her eyes suddenly reddening in despair. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and said nothing. "Don't be afraid, it will be over soon," Sun Jingtao reassured her, clutching the handrail with one hand and holding her tightly with the other. Boom! The earthquake continued. Splash! Over in the Repulse Bay neighborhood, someone, wearing a lifebuoy, jumped from a window into the freezing water. More people jumped into the water near the central garden. Some people in rubber boats had already paddled out in a panic. These scenes faded further and further away from the eyes of the few people. The speedboat, riding the wind and waves, quickly sailed away from the edge of the building and slowed down. Many nearby buildings were just below the water surface, and they were afraid of going too fast and losing sight of the surroundings, potentially running aground. A minute later, the shaking of the buildings gradually slowed, and the earthquake finally stopped. But the ripples on the water surface hadn't stopped. The shaking of the boat nearly knocked several people unconscious. At first glance, the scene was devastated. The buildings that had once stood in the water were either leaning or collapsing. Brother Song. The compass isn't working. Kong Wu, who was steering the boat, exclaimed in shock. Everyone's heart sank. It's probably the earthquake that temporarily affected the magnetic field. It's okay. As long as the earthquakes don't continue, the compass will recover. Song Qian frowned. Kong Wu stopped the boat. So what should we do now? Let's rest for a while and wait for the sun to come out, Song Qian said, glancing at the sky. The rain had stopped last night. The sky was still gray due to the thick clouds. But there were signs of the sun coming out. Even if the sun came out, it's hard to tell at this time. Kong Wu pursed his lips. That, I have my own way, Song Qian said, glancing at his watch. How much fuel do we have left? Kong Wu glanced at the dashboard and reported, 2/3 of a tank. Plus the spare on board, that's enough for another 300 or 400 kilometers. Beep, beep. As the other person finished speaking, the intercom on his chest began to chime. Kong Wu frowned, took it off, checked it, and said, the battery is normal. The leadership has distanced itself from us, so there's this notification, Song Qian said, glancing at it. Kong Wu was stunned. Huh? Why didn't they notify us? What should we do now? Seeing his startled expression, Jian Yin glanced up at him. The man was about 5 feet 4 inches tall, with a neat buzz cut. His eyes were small, but bright. He was clearly a shrewd young man. He looked about Yi Qing's age, under 20. But his demeanor was clearly less composed than Yi Qing's. Judging from his conversations and expressions with Song Qian, they must have been a temporary partnership. Song Qian didn't respond to Kong Wu's question. Instead, he bent down, opened the storage compartment lid, and took out several bottles of water, handing them to the men. Then he sat down next to Sun Jingtao. "Brother Sun, I have something to discuss with you." "Yes, go ahead." "Originally, our plan was to pick you up and then chase the leader's ship. However, after the earthquake, the leader's ship must have sped away from Anming. Now, it's likely that our speedboats will be the only ones to escort you directly to Dongshan. Well, that's a problem. If there's anything we can do, please let us know." Sun Jingtao knew that these words were merely preludes to what was to come. The temperature is dropping now, so we might need to advance as far as possible before the ice freezes over. But as you know, the speedboats have limited gas, so I suggest we avoid chasing the leader's ship and instead find some gas nearby. That way, they'd be safer on the journey later. Their assault boats are also equipped with oars. If they can row by hand, it'd take forever to reach Dongshan. Hey, Brother Song, if we had known earlier, we'd pick up the people and leave immediately. The leader has plenty of supplies on his boat. Hearing they wouldn't be able to catch up with the larger ship, Kong Wu curled his lips in frustration. But mid-sentence, caught Song Qian's gaze and snapped back. "Since it's frozen over, why don't we just not go to Dongshan?" Su Dai said, apprehensively, looking at the vast ocean around them, remembering the huge waves just now. Sun Jingtao shook his head. "If it's frozen over, survival will only be more difficult. Besides, when the ice and snow melt, the water here will only get deeper, and we have no choice but to move to higher ground. Oh, if I had known, I would have sold the house and moved to Dongshan." Su Dai's negative emotions intensified. Her hometown was there, and she had many relatives. It was just that the high temperatures had cut off communication. She didn't really know the situation there. Song Qian glanced at her and said, Dongshan was also a living hell before the rainstorm. Not only was the temperature higher than in Anming, but the sunlight also carried strong radiation. The number of survivors wasn't much higher than in Anming. Su Dai, shock. So the Yaobin base was also built later? Yi Qing glanced at Song Qian. The latter didn't evade the question. Yes, I heard that construction began during the rainstorm. Of the 5 known private bases, only the Lion base was built before the storm. 5 private bases? Su Dai was stunned for a second. Yes, I heard that too. I only know that the 5 private bases are named after metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, respectively. The Yaobin and Lion bases we know so far represent earth and fire, respectively. As for metal, water, and wood, they're still unknown. Jian Yin, After Song Qian finished his explanation, a subtle hint of inquiry appeared in his gaze as he looked at the others. Chapter 170. Yi Qing pondered Song Qian's words, recalling the golden ratio human specimens he and Jian Yin had seen in the mezzanine warehouse on the 31st floor. A slight frown crossed his face. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth? Isn't that too far-fetched? Su Dai was stunned. Her previous despair and depression instantly revived. She was about to continue questioning, but seeing that neither her husband nor Jian Yin reacted, she forced herself to stop. Looking at the devastated surroundings, Su Dai's eyes froze. When interacting with others, it's best not to talk too much. The explosive information the other party was throwing out sounded like some kind of conspiracy. But at this moment, it didn't matter whether it was a conspiracy or an open scheme. It was uncertain whether they would see the sun tomorrow. Their primary goal now was to survive. Not to act as saviors who exposed the conspiracy. They didn't have the ability. Thinking of this, Su Dai tightened her grip on Sun Jingtao's arm. Song Qian didn't respond, but smiled, shook his head, and stood up. He glanced at the sky, removed the tactical watch from his wrist, and began to carefully adjust it. Jian Yin glanced at his back, saying nothing. It felt like this man had some secrets, something both good and evil. Besides, all the Golden Shield security guards in the Sky Hotel were dead. The 3 of them rescued the prisoners. Even if they didn't know about the gold on the roof, Mo Jingsheng shouldn't have asked a single question. Not only that, he even arranged 2 people to escort them to Dongshan. That Kong Wu kid looked a bit out of place. He must be a new recruit. But the other one was Song Qian, the best marksman in Anming City. Whether he was truly the best, she didn't know, but no matter how she looked at it, something seemed off. but she couldn't put her finger on what it was. Forget it, let's just wait and see. Jian Yan, what are you looking at? Yi Qing, beside her, asked in a low voice, seeing her staring blankly at Song Qian's back. Nothing. Jian Yan shook her head, withdrawing her gaze and thoughts. Sun Jingtao remained silent. He stood up, fished out 2 towels from his luggage, and handed them to Su Dai and Jian Yan respectively. Wipe your hair, be careful not to catch a cold. Jian Yan said thank you and reached out to take them. Everyone, hold on tight. The aftershocks are coming? Song Qian, standing by, suddenly warned. Jian Yan looked up, and sure enough, not far away, another huge wave was gathering. The water surface began to surge and ripple again. True, one wave after another. As usual, this wave of earthquakes lasted for over a minute. Once again, the few people were not shaken apart. This time, the towels in Jian Yan and Su Dai's hands were soaked, so wet they could be wrung out. Mercifully, they didn't bother wiping them. Jian Yan's mask was also soaked, so she simply took it off. The pile of supplies that had been tied up in the cabin also shook apart. Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing stood up to reinforce them. Judging from the direction of the waves, it looks like the epicenter of this earthquake is right in the direction of the city center. Fortunately, we're far away now. Song Qian frowned, staring into the distance, and sighed softly. He turned around. His gaze flickered over Jian Yan, and he paused slightly. Looking at the red hard hat on her head, his once solemn expression suddenly changed to a smile. I thought you were some guy from a construction site. I didn't expect you were a girl. Jian Yan had been fully covered throughout the entire trip, her head and face covered. After returning, she added a black, neutral down jacket, wrapping herself up tightly. Song Qian had always been more familiar with Sun Jingtao. He hadn't paid much attention to the others. Now, seeing her true face, though joking on the surface, he was secretly surprised. After all, unlike Sun Jingtao's wife, she had also participated in the operation at the Sky Hotel. She had seemed quite heroic before. She was just a bit thin. Jian Yan didn't explain, but followed his lead, saying, she's indeed from the construction site, an archivist. Yi Qing, Ah. What kind of archivist at a construction site is this beautiful? I, Kong Wu, can go without food or drink and move bricks for 24 hours. Oh no! I can work 24/7, 365 days a year. Kong Wu, looking at Jian Yan from the side, patted his chest seriously. Song Qian slapped him, feigning anger and saying, you're so naughty at such a young age, so smooth talking. Kong Wu couldn't help but look aggrieved. Brother Song, how can I be so smooth talking? Look at my lips, they're so dry they're practically peeling. If you don't believe me, just look. As he spoke, he pouted and leaned towards Song Qian. Song Qian thrust out a large hand and pushed him away with a look of disdain. Seeing Kong Wu's antics, some of the survivors couldn't help but laugh. Su Dai burst out laughing. Song Qian glanced up at the sky. I estimate the sun won't come out for another 2 or 3 minutes. He paused, glancing at the group. Come to think of it, except for Brother Sun, we don't seem to know each other yet. Since we're destined to travel together later, why not get to know each other now? Song Qian sat down in front of the group and said, I go first. My name is Song Qian, Song for Song Dynasty, Qian for Qingquan. I'm from Beijing, but I've been living in Anming for many years, so I'm half Anming. Jian Yan raised her eyebrows slightly at this. If I remember correctly, Mo Jingsheng is also from Beijing. Hopefully, it's just a coincidence. Brother Song Qian, your name is quite memorable. Su Dai finished, introducing herself. Su from Suzhou, Dai from the distant green mountains. Yi Qing, Yi from the leaves, Qing from the clear water. Kong Wu, Kong from the peacock, Wu from the 12345, male, but fond of women. Kong Wu paused, then smiled sheepishly, saying, originally, my parents wanted to name me Kong Wu, meaning strong and powerful, but they got it wrong due to their lack of education. You can call me Kong Wu. I just be Xiao Wu, but please don't let me slip and call you Xiaoling or something like that. Everyone, Jiang Yan, the Jiang and Jiang Zia. Jiang Yan was mid-sentence when Kong Wu interrupted her. I guess the yin in young sister is the yin in 100 flowers struggle for beauty. Most beautiful women are called that. Jiang Yan smiled and said calmly, no, it's the yin in teach you something. Kong Wu, who had been looking expectant, choked, dug his toes into the ground, and scratched his head. Sun Jingtao and the other two laughed, understanding the reason for her pseudonym. Jiang Yan? Song Qian didn't laugh, but instead gave Jiang Yan a stern look. He was about to ask, but Yi Qing changed the subject. Brother Tao, Brother Song, it looks like the aftershocks aren't weakening at all. I'm afraid we have to hurry and leave Anming. Chapter 171. Outside, aftershocks were recurring, but now they were much smaller. There were almost no buildings within sight. All everyone felt was that the waves were larger, and the turbulence was more pronounced. Yi Qing had a point. Song Qian and Sun Jingtao nodded in unison, their expressions suddenly becoming serious. Kong Wu looked at the two of them, his face somewhat embarrassed. Brother Song, the compass still doesn't work. Where do we go? Wait a moment, the sun will be out soon, Song Qian said calmly. The sun? Su Dai and the others paused, looking up at the sky. Sure enough, the dark, overcast sky was now ablaze with light. Soon, a ray of cold, white light tinged with pale yellow shone through the gaps in the clouds. The sun is out. It's really out. That sunlight, without a trace of warmth, suddenly filled everyone's hearts with warmth and hope. After all, except for Jiang Yan, who had a space, no one present had seen sunlight in a long time. Let's go that way. Song Qian glanced at his watch and pointed diagonally upward. Kong Wu immediately started the boat. Brother Song, that doesn't look like east, does it? Asked Sun Jingtao, who was also using his watch to determine the direction. Song Qian, right, let's not go east for now, let's go west. There's a high-rise steel-framed parking garage in the Western Industrial Park, 5 or 6 kilometers away, on the water. As soon as he said this, the others understood. These days, gas stations and the like are often submerged dozens of meters underwater. Gas can only be found in official storage depots. Otherwise, they could only collect them bit by bit from the parked cars. Honey, can your watch be used as a compass? Su Dai asked curiously. Yes, it's a watch-based direction-finding method. As long as there's sunlight, Sun Jingtao explained, demonstrating the specific positioning method. Jiang Yan and Yi Qing, though somewhat knowledgeable, didn't listen, instead scanning the surroundings. Oh my god, look! There are so many fish over there! Kong Wu, the boat driver, shouted. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger, and was stunned. That area looked like a fish pond below, with a swarm of fish tumbling and leaping above the surface. Some fish lay belly up, seemingly dead. Xiao Wu slowed down a bit. We catch some, Sun Jingtao said. Okay. Kong Wu gradually slowed the boat. Now that they had made their own plans to reach Dongshan, they naturally couldn't refuse this food that had been delivered to their doorstep. Yi Qing had already taken out 2 spear guns and handed one to Sun Jingtao. Xiao Yi, do you have any extra? Song Qian glanced at him. Yi Qing handed him the one he had and took out another. The 3 grown men, shooting wherever they pointed, quickly hauled in over 10 fish. There were carp, crucian carp, some grass carp, and black carp. They were all large and still alive. Su Dai and Jiang Yan dug out a mosquito net from their luggage, tied a few knots in it, and used it as a fishing net, temporarily placing the fish inside. Jiang Yan's rubber boat, now tethered to the back of the speedboat, served as a makeshift fish hold. The temperature was very low, so leaving the fish untouched for now wouldn't have any impact. It just had a strong fishy smell. Having almost caught enough, the group continued their journey. Now they were well out of the city, and Kong Wu's boat slowly began to pick up speed. Along the way, they encountered many schools of fish. They were also leaping out of the water in large numbers. And their numbers and size were much larger. The boat's carrying capacity was limited, so everyone had no choice but to ignore them. Jiang Yan, however, quietly collected a good number of fish when she encountered them, and threw them into the space. Gradually, a lone ochre-red steel-framed building appeared on the surface of the water. It was similar to the one they had encountered earlier at the Golden Shield Security Headquarters, but it was shorter. At this point, about 7 or 8 floors remained above the water. Because of the shaking ground, many cars were piled together, severely deformed. Some of the roofs and windows were damaged, probably from falling billboards and light boxes. The fuel tanks, however, were otherwise intact. The 3 of us will go up and get the oil. You 2 stay on the boat. If anything unexpected happens, Kong Wu, you must immediately steer the boat away from this area. Song Qian stood up first and fished out 3 large, portable, military green oil bladders from the storage compartment. He then pulled out a hose and a nylon safety rope with a pulley. Su Dai pursed her lips and looked at Sun Jingtao. Honey, I want to help too. Her clothes were nearly soaked, and although she had changed her coat halfway, her lips were still a little pale. Probably from the cold. It's hard to predict when an earthquake will strike. You and Jiang Yan should stay here. Sun Jingtao refused without hesitation. If there were any significant earthquake, the cars above would become their greatest threat. It's not impossible to get knocked away accidentally. Su Dai felt a little frustrated. But seeing Jiang Yin sitting peacefully beside her, she pursed her lips and settled down beside her. She had a lot to say to Jiang Yin, but thinking of Kong Wu, whom she had just met, she held back. Jiang Yin, keep this for me. Before Yi Qing stepped ashore, he handed her his submachine gun. Jiang Yin didn't ask any questions, just said okay and took it. Sister Yin, do you know how to use this gun? Kong Wu asked jokingly, as he watched Jiang Yin take the submachine gun. Jiang Yin smiled, non-committal. What do you think? Maybe, perhaps, probably, no. But I can teach you. Don't worry, I promise it won't cost you any tuition. Kong Wu said with a chuckle, his face full of confidence. Su Dai glanced at him. This kid, it's good that he's a heartless chatterbox. Jiang Yin didn't bother to argue with him, changing the subject. Kong Wu, have you been to Dongshan? No. Kong Wu shook his head, his eyes brightening. But we be there soon, won't we? Oh, if you haven't been, that's strange, Jiang Yin said, deliberately hesitating. Su Dai, understanding that Jiang Yin was deliberately trying to trick her, frowned and agreed, yes, that's really strange. Kong Wu looked at the two of them, bewildered. Ladies, what? What's strange? Jiang Yin, Yaobin Base is in Dongshan, and your ship is from Yaobin Base, but you haven't been to Dongshan. That seems a bit contradictory. That's right. Su Dai said, flatteringly. That's not surprising. The land belongs to our leader, and the people who built the base also belong to our leader. Now that it's completed, our leader is leaving. Isn't that normal? Can't you just think of it as a headquarters relocation? Yeah. Now that you put it that way, it seems normal. Jiang Yin didn't comment further, and she and Su Dai exchanged a silent glance. Having the ability to build a base is normal. But being able to plan and build it on time is very unusual. Chapter 172. 10 minutes later, Song Qian and his companions returned with a fully loaded cargo. Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing had just secured the fuel bladders to the boat when the water surged again, like a giant beast. Boom! The steel-framed parking lot began to shake violently like a sieve. Huge waves slammed against the assault boat and the edge of the steel frame, making a series of loud noises. Jiang Yin returned the submachine gun to Yi Qing and gripped the handrails tightly. Although this was the nth aftershock, everyone remained vigilant. Kong Wu, move the boat out a bit. Come back after the aftershocks are over. Song Qian frowned slightly as he looked at the cars in the parking lot, colliding like bumper cars. Roger. Kong Wu said as he quickly started the motor and steered the boat away from the edge of the building. Thankfully, this aftershock was short-lived. After just 10 seconds, the shaking stopped. But the surging waves around the building continued. You? Su Dai was shaking groggily, her face growing paler. She covered her mouth with her hand and leaned sideways, retching. Sun Jingtao was about to get up to search for the dried ginger slices in his bag of supplies when Jiang Yin pulled a bottle of luminous green Finjujing from her backpack and handed it to him. Apply a little of this. It doesn't smell good, but it might help with seasickness. Thank you, Jiang Yin. Sun Jingtao took it and wiped the water off his wife's face with his sleeve. Then he unscrewed the bottle cap and applied some to her temples and philtrum. Does anyone need this? Sun Jingtao finished, then asked around, holding the Finjujing. Brother Tao, let me have some. Yi Qing reached out to take it, applying a little to his nose and temples. This is so strange. I used to go on boat trips often, and I never felt this dizzy before, Su Dai, feeling a little better, said with a pained expression, eyes closed. It seemed Sun Jingtao had applied too much to her temples, irritating them. Tears began to well up in the corners of her eyes. The strong vibrations from an earthquake can increase or decrease intracranial pressure, causing dizziness. Those with high or low blood pressure will experience it more significantly, Jiang Yin said. Ah, no wonder. I think I have a little low blood pressure. Su Dai was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, Jiang Yin, how do you know everything? Jiang Yin smiled sheepishly. I used to read a lot of 100,000 Ys, haha. She certainly wouldn't say that this was what Hua Bao in the space had just telepathically told her. Hua Bao even told her that the space progress bar had reached 99.90%. Jiang Yin was a little excited, but now that she was on a boat with everyone else, she clearly lacked the necessary conditions to enter the space, so she could only endure it for the time being. Ah, today, I finally got to experience a pirate ship ride I never ridden before, Su Dai said helplessly, laughing and crying. Everyone else felt the same way. This pirate ship was rocking so violently that it not only made people feel dizzy, but also caused their butts to hurt. If you didn't hold on tightly, you could be thrown into the turbulent water, which was much more dangerous than those in the park. Wow! Finally, the waves around them gradually subsided. Kong Wu turned the boat back, Song Qian instructed, then turned to Jiang Yan and Su Dai. The aftershocks have just ended, and they won't occur again for at least 10 minutes. You two go up first and take care of your personal matters. After that, we set off at daybreak without stopping. Yes. Okay. Jiang Yan glanced at Song Qian and felt he was quite thoughtful and considerate. Traveling with them saved Jiang Yan a lot of energy and effort. Furthermore, she was tired from the sleepless night of the previous bandit suppression mission. She just wanted to curl up in a corner and rest up. 10 minutes later, everyone, having finished their personal matters, returned to the boat. Song Qian and Kong Wu fetched some more gasoline and filled the tank. A chilly breeze blew. They all rubbed their hands subconsciously. Song Qian pulled a neatly folded map from his black backpack, wrapped in a waterproof bag, and beckoned Jiang Yan and the others over. The map was hand-drawn and crude, but it marked many landmarks and distances. The starting point on the map was Aming. The end point was Dongshan. The straight-line distance was about 900 kilometers. But the actual walking distance was at least 1,200 or 1,300 kilometers. Let's discuss our itinerary plan, Song Qian said, pointing to the map. I estimate it will take us at least 10 days to reach Dongshan. So slow. I think our assault boats are pretty fast. Now that everything is flooded by the heavy rain, we should be able to travel by water, right? Su Dai was stunned, puzzled. The bomb around her temples had mostly dissipated, but she could open her eyes normally, though they were still watery. We're currently operating a military assault boat, capable of reaching a top speed of 100 kilometers per hour. However, there are reefs in some areas, so we can't go very fast. Overall, 50 or 60 kilometers is considered fast. Also, the gasoline we have on board is only enough for a maximum of 800 to 900 kilometers. We're not familiar with other cities, so the chances of finding more gasoline are practically zero. Song Qian glanced at her and explained. Su Dai uttered an "oh." Jiang Yan pursed her lips and said nothing. She did have a stash of gasoline purchased from wealthy countries in her space, enough to last her forever. But she couldn't get it out. And those helicopters and yachts that were almost growing green hair. Jiang Yan silently reached for her forehead and sighed helplessly. Forget it. Just consider it a Robinson Crusoe experience. Let's just do this. Where there are reefs, we row by hand, which will save some energy, Sun Jingtao suggested. Yes, that's exactly what I was planning, Song Qian nodded. We have exactly 4 men, so we can work in shifts of 2, just right. We can row too, Su Dai and Jiang Yan said in unison. Yes, Song Qian nodded, continuing, now there's another problem, determining the direction. Although the rainstorm has stopped, the sun doesn't shine every day. And it's still uncertain whether the North Star will appear at night. So, we should continue our journey during the day today, covering the distance we can. As for the rest of the journey, it all depends on whether the magnetic field can return to normal. Is this arrangement acceptable to everyone? Everyone shook their heads. No. Earthquakes can affect the magnetic field, which ultimately cause the compass to become ineffective, but the chances of recovery are still very high, Jiang Yan said. Chapter 173. Yes. Song Qian nodded, glancing at Jiang Yan with admiration. There's another problem. If the temperature continues to drop, the water could freeze over, and we might encounter a blizzard. Sun Jingtao. Then we have no choice but to stay put or find shelter nearby until the ice is completely frozen solid before we move on. Yes, so everyone should be prepared for heavy loads and walking later. Try to consume any heavier food and items that are difficult to carry early on, Song Qian concluded. Everyone nodded. Okay. Maybe if we're lucky, we can catch up with the leader's ship. After all, their large ship is slow and can't compare to the agility of our small boat. Kong Wu grinned optimistically. That's not impossible, Song Qian said, glancing at everyone. Okay, does anyone have any questions? Everyone shook their heads. He glanced at Jiang Yan and Su Dai and added, we don't know what we encounter along the way. So, I suggest Brother Sun and Xiao Yi sit in the back row, the 2 of you in the middle, and Kong Wu and I in the front. His arrangement clearly protected the 2 girls in the middle. Sun Jingtao and Yi Qi naturally agreed. Everyone quickly made their arrangements. Song Qian adjusted his watch to the sun and pointed eastward, waving his hand, Let's go! Eastward. Let's go! Kongwu shouted, starting the engine. Amidst the roar, the boat, loaded with people, shot out like a sharp arrow, sending up a cloud of white spray. The cold wind whistled across everyone's faces like a knife. Jiang Yan fished 2 masks from her bag and handed one to Su Dai. Jiang Yan, thank goodness you're well prepared, Su Dai said, quickly putting it on. At this moment, they were probably at the edge of the city. All around them was vast water, with not a single building visible above the surface. There wasn't a single person in sight. The water surface was constantly fluctuating due to the constant aftershocks. The sunlight streamed down, shimmering on the waves, making it seem as if they were on the sea. But everyone was too preoccupied to appreciate the scenery. Gradually, some bare mountaintops came into view. The water became more saturated with yellow mud and scattered dead branches and leaves. Kongwu's boat also slowed down at this time. Everyone, after we passed that mountain ahead, we'd be completely out of Anming territory. Kongwu pointed to a small hilltop path that emerged from the water not far away. Atop that mountain, a white-domed observatory once stood. Likely due to landslides and earthquakes, the dome was now gray and riddled with dark cracks. A large portion of the wall had collapsed into the mud. The iron plaque bearing the words Purple Gold Observatory had been broken at the waist, half submerged in the water. The entire scene was a scene of ruin and desolation. Jiang Yan's nose felt slightly sore as she gazed at it. She had visited this observatory during her summer vacation as a child. It was a beautiful summer, shaded by green trees, with birds chirping and cicadas buzzing, and her beloved parents holding hands. There, she had seen the brilliant stars, and felt the vastness of the universe. It's a shame, so many things can't be returned to. Su Dai also sighed, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Jiang Yan, do you think we still have a chance to come back? I don't know, Jiang Yan shook her head. She took off her backpack and pulled out an empty mineral water bottle. Then, leaning over, she gulped down the muddy water. Jiang Yan, this water is too muddy. It's undrinkable. Su Dai was stunned for a second, surprised. I won't drink it, Jiang Yan said, slowly tightening the bottle cap. Alas, what I can't return to is my hometown, what I can't reach is the distant land. If I had known, I would have done what Sister Yen did, carrying the mountains and rivers of my hometown with me. When I miss my hometown in the future, I can take it out and look at it. Kongwu, who was steering the boat, looked at the bottle in Jiang Yan's hand, his small, bright eyes moist. He left his homeland as a teenager and never had the chance to return. The others, listening to Kongwu's words, instantly understood. Several people sighed inwardly, more or less. But now was clearly not the time to lament the passing of time. After all, they still had a long way to go. Everyone, hold on tight. The dead branches on the water gradually thinned out. Kongwu wiped his eyes with his hand and began to speed up the boat. The whistling sound of the wind echoed in his ears again. The city behind him gradually disappeared into the vast ocean. You probably won't see any urban buildings for a long time. Everyone, please rest your eyes. I wake you up when we reach a place to rest, said Song Qian, who was giving Kongwu directions. On such a bumpy boat, it was already difficult to stay seated. Sleep wasn't an option, but a little rest with my eyes closed could temporarily restore some energy. Okay, Brother Song, I take your turn later, Sun Jingtao said. He Yiqing and Jiang Yan had all been up all night. My nerves had been on edge, so it would be a lie to say I wasn't tired. It was the whistling cold wind that cleared my mind considerably. Song Qian said okay, and continued to give Kongwu instructions with full concentration. After the brief moment of sadness, Jiang Yan's sleepiness vanished instantly. Seeing that Su Dai wasn't sleepy either, he whispered, by the way, did Wen Wanli and the others go to the base as well? When they returned, the door to 3203 was open, and there was still some blood on the doorway. Looking back, it was strange. As the assault boat picked up speed, the roar was quite loud, but there was no need to worry about Song Qian and the others overhearing their conversation. Su Dai pursed her lips, pausing for a few seconds before recounting everything that had transpired since Jiang Yan and the others had left Repulse Bay. Jiang Yan and the others hadn't returned home since their departure, and the people living in the building had developed malicious intentions towards room 3204, where Su Dai was alone. Just as dawn broke, those people had already brazenly pried open her door. Zhou Wei, who had gotten up early to spy outside, happened to witness all this. Zhou Wei, naturally, rushed out with Wang Jin, armed with a police battering ram. Somehow, a fight ensued. Someone later came up from downstairs. They were the group led by Tian Juliang. They had heard from Tian Jiliang that Zhou Wei's family was actually part of Ma Longview's gang, so they naturally rushed forward and began to kick and slash. The two, unpopular both above and below, quickly became the targets of both sides' wrath, stabbed dozens of times. Su Dai had been watching through the telescope for Sun Jingtao and his men's return, having barely slept all night. It was only at dawn that she could no longer endure and fell into a deep sleep. She slept soundly. When she heard someone wailing outside, Zhou Wei and Wang Jin were already lying in a pool of blood. Chapter 174. Su Dai sighed silently as she spoke this. Jiangyan reached out and patted her gently. What happened next? When Wanli, Zhou Haoyue, and the others. Su Dai pursed her lips, took a breath, and continued, Wang Jiamei is gone, but when Wanli and Zhou Haoyue are fine. Later, a ship from Yaobin base arrived and brought some people back, including their youngest son, Zhou Haoyan. Then the ship took some more people away, and when Wanli, Zhou Haoyan, and Zhou Haoyue also boarded. Jiangyan said, Oh. Whether those aboard the ship were fortunate or unfortunate is unknown. But at least, after such a devastating earthquake, the chances of misfortune were much greater if one stayed where they were. Speaking of Yaobin base, Jiangyan glanced up at Song Qian's back. She actually had some questions she wanted to ask Song Qian directly. The information she had previously extracted from Kong Wu was also very limited. They were all praising their leader, Mo Jingxing. Mo Jingxing, they said, was like a god on earth, young and promising, gifted, and incredibly brave. Jiangyan couldn't help but suspect that Kong Wu had been brainwashed. And quite successfully. After all, this Yaobin base sounded somewhat connected to the Lion base. How could it possibly be any better if it were associated with scumbags like Shui Miao Miao? They were just birds of a feather. Go right ahead, 30 degrees. Song Qian was now concentrating on giving Kong Wu directions. Jiangyan narrowed her eyes, withdrawing her gaze and thoughts. Beside her, Su Dai continued, that villain, Dao Yinping, tried to trick me in the middle of the night, using the excuse of going to the bathroom. I figured the intercom hadn't been ringing, so I killed him. As she spoke, a flicker of fear flashed in her eyes, and her body subconsciously trembled. Jiangyan, Sun Jingtao, and the others had all taken lives more or less. But this was Su Dai's first time killing someone. Although the man was an unforgivable villain, she still felt a sense of physical discomfort. But she didn't share the details of Dao Yinping's deception, and Jiangyan didn't ask. She simply advised, he deserved to die. You were right to kill him. Just as the two finished their conversation, the water began to churn again. The aftershocks had arrived. But this time, the vibrations were noticeably less intense than those they had felt in Ming. The pile of fish on the rubber boat was occasionally tossed into the air, only to fall back down with a thud. The several large carp that had been struggling and jumping in the mosquito net gradually lay flat, their eyes white and bleeding. The aftershocks lasted only a few seconds. The surrounding water gradually returned to calm. Brother Song, Xiaoya, and I will eat first and replace you later. Sun Jingtao checked the time, stood up, grabbed the handrail, and headed towards the supplied bags. The few of them formed a makeshift team. It was unclear how much trust they had in each other, but Sun Jingtao certainly understood the most basic social etiquette and courtesy. Song Qian didn't turn around, but waved his hand casually. No, we can still hold on. Brother Sun, this is just the beginning. There's not a soul on the water right now, and there aren't any large floating objects. Just keep your eyes closed and head for the end. So leave it to us. Kong Wu said with a hearty laugh, slowing the boat down slightly. He looked energetic, incredibly optimistic. It felt like if he were given some music, he could rock out. Yes, you guys rest first, Song Qian added. Sun Jingtao couldn't say any more. Obedience is worse than respect. We take over your duties later. Okay. This time, Song Qian didn't refuse. Sun Jingtao pulled out a few bags of compressed biscuits and sausages from his bag and distributed them among the group. Jiangyan listened to the conversation, feeling a little admiration for Song Qian and Kong Wu. Although they hadn't encountered many boats along the way, the water was still shimmering. Looking at it for too long can actually blur your eyes. If she had held the steering wheel for so long, while also trying to steady the boat and contend with the occasional aftershocks, her hands would have been incredibly sore. Thankfully, there weren't many major obstacles in this area. Like back in Ming, she had to constantly be wary of floating corpses or trees on the surface. Thinking of this, Jiangyan began to doze off. She yawned, clutched the handrails tightly, closed her eyes, and began to rest. An unknown amount of time passed before the speed of the speedboat gradually slowed. The swoosh of the waves faded, replaced by the thump of the motor. Jiang Yan opened her eyes and saw the backs of Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing. Sun Jingtao was steering the speedboat, while Yi Qing, holding his watch, served as a guide. She glanced at the time. It was already 5 in the afternoon. It was still early, but the sun had already disappeared into the clouds. The chill that gripped everyone intensified. She glanced around and saw several jagged peaks rising from the water not far away. Each peak was steep and rugged, with one side appearing as smooth and clean as if cut by a knife, like a cliff. However, only about 7 or 8 stories of height were visible above the water. In the upper right corner of one of the peaks, a large cloud character was engraved in red ink. However, the cloud character had faded badly, appearing quite mottled. Around the peak, scattered pieces of black, rotting wood floated. Whether they were coffins or not was unclear. A closer look revealed the faint presence of several large caves hidden within the cliff face. "Brother Sun, are you planning to rest here for a while?" Song Qian, standing behind him, opened his eyes and asked. There was no sun in the sky now. Getting the direction was a problem. Rather than taking a detour, it was better to rest for a while. "Yes. The water in this area is very calm, so there probably hasn't been an earthquake. My tank is almost empty, so I fill it up here." Sun Jingtao nodded. What Sun Jingtao didn't mention was that these grown men, with their tough skin and flesh, could certainly travel overnight. But my wife and Jiang Yan, 2 girls, clearly couldn't handle it. Besides, the bumpy ride was quite uncomfortable. Our clothes kept getting wet and dry. And the biting cold wind blew all the way. It's easy to get sick. Traveling while sick would be counterproductive. It would be better to rest up here. Besides the earthquake, we didn't encounter any danger on this first day, but that doesn't mean every day will be so safe. Recuing will give us the energy and strength to deal with any dangers later. Song Qian, alright, this place is already in Shangyun territory. We rest here tonight and set off tomorrow. A day's drive, and if nothing goes wrong, we'd be right in Xiangqing. Once we reach Xiangqing, we'd be a big step closer to Dongshan, Yi Qing said, after examining the hand-drawn map. Song Qian nodded. Yes. Chapter 175. Hey, Brother Song, how do you know we're in Shangyun territory? You didn't even look at the map? Kong Wu, standing by, was stunned for a second. Song Qian glanced ahead and explained, those peaks ahead were once Shangyun's most famous attractions, the 7 peaks of Shangyun, and they're easy to spot. The cliffs here used to have many caves, filled with exquisite stone carvings. Not only are they ancient, but many of them were carved by great men. However, most of these stone carvings are now submerged underwater. Not far from the foot of the mountain, in an ancient village, there's the Shangyun Temple. It was once famous and very popular. Oh, there's a temple. May the Buddha bless us and keep us safe and sound. Su Dai woke up, clasping her hands together and muttering a prayer. Kong Wu, sitting at the stern, curled his lips and jokingly said, Sister Dai, isn't your prayer a little small-minded? I like to pray to God to let this natural disaster pass quickly, but it's unrealistic. Su Dai lowered her hands, feeling a bit amused. Kong Wu was about to respond, but Song Qian stopped him. Okay, Kong Wu, stop the rambling. You have sharp eyes, so first figure out which mountain peak would be best to dock at. Indeed, my eyes may be small, but my vision is good, Kong Wu said cheerfully, shading his forehead with his palms as he peered toward the peaks. Yi Qing, standing at the front, had already picked up his telescope and was directing Sun Jingtao towards the main peak in the center, where a large cave measuring 5 or 6 meters square appeared. The cave was likely formed naturally, with some subsequent artificial excavation. The exterior looked quite irregular, but there was a wide, flat area at the entrance. Next to the flat area, there were several irregular stalagmites, perfect for securing their heavily loaded assault boat. The cave entrance was only 50 or 60 centimeters above the water surface, keeping it out of the way and making it easy for several people to enter. Further in, there seemed to be several more irregular holes. However, the light was too dim, and the stone pillars obscured the view, so the telescope couldn't make out a clear view. Sun Jingtao steered the assault boat steadily and slowly to a stop. His boatmanship was no less impressive than Kong Wu's. Although there's no sign of an earthquake here, we shouldn't let our guard down. So, I suggest everyone take the most important supplies with you, and leave the rest on the boat. We arranged for night watchmen to take turns guarding the area, Sun Jingtao said. Yes. Everyone agreed with his suggestion, nodding in unison. The assault boat slowly slid to a stop in front of the cave, and Yi Qing climbed aboard first. Then came Song Qian. The two of them quickly secured the assault boat with ropes. With their help, the lightweight Jiang Yin and Su Dai were hauled up. Jiang Yin could have easily climbed up on her own, but she wasn't familiar with Song Qian and the others, so she tried to be more reserved. Sun Jingtao and Kong Wu stayed behind, fetching some essential supplies from the boat before climbing aboard. Although this was a remote area, the men still unearthed their guns and weapons. The cave entrance was covered in large rocks and rubble, all wet. After all, the rain had only just stopped for a day, so the sunshine was better than nothing. The surface of one side of the cave wall had been artificially smoothed, revealing several ancient poems inscribed on it. Thus, due to age and years of neglect, the characters and colors had faded, making them illegible. The few of them didn't bother to identify them, so they just glanced and passed by. Further in, there was relatively flat ground and thick dust. They shouldered their backpacks, grabbed their important supplies, and continued on. As they walked, Song Qian's gaze suddenly stopped at Jiang Yan's feet. Jiang Yan, have you been to the Wanlong building before? There had been some water in the cabin, and it had been pounded by waves several times, so their shoes were damp. They had also gotten some mud at the entrance. Now, on the dusty, flat ground, their footprints were clearly visible. Yi Qing, unsure of why he asked such a question, glanced at him warily. Wanlong Building was the name of the building where Jiang Yan had previously met Song Qian, Qi Mingnan, and the others. Jiang Yan, glancing around, glanced back at him. I haven't been there, what's wrong? The masked girl's expression was calm and innocent, her eyes clear as water. She tilted her head and looked him straight in the eye. Next to Song Qian, who was also a burly figure of 5 feet 8 inches, Jiang Yan, 5 feet 6 inches and slender, looked tiny. But the latter, with his confident and resolute demeanor, possessed an aura no less impressive than his. No, I just thought of asking. Maybe I recognized the wrong person. Song Qian's lips twitched slightly, and he calmly looked away. None quite what was going on. Kong Wu jokingly said, Brother Song, aren't your pickup lines a bit too old-fashioned? Song Qian said nothing, only to glare at him with a chilling glare. Kong Wu gave a wry smile, raised his hand to his mouth, and sat down on the ground. Sun Jingtao and Su Dai, with their faces filled with laughter, remained silent. They considered it Song Qian's flirtation, and didn't think much of it. Yi Qing's gaze paused for a few seconds before changing the subject. Why don't we stay here? Any further in, the light will be dim, and we won't be able to see our boat. All right. Sun Jingtao glanced around, and was the first to put down his backpack. The rest of the group also found a rock to sit on. It was still early before dark, so they quickly divided up the work. Su Dai was in charge of setting up the pot and cooking. Sun Jingtao helped her with the preliminary preparations, then returned to the boat to kill and clean the fish. As for Jiang Yan and Song Qian, they formed pairs to explore the cave. After all, if we were staying here tonight, we need to find some dry firewood or something. This cave was strange. At the very back, there were 2 paths branching off, one to the left and one to the right. There seemed to be other caves inside. Let's explore the paths, maybe we find something new. After the others had finished their division of labor, Yi Qing volunteered. I'd be in a group with Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan didn't say anything. She didn't care who she was in a group with. If she could be in a group by herself, it would be even better. But right now, some team spirit was still necessary. She couldn't be too pretentious. Song Qian glanced at Yi Qing. Okay, then I'd be in a group with Kong Wu. He actually felt that, based on the 4 people's strength rankings, he and Jiang Yan, the weakest, would be more balanced. But since Jiang Yan had no objections, he didn't want to say anything more. Everyone, be careful. If you notice anything amiss, return immediately. Song Qian instructed, as they reached the point where the paths parted inside the cave. Okay. Yi Qing and Jiang Yan nodded, and turned left into the pitch-black cave. Chapter 176. Yi Qing, carrying a submachine gun and a fire axe, walked ahead, exploring the path. Jiang Yan, as usual, followed behind, carrying her backpack. The initial path was barely wide enough for 2 adults, and it was rugged and difficult to navigate. As they walked further in, they saw black stalagmites of varying heights and scattered boulders. They looked perfectly natural, but a closer look revealed traces of later human carving. Some steep slopes had been built into the slopes. As for the protruding stalagmites along the main path, they had been patinated by the people who passed by. Not only were they smooth, but they also shone with a faint glow. With Yi Qing alone by her side, Jiang Yan's concerns were much lessened. After walking for a while, she reached into her backpack and pulled out a high-intensity flashlight from a space. Yi Qing also held the hand-cranked rechargeable flashlight, but the light was dim, better than nothing. The two of them walked quietly, one in front of the other, slowly and quietly along the main road. They hadn't gone far when they came upon a clear fork in the road. One went up, the other down. Jiangyan swept her flashlight up and down, her gaze pausing at the bottom. Not far away, in a narrow gap between two natural cliffs, a plank road made of branches stood. The branches were as thick as wrists, their side branches pruned and twisted. They had come here to search for wood. If they removed all the branches from the plank road and brought them back, they would have enough to burn for a while. There were actually many dead trees and planks floating in the water outside, but they were damp and obviously wouldn't burn. Down. Yes. The two paused, staring at each other, their minds simultaneously formed. As they approached, Jiangyan discovered that beneath the densely packed plank road lay a deep, naturally formed ravine. The reflection of her flashlight suggested water. The ravine was deep and gradually narrowed. If someone fell into it, the chances of survival would be practically zero. Jiangyan wondered what the point of building such a plank road was. After all, at its end lay a natural crevice, the width of a palm. The crevice stretched across the dome, leading nowhere. This suddenly reminded her of the tomb raiding novel she read before. But it was only a fleeting thought before she dismissed it. Jiangyan, you hold on here. I go up. Yi Qing handed Jiangyan the submachine gun he was carrying. He also held a fire axe. The branches were stuck directly on the rock walls on either side, so removing them would be easy. To remove the branches, they had to walk to the end of the plank road and then work backwards, removing them one by one. Jiangyan glanced at the bottomless ravine and said, "Why don't I go? I'm lightweight, and you can hold me up from above." "It's okay. I test the branch's load-bearing capacity first." Yi Qing knew what she was worried about. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and slowly stepped on it. The branch beneath his feet creaked, sank slightly, and then stabilized. The branch had a decent load-bearing capacity. Yi Qing stood skillfully, spreading his legs as far apart as possible to distribute the pressure. Jiangyan had no choice but to take a rope from her backpack and let him tie it to her body, just in case. The other end of the rope was tied to a nearby stalagmite. In less than a minute, Yi Qing had nimbly reached the end of the plank path, slowly squatting down and beginning to hammer away. The debris from the axe's impact scattered everywhere, and a faint crackling sound could be heard as it fell into the water. Yi Qing's movements were very efficient, and in just a few minutes, he had completely removed the entire pile of branches. The whole process was surprisingly safe. Returning to the surface, Yi Qing fished out a thin, ordinary rope from his backpack, and together they tied the pile of branches together. "Jiangyan, you said this area is considered relatively high ground. Could it be that no one has fled here?" Yi Qing whispered as he pressed the branches with his legs and tightened the rope. Both of them had been very cautious and had barely spoken during the entire journey. "I don't know. Logically, there should be someone." Jiangyan was also puzzled. "There's clearly a path leading up here. Inside the mountain, it's relatively warm in winter and cool in summer, much better than outside. It's just the right amount of shelter from the heat and heavy rain. Given the seamless appearance of the mountain, it likely hasn't experienced an earthquake or anything like that. But the few people who found no signs of human habitation in the caves outside or along the way were indeed a bit strange. Also, if there were people living there, these wooden planks, which could be used for making fires, wouldn't be theirs." Jiangyan had a bold hypothesis. Could it be possible that natural disasters experienced in every place are similar? What happened to this area previously, leaving no one alive? According to Song Qian, this mountain peak is hidden within an ancient village. The population density is obviously lower than in the city. It's not impossible that everything was wiped out by some natural or man-made disaster. "That's not impossible," Yi Qing nodded, agreeing with her. The high temperatures and blood-stained mosquitoes were indeed experienced by the entire world. We know this because communications were still functioning at the time, allowing everyone to see the latest information. As for what happened afterwards, everyone only knew about the situation nearby. Will the entire world experience the same disaster at the same time? It's unknown. Or perhaps the entire world will experience the same disaster, but some of the secondary disasters will be significantly different. As Song Qian said, the situation in Dongshan isn't just about high temperatures, it also involves severe radiation. That makes sense. Dongshan, located on a high plateau, had significantly higher ultraviolet rays before the apocalypse than other plains. This time, Anming, located in the earthquake zone, suffered severe damage, but was significantly better off than Shangyun, where they were now. If each region experiences different levels of natural disasters, then after numerous disasters, the survivors will be gradually concentrated in the most suitable areas for survival, much like the Great Migration throughout human history. And historically, those who first occupy advantageous locations are likely to become the founders and rulers of the new order, Yi Qing said, having already tied the final knot. Jiang Yan listened to his words, thinking back to the 5 private bases Song Qian had mentioned, and a deep thought entered her mind. Yi Qing, standing opposite her, raised his head, his eyes fixed on her intently, and lowered his voice slightly, saying, Jiang Yan, that Song Qian, while he doesn't look like a bad guy, is a subordinate of Mo Jingsheng's at the Yaobin base. That base is also somewhat connected to the Lion base. You better be careful during the next few days in Dongshan. Chapter 177. I know. Jiang Yan nodded, brushed the dust off her hands, and stood up, saying, Let's go. The branches were quite heavy, so the two of them prepared to return to the cave entrance first. Yi Qing raised his arm, and hefted the bundle of branches onto his back. Jiang Yan, holding his submachine gun and flashlight, walked ahead. They had barely taken 2 steps, when a chill wind blew out from an unidentified cave. With it came a strong fishy stench. The stench was like that of a severely decomposed corpse, or some large snake. You? Jiang Yan, despite wearing a mask, couldn't help but retching. Rustle. A dense, swirling sound spread out. Yi Qing's brow furrowed slightly, a bad feeling rising within him. Jiang Yan, let's hurry up and return to the cave entrance first. Okay, Jiang Yan said, quickening her pace. The rustling sound gradually faded behind her. Jiang Yan, I noticed there seemed to be fewer stones in the cave. Yi Qing habitually glanced around as he walked. When they had entered earlier, the walkway had been lined with densely packed piles of massive black boulders, several meters square, besides the stalagmites connected to the ground. But now, the number of these stones was visibly reduced. The cave had become much wider. I don't know. Let's get out of here first. Jiang Yan's lips curled, her flashlight shining directly into the walkway, her steps unwavering. She certainly wouldn't tell Yi Qing that she had stored all those seemingly incomparably solid black boulders within her space. Anyway, the space is large enough to hold everything. Yi Qing frowned and hurried to catch up. When the two returned to the platform at the cave entrance, Song Qian and Kong Wu hadn't returned yet. The light inside the cave dimmed even further. A cold wind began to whistle into the cave. Sun Jingtao and Su Dai were nowhere to be seen. From the sounds, it sounded like they were killing fish on the boat outside the cave. A pile of wet, dead branches lay haphazardly at the edge of the cave entrance. They must have been salvaged by Sun Jingtao and his companions from the water. The branches were damp now, but after a few days of wind on the boat, they might be useful later. In the center, on the open, flat ground, stood a rectangular stone stove made of rubble. Beneath the stove, scattered were a handful of dry grass and a few branches. It wasn't a large amount, they must have been picked up near the platform. Atop the stove was a screen. At first glance, it looked like a barbecue grill. From the sound of Su Dai and her husband talking outside, they were having grilled fish tonight. And according to Song Qian's earlier analysis, they would consume the heaviest fish first. As for the fried rice, instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and the like, save them for last. This would make it easier to transport them later, when there were no waterways. You even dismantled this? Jiang Yan asked in surprise, gazing at the screen window. The ingenuity of the working people is endless. Yi Qing smiled, and put the bundle of wood down. Well, I brought 4 or 5 pieces. I was thinking of putting them together to make a fish trap later. I didn't expect to pick up so many fish along the way today. Now, it was like returning to primitive times. Anyone who could recycle something was practically a good find. Even Jiang Yan herself, for one, managed to collect all those large rocks into her space. Yi Qing picked up a piece of wood, and with a snap, the wrist-thick log was split in half by the fire axe. Sun Jingtao and Su Dai also entered at this moment. Their faces were flushed, and they reeked of fish. Their hands were also red, probably from the freezing water. Sun Jingtao, with his sleeves rolled up, held a stainless steel basin containing 4 or 5 fish, slaughtered, cleaned, and split in half. Su Dai, on the other hand, held a plastic bag filled with fish roe, fish maw, and other items. Jiang Yan, Xiao Yi, you're back. Su Dai exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the bundle of wood. You actually found so much firewood. That's incredible. Yeah, we just happened to find a plank road we dismantled, Yi Qing said. Ah, if we tear down the plank road, how will people get there in the future? Su Dai stopped mid-sentence, then gave a self-deprecating laugh. Well, look at me. It's already this late, and I'm still thinking about the future. The others also smiled bitterly for a second. Haven't Brother Song and the others returned yet? Yi Qing asked as he chopped wood. Su Dai nodded, yes. Sun Jingtao glanced into the cave, holding back some words. The four of them actually had many questions they wanted to discuss in person, but now was clearly not the right time. For just a minute or two, the footsteps and voices of Song Qian and Kong Wu could be heard from within the cave. There was also the dull thud of something heavy dragging across the floor. Everyone turned their heads in unison to see Song Qian appear around the corner, carrying a nearly disintegrating raft tied with hemp rope. Kong Wu held a large bag in his left hand. Judging from the scattered grass and mud on it, he must have taken away a bunch of bird nests or something. In his right hand, he held several scorpions tied with straw ropes. A pile of large, arm-long scorpions with translucent yellow-brown shells. The scorpions' backs bore puncture marks from daggers, and the poisonous stingers on their tails had been neatly severed. Jianyan gasped. You guys have quite a good harvest. Su Dai's pupil shrank, and goosebumps instantly appeared on her hands. Not bad, we found everything. We can have a snack tonight. This is Bear Grylls' favorite high-protein food, Kong Wu said cheerfully, placing the bag and scorpions on the ground. Yi Qing frowned slightly at the sight of the enormous scorpions. If those rustling sounds I just heard were made by these scorpions, you can imagine the scale and number of them. Sun Jingtao took the raft from Song Qian, looked at the scorpion, and said, Brother Song, this? It's probably mutated. These scorpions are extremely aggressive. We just found a lot of skeletons in other caves. They must have taken refuge here earlier. Their clothes haven't faded much, but all that's left is a pile of bones. Song Qian finished his brief speech and instructed Kong Wu, go get some gasoline from the boat. Su Dai was puzzled. Brother Song, we're going to grill fish and use alcohol to ignite it. I'm afraid gasoline can't be used for grilling. It's not for grilling, it's for defending against those scorpions. Sun Jingtao glanced at his wife and explained, scorpions are carnivorous and have a very sensitive sense of smell. They're particularly sensitive to pungent odors like paint, gasoline, and kerosene. We smear gasoline around the cave entrance. It should be able to temporarily repel the scorpions. It was getting dark outside. The few of them had finally found this temporary shelter, so they naturally wouldn't be scared away by a few mutant scorpions. Chapter 178. Kong Wu nodded. Brother Song, I get it right away. I think there's something in my bag that might be useful, Jiangyan said, following Kong Wu toward the cave entrance. Seeing this, Yi Qing followed. As soon as they reached the cave entrance, a strong smell of blood mixed with the stench of fish hit them. Jiangyan frowned and glanced at her inflatable boat. The big fish they caught during the earthquake had all been killed and cleaned by Sun Jingtao, then strung together with several thin ropes and laid flat in the mosquito net. The temperature was only a few degrees Celsius, which was better than a refrigerator. Jianyan hadn't brought her two large bags up. One, containing clothes and daily necessities, was left in the cabin. The other, containing a pile of food, was stuffed into the assault boat's supply compartment. The two bags were just for show, she didn't treasure them that much. Kong Wu jumped off the speedboat and, looking at Jianyan, who was following closely behind, offered a hand. Sister Yan, let me help you. The boat was still some distance from the cave entrance and swayed unsteadily. Thank you, I can do it myself. Beside her, Yi Qing hadn't even had time to disembark when Jianyan, with a single push, easily leaped onto the boat and found her footing firmly in the cabin. For her, it wasn't a difficult task. Kong Wu awkwardly withdrew his hand and jokingly said, Sister Yan, your skills show some basic Qigong skills. That's right. With so much food and so little food, you become as light as a swallow. Jianyan smiled and echoed his words. They say emotions are contagious. Being with someone as optimistic as Kong Wu made the journey much easier. Jianyan couldn't help but feel that he didn't look like someone who had experienced the apocalypse. Or perhaps, he hadn't yet been stricken by the dark side of the apocalypse. Seeing this, Yi Qing thankfully stayed ashore. Jianyan, what do you want? Insecticide. Oh, Sister Yan, you still have that? Kong Wu was stunned. He returned the oil bladder he had just picked up to the storage compartment, took a big step forward, bent down, and leaned forward. I don't know how effective insecticide is against mosquitoes, but it's a surefire killer against scorpions. Jianyan unzipped the bag a little, reached inside, and pulled out a slightly heavy, non-woven bag. She handed it to him. I got a glorious mission for you. Take some, wash it, and eat it later. A glorious mission? Kong Wu, bewildered, took it. He stretched out his hand to hold the bag open, his eyes suddenly lighting up with joy. Sweet potatoes. Potatoes? Onions! Oh my! I'm making a killing. Yi Qing on the shore was also somewhat surprised. They were all carnivores, and hadn't really been interested in fruits and vegetables. But now, seeing vegetables, even though they were shriveled, was something they hadn't expected. The men in the cave, hearing his shouts, hurried out, weapons drawn, eyes full of alarm. What happened? What do you mean by making a killing? Kong Wu chuckled, walked to the side of the boat, held a non-woven bag open with both hands, and waved it in front of them with a hint of pride. There was a large sweet potato, about the size of a palm. It had been sitting there for quite a while, and it had sprouted a few bright green shoots. Jiangyan, can you give me this sweet potato? Su Dai asked excitedly. If those sprouting sweet potatoes grow well, they soon become a precious dish of leafy greens. The key is that it's easy to preserve. Just add some water, and grow it hydroponically. The last thing we need right now is water. Jiangyan nodded. Kong Wu, stay calm in the future and don't get so easily startled. Song Qian looked at Kong Wu, his brows furrowed slightly. In these times, every word and action must be carefully considered. It's only today that there are only a few of us out in the wilderness, but what about the future? You could easily be targeted by someone shouting and yelling like that. In this apocalyptic world, their supplies and food are already quite generous. If you're not careful, you become a target of public criticism. Kong Wu smiled sheepishly, then stood at attention, saluted solemnly, and said, yes. This contrast amused everyone. It's getting dark. Once you collected your supplies, come in quickly. We go in and light the fire first, Song Qian said with a frown, then turned and went back into the cave. Su Dai and Sun Jingtao followed in. Yi Qing stood by the cave, waiting for Jiangyan, her eyes subconsciously glancing at the water. It was almost dark. At first glance, the empty water surface was gray, as if shrouded in a thin mist. But closer, the effect was less pronounced. Yi Qing's brows furrowed slightly, a bad feeling welling within him. Elsewhere, Jiangyan, concealing herself in her luggage bag, retrieved 2 bottles of insecticide and 4 or 5 bags of mothballs from her space. These were powerful weapons against scorpions, more effective than gasoline. She had also heard the rustling sounds earlier. She worried that the number of mutant scorpions might far exceed what Song Qian and the others had imagined. In fact, she still had many military flamethrowers purchased in Life's own country in her space, with a range of at least 50 meters. Even if the mountain's belly was filled with scorpions, she could turn them all into roasted scorpions and charred corpses. However, the flamethrower, equipped with a large backpack gasoline tank, obviously couldn't be used in public. Thinking this way, Kong Wu had already washed all the sweet potatoes and potatoes. I don't know if it was the spiciness from peeling onions, but my eyes were watery. By the time the 3 of them entered the cave, the fire was already burning. Cough, cough, cough. Because they used hay and spoiled hemp rope as ignition, the smoke was so thick that Su Dai choked and burst into tears. Her face was also covered in soot, and her hair, which had been wet and dry, stuck to her forehead, making her look dirty. The others were not much better off. Thankfully, after a while, the wood and branches began to burn, sparks crackling, and the smoke subsided considerably. Seeing the fire was nearly extinguished, Sun Jingtao placed the scaled fish skin, half down, on the screen window. The skin curled in the heat, and soon, oil sizzled. Su Dai sprinkled some salt, and a little leftover 13 spice powder evenly on the skin. Soon, an alluring aroma filled the cave. Jiangyan, wearing a down jacket, sat a little further away to avoid being splashed by sparks. Just as she casually turned her head, a scorpion, as long as an arm, emerged from a gap between several large rocks on the cave wall. The scorpion, likely unable to bear the firelight and the strange smell, held its claws high, attempting to escape. But it seemed unsure where to go. Song Qian, Sun Jingtao, and the others had previously sprinkled gasoline at the cave entrance. They had also placed layers of water, gasoline, and mothballs around the edge of the cave wall, centered around the barbecue grill. At first glance, it looks like a barrier has been set up. Chapter 179. Scorpions don't have ears. All their movements rely on the sensory hairs on their bodies. So, as the scorpion was circling within the barrier, sensing the direction of the surrounding air currents, the sharp-eyed Jiangyan happened to spot it. Her pupil shrank, and she quickly grabbed a bottle of insecticide, pointing her other hand in the direction of the scorpion's movement. There's a scorpion! Snap! In the glow of the fire, A sharp dagger descended from the sky, heading straight for the scorpion's heart, sending a small amount of mucus splattering. It was Song Qian. The scorpion's limbs struggled for a few seconds before becoming still. Jiang Yin, did you see where it came from? Song Qian looked at Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin pointed in the direction the large scorpion had emerged. From that pile of rocks. Scorpions are nocturnal and prefer to live in groups. Generally speaking, they rarely live alone. She suspected there might be other accomplices hiding beneath those rocks. Okay. Song Qian stood up, motioning for Sun Jingtao, Yi Qing, and the others to grab their weapons. Scorpions are cold-blooded, adaptable to both heat and cold. However, they generally become less active when the temperature drops below 10 degrees Celsius. They shouldn't be difficult to catch now. Sun Jingtao finished his words, gesturing, and the group moved the rocks away from several directions. They had all participated in wilderness survival training, often called wilderness survival. Back then, catching lizards, spiders, cobras, and scorpions with bare hands, drinking snake blood, and eating raw insects were all essential training. In this current environment, it was much easier. Jiang Yin, naturally afraid of snakes and scorpions, stood up and moved away, a bottle of insecticide in hand. Su Dai also grabbed a bottle. She still felt a little frightened. She was thankful she hadn't encountered any of them when she'd gone looking for rocks to build a stove. Sure enough, there was a pile of them lying under the rubble. Judging from their size, they were much smaller than the one from earlier. They were probably scorpions and their offspring. There was also a lot of white scorpion feces around. With a few well-aimed stabs, the men wiped out the entire nest of scorpions. All the scorpions were gathered together. Song Qian pulled out a silver-gray sealed bottle with an open lid from his tactical backpack. He cut off the poisonous stingers from the scorpions' backs one by one and placed them in the sealed bottle. Judging from the strange smell he smelled when he opened the bottle, the stingers from the scorpions they captured earlier were probably inside. Su Dai, Yi Qing, and the others were puzzled. Brother Song, why did you leave the scorpion sting? It's extremely poisonous. Don't worry, it's good stuff, Song Qian said, screwing the cap back on and putting it in his backpack. What you don't know is that someone is collecting key extracts from mutant animals for a fee. So this mutant scorpion venom is really good stuff, Kong Wu, standing nearby, suddenly said mysteriously. He glanced at Song Qian, and seeing he didn't object, he added, the key is, these are wild, much more toxic than farmed ones. Sun Jingtao and the others frowned slightly. Key extracts from mutant animals? This remark reminded them of the mutant leeches they'd been farming in the Repulse Bay neighborhood. And then, there was Dao Yinping's instructions that they would need to pay the leeches to the Fiery Flame base. Are all these things related? Yes, Song Qian nodded without evading the question. Sun Jingtao glanced at him. But nowadays, high temperatures have long since wiped out most plants and animals. So far, the only mutated animals we've seen are blood mosquitoes, leeches, fish, and these scorpions. I wonder if those bats we saw the other day count. After all, they were too far away to accurately discern their size. Besides size, these so-called mutated animals haven't changed much in terms of intelligence or physical strength. What else do they collect these animals for, besides cultivating them for food? Song Qian, scientific research. First, they collected those blood mosquitoes, then leeches and others. The number and variety of animals that survive high temperatures and heavy rains in this world is actually far greater than we imagined. Blood mosquitoes? Such disgusting animals are being used for research? Su Dai's jaw nearly dropped. Jiang Yin listened intently silent and taking a deep breath. When something unusual happens around them, scientists will inevitably conduct scientific research on these mutated species. This is understandable. But if the researchers aren't official, formal scientists, but rather those working at private bases, then the secrets behind this are enormous. Song Qian glanced at everyone, pondered for a few seconds, and then said, the blood mosquito mutated first, and it mutated the most thoroughly. Have you ever considered what would happen if the blood mosquito's size were to be mutated in other species? Su Dai muttered to herself, estimating, if scaled up to the same scale as the blood mosquito, this scorpion would be as big as a small crocodile. Everyone, they're not just studying the issue of how to balance size and bodily functions after increasing in size. Have you ever considered that surviving these extreme natural disasters is itself a remarkable ability? Song Qian continued. Survival of the fittest. By analogy, wouldn't surviving these extreme natural disasters also be considered an ability? Su Dai suddenly understood. Yes, Song Qian nodded. Yi Qing thought of the perfectly formed corpses soaked in formaldehyde on the 31st floor of the Sky Hotel and hit the nail on the head. So, from a conspiracy theory perspective, their research isn't just focused on surviving mutant animals, but also on human survivors who have survived extreme natural disasters? Logically, yes, Song Qian said, his eyes narrowing as he glanced at Yi Qing. Everyone gasped and looked at Song Qian. So who are they? From what we heard, it seems the Fiery Flame base is doing this. As for the rest, I don't know. Kong Wu shrugged, not forgetting to glance at Song Qian. Song Qian remained calm as always, neither admitting nor denying. Fiery Flame base? Sun Jingtao and the others had already guessed it, but they still feigned surprise for a second. They had previously heard some bizarre rumors about the Fiery Flame base from Dao Yinping. But those rumors were limited to the perverted and clairvoyant Master Shui, who was ruthless and merciless. And he had a fondness for beautiful women and enjoyed minor cosmetic surgeries. As for researching mutant animals, that's the realm of life sciences. Ordinary people, with ordinary equipment and resources, wouldn't be able to handle it. Unless, of course, someone has exceptionally powerful backing and resources. Chapter 180. Jiang Yan remained silent. She held a bottle of insecticide in her hand, studying the colorful ingredient list in the dim flames. She looked calm and bored. Seeing her continued silence, Sun Jingtao didn't bother to ask further questions. These matters were too far removed from them. They were just ordinary people. It would be more practical to show some concern for their safe arrival at Dongshan. With this thought in mind, Sun Jingtao leaned over to grab a few chopped branches from the ground nearby, overlapping them and placing them on the fire. The fish is ready to eat. If you don't eat it now, it burn, Yi Qing said, picking up two thinner branches and moving the grilled fish in the middle of the screen window, closer to the fire to the side. He then took two more fish from the stainless steel basin and placed them on top. The remaining water dripped from the fish, and another puff of thick smoke rose. 6 people sat around the stone stove. Su Dai and her husband, Song Qian, and Kong Wu each took a seat on either side of the rectangular shape. Jiang Yan and Yi Qing sat opposite each other. Although the fish was grilled, no one had chopsticks. It was too hot, so no one started eating immediately. The conversation suddenly stopped, and a moment of silence fell. Just as Kong Wu was about to praise the fish's freshness and deliciousness, Jiang Yan looked at him and Song Qian with a half-smile and said, "Didn't you say that Lion Base and Yaobin Base are both among the 5 major private bases? Haven't your bases ever considered conducting such research?" She had a feeling that Song Qian and Kong Wu had deliberately brought up this topic. It was a bit like a brainstorming session. Unknowingly, they had connected things that had previously been completely unrelated. But what was the purpose of letting them know all this? Jiang Yan knew that Kong Wu's idol, or perhaps spiritual leader, was Imo Jingxing, the leader of Yaobin Base. Putting Yaobin Base and Lion Base together was meant to be provocative. Sure enough, Kong Wu became anxious upon hearing this. "Hey, Sister Yin, you don't understand? Shui Miaomi from Lion Base is a lunatic. How could our leader be the same? They're worlds apart." "What's that word?" Kong Wu swallowed, his eyes darting from side to side, unable to come up with a solution. Jiang Yan said slowly, "A world of difference?" "Ah! Yes, yes, yes." Kong Wu slapped his thigh and nodded frantically. Song Qian, standing nearby, remained calm and composed, and his brows furrowed as he heard Kong Wu's words blurt out. Sun Jingtao and the others were all stunned for a second. This name had originally been just speculation. To think it was real, Jiang Yan's heart sank. Good men don't live long, while evil lives on for centuries. So, Shui Miaomi was undoubtedly a reincarnated being. And who was that person who died in prison earlier? Even so, Jiang Yan feigned surprise and asked tentatively Shui Miaomi. "Kong Wu, you're not talking about the one who went to jail twice after your father died, and then went viral?" "Yes, that's him. He was sentenced to death and released on bail, then was arrested again, and then faked his death in prison. Everyone in our area knows him. He's a top-notch playboy and a pervert." Kong Wu didn't even think twice, his words blaring out like a machine gun. "Everyone, eh? Brother Song, how much do you know about the flame base?" Sun Jingtao clenched his fists and took a breath. At this point, the only way to get straight to the point was to get to the point. Song Qian glanced at him, his eyes a bit complicated. "Actually, Brother Sun, it's true that someone is collecting the vital parts of mutant animals for a fee. The transaction method is very covert and simple, so we don't know who's behind it, and I haven't done any special research. As for the other things, we only heard about them, and we don't know much about the details. So, just take Kong Wu's words at face value. After all, The information we have isn't comprehensive, and much of it is hearsay. He paused, glanced at the others with interest, and then said, if you're truly interested, when you reach Dongshan, you can go directly to the Yaobin base and ask the leader in person. He's always hoped you join the base. Kong Wu's throat choked as he listened, and the words he wanted to say were abruptly blocked. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, and glanced at Song Qian out of the corner of her eye. TSK. This guy isn't just a dead-on marksman. It turns out he's also a master of beating around the bush. The other three recalled that Song Qian had indeed not expressed his opinion when it came to the Lion base. It was always Kong Wu who was jumping around with such high spirits. Forget it. Let's not discuss this topic anymore. As for going into the base to confront Mo Jingxing, they'd be crazy. Sun Jingtao changed the subject and asked for some information about the Yaobin base, but Song Qian evaded them by claiming he just joined and didn't know much. At first glance, it sounded as if he had been assigned on a last-minute mission to pick up a few people to board Mo Jingxing's boat, but due to a series of circumstances, including the earthquake, he had ended up traveling with them by chance. As they chatted, Sun Jingtao and the others became more understanding and stopped asking questions. The fish is ready to eat. Yi Qing took the lead, picking up a piece of fish and changing the subject. The fish had been sitting on the edge of the screen for a while, and its temperature had dropped slightly. But thanks to the residual heat from the fire, it hadn't cooled down. The others were also starving, but upon hearing this, they put aside their gossiping thoughts and began to eat the fish seriously. When eating fish, people generally don't talk, as it's easy to get fish bones stuck. A brief silence fell on the scene. After dinner, Sun Jingtao went to the cave entrance in the dark to clean the screen. The others also cleared away some of the rocks surrounding the fire, and buried the washed sweet potatoes and potatoes in the charcoal ash. Scorpions are afraid of light, so as long as the fire burned and the protective enchantments were in place, they didn't have to worry too much about being attacked by scorpions in the middle of the night. Sun Jingtao and the other three arranged shifts for the night. Jiang Yan and Su Dai also wanted to join, but were rejected. Because of the additional mutant scorpions, the four of them worked in pairs. One would guard the outer cave entrance, keeping an eye on the assault boats and rubber boats outside. The other would stay inside, near the inner entrance, keeping an eye on any scorpions. In the end, Jiang Yan and Su Dai each took out a tent. Originally, Sun Jingtao had suggested that they sleep together. Not only would it be warmer, but it would also be easier to pack up in case of emergencies. However, Jiang Yan found an excuse to reject their request. She had her own plans. Seeing this, Sun Jingtao and Su Dai didn't know what to say. Chapter 181. Jiang Yan and Su Dai quickly washed up in the water outside, and then went to their respective tents. The first night watch was by Sun Jingtao and Kong Wu. These days, their sleep schedules are already irregular. Whenever they can sleep or rest, they do it. Su Dai hadn't slept all night, and her physical fitness was clearly inferior to Jiang Yan, Sun Jingtao, and the others. She had been tossing and turning on the boat all day, and was already exhausted. In less than 2 minutes, a light snoring could be heard from her tent. Jiang Yan's body, blessed by the space, was quite energetic. However, she wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to be alone and enter the space, so she pretended to be tired and yawned. Thankfully, the tent she had brought out today was extremely airtight and light blocking. With the campfire in the light and her in the dark, no one could even see her shadow. But after zipping up the tent, she didn't immediately enter the space. Instead, she laid down in her clothes, pretending to doze, quietly listening to the noises outside. After about 20 minutes, Song Qian and Yi Qing, whose turn it was to rest, figured the two girls would be asleep, so they got up and went outside. With a plop-plop they jumped into the water, their teeth crackling with cold as they took a cold shower. After a quick shower and a quick tidy-up, Yi Qing warmed herself by the fire for a while before finding a stalagmite near Jiang Yan's tent and resting there, submachine gun in hand. Song Qian sat by the fire, unearthing the roasted potatoes and sweet potatoes that had been buried there earlier and adding some branches. She immediately sat down nearby, closed her eyes, and rested. Jiang Yan felt the time was right, and with a thought, she entered the space. Compared to the cold, dark, and foul-smelling air outside, the space was sunny and bright 24 hours a day. Ever since the giant Tai Sui had been placed in the space, the air was filled with a faint, uplifting fragrance. Jiang Yan suddenly had a fleeting thought. Stay in the space forever, never leave. But the thought was fleeting. Wah wah! Mom! You're back! The piranha plant, which had been muttering frantically in her mind, saw that she had finally entered the space and took 2 steps at a time. Its vines formed a large circle, and with a tumbling, swooshing sound, it climbed onto her shoulders. Wah wah! Mom, since you're in this time, please take me out, Huabao said, and the vines peeked forward. A small, grinning head looked at Jiang Yan aggrievedly. It doesn't want to be a left-behind child anymore. A nest of gold or silver is not as good as the doghouse next to its mother. Jiang Yan was a bit amused. Okay. But now wasn't the time for small talk. She quietly entered the space, having serious business to attend to. Huabao, didn't you say the space upgrade was complete? Why are there so many decimal points? Jiang Yan looked at the 99.9999% progress bar above the stream. Her delighted eyes froze for a second. I should have downloaded an anti-fraud app earlier. Thankfully, a quick thought revealed that there were still several boxes of the gold bars we gotten from the Sky Hotel. Wah. Mom, this is a surprise for you. Please wait. As Huabao finished speaking, Xiaoya rolled out a gold brick from nowhere. Wah. Mom, watch. It's time to witness a miracle, Jiang Yan. After Huabao finished speaking, his head rapidly expanded, and a gold brick was dropped into his bloody maw. Somehow, the gold brick crumbled into his mouth like golden chocolate, easily crushed. As Huabao chewed, the number 999 on the progress bar remained unchanged, but the ellipsis after it began to jump rapidly. Jiang Yan held her breath and quickly walked to the stream, her eyes fixed on the progress bar. A few more gold bricks were dropped into Huabao's mouth. The ellipsis on the progress bar suddenly froze, but the entire 99.9999% began to blaze with brilliance. The light was like thousands of gold and silver jewels under a spotlight, dazzling and glittering. Surprise! As Huabao danced and shook its leaves, the long string of 999 on the progress bar gave way to 100%. At the same time, a new, blank progress bar appeared. Jiang Yan was stunned. This meant the space could be further upgraded. Before Jiang Yan could react, a blinding white light flashed. She instinctively closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she was stunned by the scene before her. The space had tripled in size. Beyond the white residential area, the gray storage area, and the black planting area, there was a vast expanse of emerald green grassland. With a thought, Jiang Yan teleported to the edge of the grass. She squatted down and reached out to touch it. It was real grass. The grass grew vigorously, its endless green dotted with small, unknown red, yellow, and purple flowers. A gentle breeze blew by, bringing a light, natural grassy fragrance to the air, refreshing and soothing. Pulling aside the dense grass, beneath the roots lay the same dark, fertile soil, rich in moisture. Jiang Yan's heart leaped with joy. Now, after the upgrade, a verdant grassland had appeared within the space. Would mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas also appear in the future? If so, then as long as she could meet the upgrade requirements, wouldn't she be able to replicate a new miniature planet within the space? Jiang Yan was delighted by her discovery. Oh yes, speaking of upgrades, there are also spiritual springs and streams. She stood up and looked back. The stream, that had been barely visible before, was now gurgling not far away. The stream was only about 3 or 4 meters wide, not very large, but the water was deep and crystal clear. The stream bottom was covered with crystal clear pebbles, with scattered aquatic plants floating in the water. Along the stream side were some herbaceous plants she had rarely seen before. Some of the plants exuded the fragrance of orchids or some pleasant herb. Others bore clusters of small flowers, white, red, orange, and gold. All swayed in the breeze. At first glance, it was stunningly beautiful. I hadn't expected that upgrading the space would come with new species. Jiang Yan suppressed her excitement and leaned over to peer into the water. The fish, shrimp, crabs, and turtles that had been collected in the pool had also been automatically released back into the stream. The 2 turtles, having not been seen for a few days, had grown considerably, and were paddling leisurely in the water. Jiang Yan then noticed that the fish that had been added to the pool at first seemed to have laid eggs. The fish eggs were also collected in the stream, clinging directly to the water plants. Jiang Yan squatted down and gently dipped her palm into the water. The water was neither hot nor cold, seemingly close to body temperature. She slid her palm through the water, feeling gentle and slightly warm. It was a wonderful comfort. Chapter 182. Jiang Yan retracted her hand and gazed at the fish, shrimp, crabs, and turtles swimming happily in the stream, a wave of confusion rising within her. These species, like the tilapia and carp, clearly prefer different water temperatures. If the stream's temperature was close to her body temperature, It would mean it was at least 36 degrees Celsius. This was almost as hot as a typical hot spring. But the cold water-loving Christian carp were surprisingly unaffected. Jiang Yin, with a flicker of thought, pulled out a thermometer and placed it in the water. A short while later, the result came back, 22 degrees Celsius. Jiang Yin immediately understood. Perhaps the stream's temperature caused any living creature to experience different temperatures. Magical. Extraordinary magic. Looking further ahead, the previously faint spiritual spring came alive within her field of vision. Jiang Yin, overjoyed, walked forward with brisk steps, then gently dipped her hand into the spring. Unexpectedly, as the dim light on the water surface dissipated, her finger only touched a fragment of empty space. Jiang Yin, her heart ablaze with excitement, felt as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water on her. It seemed she needed to continue working hard to upgrade the space and fully reveal the spiritual spring. So Dongshan, home to the largest gold mine in the country, was a must-see. Speaking of Dongshan, Jiang Yin narrowed her eyes, lost in thought. Recalling her experiences during this period, it felt as if many things were destined. An invisible hand was pushing her in a certain direction. She continued to look at the giant tai sui that had been placed next to the spiritual spring. It seemed to have moved. It had previously been in the center of the box, but now it had moved closer to the spiritual spring, clinging tightly to the wall. Jiang Yin was stunned. Could this tai sui actually be related to the spiritual spring? If so, then did the person who originally possessed this giant tai sui also possess spatial or other supernatural powers? But if that were the case, then was Shui Miao Miao, who frantically plundered gold under the pretext of building a pure gold birdcage for a beautiful woman, also a reincarnated supernatural being? Was all the gold really just used to build a birdcage? As Jiang Yin frowned in thought, one of Hua Bao's small leaves transformed into a small hand and gently tucked the corner of her clothes. Hua, Mom, look at me, look at me. Jiang Yin turned her head, stunned at first, then delighted. Hua Bao, you've grown up. You've grown quite tall. Originally, a vine was only 3 or 4 meters long. Now, it's 7 or 8 meters. And there are many more vines too. At first glance, it looked like a grinning octopus. The moment Jiang Yin's fingers touched the flower's small leaves, a line of information appeared in her field of vision. Ability name, Vine. Piranha plant. Current level, Level 0 increased to 1, number of piranha flowers, 1, piranha plant vines, 1 increased to 2, main vines, plus 2 increased to 4, side vines, equals 6. Currently activated skills 1, Devour. 2, Tame, activated, not yet activated. Other skills are pending upgrades and activation. Functions and uses, 1, ability to control the direction and track living creatures for devourment with telekinesis. 2, current number of living creatures devoured per month, 1 increased to 2. 3. Using mind control, the vines can transform into various forms, including metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and air. Jiang Yin was delighted by this information. No wonder Hua Bao was dancing with joy. It seemed its upgrade was actually connected to space. However, there were some things she didn't quite understand. Hua Bao, what does taming mean? Hua. Mom, I don't know. Wait until I go eat someone and see. Hua Bao said, habitually licking his fangs with his scarlet tongue. Jiang Yin stared at its bloody maw and was silent for a moment. Never mind, that's better. Although she now had the opportunity to use her ultimate weapon twice a month, she still had to use it sparingly. She hadn't encountered any major danger yet, but she had a vague feeling that more dangerous people and things were waiting for her not far away. Some things couldn't be avoided just because she wanted to. It was better to be cautious. She glanced at the time on her wrist. Half an hour had passed. Jiang Yin was about to take Hua Bao out of the space when she remembered that the egg she left in the incubator hadn't been turned yet. She hurried toward the container. As she passed the black soil, she glanced at her vegetable garden, her mood brightening again. It had only been a day or two since she'd last seen them, and the tomatoes and peppers in that patch of land were already blooming. The tomato flowers were heart-shaped yellow, while the peppers were white, both looking newly opened. The cucumbers had also sprouted many new vines. But without support, they all drooped to the ground. Jiang Yin suddenly thought that next time she came across dead branches or something, she should collect some of them in her space. Hua Bao, why don't you stay in the space and pollinate the flowers? And by the way, you can help me turn the chickens and duck eggs. After finally checking the temperature and humidity and turning the eggs, Jiang Yin reached out and tugged at the shrunken piranha plant wrapped around her arm, saying with a smile, It had so many vines now, so its hand speed was incredibly fast. The vines beneath Huabao's large head twitched like a child, humming left and right. Hua hua. No! I don't want to be a gardener. I don't want to be a child laborer. I want to go out and explore the world with Mom, Jianyan. Where did she learn these words? Jianyan didn't linger for long and led Huabao out of the space. Back in the tent, a chill mixed with the strange smells of salt, gasoline, camphor, and cooking fumes hit her face. Used to this environment before, the sensation wasn't noticeable. Fortunately, the surroundings were as quiet as usual. Besides Su Dai's very light snoring, there was the faint crackling of sparks from the fire pit. Jianyan was indeed a little sleepy and fell asleep immediately. Huabao, on his own, transformed into a formless and transparent form and slipped outside the tent. A few vines clattered together, forming a nest for his head, and he slowly crawled onto it. He blinked, half resting, half alert. The next day, when Jianyan woke naturally, it was just dawn. To be precise, it was only slightly better than pitch black. She put on her mask and opened the tent when she saw Song Qian, Yiqing, and Sun Jingtao walking towards the cave entrance with solemn expressions. Elsewhere, Su Dai's tent was still tightly closed. She seemed to be still asleep. Kong Wuxi lay sprawled against a large rock near the fire, snoring loudly. Despite her awkward sleeping posture, she clutched her weapon tightly. Jianyan, are you awake? Yiqing noticed the zipper of the tent and turned around. Jianyan hummed to him and stood up. Chapter 183. After upgrading, Huabao, now possessing several more vines, swiftly climbed onto her shoulders like a spider. As usual, her large head rested on her shoulder. However, the soft vines dangling from her back now had several more, resembling a six-tailed fox. Thankfully, since it had become transparent, it weighed very little. Jianyan still felt a bit amused by the oversized pendant. Huabao, can't you shrink it down into a more delicate little bracelet or something? Huabao gritted her teeth for a second, then shook her head gravely, saying hua hua. No, Mom. As the saying goes, you have to stand on the shoulders of giants to see farther. Jianyan, She was 5 feet 68 inches tall, and Huabao was at least 5 feet 8 inches. Who was the giant? But this wasn't the time for small talk. Jianyan gazed out at the gloomy cave, her brows furrowed slightly. What's going on out there? It's so dark. The vast expanse of water was murky, with visibility limited to about a meter or two. But it was clear that part of the darkness was due to the early morning and the gloomy sky. Also, it seemed as if the air had suddenly become filled with dense black matter. The density was like dozens of tons of finely ground coal ash being tossed down from the sky. Jianyan spread her palm, and within seconds, a tiny black speck appeared on her fair palm. With a gentle press of her thumb, the black particles crumbled. Like black powder. Jianyan was secretly surprised for a second. Song Qian frowned, observing for a moment, and said, It's smog. I think it's the worst ever. The worst smog ever? Jianyan instinctively reached into her pocket at his words, fished out her protective glasses, and put them on. Her previous city, Anming, hadn't experienced much smog. At most, it would occasionally appear for a day or two in winter, when the entire city's sky would look a bit gray. She had seen it plenty in movies and on the news. But no matter how severe those smog levels were, they pale in comparison to what she was seeing now. What puzzled her, however, was the fact that it had rained so hard for so many days, and the temperature was still low. Fog on the water was to be expected. But smog is essentially small, solid particles. After so many days of heavy rain, and with water all around, where did these small, solid particles come from? It couldn't just appear out of thin air. No, my throat and nasal cavity are starting to feel uncomfortable. I need to put on my mask. Wait for me, Sun Jingtao said, covering his face with his sleeve. He then, holding onto the shore with one hand, jumped off the speedboat. Soon, he came up, carrying a supermarket shopping bag filled with N95 masks. That was during the mask era, and Su Dai had paid a high price to stock up on them from friends at the hospital. Later, when medical masks became available in large quantities for 1 or 2 yuan, she kept the N95 masks for a while. Unexpectedly, they would be needed just then. Here, Sun Jingtao handed one to Jianyan. Thank you, I don't need it. Mine seems to protect against particulate matter as well. Jianyan quickly waved politely. Thank you. The others took theirs and put them on. Su Dai and Kong Wu had also woken up by then. Sun Jingtao divided the masks between them. Jianyan deliberately rummaged through her backpack for a long time and found a pair of protective goggles for Su Dai. As for Song Qian and Kong Wu, they had also been equipped, but theirs wasn't as effective as Jiang Yan's. After fully geared up, they gathered by the fire to discuss countermeasures. Also, the potatoes and sweet potatoes they roasted over the charcoal fire yesterday would be perfect for breakfast. They peeled them without heating them, and began to eat them. Song Qian told them that the smog had only appeared about half an hour ago. It was spreading rapidly. There was only a thin gray mist on the surface of the water. Luckily, it wasn't too much inside the cave. But at this rate, there was a chance the concentration inside and outside the cave would be the same. So what do we do now? Should we leave or stay? Su Dai's voice was almost tearful after hearing Song Qian's words. How could we just leave after an earthquake and now smog? It felt like these natural disasters were endless. Don't be afraid, my wife. Sun Jingtou reached out and gently patted Su Dai's back. Despite his words of comfort, he felt a pang of discomfort at the sight of his wife. Su Dai had overheard Jiang Yin and the others talking and, assuming something was amiss, had rushed out of the tent. She hadn't had time to properly style her hair. Her lips and hands were now covered in a layer of black ash, giving her the appearance of a refugee fleeing famine. It was hard to imagine that just a few months ago, she had been a personal trainer with a stunning temperament and a fantastic figure, passionate about beauty, skincare, and body maintenance. The others were similarly scruffy. Yi Qing's hair was the longest, nearly covering his ears. The black sports headband with red and white stripes tied around their foreheads had now become black with red and gray stripes. Someone actually had manual razors in their bags. But it was so cold, so they just considered it an extra layer of warmth and didn't bother packing. If it really doesn't work out, just stay here for a few days until the smog clears, Sun Jingtou suggested, looking away. For them, whether going to Dongshan or anywhere else, the goal was simply to find a relatively safe habitat. There were only a few of them in this cave, so unless there were earthquakes or anything like that, they could live there peacefully for a while. As for those mutant scorpions, judging by what happened last night, they weren't a threat. They actually provided them with a hidden source of food. Song Qian said nothing, his face etched with a solemnity he had never had before. He glanced at Kong Wu. Is the compass back to normal? Kong Wu, his hair a mess, finally realized what was happening. He said oh, twice, reached into his trouser pocket, pulled the compass out, and took a closer look. He exclaimed in delight, God bless me. The compass actually works. Several people instinctively leaned over. Sure enough, the needle on the dial had returned to normal. But we're not just facing the problem of no sun for orientation, we're also facing visibility issues, Yi Qing, who had been silent the entire time, said calmly. He and Sun Jingtou had protective glasses with night vision that Jiang Yin had given them. Those glasses would easily allow for visibility of 40 or 50 meters in normal fog. But in the case of dense haze, their effectiveness would be significantly reduced. That would be like sailing in the dark on an unknown sea. The danger and risk were unimaginable. Song Qian put down the roasted sweet potato in his hand, glanced at the others, and said, but we can't just sit here and wait for death. I suggest we set out immediately. After all. What? Seeing that he seemed to know something but hesitated to speak, the others looked up at him. Nothing. I hope I'm overthinking it. Song Qian shook his head, his cold eyes darkening. Chapter 184. Brother Song, at this point, we're all in the same boat. Is there anything we can't talk about? Sun Jingtou, now free of reservations, spoke bluntly. Brother Sun, there's something. Song Qian was halfway through his words when he heard a strange sound from outside, objects falling into the water and the cabin. Plop! Thump! Bang! Oh no! The boat. Jiang Yin, whose hearing was clearly better than everyone else's, instinctively shouldered her backpack, grabbed the 2 bottles of insecticide lying nearby, and quickly stood up and headed towards the cave entrance. The others also grabbed their backpacks and weapons and quickly followed. Gasoline. Song Qian frowned as he noticed Kong Wu had left behind the can of gasoline he'd taken yesterday. Oops. Kong Wu uttered an ouch, and quickly turned back, bending over to pick it up. By now, immediately grabbing their backpacks and weapons had become a standard practice for everyone if they sensed something was amiss. As the 6 of them neared the cave entrance, they saw a rustling sound of rubble and mud falling from the cliff above. Earthquake? Landslide? They glanced around for a second, their inner vigilance at full blast. After a moment's pause, there was no sign of the ground shaking at all. As for a landslide, the cliff face was as sharp as a knife. Even if there was a risk of sliding, it would likely be from the other sides of the mountain. These rubble and mud blocks were more likely to have come from the other small caves above. It's a mutant scorpion. Kongwu pointed in the direction of the assault boat and cried out in horror. Sure enough, amidst the scattered falling rubble and mud, the occasional figure of a scorpion, its claws bared and its claws waving, could be seen. The mutated scorpions fell from the cliff face, some plunging into the water, others clattering onto their speedboat. Even the rubber boat tethered to the back of the speedboat was not spared. The rubber boat had originally been near the entrance to another cave, albeit a smaller one. Scorpions continued to fall into the cabin. Even through the black dust, the men could clearly see what looked like several meter-square clumps of scorpions wriggling frantically in the cabin. The clumps quickly separated and scattered. The silver-gray cabin floor instantly became pitch black. Oh my! Will the scorpion's claws pierce our boat? This time, Su Dai burst into tears. Some of their bags, left in the open air in the cabin, were now covered in dense masses of scorpions. The key difference between these scorpions and the yellow-brown ones they had seen earlier was that they were larger and appeared more robust. They were a shiny black, with a spherical stinger on their tails, where their venom was stored, a small, glaring crimson hue, visible against the dark haze. At first glance, they were incredibly creepy. The others remained silent, their brows furrowed as they rapidly pondered a strategy. Sun Jingtao, in addition to his submachine gun, also had a shotgun. A single shot could take out dozens of them. Song Qian and his men also had daggers and submachine guns, and when they stung the scorpions, they were almost always accurate. But the problem was, the assault boat's hull was made of fiberglass. Using these weapons would clearly kill 1,000 enemies, but only lose 800 of our own, and the boat would be destroyed. I can only review catching scorpions with Brother Song. Sun Jingtao thought through his options, and finally made up his mind. As he spoke, he removed his half-finger combat gloves and quickly fished out a pair of well-worn full-finger leather gloves from his backpack. Song Qian did the same. Catching scorpions with bare hands was a task no one else had the guts to do, but they didn't have the skills. Adding them would only cause more trouble, so he could only stand aside, thinking about how he could help. Wait! There's falling rocks outside. Put this on. Jiang Yan pulled out a cute, thickened cashmere earmuff shaped like a bear from her backpack, actually from her space, and handed it to Song Qian. She removed the red hard hat attached to her backpack and handed it to Sun Jingtao. She had many protective caps and helmets in her space, but now, she only had her backpack, which she obviously couldn't get out. Time was running out, so the two men didn't hesitate, saying thank you and accepting the item. The gray bear-shaped earmuffs, with two long cashmere braids trailing behind them, were originally a loose, casual style. Song Qian put them on, and they felt a bit tight, but he managed to buckle them in. He didn't hesitate, picking up the two furry braids and quickly wrapping them around his neck, tying them into a knot to protect it. Even on the other side, Sun Jingtao also put on his helmet. However, Jiang Yan's head was small, so he didn't have time to adjust it, and he just slid it onto his head, like a tall hat. Su Dai, still panicking, glanced at Song Qian, gaining inspiration. She removed her woolen scarf and quickly tied it around Sun Jingtao's neck. Honey, Brother Song, be careful. Don't get stung. Oh right, use this first. Jiang Yan handed 2 bottles of insecticide to Song Qian and Sun Jingtao. Their brows relaxed considerably upon seeing this. They hauled the speedboat toward the cave entrance, and then sprayed the cabin with a volley of spray. A pungent odor began to fill the air. The scorpion, after being sprayed with the insecticide, moved noticeably faster, but then slowed down, its body twisting and struggling. Clearly, it was poisoned. Once the scorpion's aggressiveness subsided, capturing them would be much easier. The only problem at the moment was that new scorpions and debris were constantly falling from the cliff. Even a small number was a problem. After all, those scorpions are highly aggressive. Song Qian, we need to move the boat away from the cliff face for now. Unlike his roundabout ways during conversation, he became decisive when faced with a direct conflict or crisis. Kong Wu and Yi Qing were immediately eager to give it a try. We go with you. Yi Qing, stay up there to prevent any emergencies. Kong Wu, come down. Song Qian said bluntly, not forgetting to remind him, this scorpion is an emperor scorpion. It's quite venomous and powerful. Everyone, be careful. Emperor scorpion? Su Dai was stunned. She had only heard of and eaten king crabs, and had seen the movie The Scorpion King. But what the hell was this emperor scorpion? But no one was in the mood to explain it to her. Sun Jingtao and Song Qian had already carefully jumped off the boat one after the other. Yi Qing pulled a folding trekking pole from his backpack, unpacked it, and handed it to Sun Jingtao. Sun Jingtao, holding a dagger, and along with Song Qian, who was holding a dagger, continued spraying insecticide while quickly poking the poisoned scorpions left on the edge of the boat into the water. The scorpions were poisoned, and every poke was a sure kill. Chapter 185. After Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing quickly cleared a clear area ahead, Kong Wu immediately jumped down. Granite and mud continued to fall from above. The two men in front were wearing hats to protect their heads. Kong Wu's head was hit by several pieces of rubble. Although small, it hurt quite a bit. Pa! To make matters worse, a shiny black emperor scorpion plummeted from the sky and landed squarely on his shoulder. The scorpion was ferocious, its palm-sized claws lashing out fiercely towards his cheek, its venomous stinger at the end of its tail raised high. Kong Wu, be careful! Su Dai's pupils constricted, and she screamed in fear. The scorpion was heavy, and Kong Wu could clearly feel it. Before the scorpion could raise its red stinger to pierce his arm, Kong Wu screamed and reflexively reached out, quickly grasping the scorpion's body and flinging it into the haze. The entire movement was smooth and efficient, like flowing water. Holy crap! That thing! It's terrifying! Kong Wu couldn't help but curse, then, still apprehensive, he quickly walked towards the engine. Buzz buzz buzz! With a roar, the speedboat quickly started up and gradually moved away from the cave entrance. Visibility was limited, and Kong Wu's boat wasn't moving very fast. The sound of objects falling into the water came from the surface ahead. Jiang Yin and Yi Qing knew it was the sound of Song Qian and his men throwing the Emperor Scorpion from the cabin into the water. Honey, be careful! Su Dai shouted worriedly, her eyes fixed on the vague silhouette of the speedboat on the water. Sun Jingtao replied, okay. There's something wrong with these scorpions. Yi Qing frowned. Jiang Yin glanced at him. What do you mean? The Emperor Scorpion is one of the largest scorpions in the world. Even without mutations, individuals can grow up to 20 to 30 centimeters. However, they typically live in tropical rainforests or deserts, generally speaking, only in tropical regions. Before the high temperatures arrived, the climate in Shangyun was actually similar to Anming's, warm in winter and cool in summer, not too hot. Could it be that someone bred them, and thanks to the high temperatures here, they survived and multiplied to reach this size? Jiang Yin analyzed. Before the apocalypse, many people kept unusual pets, and giant scorpions like these weren't out of the question. As for the high temperatures in desert, a well-equipped aquarium at home would suffice. However, this is still a remote area, so how did the scorpions get here, and how did they grow to such a large size, is a problem. Even natural reproduction takes time, and the high temperatures have only been here for a few months. Moreover, she had a bad feeling. According to what Sun Jingtao had said before, these scorpions are nocturnal and dormant during the day. It was clearly daytime, yet so many scorpions had suddenly appeared, cascading into the water and onto the boat. They couldn't be coming for them. After all, the scorpions they had killed yesterday were all pale yellow, clearly a different species. Even if it was revenge, they wouldn't be able to find any traces of them. This looked more like a mass exodus. Could there be an earthquake? Shangyun wasn't located in an earthquake zone, but it wasn't impossible that the massive earthquakes in nearby cities had altered the Earth's crust. Maybe? Even on the other side, Yi Qing finished his words, then subconsciously turned and glanced inside the cave behind him. His pupils shrank. Oh no! The scorpions are leaving en masse. Jiang Yin and Su Dai turned their heads to look inside the cave and couldn't help but gasp. The area where the group had been burning the fire was now occupied by several shiny black Emperor Scorpions. Like death squads, the Emperor Scorpions slowly crawled through the gasoline and mothballs, one by one breaking through the enchantment they had set up and slowly crawling towards the cave entrance. Further inside, a dense swarm of scorpions appeared. The rustling noises of the assault boats outside were drowned out by the rustling noises. Since Jiang Yin and the other two had been focused on the outside, they were completely unaware of what was happening inside. Fortunately, the cave had been artificially carved, and the walls and ceiling were relatively smooth, so only one or two savvy ones managed to climb to the top. Most of the scorpions were still active on the surface. Honey, have you finished cleaning up the scorpions? Su Dai shouted anxiously. Sun Jingtao, sweating profusely, panted not yet. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Of the scorpions in the cabin, only the surface layer showed obvious signs of poisoning. The ones further down were very aggressive. Even with the temporary application of insecticide, the poisoning process would take some time. Not to mention, Some had already burrowed into the luggage bags and storage compartments. Only Sun Jingtao and Song Qian were quick and nimble, so they hadn't been affected yet. It's okay. Take your time, Su Dai said quickly, not wanting to worry her husband. Su Dai looked at Jiang Yin and Yi Qing. What should we do? This time tears welled up in her eyes. There were wolves in front and tigers behind, all of them extremely venomous. Were they doomed? Jiang Yin frowned, debating whether to unscrew the flamethrower from her space. But then she saw Yi Qing bend down and quickly unscrew the can of gasoline Kong Wu had left at the cave entrance. Jiang Yin instantly realized he was preparing to set the scorpions on fire. She had almost forgotten she had this weapon nearby. Stand back. Watch out for falling scorpions from above. Yi Qing took a breath, then picked up the gasoline and strode quickly into the cave. He then poured the gasoline across the cave entrance in front of the scorpions. The amount of gasoline was much greater than the amount previously placed on the barrier. The scorpions sniffed, and their movements slowed noticeably. He then fished a windproof lighter and a rag from his pocket, picked up a small stone, wrapped it in the rag, lit it, and quickly threw it toward the gasoline belt. A raging fire suddenly erupted, and the three of them felt a surge of heat. A strange smell, reminiscent of burnt protein, quickly wafted from the cave. Shuya, hold on a few seconds longer. We'd be done soon. The men on the speedboat shouted, clearly noticing the flames rising from the cave. Okay. The three of them responded, their minds focused, and their eyes alertly surveying their surroundings. In less than 2 seconds, the speedboat approached the cave entrance. Song Qian asked, do you have an umbrella in your bag? Hold one up, and use it for protection. I think so, Su Dai replied hurriedly. Jiang Yin and Yi Qing also took a quick look inside the cave and along the walls, then removed their backpacks and searched for their umbrellas. The three of them were completely oblivious to the moment. A hungry emperor scorpion, claws raised, crawled through the cave entrance from the cliff outside. It glanced at Jiang Yin, who was closest to it, and with its tentacles loosened, it plummeted toward her head. Its pitch-black body had barely reached midair when... Pa! A powerful, invisible force slapped it away. Chapter 186. Hearing the noise, Yi Qing and Su Dai looked up warily, only to see the emperor scorpion vanish from sight at lightning speed, plummeting into the water with a plop. From the sound, it seemed quite far away. Yi Qing, Su Dai, Were they just seeing things? No one attacked. The two exchanged glances, baffled. They both glanced at Jiang Yin, only to see her, as if completely oblivious, pull a folding umbrella from her backpack and open it with a bang. Let's go! Jiang Yin ignored their stunned expressions, and calmly disembarked, holding the umbrella. Xiao Yi, wife, get on board. Sun Jingtao urged anxiously, seeing Yi Qing and Su Dai still frozen in place. The scorpion's unusual behavior made him suspect a major earthquake was imminent. And judging by the panicked flight of these scorpions, the earthquake's severity wasn't much lower than in Ming's. Yi Qing and Su Dai finally reacted and jumped down one after the other. Although the insecticide had been sprayed on the scorpions, a significant amount remained in the cabin. The smell was quite strong. Luckily, everyone was wearing N95 masks and was out in the open. Otherwise, they could have been poisoned a second time if they weren't careful. Huh? My rubber boat is gone. Jiang Yin glanced at the stern, which was already empty. There. Sun Jingtao, his expression grim, pointed towards the nearby black fog, then lamented, the cabin was pierced by the scorpion's claws and flooded. We didn't have time to save it, and all that fish we caught is now bones. Jiang Yin followed his gaze, her heart sinking. Several wrist-thick holes now covered his half-submerged rubber boat. Around the holes were densely packed with shiny black emperor scorpions. In the cabin, amid the crawling scorpions, faint white fish bones could be seen. In less than half an hour, the emperor scorpions had devoured all the fish, and the white mosquito netting they had used to hold the fish was completely ripped to shreds. Their speedboat wasn't much better off. At first glance, it was a scene of devastation. Mostly gravel, mud, and other debris were scattered everywhere. There was even a faint trace of the scorpion's slime, which was quite disgusting. Thankfully, the speedboat's material was stronger and more durable than the rubber boats, so only a few scratches remained on the hull. This. Su Dai felt a surge of regret as she watched the rubber boat and the fish vanish. Seeing Jiang Yin frown, Yi Qing comforted her. Jiang Yin, as long as they're okay. Yes, Jiang Yin nodded. At this point, there was nothing she could do. She still had a lot of them in her space, but she just lacked a good reason to bring them out. Seeing everyone settled into the boat, Sun Jingtao said, These scorpions are acting very strangely. I think an earthquake or some other disaster might be coming. Kongwu, you should steer the boat away from the cliff. After that, I suggest we row by hand. The road ahead was pitch black, with limited visibility. They had to travel slowly. It would be a waste of gas. Rowing by hand would be more convenient and save gas. Okay. Kongwu pulled out the compass and started the engine. The mountain began to recede from their sight. When they were about a safe distance away, Kongwu turned off the power. Just as he bent down to grab the spare oar, he let out a startled cry, "Ouch, little brat. Damn you." The others' hearts tensed, their eyes turning to him. They saw him snatch up a slightly smaller emperor scorpion from a gap in the storage compartment. Before the scorpion could attack him, its body was flung out with a whoosh. "Everyone, be careful. We inspected the entire boat, but there are bound to be some that slipped through the net," Song Qian said gravely. He was still wearing the bare earmuffs Jiang Yin had given him, along with protective glasses and an N95 mask. He looked a bit funny no matter how you looked at him. He looked like a burly sci-fi bear. Only this bear was filthy. The others weren't much better off. A light layer of black dust had already coated their clothes and the white N95 mask. Nowadays, masks are limited, and there's no replacement, so we can only clean them manually from time to time. Everyone nodded and said, "Okay." "Brother Sun, you and Brother Song standing together look like Baldy Wang and Big Bear." Kongwu couldn't help but remark, looking at Sun Jingtao, wearing a red hard hat, and Song Qian, wearing a teddy bear hat. The others, upon hearing this, also noticed a resemblance and burst into laughter. But after only 2 laughs, they began to pant. Everyone should try to avoid talking or laughing loudly. These masks won't block much particulate matter in the later stages, Song Qian warned, his brow furrowed. "Everyone, okay. I think I have some N95s in my bag. I find them and give them to everyone after we cleaned out the cabin," Jiangyan said. She had tens of thousands of them in her space. "That's great. We're all one step closer to tuberculosis," Kongwu said with a playful smile, only to be punched by Song Qian next to him. "Stop saying unlucky things." "Hey, Brother Song, aren't you a materialist?" Kongwu said with a wry smile, not forgetting to tease. "I'm nothing now, just a refugee from the end of the world," Song Qian said, reaching out to take the paddle from him. "By the way, why don't you all wear these?" Su Dai pulled out a few disposable raincoats from her backpack and handed them to everyone. When they escaped amming earlier, their clothes kept getting wet and dry, making them incredibly uncomfortable. Now with the haze, if they got soaked, they'd be like 6 walking vacuum cleaners. Wearing raincoats would also help reduce the amount of black dust that landed on them. The few of them were quickly fully equipped, and the division of labor was established. Song Qian and his 4 companions rowed in pairs, following yesterday's night watch schedule. They changed shifts every hour. Usually, people could row those rubber boats for half a day without having to change shifts. But the assault boat itself was heavy, and now it was loaded with supplies and 6 people. An hour of rowing was no easy task. Su Dai and Jiang Yan were responsible for cleaning the cabin of supplies contaminated by pesticides, scorpions, and mud. Some items that were truly unusable were discarded. Thankfully, the food, their most precious supplies, was stored in the assault boat's storage compartment, where it rarely came into contact with pesticides or scorpion slime. "Okay, let's go to our next stop, Xiangqing." Song Qian and Yi Qing, who were on the first shift, had already taken their positions. Sun Jingtao and Kongwu began making fishing gear. Jiang Yin and Su Dai continued cleaning the luggage bags. The boat moved slowly, and the cabin was perfectly stable. But for safety's sake, all 4 of them were tied with ropes. At the same time, under Jiang Yan's command, Hua Bao stretched 4 vines straight from the bow of their boat, extending them in 4 directions. A flower worker's radar was finally created. Chapter 187. After drifting on the water for 10 days, the dark smog gradually thinned. Jiang Yin and her group finally spotted the silhouettes of other boats. They were all heading east. Most were rusty assault boats, patched rubber boats, and a few bamboo rafts that looked like they were about to fall apart. Without exception, the people on board were pale and thin, their faces black except for their eyes and lips. Water was the least of their worries, but many people's skin turned black again soon after showering, so they simply gave up. Also, their coughs could be heard from a distance. They coughed so hard, as if they were coughing their lungs out. A few caught colds from the cold weather and the wetness of the water, but most suffered from the excessive dust they inhaled into their nasal cavities and lungs. After all, not everyone was fully equipped like Jiang Yin and her companions, with protective goggles, N95 masks, and raincoats. There were a few who, like the ancient knights, wove hats out of bamboo they scooped up from the water, then wrapped the brim with mosquito netting or white gauze. But the white gauze and mosquito netting they were now wearing were all a grayish-black hue. This was better than nothing. A young couple, thin as monkeys, parked their mottled rubber boat on the water, wielding gleaming kitchen knives, and selling a tattered wedding dress. The dress was pure, elegant white, and its details were studded with pearls that shimmered with a faint white light. It looked like it had once been worth a fortune. Although it was packed in a large, crumpled, cheap plastic bag, it appeared pure and noble in the murky world. The method of sale was also unique: barter. 5 compressed biscuits, a fist-sized steamed bun, or similar food could be exchanged for 2 meters. Judging from how half of their wedding dress was still in use, it must have been unsold. After all, even if many people wanted to buy it to cover their faces, few had food at the moment. Not to mention those willing to trade it. Because of the temporary smog, Jiang Yin and the others' progress was significantly slowed. According to the original plan, they should have reached Dashan in 10 days. But now, they were no longer in a hurry. There was no point in being anxious. Just being alive was considered a blessing. Along the way, they encountered several strong earthquakes, and were robbed while resting on a small hilltop above the water to take care of themselves. As expected, they were robbed. Sadly, not only were they penniless, but they also cost Song Qian and his men several bullets. Overall, Song Qian and his men suffered the loss. The dry rations they had brought with them were almost completely consumed. Song Qian and Kong Wu had nothing but compressed biscuits. Luckily, Jiang Yin still had some sweet potatoes, and onions left. The sweet potato that Su Dai had taken away had sprouted many green leaves, and the men ate it raw. It was so sour and bitter that it was difficult to swallow. But they ate it anyway, jokingly saying they needed some fiber or something. At the time, Kong Wu had even told them seriously that back home, these things were used to feed pigs. Crucially, pigs don't eat raw food, they cook it. The others were so amused that they nearly kicked him overboard. The hydroponic plants Su Dai had packed away, mostly onions and garlic, with some small vegetable seedlings no longer than a finger, were also unearthed and eaten raw the next day. Among the supplies she and Jiang Yin had brought along were some black fungus. Su Dai would take some out every day, soak it in water, and let the others eat it. They said it was for clearing the lungs due to the excessive dust. Yi Qing and Song Qian had made a fish trap out of window screens and hung it on the bottom of the boat, and they occasionally caught a few. They caught crabs, fish, and water snakes, and quite a few. As everyone marveled at the blessings of heaven and the promise of a path forward, Jiang Yin simply smiled faintly. What she didn't tell them was that most of the crabs and fish that had found their way into the trap had been secretly driven in by Hua Bao, who had submerged them in the water. Now that Hua Bao had upgraded, the distance he could stay away from her had doubled, giving him much more freedom of movement. For Jiang Yin, these days adrift at sea were a mixture of hardship, suffering, and beauty. The hardship was visible to the naked eye. She had filmed wilderness survival videos before, but only when they were shown to the camera did they feel miserable. As soon as the camera was turned off, a variety of delicious meals were already steaming hot nearby. Unlike now, disasters kept coming one after another, without a moment's respite. The so-called suffering came from thinking about the piles of hot pot, barbecue, and Michelin-rated dishes in the space, which instantly increased her hunger. But she couldn't get them out. After all, the entire journey had been crammed into a boat with several other people, with absolutely no privacy. It was like a billionaire with a fortune, yet bound by certain restrictions, forced to beg on the streets. As for the good things, they had more to do with the journey, and their relationship had become increasingly harmonious. With Kong Wu's funny side, they sometimes couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then, there was a fit of coughing. Jiang Yin gradually understood why humans are social animals. Some happiness and satisfaction can't be found by living in a small world, living a life of luxury. In the dark apocalypse, meeting friends with positive values and shared aspirations was a blessing. Also, she felt that she had clearly adapted to the harsh living conditions. Sister Yin, what are you thinking about? Kong Wu's words brought Jiang Yin back to her senses. Jiang Yin smiled faintly. Thinking about life? Everyone, we're starting to meet more people. It looks like we're not far from Xianxing. Song Qian stood up, glanced around, and compared his surroundings with the map. He then took out the map and compared it with the map, muttering softly. The furry little grizzly bear hat he wore had now successfully upgraded to a little black bear hat. Hearing his words, the remaining people immediately perked up. Xiangqing's terrain is second only to Dongshan. If they reached Xiangqing, it would mean they could temporarily land and rest. There were more boats on the surrounding waters. According to Song Qian, although Xiangqing was a small city, it had a strategic location and was well connected. It has been an important distribution center since ancient times, with many merchants coming and going. After the apocalypse, some news was artificially spread. Some survivors followed them, rushing towards Xiangqing, Dongshan, and all the way east. Within minutes, Song Qian waved his hand and announced, "Everyone, we arrived in Xiangqing." Su Dai, upon hearing this, excitedly stood up first. "Oh my goodness! We're finally getting ashore." Chapter 188. Jiang Yan pulled a telescope from her backpack and looked in the direction Song Qian pointed. Amidst the gray-black haze, the telescope revealed a sea of black peaks and scattered buildings. At first glance, everything seemed barren, reduced to nothing but black and gray. It was like entering a dark, magical world, both depressing and somewhat unreal. As the telescope shifted, Jiang Yan spotted several heavily armed soldiers wearing protective suits and gas masks, armed with rifles. Behind them stood a yellow and black roadblock at shoulder height, covered in sharp barbs. Further in, a 4-lane road leading into the city. But at the moment, there were no cars on the lanes. Instead, 2 guard booths constructed from converted shipping containers stood. Staff sat inside, seemingly registering and checking people entering Xiangqing. There were also armed soldiers on duty there. The scenery beyond was unclear. Overall, it looked like a small, heavily guarded base of considerable size. Jiang Yan looked beyond the roadblock. Besides the burly soldiers patrolling with guns, it was packed with people who had just landed and those displaced. Most were dressed in odd shapes, as if they had piled all their wearable clothing on top of them. Many were trembling, while others exhaled clouds of white mist, rubbing their hands and stamping their feet frantically. There were also a bunch of skinny children with dark red cheeks. A few, with bewildered expressions, followed their parents eagerly. Still, a few stared intently at the newly arrived people. If they spotted someone carrying a lot of luggage, they would quickly run over and cling to their thighs. Because of the cold, 2 black, gray slugs froze out from under the children's noses. Jiang Yan handed the binoculars to Song Qian beside her. "This place's defenses and armed forces are surprisingly strong?" "Yes," Song Qian pondered for a second. Xiangqing isn't a large city, but due to its unique location, besides being a commercial hub and a coal mining capital, it's also one of only 2 military cities in our country. So seeing so many soldiers isn't surprising. Only 2 military cities? Su Dai approached with curiosity. Sun Jingtao also had a binoculars in hand. He quickly observed and handed it to Yi Qing. "Yes, the other one is on the border." "A military city? That means there are many troops stationed there?" "Husband, are we safe then?" Su Dai said excitedly. From childhood to adulthood, the soldiers had always given her the greatest sense of security. Back then, when her hometown was hit by floods, it was Sun Jingtao, who hadn't yet retired from the army to join the flood relief effort, who single-handedly piloted a speedboat and risked his life to rescue her from the floodwaters. It was because of this that Su Dai fell in love with the then young Sun Jingtao at first sight. Finally, after years of courtship, the two finally got together. Listening to Su Dai's words, Sun Jingtao nodded and said yes. Song Qian frowned, but remained silent. Yi Qing noticed Song Qian's mention of coal mining capital and asked, "So, is this haze caused by coal ash?" Song Qian shook his head. "Probably not. If it were, the people on the shore would have already collected it for heating." After saying this, he turned around, gazing at the group with a serious expression. This should be a newly constructed small base. While there are troops stationed there, it's unknown who ultimately controls it. So, everyone, please be very careful with your words and actions when you get ashore. Also, there should be a registration office over there. When you register, it's best to use a pseudonym that's easy to remember. What he said was common sense when traveling abroad these days, and the others understood. But everyone nodded seriously. Of course, the previously confiscated submachine guns couldn't be carried in so brazenly. Yi Qing had already volunteered to help the group dismantle the guns. Soon, they put the guns into bags. Thankfully, Jiang Yan had observed that those entering the base didn't have to open their bags for inspection when registering. And you too, unless it's absolutely necessary, try not to reveal yourselves. He said this, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yan and Su Dai. Women in the apocalypse naturally face far more crises and dangers than men. Not to mention, both of them possess impeccable looks and figures. Thank you, Brother Song, for the reminder. Also, Is there anything we're not aware of here? Sun Jingtao asked, noticing his sudden, uncharacteristic reminder. Song Qian was silent for a second, then said, "Remember the Lion Base and Yaobin Base among the 5 private bases I mentioned?" "Yes," Sun Jingtao nodded, adding, "One is in the north, the other in the east." By the time he finished speaking, Sun Jingtao had already realized what was happening. "You're saying that, in addition to the official forces, there are likely branches of these 2 bases or other third-party forces?" Song Qian, "We can't rule it out. With Yao Bin, we found our base camp. No need to fear." Kong Wu, upon hearing this, chuckled, puffing out his head and patting his chest. A puff of black ash fell from his chest as he moved. Jiang Yan smiled. "Your base really should give you the Most Loyal Investor of the Year award or the Best Investor for maintaining a good reputation of the Year award." Kong Wu's lips curled up, a look of pride on his face. "Of course. Speaking of investors, hey, those funds I bought before the apocalypse were all green. Thankfully, they're just a bunch of numbers now. Out of sight, out of mind." Su Dai sighed beside him. "Sun Jingtao, we were on a good topic, but we strayed off topic again. Brother Song, do you know how power is currently distributed between the government and these private bases?" "I don't know." "Okay, we're ready, let's go. Once we're in the queue for sure, stop chatting." Song Qian didn't intend to continue discussing Sun Jingtao's thoughts. Instead, he picked up the oar and continued rowing. He seemed to know something, yet he was also hesitant. Most of the time, he spoke incoherently, as if he were playing riddles. But he didn't want to speak directly, and the others didn't want to force him. Sun Jingtao had no choice but to pick up the oar and sit on the other side. Jiang Yan and Yi Qin glanced at each other subconsciously, without saying a word. Not far ahead, near the shore, floated a number of buoys, the kind used to divide swimming pools. They varied in size, seemingly designed to accommodate different types of boats. Above the buoys was a wooden floating bridge. The men glanced at each other and rowed toward the area where a line of assault boats was located. A dozen more assault boats were lined up ahead, waiting to dock. Chapter 189. Su Dai glanced around, her eyes wide open as she whispered, "I didn't expect so many people would have boats these days." "Kong Wu, isn't that what the saying goes? If you haven't been to the capital, you don't know how low your position is. If you haven't been to Pengcheng, you don't know how little money you have. If you haven't been to a private room, you don't know." "Kong Wu." Song Qian turned his head and gave him a stern look. Kong Wu's neck shrank, and he fell silent. Jiang Yan ignored their idle chatter and fished out a small mirror from her backpack, examining herself from front to back. Noticing a hint of white on her forehead, which was visible beneath her down jacket's hood, she simply reached out and swiped some black ash from the edge of the boat and smeared it directly on her forehead. Nothing else was noticeable. The mask was gray, and so were her clothes, pants, and shoes. A simple shake would have left a blanket of black ash. "Ah! Jiang Yan, you're not even leaving blind spots unattended." Su Dai, seeing this, followed suit. The boat ahead was inching ever closer, and the others could only patiently move forward slowly. The sky was gradually darkening. Jiang Yan checked the time. It was only around 5:30 p.m. As they drew closer to shore, a blaring horn blared from the shore. "Please take your valuables with you. Payments will be used to offset the ship's storage fees. We are not responsible for damage or loss to the ship if the storage period has expired. We are not responsible for any accidents such as falling overboard, oil leaks, or damage to the ship while it is docked. Payments can be checked in for the ship. Payments are limited to food, energy, clothing, tools, weapons, and the like. Gold, jewelry, designer bags, and watches are not accepted." Jiang Yan looked up and saw a middle-aged man on the floating bridge. A large, rusty loudspeaker slung at his waist played a pre-recorded message repeatedly. He paced slowly, his eyes scanning the people on the boats with an arrogant air. A few months ago, these people might have been business owners worth hundreds of millions, executives who always flew first class and stayed in five-star hotels, or even high-ranking officials in government agencies. But now, without exception, they were all refugees. Refugees who had survived and reached Xiangqing. "Master, it sounds like if anything happens to the boat while it's docked here, it's none of your business?" Seeing the man approach, a young man on the first speedboat, which was about to dock, stood up and asked. "Yes," the middle-aged man said without raising his eyelids. The young man scoffed. "Isn't that an unfair clause?" The middle-aged man glared at him unhappily. "If you have any objections, you can choose not to stop here." He practically had the words, "This is my territory. I have the final say," written all over his face. You? The young man choked, and was pulled back to his seat by the person next to him. Su Dai couldn't help but grumble, this is how the world works. Alright. Sun Jingtao gave her a look, silencing her. Jiang Yan watched silently, speechless. In the apocalyptic world, the strong set the rules. The rest of us must either adapt to it, change it, or leave it. There's no other way. As for the bartering here, they chatted about it along the way, so it was all within their expectations. They had already prepared, dividing up some of the items that could be exchanged. After waiting for 4 or 5 minutes, their boat finally reached the pontoon bridge. Wait for me on the boat while I go through the paperwork and find out about the surrounding area, Sun Jingtao said, picking up the small bag of supplies he had prepared and standing up. Yi Qing, Brother Tao, I go with you. Sun Jingtao nodded. The two of them boarded the pontoon bridge one after the other. Jiang Yan and the others unloaded all the luggage from the supply hold. The hold was filthy, so they didn't care and just dumped it there. Kong Wu looked at Song Qian, Brother Song. What about the gasoline? Should we take it with us? How much is left? The tank is almost empty. I listened to you and didn't add more. I still have half a bag left in the fuel bag. Yes, take it with you, Song Qian nodded. After sitting for only a few minutes, Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing returned. Judging from the amount of supplies they had left, they hadn't surrendered much. Behind them followed a young man, with a nose ring and tattoos on his neck. The man held a crumpled A4 sheet of paper. Still some distance from the boat, Sun Jingtao stopped the man and took the paper from him. Hey, wait here for a moment, we finish the discussion soon. Brother, these houses are easy to rent. Once you miss this opportunity, you miss it. The man glanced at the people in the boat, his eyes filled with uncontrollable joy. Okay. Sun Jingtao said nothing more as he and Yi Qing boarded the boat one after another. Su Dai glanced at the young man on the shore and said, Honey, who is that person? You can think of it as a one-stop rental agency with internal authorization and special VIP access. Sun Jingtao smiled as he sat down across from Jiang Yan and handed her the A4 paper. Jiang Yan, you contributed the most supplies along the way, so we'd like to hear your opinion on the type of rental housing. Song Qian glanced at Jiang Yan upon hearing this. Throughout the journey, Sun Jingtao and the others hadn't sought Jiang Yan's opinion much. It seemed as if they all had a tacit understanding of what needed to be done. They all rushed to the front. On the surface, it looked like they were ignoring her, but now it seemed more like they were protecting her. Jiang Yan remained quiet throughout the journey, not making a big show of herself. Of course, with the 4 of them around, she didn't need to show off much. He had always assumed that Sun Jingtao, the oldest and relatively calm and experienced, would be the leader. As for his claim that Jiang Yan contributed the most supplies, it wasn't quite right. After all, along the way, the few of them had contributed supplies and strength. It was relatively fair. So, to him, this statement sounded more like a deliberate excuse to give Jiang Yan the upper hand. On the surface, it seemed like a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. But his keen intuition told him that this young woman was more than just a simple person. Recalling the earlier incident at the Sky Hotel, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have underestimated this woman, who had seemed rather quiet throughout the journey. Something flashed through Song Qian's mind. He pondered for a second, then looked up at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, excuse me, before the apocalyptic heat wave, had you ever been abroad? No. Jiang Yan calmly reached out to take the A4 sheet of paper from Sun Jingtao's hand, her eyelids fluttering slightly. Why do you suddenly ask this question? Chapter 190. Yeah, Brother Song, you're not going to say something like you saw Jiang Yan abroad, are you? Yi Qing glanced at Song Qian, a flicker of wariness and suspicion in his eyes. A few days ago, Song Qian's question about whether Jiang Yan had been to the Wanlong building was still fresh in his mind. Kong Wu, who was standing nearby, also leaned over and teased, Oh Brother Song, they always say your way of chatting up girls is too old-fashioned. Why are you saying that again? Pa! A wind-like slap came down on his shoulder. Kong Wu looked at Song Qian, whose face was slightly angry, his eyes faltered, and he fell silent. Jiang Yan, brother son, I find an opportunity to clarify some things with you when the time is right. For now, I can't speak directly, after all, there are some things I still haven't fully understood. But I want to emphasize in advance that I hold no ill will toward you, nor do I harbor any ill intentions toward Jiang Yan. You can rest assured. Furthermore, Chief Mo arranged for Kong Wu and I to be with you to protect you. After all, there are dangers you can't perceive or understand right now. That's all I can say at this moment. As Song Qian finished his sentence, he glanced at Jiang Yan. She had a calm expression, her eyes only slightly curved after hearing his words, revealing no apparent emotion. Okay, thank you, Brother Song, for being frank, Sun Jingtou said. They had been quite talkative along the way, but Song Qian hadn't. Sharing this with them now was a significant improvement. Besides, the current situation wasn't the right time to discuss these matters in detail, so he didn't ask any further questions. Kongwu felt a bit wronged by the slap. Brother Song, I was just joking. He glanced at Jiang Yan and said, Sister Yan, I'm sorry, don't take it personally. He had just said that Song Qian was interested in Jiang Yan, but he hadn't expected her to directly state that he had no improper thoughts about her. In fact, he felt that this statement was a bit hurtful to a girl. Jiang Yan smiled and glanced at him. Just don't take it personally. Kongwu, Okay, the guy is still waiting for us on the shore. Let's not bother Jiang Yan, Sun Jingtou said, changing the subject. Although none of us intend to enter the base, we can only temporarily stay there for 2 days. On the one hand, we're waiting for this smog to pass. On the other hand, if we really want to travel far, we need to find a source of energy. If it snows and the water freezes over, we might even need some means of navigating the ice. Jiang Yan didn't object to Sun Jingtao's words. Entering the base and becoming a member of it are two different things. As long as her movements were unrestricted and her survival wasn't in great danger, it didn't matter to her where she was. As for what Song Qian meant, she had a rough idea. Although he had reiterated his stance, once the seeds of doubt were planted, they were hard to dispel. But that didn't matter. She could find a way to separate from Song Qian later. She could even separate from Sun Jingtou and the others. From the beginning to the end, she was free, unconstrained by anything. Thinking of this, she picked up the paper in her hand and read it carefully. It was a crudely printed black and white form. The front page listed Xiangcheng First Base Vacancy Information Sheet A, and the back page listed Xiangcheng First Base Vacancy Information Sheet B. The names on both sides were similar, but the rooms on side A were clearly of higher quality. There were single-family apartments and villas of various types, larger and more fully furnished, with hot water and electricity provided at certain times. After all, with multiple coal mines nearby, their energy supply was generally guaranteed. But perhaps due to damage to the power lines, the power and hot water hours fluctuated. The hours were short, only 1 hour a day, better than nothing, and required a separate fee. As for Side B, there were high-rise residential buildings and youth hostels with a dozen or so people per room. There was no hot water or electricity there. But they did provide stoves, anthracite or regular coal, and so on, which also required exchanging supplies. As for the cost of supplies, it wasn't specified, both sides A and B stated negotiable. It's true that people who possess supplies are all different these days, unlike before the apocalypse, when there was a unified currency. In just 3 or 4 seconds, Jiang Yan had finished reading, and handed the A4 paper back to Sun Jingtou and the others. Take a look at it too, and then we come to a consensus. In the past, one would have visited the property before renting. Nowadays, renting is like buying a cat from a stash. You can only choose blindly. But for most survivors, simply having a place to live is great, and they don't care about whether it's old or clean. Hey, I read those apocalyptic novels, and it seems like bases have bunk beds and the like. Why aren't there any here? Su Dai asked, perplexed, after a quick glance. Sun Jingtou, yes, but it doesn't cost any money, you can go on your own. Those people hanging out on the shore are the ones living in the dormitories. The dormitories are divided into areas A and B. Area A is for paid labor, participating in the base's labor and earning points. Once you have enough points, you can exchange them for supplies. Area B is purely for free, but the treatment is worse than Area A. Also, people living in Area B often suffer from carbon monoxide poisoning or disappear for unknown reasons. Yi Qing relayed what he had learned when he came ashore. Kongwu's imagination raced. Is this considered the base's regular cleaning out of weeds? After all, I heard there are quite a few people living in the base's large bunk beds, and quite a few of them are lazy and gluttonous. Su Dai's pupils shrank. Cleaning out weeds? Sun Jingtou glanced at him. The temperature is so low right now, and there are so many coal mines here. Carbon monoxide poisoning from burning coal isn't an isolated case. Don't get too hung up on conspiracy theories. By the way, Brother Sun Jiang Yan, this house is up to you. Kongwu and I have other plans after we get you there, so we won't be living with you for the time being, Song Qian said suddenly. Kongwu, Okay. Sun Jingtou didn't ask further. Since there's the Yaobin base branch he mentioned here, it makes sense for them to go there. Besides, it was only a matter of time before they parted ways. If there aren't any unexpected events or new natural disasters in Xiangqing, it wouldn't be a bad idea to stay here and skip the trip to Dongshan. Yiqing and Su Dai, standing nearby, glanced at each other subconsciously. Brothers and sisters, have you finished your discussion? The young man on the shore, seeing no response from the others, grew visibly impatient. Chapter 191. Sun Jingtao turned his head and said sheepishly, "Wait a minute, little brother. It be there soon." Finally, the group followed Jiang Yan's wishes and rented a small, two-story courtyard house, similar to a villa. The floor area was just over 100 square meters, with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, plus a small garden of the same size. While not as spacious as a villa, it was more than enough for them. Living alone would be less coveted and much safer. The group tentatively agreed on a 2-week rental period. Jiang Yan was taken aback for a moment when she heard that the rent was just a 500g bag of fried rice, 3 sprouted, shrunken potatoes, and 2 semi-dried water snakes. Supplies were so valuable these days. Thankfully, Jiang Yan had asked Su Dai and Sun Jingtao, who were more experienced in life, to negotiate the rent. They were both skilled bargainers. Given her style, she was likely going to be the one being ripped off and handed over a ton of stuff. The guy said the valuable thing is those shrunken, sprouting potatoes. He could sell them for a few kilograms of rice, Su Dai said. Jiang Yan, After confirming the apartment, the young man who rented the room retrieved a set of keys with the room number and number from his backpack and handed them to Sun Jingtao and the others. He immediately resumed his previous politeness and said, "Young men and women, someone will be here to take you to the base shortly. He can help you carry some supplies and give you a detailed introduction to the base. Just give him some food, like a tip." With that, he turned and waved toward the shore not far away. He shouted, "Uncle San." A middle-sized man in his 40s stood up and walked towards them. A bright red work badge hung on his chest, standing out against the oppressive darkness. Su Dai glanced at the young man. "Brother, aren't you the one leading us? What if he doesn't know the way and leads us astray? How could he care less about the consequences?" "Hee, young lady, I'm just a client agent. I'm weak and can't handle heavy work. Don't worry, my uncle will take you to your room. We're all family, and we registered with the base. We won't cheat you." The young man explained with a sheepish smile, then turned and hurried toward another assault boat that had just docked behind them, holding the A4 paper. "Hello, I'm Lao Shui. I be taking you to the base's residential area." Just as they put on their backpacks, the man stepped forward and took a duffel bag from Jiang Yan. He wasn't wearing a mask, but a wool scarf wrapped around his face, keeping him warm and covering his mouth and face. Although only his eyes were visible, he looked honest and kind. A few people nodded, picked up their luggage, and followed him ashore. From the shore to the base's entrance registration desk, there was still a distance of more than 50 meters. The small area was crammed with people, noisy and chaotic. There were bargaining, arguments, children crying, men shouting. It was even more chaotic than a market. In addition, there were the constant sounds of sneezes and coughs. Many people wore no coverings like masks or scarves, and had no sense to cover their mouths. The droplets, stained with black ash, were visible flying everywhere. Jiang Yan suddenly understood why those armed soldiers were fully armed. "We need to hurry," she whispered. The group quickened their pace simultaneously. Within 10 meters of the base entrance, a 5 or 6-year-old girl with disheveled hair fixed her gaze on Su Dai, then suddenly ran towards her like crazy. Before Su Dai could react, the girl grabbed her calf and said, "Auntie, please give me something to eat." Everyone, Auntie has no food, and I'm still hungry. Su Dai tried to lift her leg, but the child, with experience, sat down on her foot. "You're lying. You all had the money to rent a small villa, so how could you be without food? Auntie, just give me a piece of candy. Please," the little girl said pitifully, glancing up at old Shui. The group exchanged glances. Looking to the side, they realized that those who had entered the base with people, like old Shui, were all wearing badges on their chests. Their colors were different. Apparently, the different signs simply corresponded to different rental areas. Invisibly, these newly arrived survivors in Xiangqing were already being divided into different strata. This was tantamount to exposing their own supplies to the public. Su Dai was somewhat amused and confused. "Little boy, Auntie really doesn't have any. Hurry up and get up." It wasn't that she was reluctant to give them, but she could already see the other children staring at her eagerly. In this situation, if one person was given, the rest would surely rush over. The little girl snorted unreasonably. I won't get up unless Auntie gives me candy. Su Dai, Ah? Uncle, what are you doing? The little girl suddenly screamed in agony, turning to look at Sun Jingtao, who was lifting the back of her shirt. Sun Jingtao frowned, saying nothing. As he lifted the child and set her aside, 20 or 30 men and women, who had been sitting on the ground, suddenly rose and surrounded him, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent, holding large black stones. Their clothes were stained with dirt and dried blood, and they exuded a strong sour odor, as if they had been marinated in a garbage dump for 10 days or half a month. The little girl, seeing this, collapsed to the ground in agony, as if she had been poisoned. She flailed her arms and legs, pointing at Sun Jingtao and screaming, "Woo! Murder! Murder!" Jiangyan glanced at the armed soldiers at the base's gate, but saw they were oblivious to what was happening. She looked at Old Shui. "Old Shui, don't the soldiers here care about the public security outside?" "That?" Old Shui looked embarrassed. After a second of hesitation, his eyes trembled as he whispered, "They're responsible for maintaining the base's security. The rest of the situation is not their responsibility. The group across the way are desperate criminals, randomly targeting refugees every day. Be careful. If nothing works, just give them some supplies, and keep the peace." Jiangyan raised an eyebrow at this. "Good. They're even trying to scam me right next to me." Sun Jingtao turned around and exchanged a glance with Jiangyan and the others. They were armed with firearms, and had the force. Any one of them would be more than enough to deal with these scammers. But it was obvious that such a simplistic and crude approach was not an option at this moment. After all, there were so many people around. They could only intimidate them first. With this thought in mind, Jiangyan reached into her backpack and pulled out a blood-stained, curled-edged butcher knife. Yi Qing and Sun Jingtao were about to touch the small hammer when they saw a rose-red Mercedes-Benz G-Class coming out at the entrance of the base at lightning speed, stirring up a cloud of black dust. Chapter 192. Get out of the way! Amidst screams and cries, the speeding Mercedes-Benz G-Class was like a streak of rosy light, tearing apart the entire dark and oppressive world. Outside the base gate, a crowd of idle people, some standing, some sitting, and some lying down, had already gathered. When they saw the car approach, their pupils shrank, but while their brains reacted, their frozen bodies clearly didn't. They panicked and tried to get up and out of the way, but some were unable to dodge, and were sent flying by the car with a bang. Ouch! My leg! Mom! Instantly, screams, wails, and sobs filled the air. The right bank was already filled with people lying and sitting, but seeing the bloody scene, they hurriedly made way. As the Mercedes-Benz swerved, the passenger window opened a crack, and a delicate, white hand with vibrant nail polish flung a bag out with a snap. The window quickly closed. What spilled from the bag looked like corn. Yellow corn kernels mingled with black dust, ground trash, snot, and sputum. But no one showed any concern. A crowd swarmed over. And another round of fistfights and kicks erupted in a fight to grab the corn. The car, after sending up a cloud of black mist and splattering blood among the crowd, sped off toward the other side of the bank. It quickly vanished from sight. Jiangyan took in the scene before her and involuntarily drew a breath. The soldiers at the base gate and the staff in the container were frozen in time, oblivious to what had just happened. None of the traumatized people asked for help. They were all busy grabbing the contaminated corn on the ground. "It's mine. This is compensation for getting hit. Don't take it. It's mine. My mother's leg was broken. Little bitch. Give it to me." The sounds of arguing, cursing, and fighting rang out again. The first to grab the bag of corn was a young boy, but he was quickly pinned down. The bag was then handed to a middle-aged man. But soon, a man and a woman poked him in the eyes and noses, snatching the bag from him. The two men grabbed the bag and ran away. The rest of the group chased after them. Su Dai was stunned for a second. The others were also shocked. Jiangyan had only seen such absurd scenes in movies and TV series before. She never imagined that one day it would happen to her. Cough, cough, cough. Those whose mouths and noses were uncovered were already coughing, and now their coughing intensified. These people. Song Qian clenched his fists, attempting to chase the Mercedes, but was grabbed by Sun Jingtao. "Brother Song, don't be impulsive. The point is, no one can outrun a car." Over here, the child who had been crying and throwing a tantrum earlier was already tumbling across the ground in a frenzy, as they dodged the rose-red Mercedes. The group that had been preparing to attack the others was also frightened by the car and huddled together. They seemed quite afraid of it. It wasn't just a fear of being blown away. There was more of a sense of fear and dread in their eyes. Jiang Yan, Yi Qing, and the others had already quickly backed away a few steps the moment the car sped away. The car was moving very fast, and the side windows and windshield were covered with film. Outsiders couldn't tell if the person in the driver's seat was a man or a woman. It was quite mysterious. But Jiang Yan saw the license plate clearly. Xiangji 1-88888. It wasn't the standard pre-apocalyptic license plate. It looked more like a homemade one from Xiangqing First Base. Also, the hand with polished nails that had thrown the corn was slender and fair, clearly a woman's. And a woman who, despite the apocalypse, could still enjoy a life of luxury. She narrowed her eyes and turned to look at Old Shui. Old Shui, do you know who was in that car? I don't know. Old Shui's eyes trembled, fear in their eyes. Then where are they going? I don't know. Old Shui was a man who knew nothing. So where does that place lead to? Jiang Yan asked, her chin tilted towards the direction of the rose-red Mercedes-Benz, changing the question. The ground they were on, though called the shore, wasn't really a shore in the truest sense. It was more like the remnants of a city that had been partially flooded. And the direction the Mercedes-Benz was heading toward seemed more like the outskirts of the base, with nothing but spiked roadblocks. Old Shui's eyes flinched, and he whispered, Area B of the large bunkhouse could also be a mine. Jiang Yan, The dust gradually settled, and the people around them began to murmur and discuss. Such a flashy color, it must be a woman, so arrogant. Not necessarily. Some men like to show off. That's terrifying. Those soldiers, don't they care? Didn't you see they gave me corn as compensation? Have you lost your conscience? You hit someone like that, and it wasn't just one person who was injured. And a bag of corn is considered compensation? What the hell are you so excited about? The people involved aren't saying anything, and you're yelling at me? Besides, are those people even human? They're worse than ants. Everyone, kill the saints first in the apocalypse. Maybe his dad is someone. After all, we're all starving and cold, and he has a luxury car to drive. That's terrifying. Luckily we're far away. This base doesn't look safe either. How about we, husband, don't go in? If we don't go in, where else can we go? Outside, we just starve and freeze to death. Inside, there's a glimmer of hope. Those who dared to criticize were mostly refugees who had just landed. As for those already in Xiangqing, their eyes were filled with nothing but fear. Even if their legs were crushed, their arms were shattered, and their heads were bruised and bloody, they could only grit their teeth and bear it. No one dared to say a word, their fear of the car and its occupants exceedingly strong. Jiang Yan's gaze paused on the group of people who had come to her group to scam her. When they saw her expression and the blood-stained butcher knife in her hand, they grabbed the little girl and quickly walked away in the direction of the Mercedes-Benz. The group quickly disappeared into the crowd. I guessed right. These people are probably here to test us, Sun Jingtao whispered, deliberately keeping some distance from Lao Shui. After speaking, he raised his head with a wary look, scanning the surroundings and the interior of the base. However, apart from the shoulder-high roadblocks and shipping containers, he saw nothing. Su Dai was puzzled. Husband, what do you mean? Chapter 193. Su Dai, if you were asked to commit fraud in this situation, besides those who could offer material compensation, who else would you choose? Jiang Yan's question echoed Sun Jingtao's. Su Dai replied without hesitation, definitely someone who's easy to pick on. After all, you pick on the weak. Just like the child who was the first to hug her legs because she was the smallest of the group. Jiang Yan, meanwhile, dressed neutrally, walked with an imposing presence, and her height was impressive. It's not unbelievable that she was a shorter young man. After all, these days, men who are so skinny they're practically bone deep are everywhere. Su Dai's words were followed by a sudden realization, right, logically, they shouldn't have picked us. Aside from her smaller self, the rest of their group were all imposing. Especially Song Qian and Yi Qing. Their physique stood out among the elderly, weak, and disabled who had come ashore. Those people who came after us to try to scam us either had ulterior motives, or were completely out of their minds. Ah, now we're being targeted. I'm afraid we can't enter this base. Su Dai's eyes narrowed. Song Qian glanced at her and said, It's not you who's being targeted, it's Kong Wu and I. This base is likely a mixture of several factions, and they pay special attention to any survivors who appear to be from a new faction. However, it shouldn't be serious, so there's no need to worry too much. A few people glanced at each other, and instantly understood. Song Qian and Kong Wu were still wearing their uniforms, and the backpacks they carried were also professional tactical backpacks. Although their clothes and backpacks were already stained with black dust, they still looked quite special compared to most people who were bloated from wearing an entire wardrobe. The two men, looking overly energetic and capable, were like two conspicuous bags walking down the street. Okay, now that things have come to this, let's go handle the paperwork and get some rest. Sun Jingtao gathered himself. Jiang Yan, Brother Song, what do you think? After what had just happened, there were many people standing at the door chatting and hesitating about whether to enter the base. Thankfully, Jiang Yan and the others were wearing masks. Even if someone was secretly observing them, they wouldn't know what they were talking about. Jiang Yan nodded yes. After the incident where the car had just hit a passerby, she had many questions and concerns about this base. Not just about the deaf and dumb soldiers and staff, but also about the people in Area B, who lived in the large bunk beds, and that lawless, rose-red Mercedes. She believed that Sun Jingtao and the others were the same. But now wasn't the time for idle chatter, and it was almost dark, so we settled in first. If we noticed anything amiss, we could leave the next day. Besides, considering this was the coal mining capital, Jiang Yan had her own selfish agenda. I have no objection, Song Qian nodded. Old Shui quickly led the others to the container at the base entrance to register. The group then learned that the food they paid for with the rental was only part of the cost. To enter the base, they had to pay an additional entry fee per person. This fee included the base resident card issuance fee and the use of internal resources. Those who paid the card issuance fee received a badge, also colored. This color matched the corresponding rental area for Lao Shui and his group. The badges for the single-family apartments, courtyard houses, and villas were all red. The badges for the residential areas and youth hostels were green. No badges were given to those in the dormitory areas, regardless of whether they were in the A or B areas. What Lao Shui hadn't mentioned earlier was that those wearing red badges would receive priority protection from soldiers if attacked by refugees outside the base. This included, but was not limited to, intervening to stop the attack or assisting in counterattacks. Those wearing green badges would also receive protection from soldiers if attacked by refugees outside the base. But this was limited to single actions such as rebuking and stopping the attackers. The so-called refugees referred to both those in the dormitory and those who hadn't yet completed the necessary procedures to enter the base. After hearing this, several people felt a sense of inexplicable sadness. This sounded like paying protection money to a local tyrant. I hadn't expected that class divisions could be so stark at any given time. The entrance fee could also be replaced with food, energy, weapons, and so on. Among these foods, aquatic products like fish, shrimp, and crab are the most common. Because there's water outside, the base currently organizes daily fishing trips. The most valuable are vegetables and fruits. Even if they're severely shriveled and dehydrated, as long as they haven't completely rotted, they're treasures. It's said that although this base has energy supplies and greenhouses, due to the soil conditions and other factors, the amount of vegetables and fruits that can be grown is extremely small, and the variety is very limited. It's not even enough for the base's senior management and their families and friends to share. Su Dai handed over the leafless sweet potatoes she asked for from Jiang Yan. They'd been tired of sweet potatoes for the past few days, and other staple foods were now more important to them. One sweet potato covered 6 people's fare to the city, and also bought them half a month's worth of energy. It was a bit outrageous, but it was indeed a huge profit. After completing the paperwork, Lao Shui led the others on a long, circuitous tour of the base, finally arriving at their rental area just as dusk was approaching. There weren't many small courtyards here, only about 50 or so. Originally, they had green tiles and white walls, but now they were covered in a smudge of gray. Even the walls were black. A light tap of the black ash would cause a thick layer of dust to fall off. According to Lao Shui, most of the small courtyards were empty, and not many people were renting them. Why? Su Dai asked, puzzled. When she had come ashore earlier, she had observed that many of the survivors who had made it to the base had boats or even small yachts. Some, like several families who had collectively rented a pleasure boat from a scenic spot, had plenty of supplies. Those with speedboats, like them, were living in fairly standard conditions. Those with more supplies have rented large villas. Some, considering staying put, have even pawned their boats in exchange for supplies. As for those with fewer, they definitely opted for residential buildings. People like you, with all your supplies, are still being stingy. Old Shui didn't say the rest directly, instead saying, those who are frugal are a minority. Jiang Yan glanced at Old Shui. It was clear this person was feigning ignorance. Old Shui gave a few more brief instructions, took a bag of instant noodles as a tip, and walked away. Song Qian and Kong Wu helped the others deliver the supplies, agreed on a time to meet again, and then left shortly thereafter. Entering the courtyard, the group followed Jiang Yan's instructions, closed the door tightly, put down their backpacks and supplies, and began to check everything. After all, there's electricity here. Although the power supply is intermittent, only lasting an hour a day. But there's no way they're monitored, or if it's an independent line. Chapter 194. The room was dark. After a long, careful search, they couldn't see the red light of a surveillance camera flashing. Jiang Yan recalled a report she read about some unscrupulous hotels secretly recording footage with cameras that, without specialized equipment, couldn't be detected. Thinking of this, she suggested, "I suggest we each take charge of an area and conduct a self-inspection. Then, we cross-check to ensure no corners are left untouched. We also check the front and backyards, the walls, and the utility poles outside." Okay. Yi Qing and Sun Jingtao naturally agreed. Although this approach was a bit time-consuming, it would confirm everything and provide greater peace of mind for those living there. Mainly, they were all armed with firearms, and were quite sensitive. Jiang Yan initially took charge of the first floor. After waiting for the others to go upstairs and leave the hospital, she quietly retrieved an anti-surveillance detector from her backpack. With the equipment, Jiang Yan quickly completed her inspection of the living room and other areas. Turning the corner leading to the inner courtyard of the living room, she noticed a locked door. It was small, painted the same color as the wall, and with a load-bearing wall next to it, it looked unremarkable. She reached out to twist it, but it was locked. Not only did it not open, but it also left her hands covered in black dust. Jiang Yan guessed it was the warehouse, and turned to look at Hua Bao, who had been leaning on her shoulder. "Hua Bao, see if you can open it from the inside." Hua. "Okay, Mom." Hua Bao, who had been nearly dozing off from boredom the entire way, suddenly perked up and slid down from her shoulder. Its body became as thin as paper, and it rustled through the crack in the door. Kurt unlocked the door. A pungent, musty odor filled her nostrils. Jiang Yan instinctively took a step back, pulled out her flashlight, and glanced inside. Thankfully, it wasn't a crime scene. It was a small utility room, only about 5 or 6 square meters. In one corner, scattered cleaning tools, buckets, mops, brooms, and so on, were placed. In another corner, there were a few broken honeycomb briquettes, an old-fashioned stove burning honeycomb briquettes, and 2 or 3 rotting potatoes. The musty odor came from the rotting potatoes and the mop. An idea flashed through Jiang Yan's mind. She retrieved a pile of anthracite, several pieces of vacuum-packed bacon, dried beef, a bag of vacuum-packed glutinous rice and soybeans, and the several foam seafood boxes filled with spatial black soil that had been placed by the floor-to-ceiling windows at home. She piled them on the ground. She twitched her chin at the items she had taken out and winked at Hua Bao. Hua Bao's once lively eyes froze for a second before closing her mouth and, with 6 swollen, softened lines, they began to roll madly in the ash pit on the ground. In just 3 or 4 seconds, Hua Bao had smeared all the items Jiang Yan had taken out with the black ash from the ground. At first glance, they looked as if they had been there for a long time and were grimy. The doors and windows of the courtyard they rented were tightly closed, but perhaps due to years of vacancy, the floor and tables were covered in a thick layer of black ash. This provided her with a ready-made environment for aging the items. Jiang Yan did this without making a sound. She quietly closed the door, had Hua Bao lock it from the inside, and returned to the living room. She then exchanged inspections with Su Dai, who had finished checking upstairs, and went upstairs. According to the previous assignments, the upstairs master bedroom offered the most privacy, and came with its own bathroom. This was reserved for Jiang Yan, who had contributed the most supplies along the way. Downstairs, there were 2 remaining rooms, the larger one for Su Dai and Sun Jingtao, and the other for the children's room, given to Yi Qing. Aside from some pots and pans in the kitchen, the rest of the house was bare. Each room had only 1 bed. But that was all. Because of the abundant coal resources here and the courtyard house, no one used wooden furniture for heating. Jiang Yan guessed that the place they were renting was probably built just before the apocalypse, delivered fully furnished. The apocalypse suddenly arrived, and it became vacant. As for the previous tenants, they likely only stayed for a short time. Jiang Yan had just emerged from the bedroom when she heard Su Dai's delighted cry from downstairs. "Hubby, Jiang Yan, Xiao Yi, come quickly. Look what I found." "Found it so quickly?" Jiang Yan's lips curled up, and she calmly walked downstairs. Yi Qing and Sun Jingtao, having just finished their second inspection of the inner and outer courtyards, walked in at the same time. The voice came from the utility room. As the three of them approached, they saw Su Dai standing in the doorway, her eyes filled with joy. She extended her hand and gestured invitation. "Comrades, Miss Tianlu is here with supplies for us." Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing were bewildered. "Supplies? Snail girl?" Jiang Yan feigned surprise. Looking at the lines on Su Dai's face, the three of them were at a loss for words. After entering the house, they removed their glasses and masks. From prolonged use, each of them had deep, red indentations, and some black dust on certain areas. A casual rub left a black mark. At first glance, they looked as if they had been tortured. Su Dai, standing directly in front of the three, looked like she was being tortured. "Come and see for yourself," Su Dai exclaimed, offering her space by the door. She held the hand-cranked rechargeable flashlight and shone it inside. Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing strode forward to take a look. Looking at the messy snake-like marks on the ground and the black dust on the supplies, a warm feeling welled up in their hearts. Su Dai, careless as she was, naturally didn't notice those details. But Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing both had a certain investigative awareness. Remembering that it was Jiang Yan who had previously inspected the first floor, the two of them suddenly understood. If Su Dai could find the rooms and supplies, how could she, with her even greater foresight, not have discovered them? Besides, this wasn't the first or second time she had contributed special supplies along the way. They actually had supplies of their own, but they were either nearing expiration or easily refrigerated. Those shrunken potatoes, onions, and sweet potatoes she had brought out had been off the market for a month or two. If it weren't for the 2 bottles of insecticide she had given them, no matter how skilled they were, they would likely have been stung by the Emperor's scorpion and poisoned. And that bottle of water purification tablets was crucial to their health despite drinking dirty water. These items weren't numerous, but they were a godsend to them. This time, it was likely her too. Though the bacon and glutinous rice were easy to find, where did she get the pile of smokeless charcoal and planting baskets? Or were the smokeless charcoal and planting baskets already there, and the two of them were overthinking it? But that wasn't important. The important thing is that the other party does good deeds anonymously, and does not want this secret to be guessed and spread. Chapter 195. Thinking of this, Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing exchanged another glance, their minds already united. Yes, there is indeed a snail girl, and she's not just your average, kind-hearted one. Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing smiled, not forgetting to glance at Jiang Yan. "Jiang Yan, what do you think?" Jiang Yan arched her brows and smiled faintly. Yes, indeed. Her choice to do this was partly a test. After all, only a fool would believe in pie-in-the-sky deals. Not to mention, food and energy are the most scarce resources in the apocalypse. Even if someone left in a hurry and accidentally left something behind, wouldn't the tenants clear out all the supplies? It seemed like their performance hadn't disappointed her. "Jiang Yan, you know, with these planting baskets, we can continue our planting indoors. I'm still keeping the seeds you gave me last time, but I haven't used them yet," Su Dai said excitedly, stepping forward and taking Jiang Yan's arm. Although they had only rented the room for half a month, if they investigated and found no major incidents during that time, they could stay longer. As for the Mercedes-Benz flying man they had encountered outside the base, it had cast a shadow over their hearts. But in today's world, would there be no such thing elsewhere? No one could guarantee it. "Yeah, that's great." Jiang Yan's lips curled up, and she laughed. Yi Qing looked at Jiang Yan, asking for her opinion. "Jiang Yan, how about getting the food out first?" "Yes," Jiang Yan nodded. Sun Jingtao glanced at his watch. It was a few minutes until 6. He hesitated for a second, then looked at Jiang Yan and Su Dai and said, "According to what old Shui said, the base has a curfew after 8 p.m. every night. Since we have some free time now, Xiao Yi and I are going to go to the base's public service center. First, we see if we can find some temporary work, and also ask around to see if we can get any information back." Jiang Yan and the others were somewhat puzzled by the base's curfew. Before the apocalypse, curfews were usually only implemented by the government or military to maintain social stability during wars, rebellions, or major events. However, since they didn't know much about the base's situation at the moment, they didn't know what to say. "Aw, honey, if we go at this time, everyone will be off work, right?" Su Dai said, a little worried. Sun Jingtao shook his head. "No, didn't old Shui say that every afternoon from 6 to 7:30, there'd be temporary work available for the next day? If we have to stay here for a while, Xiaoya and I, with our hands and feet, can't just sit there idle. Finding a part-time job to exchange for supplies wouldn't be a bad idea." "Oh honey, then I go with you?" Su Dai didn't really want to be separated from him. Mainly, there have been so many unexpected events lately that she's completely lost herself. She was afraid that if they separated, it would become a permanent separation. It's getting dark, and it's inconvenient for you to walk outside. You two stay home, lock the door tightly, and we be back quickly. Sun Jingtao finished, then added, Wife, give me that half-pack of huazi that I asked you to keep. Su Dai was stunned. Oh honey, don't you smoke? Why do you suddenly need cigarettes? He doesn't smoke, but others do. Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh. Whether before or after the apocalypse, social etiquette and the like are universal. Besides, gathering information is essentially an exchange of resources. It can't just be done with words. Oh. Su Dai instantly realized. It wasn't that she become stupid or inexperienced, but these days, with the daily grind of fleeing for their lives and the panic of the people, they've long forgotten all about these messy relationships. Sun Jingtao grabbed cigarettes and weapons, gave Yi Qing a series of instructions, and then left the house. By the time Jiang Yin and Su Dai had cleared the dusty room and lit the coal stove, Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing had returned. It was less than 4 or 5 minutes before 8 o'clock. They were both exhausted. The smog outside seemed to have thickened considerably. Their newly changed N95 masks, after a quick walk, were already cloaked in a layer of black. The two of them hadn't worn protective goggles this time, leaving their eyelashes and eyebrows covered in dust. They stood at the doorway, shook themselves, dusted off their clothes, and stamped their feet before entering the house. Su Dai, seeing this, quickly placed a pot of water on the stove. They hadn't eaten dinner yet, and the cold weather and days of travel had already left them starving. So she prepared a pot of steaming noodles, and added some diced bacon she found today to nourish everyone. Although it was nourishing, the bacon, when fully restored, wouldn't even be enough for Jiang Yan to take with one chopstick. It was just enough to give off the bacon's aroma. Looking at Su Dai's frugal look, Jiang Yan realized she'd taken too little. But there was nothing she could do now. Besides, a meal like theirs would easily outstrip many families' budgets today. Jiang Yan also offered her own package of dehydrated vegetables, asking Su Dai to add some to the noodles later. That was something Sun Jingtao, Tian Zhiliang, and their team had brought to her when they went to seize supplies from Lu Dahong's gang. Su Dai had already placed 4 stools around the stove. Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing were both feeling a bit cold, their faces and hands red from the cold. After greeting them, they sat down on the stools and held their hands out to the pot to warm them. The water in the pot began to steam. Su Dai scooped 2 bowls with a spoon and handed them to the two. Drink some hot water first to warm yourselves. She then added some cold water to the pot. How was it? Did you get anything? Jiang Yan asked after the two had finished their drinks and settled down. Sun Jingtao nodded, uttered a yes, and glanced out the window before turning back and continuing, This base is currently divided among 4 factions, causing some chaos. However, we can stay here for the time being, it shouldn't be a problem. Sun Jingtao then recounted the encounters and findings from their visit to the base's public service center. Xiangqing First Base was originally established by the government, and initially was modest. Like the official base in Anming, it prioritized young and middle-aged laborers. Later, due to persistent torrential rain and a minor earthquake, the government initiated a relocation plan. The reason was that, although Xiangqing's terrain was high, it was surrounded by coal mines. Many of these mines had been mined for years, leaving the ground riddled with holes. If a larger earthquake struck, this area would be severely affected. Ultimately, the government evacuated a core team, along with most of the military forces originally stationed there. Evacuate? Where? Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow at this. Leaving so many coal resources behind and evacuating so quickly and efficiently seems a bit unreasonable. Sun Jingtao shook his head. I don't know. It could be that the guy we were gathering information from was of a limited rank and only had a rough idea. Chapter 196. Jiang Yan listened to Sun Jingtao's words and instantly understood. At any time, the true thoughts and considerations of those in power are not accessible to ordinary people. Furthermore, information is extremely limited after the apocalypse, leaving ordinary people with limited information cocoons and cognition. What they see and understand may simply be what those above them want them to see and understand. At this point, Jiang Yan regained her composure and said, By the way, what do you mean by the 4 factions at Xiangqing Base? Sun Jingtao, officials with military power, a branch of Lian Base, a branch of Yaobin Base, and an unidentified mysterious organization. Jiang Yan, a mysterious organization? Su Dai was stunned for a second. Well, that's what they say. We don't know exactly who they are or what their members are. But it's said that apart from them, the remaining 3 factions have reached some kind of agreement, seemingly cooperating but not interfering with each other. In reality, there's a turbulent undercurrent of conflict, open and covert. As for that military force, control isn't in our hands, and the reason for that is also unknown. In short, the source said that as long as we don't get involved with those 3 factions, we be safe in Xiangqing. Sun Jingtao continued. They didn't really need to know about these things. But his innate investigative instinct made him constantly want to investigate every new environment he arrived in, like an occupational disease. Perhaps it was because of the trauma he experienced with live animal husbandry in Repulse Bay and the people imprisoned in the Sky Hotel. Yi Qing also found an opportunity to tell him about the bodies and organs soaked in formaldehyde upstairs. It was just that it sounded too horrific, so he hadn't planned to tell Su Dai. When Jiangyan heard him say that the military didn't control the military, she instantly understood her earlier confusion. She wasn't interested in why the military didn't control it, but she still asked, since the 4 factions don't interfere with each other, who's in charge? We can't be leaderless, right? When critical matters arise, there will be a 4-party meeting. As for the official military forces, you can think of them as mercenaries in a sense. Aside from daily stability maintenance and representing the authorities, they have no additional powers. For the entire base, the Yaobin base branch is responsible for infrastructure, meaning anything related to infrastructure is their responsibility. The houses we live in also belong to them. I heard they're currently expanding the air raid shelters and relocating those underground. The mines have been converted into cold-resistant underground cities, and a perimeter wall is under construction. They say the existing metal barriers will become fragile in the event of extreme cold, rendering them useless. They also have mercenaries, so in terms of overall strength, they hold the most influence among the 3 factions. The Blazing Base, on the other hand, is responsible for the mines, as well as third-party services like renting housing, operating the docks, and organizing labor. It sounds a bit like building high walls and storing up food. If that's the case, why would those official leaders and core military forces leave? It's a bit contradictory. Jiangyan frowned slightly. Sun Jingtao nodded. That's why Xiuya and I are so puzzled. It sounds so complicated. Su Dai curled her lips and sighed, feeling like her CPU was about to burn out. Why don't we leave the base and find a place to live in seclusion? We like to, but unfortunately, things don't go as planned. Sun Jingtao looked at his wife and said with a wry smile, before the apocalypse, if one could endure the loneliness, one might consider the secluded life of Nongfu Spring and its farmland. Nowadays, in such a vast world, where can such a pure land be found? Jiangyan was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, that mysterious organization, could it be made up of scientific researchers? Hearing her words, the remaining 3 people were stunned for a second. Scientific research? Didn't Song Qian say earlier that the 5 major private bases were named after the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth? I get the feeling they're just some esotericists, Su Dai said with a wild imagination. Speaking of metaphysics, Jiangyan thought of the black tai sui she had found in the space, previously hidden in the box by the golden net. But she just smiled and said, didn't someone say that the end of science is metaphysics? Su Dai, Yi Qing, sensing they were getting off topic, quickly said, we also heard that every 7 days, 3 cargo ships depart from Xiangqing, loaded with coal and other supplies. 1 goes northwest, and 2 go east. Oh, did they say where they're going? Jiangyan asked, one hand resting on her cheek, the other resting on her right leg, her fingers gently tapping her knee. She looked a little tired, as if she were looking down in thought. Yi Qing shook his head, no, but Brother Tao and I have discussed it, and it's most likely going to Lion Base and Yaobin Base. As for the other ship, we don't know. So, if Xiangqing Base is no longer viable, we should probably head east. Yes. Although we haven't received much official assistance since the arrival of the high temperatures, they must possess key information and cutting-edge technology, and even be the ones who put an end to this endless natural disaster. So, I suggest that, if possible, we try to follow the officials' whereabouts. That would be better. Sun Jingtao nodded. Jiangyan didn't comment on his remarks, but simply praised, that bag of huazi you guys gave me today was well worth it. It contains quite a bit of information. It's not just about the huazi. It's because Brother Tao and the person asking for information seem to be comrades, who haven't met before, Yi Qing said seriously. Jiangyan, comrades who haven't met before? What kind of relationship is that? Honey, who is that? Do I know them? Su Dai asked excitedly. Sun Jingtao couldn't help but smile. No. While chatting, the water in the pot finally boiled, and steaming white mist filled the dim room. Xiangqing is a plateau, and the temperature is low. Boiling a large pot of water is indeed not easy. Su Dai stood up, picked up some noodles, and put them in the pot, then gently smoothed them with chopsticks. When the water returned to a boil, she added the diced bacon and the dehydrated vegetables Jiang Yan had contributed. The hungry group watched the food enter the pot, their attention focused on it, and the previous heavy conversation came to an abrupt end. After all, for them, the most important thing at the moment was to have a full meal. Jiang Yan glanced up and realized that all the windows in the room were closed. Chapter 197. Jiang Yan quickly stood up and walked to the window, opening it slightly. Even with the screen blocking the view, a cloud of black dust mixed with a biting cold wind blew in headfirst. She frowned. If she didn't open the window, she'd easily get carbon monoxide poisoning. If she did, not only would the biting cold wind be a problem, but the black haze would also be a problem. She did have a smog purifier in her space, but unfortunately, she lacked a good reason to use it, so she had to hold on for now. How about I throw some wood ear mushrooms in there? It tastes a bit strange though, Su Dai suggested, thinking of the dust. The remaining three nodded. Well, you're the chef, you have the final say. Chef what? I feel like I'm making pig food. Su Dai said awkwardly, self-deprecatingly. Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh. It's not really pig food, it's just a pot of stew, haha. With limited food and seasonings these days, even cooking rice was no easy task. She considered herself a skilled cook, but that was only because she was faced with a wide variety of exquisite ingredients. For Su Dai, managing to balance both taste and medicinal value was no easy feat. Speaking of hot pot, it's so cold out here, and I suddenly crave a goose stewed in an iron pot. Su Dai swallowed. Jiang Yan had discovered that Su Dai's attention was easily distracted. She was also easily satisfied. In the apocalypse, that wasn't a bad thing. Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing thought so too. They also swallowed, their eyes fixed on the pieces of bacon swirling in the noodles in the pot. Like a hungry wolf spotting its prey. Jiang Yan, too, was craving. I suddenly remembered I still have some hot pot base. As she spoke, she stood up and quickly pulled out a bag of spicy hot pot base, as heavy as a brick, from the bag she kept her food in. Her two bags looked thick and heavy, and no one knew what she put inside. She felt like she'd be able to pull something good out of them soon. This time, Su Dai's eyes lit up. Oh my goodness, Jiang Yan, this is a treasure chest. It's even made with butter. I love you so much. If you can't handle hot pot, a bowl of spicy, delicious hot pot noodles is a real treat. When I went to a hot pot restaurant last time, the owner gave me a whole box. I took the rest with me when I left Anming, Jiang Yan said, handing her the base. A box? Su Dai's eyes nearly widened into bells. She swallowed and smiled. So, sister, how much do you have left? A lot, so, sister, put it in generously, don't skimp. Jiang Yan watched her carefully tear open the base sauce packet and scoop a thumb-sized amount onto it. The corners of her lips curled up as she smiled. Okay. Su Dai happily agreed, but she didn't use it freely. Instead, she handed the brick-hard base sauce to Sun Jingtao. Honey, use a knife to cut it into 10 portions for me. Okay. Su Dai ultimately only managed to put 1/10 of it in. She was such a good shopper, Jiang Yan couldn't say anything. They have to save as they ate these things. Unlike Jiang Yan, who had a whole space of supplies and felt confident. Talking about the supplies in the space, Jiang Yan felt a mixture of laughter and tears. Those expensive yachts, those helicopters, the RVs they spent 20 or 30 million on, called doomsday fortresses, and all that high-tech munitions, were still gathering dust in space. But she secretly believed that these things would come in handy sooner or later. It was just that the time hadn't arrived yet. After all, they were still so far along. The road ahead was still long. Just as she was thinking this, a rich aroma filled her nostrils. The plain noodles that had seemed bland just a moment earlier had transformed into spicy, delicious, and richly flavored hot pot noodles. Su Dai had already prepared bowls and chopsticks, and scooped out some for everyone. Now, even noodle soup was a precious commodity. So, they simply added the seasonings and toppings directly to the noodle soup water. After they finished their meal and boiled some water for a quick wash, the daily electricity supply, limited to 1 hour, hadn't come back yet. They were helpless. They wanted to find someone to complain to or inquire about anything, but there was nowhere to turn. It was actually only around 9 o'clock, but perhaps because of the curfew, outside, Aside from the sound of the wind, it was completely silent, like being in a ghost town. After a few casual chats, the four of them each returned to their rooms. Yi Qing and Sun Jingtao had found temporary fishing jobs while out today. The next morning, they had to get up early. They told Jiang Yin and Su Dai to relax at home and get some rest. Before they returned to their rooms, Yi Qing reassembled the disassembled gun. Jiang Yin returned to her room, locked the door, and finally relaxed completely. The previous 10 days on the boat had left her both happy and exhausted. But she didn't immediately enter the space. Instead, she walked to the window, took out her telescope, and peered out. It was pitch black outside. There wasn't a single light. Or perhaps the thick haze obscured the scattered dim lights. Jiang Yin put away the telescope, returned to her chilly single bed, and sat there in silence for a moment. For some reason, she felt a sense of loss. She had been so busy traveling, thinking, if only we could reach land, avoid another earthquake, find a chance to enter the space, and lay low and let it all go. Now, having reached land, settled down, and with time to herself and the ability to enter the space at any time, she began to feel lost. It was as if her life had suddenly lost its purpose. But what was her life's purpose? She didn't know. After all, in these days, others' well-being, warmth, and survival meant nothing to her. Hua Hua! Mom, what are you thinking about? Hua Bao's sudden voice brought Jiang Yin back to her senses. Nothing, Jiang Yin smiled. Hua Hua! Mom, I'm hungry, Jiang Yin, She had suddenly forgotten that she was full, but Hua Bao hadn't eaten yet. After all, there were still several boxes of gold nuggets in her space. Hua Bao wouldn't cry out in hunger when he had nothing to eat, but once he had something to eat, he'd be craving it like a real little glutton. Speaking of gold mines, Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. Yes, how could she have forgotten that her space was still being upgraded? The mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas hadn't even appeared yet. She had originally planned to go to Dongshan, also for the rich gold reserves there. Since Xiangqing has coal mines, could there also be gold mines? Besides, since things are so chaotic here right now, wouldn't it be even better if she took advantage of the chaos and did some free shopping? Even if there aren't any gold mines, collecting some coal into the space wouldn't be a bad idea. Just thinking this, Jiang Yin suddenly felt excited again. She stood up, and was about to mentally take Hua Bao into the space, when she heard the rustling of footsteps coming from outside the wall. From the sound, there were quite a few people coming. Chapter 198. Hurry! Don't let him get away again. Go around from the other side and surround him. If we can't catch him alive, just shoot him and his son. But if he dies, what if Dr. Shui investigates? That woman may be beautiful, but she's ruthless. Are you telling me how to do things? Brother Ming, how dare I? Go Hua, are you stupid? Which is more sinful, dead or gone? Stop talking. Okay, Brother Ming. Whispers drifted from the nearby darkness. It sounded like they were working together to hunt someone, and the person being hunted was right around Jiang Yan's compound. If Jiang Yan remembered correctly, there were wide areas separating the buildings in this compound. Before the apocalypse, there must have been a lot of flowers and trees planted there. But now, after the intense heat and heavy rain, all the flowers, plants, and trees had long since withered and perished, and even the soil in the flower beds had been completely plundered. At first glance, the ground was riddled with holes. The sound of footsteps suggested the men were drawing closer and closer to their compound. The haze was thick, the night was dark, and there was not a single star outside. Jiang Yan peered through her binoculars, but saw nothing. She pondered rapidly for 2 seconds, then, with a flicker of her mind, she produced an infrared thermal imaging camera from space. This device was far superior to infrared night vision goggles. It didn't emit infrared light, making it less visible to the enemy. As long as the enemy's temperature was above 0 degrees and emitted infrared radiation, it could be detected directly. Soon, a group of crooked, colorful figures appeared in the camera. She counted them, about 7 or 8. They were all heavily armed, crouching cautiously, flanking the gate of the courtyard they rented, one on each side. Some of them seemed to be holding guns, having fired bullets before. The muzzles were still warm and red. Others probably had guns, but they weren't visible in the image. Jiang Yan peered through the telescope toward the center of the flanking lines on both sides, her gaze frozen. Outside the courtyard gate, a shadow, taller than an adult, with a small head but a massive, plump body, appeared in the telescope, a vibrant red. This? Jiang Yan's breath caught. Even though its shadow was severely distorted, she quickly discerned it wasn't a human, but some kind of animal. A bipedal creature with a large belly and a long tail, resembling a kangaroo. But the one before her was clearly not a kangaroo. A kangaroo's legs weren't that short. Without its clothes to obscure it, its body reflected far more red than those of the other people. With that thought in mind, the creature, as if possessed of magnets, tumbled and scrambled into the front yard. With a heavy thud, it landed on the ground, quickly disappearing from the camera's field of view. Bang, bang, bang. A rapid, heavy knock on the door followed. "Is anyone there? Open the door." A fierce male voice rang out. Bang, bang, bang. The other party began violently kicking the door. Jiang Yin turned to glance at Hua Bao, who was hanging from her shoulder, and said, "Hua Bao, go down to the yard and see what's breaking in." "Hua Hua." "Okay, Mom." Hua Bao had already leaped to the ground, his head and vines transformed into a paper-like piece, and with a whoosh, he slipped through the crack in the door. He immediately returned to normal and bounded downstairs. Creaky. Creaky. After a slight sound, the doors to the second bedroom and children's room on the first floor quietly opened one after the other. Brother Tao. Xiao Yi. It was Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing, who had come out after hearing the unusual noise outside. "Wife, you stay inside. Xiao Yi and I will go check. If anything seems amiss, go upstairs and find Jiang Yin," Sun Jingtao instructed, frowning. Su Dai's eyes were filled with worry. "Okay, husband. You guys should be careful too. Remember, be patient and keep things calm. It's only our first day here, so try not to get into any conflicts with them." "Okay." Sun Jingtao nodded. Hua Bao ignored the three men as their transparent figure passed by. It imitated the scenes it had seen in monster movies before. Its vines, like octopus tentacles, tiptoed past the three of them, then rustled out through the window Jiang Yin had opened. Raising its nose and sniffing the hazy air, Hua Bao's intelligent little eyes swirled. Glancing at the bloody footprints on the ground, it bared its teeth for a second before scurrying towards a corner of the backyard. Soon, a giant rat slumped against the wall, its lips and paws bloodied, and its body trembling wildly, came into view. The rat looked pitiful, its stomach also stained with a bloody hole the size of a bowl, from which blood oozes. The fur around it was damp and clinging together, emitting a strong, pungent stench. A closer look revealed that its belly was bulging, like a balloon about to burst, hanging to the side with great fluctuations. It was most likely a pregnant mother mouse, about to give birth. Next to its body, there was a freshly dug hole, and next to it, a pile of blood-stained dirt. I don't know if it was because the mother mouse was dying from the gunshot wound, but the hole was left there halfway. In a split second, the mother mouse, tears streaming down her face, began to spin restlessly in place. It looked like it was chasing its tail with its mouth open. Hua Bao blinked, silently staring at its strange behavior. Soon, a small, wet, flesh-pink tail emerged from its body, followed by a similarly wet, flesh-pink body, and then a head. A baby mouse was born, its eyes closed, and its body smeared with amniotic fluid. The baby mice were quite large, each about the size of an average cat. The mother mouse stopped spinning. Instead, she endured the intense pain in her belly, bit her plump body, and licked the amniotic fluid from the baby mouse bit by bit with her tongue. Soon, she began spinning again. The second and third baby mice were born successfully. With each birth, the mother mouse trembled, enduring the excruciating pain as she licked each one. She was even a little unsteady. But she couldn't stop until all the babies in her belly were born. Rats? Jiang Yin, receiving Hua Bao's thought feedback, was stunned for a second. But she quickly understood. Rats naturally prefer dark corners and are good swimmers, so they can survive high temperatures and heavy rain, which is not surprising. Furthermore, many coal mines, fearing the risk of toxic gases, often release rats into the mines. Over time, harmonious coexistence between workers and rats became the norm in the mines. Chapter 199. Xiangqing has numerous coal mines, so there's likely a fair share of mutant rats. Before the apocalypse, these rats were one of the 4 most despised pests. Now, they're probably a highly sought-after source of high-protein animal meat. However, when Old Shui, Sun Jingtao, and the others went to gather information during the day, no one mentioned the mutated giant rats in Xiangqing. It was as if this thing didn't even exist. Jiang Yin was puzzled. Could this also be a food resource reserved for the base's higher-ups? Or perhaps it was the exclusive product of some bizarre research laboratory here. After all, from what the group had said earlier, it seemed they were being hunted down under orders from someone called Dr. Shui. Dr. Shui, Jiang Yin recalled, subconsciously letting out a deep sigh. And the surname Shui again. Isn't this world a little too full of coincidences? While she was conversing with Hua Bao in the backyard, things in the front yard continued unabated. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. The violent banging continued. Brother Ming, there's hardly anyone living here. How about we just break down the door? That thing hasn't left since it entered the yard, has it? No. It's injured. Dr. Shui pulled out all its teeth and claws. And it's carrying a bunch of pups. I bet it doesn't have the strength to dig a hole or even crawl out again. That's good. Is anyone there? If you don't open the door, we just come right in. Going to bed so early, what a mess. In the backyard, the mother mouse was still giving birth. Jian Yan's thoughts had returned to normal. The voice and tone of someone calling Brother Ming sounded familiar, and she was subconsciously stunned. Just then, with a clang, the door to the first-floor living room opened. Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing, both wearing masks, walked out one after the other. Both had one hand tucked into their down jacket pockets. Bang, bang, bang. The kicking continued. They're coming. Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing exchanged glances, then stepped forward and flung the courtyard door open. A group of men wearing N95 masks and uniforms, rifles in hand, burst in with a clatter of clatter. Wow, what a scene. You haven't opened the door in a while. I thought your whole family was dead. The leading man entered first, glanced warily around, and then unleashed a barrage of curses at the two men. Hearing this, Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing were both startled. The smog was thick, and the other men were also wearing masks and goggles. But the two men still recognized him from his figure, tone, and the faint scars on his face. This man was most likely the scarred criminal from the Repulse Bay neighborhood, Ma Longbiu's number 3, Ming Daxiao. They had previously assumed that, like Ma Longbiu, he had perished in the explosion at the Sky Hotel. To their surprise, he wasn't dead. Looking at him, he looked even more arrogant than before. But it could also be a coincidence. Thinking of this, the two men exchanged glances, clenched their fists, and silently inhaled. They gritted their teeth and held back their curses for the time being. Hey, you two, did you see anything running just now? Seeing the two men remain silent, a young man approached and asked, staring at Sun Jingtao fiercely. In their minds, the people living in the base's courtyard were all survivors from outside. Although they had some relative resources compared to the refugees from the residential areas, in their eyes, the former were nothing but scumbags, easily exploited. If they got angry, they could easily take them away, both themselves and their belongings. Men with healthy limbs could have their tongues pulled out and tied up, forced to do hard labor in the mines, and perhaps even exchanged for supplies. As for women and children, the scope for imaginative treatment was even greater. Even if the higher-ups investigated, it would simply be a case of no one being found and no evidence being provided. Furthermore, the higher-ups often turned a blind eye to these situations. After all, the former had already paid for rent and supplies to enter the base. 9 out of 10 of those registering their identities were using fake names. Furthermore, the base's resources were limited, and with the high altitude, there was no need to worry about a shortage of refugees from all over. Therefore, the survivors who arrived at the base were merely new recruits. I didn't see it. Sun Jingtao, unaware of the other man's inner thoughts, shook his head, his brows raised. It could have run in. It's nothing at all. Fuck. Who are you scolding? The young man ripped open his mask and spat on the ground. He quickly put it back on and started to strike Sun Jingtao with the butt of his rifle. The other man was outnumbered and had no idea of his background, so Sun Jingtao didn't attack, simply dodging his attack with a swift movement. Sixth brother. The young man was about to attack again, but the man known as Brother Ming shouted at him. Divide into 2 groups. One group goes to the backyard. One group goes inside the house. Dig deep, and we find it, along with its descendants. The man known as Brother Ming commanded with a wave of his hand. Yes. Okay, Brother Ming. 2 men, one on each side, headed toward the backyard. Another man responded, leading the remaining men into the living room. They took a few steps before Sun Jingtao stopped them. You? The other man was about to raise his gun, but the taller Yi Qing had already passed Sun Jingtao and him, stepped forward, and pulled a dagger from his bag. With the agility of a silver snake, he slithered and brought it to bear on Brother Ming's neck. Not using firearms for the time being, and preventing the other party from entering the inner room, was the defensive bottom line agreed upon before Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing opened the door and emerged. Besides, capturing the leader first is an eternal truth. Yi Qing's agility and the cold, hard touch of his weapon caused the other man's pupils to shrink, and his previous arrogance vanished in an instant. Don't! Kurt! The others instantly loaded their guns and aimed their guns at the two men. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense. "You sons of bitches, don't move." Brother Ming cursed, his eyes subconsciously glancing at Yi Qing's, and the hand clutching the dagger. The other man's eyes were cold, yet their light was as dark as a pool. At first glance, amidst his wrinkle-free youthfulness, there was a chilling, unspoken awe. As for his hands, they were hands with long, distinctly knuckled fingers. He was certainly not a pervert or a homosexual. He wouldn't have the leisure to admire another man's eyes and hands in the face of danger. The reason for this was that the words and actions of the two men before him suddenly brought a flash of déjà vu to his mind. Yi Qing, Sun Jingtao. At the thought of these two names, Ming Daxio's eyes, like a venomous snake, suddenly turned scarlet and vicious. Those two little bitches, Su Dai and Jiang Yan, should be among them too? God bless him. Today they meet. The time has come to avenge their past humiliation. Chapter 200. Hua Bao, come back and keep an eye on the front yard. Jiang Yan saw that Yi Qing and Sun Jingtao's figures on the thermal imaging camera seemed to be surrounded by several people, so she quickly called Hua Bao back. Having just arrived, they didn't want to cause trouble. But if trouble really came their way, they wouldn't be afraid. They say that it's easier to deal with the devil than to deal with the little devil. If they don't handle this matter tonight properly, they will surely suffer endless consequences. Furthermore, if the leading man is the scarred-faced man from Repulse Bay who assisted the evil, then these people must not be allowed to stay alive. In just 3 or 5 seconds, Jiang Yan had made her decision. She pulled out a silenced pistol, donned her bulletproof vest, and refitted her night vision goggles and mask. Then, she tiptoed downstairs. The first-floor living room was pitch black. But for Jiang Yan, who was wearing night vision goggles and had been in darkness before, the room was clear of haze, making it much easier to see clearly. She caught a glimpse of Su Dai, hunched over nervously, standing behind the living room door. Su Dai hadn't stayed in the bedroom, as Sun Jingtao had instructed. She was also wearing the night vision goggles Jiang Yan had given her, clutching the submachine gun Sun Jingtao had left behind, and peering through the crack of the door with a worried look on her face. Over the past few days, Sun Jingtao had occasionally taught her how to use a gun. However, it was limited to learning how to use it without accidentally discharging it. Whether it was accurate or not was another matter. Jiang Yan's footsteps were light as she descended the stairs, but Su Dai still felt them. Although she had already guessed who was coming, she shuddered reflexively, quickly turning her head and muttering silently, "Jiang Yan." Jiang Yan put her index finger to her lips and made a hushed gesture. Su Dai understood and nodded. Jiang Yan tiptoed to the living room door. She moved aside, leaving space for Jiang Yan. Then, she gently nudged Jiang Yan's arm and handed her submachine gun to her. The implication was that the submachine gun was more powerful than her pistol. Jiang Yan shook her head, her brows arched in refusal. Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing's weapons, those bullets, were becoming less and less. She had plenty in her space, but she had no reason to use them. And her pistol, on the other hand, had an unlimited supply of ammunition. Thinking this way, Jiang Yan leaned closer to the crack in the door. Outside, the tense atmosphere continued. The men following Scarface seemed to have ignored his orders, their guns still pointed at Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing. This puzzled Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing, and their inner vigilance instantly reached its highest point. "Put the gun down, or I'd be brutally harsh on him," Yi Qing said coldly, pushing the dagger a little closer to Scarface's neck. The pain of the cold metal-piercing flesh made Scarface's brow throb wildly. "Put it down. Don't you listen to me?" He, who had been so arrogant and smug just a moment ago, eager to avenge his previous humiliation, suddenly panicked. Jiang Yan, watching silently from behind the door, frowned slightly. It seemed that capturing the leader first wasn't always effective. The key was that these people, who had been obedient to Scarface's orders just a moment ago, had suddenly turned sour the next moment. Strange. Very strange. Yi Qing and Sun Jingtao glanced at a few people from the corner of their eyes. Those people. Like death squads, they remained motionless. Jiang Yan silently watched the scene outside, her mind racing with thoughts. It was curfew time. Judging from their situation, they clearly weren't part of the soldiers patrolling the base. They were likely just a temporary group with a permit. If this stalemate continued, attracting the regular army, it would be hard to say whether this would be a good thing or a bad thing for them. If it were before the apocalypse, it would definitely be a good thing, and seeking the regular army's help would be the best option. But now, the base was full of factions, and control of the regular army was out of their hands. Perhaps they were all the same. It was unwise to simply entrust one's life to a military group that had lost control. It seemed that Plan B was the only option. At that moment, a seemingly inconspicuous man wearing an armband among the armed group outside suddenly spoke up. Ming Daxiao, you can't have forgotten Dr. Shue's rules about the security team's A and B corners, right? He then winked at a nearby underling. The underling trotted to the door, peeked out, gave a few token glances, and then slammed the door shut. Jianyan raised an eyebrow. She had originally planned to have Hua Bao close the door at the right moment, so she could shut it and beat the dog. She hadn't expected the other party to initiate this. Remember, of course. Scarface's eyes flashed with fear as he saw the door slam shut, but he quickly regained his composure. Seeing the door closed, the man with the armband spoke sternly. So, don't blame us brothers for making this choice. According to Dr. Shue's regulations, since a player is now in danger, I, as B player, will be responsible for team management. Do you understand? Everyone chorused, understood. Jianyan, why are we even having a promotion ceremony? You're seriously ill. Lu Shi, are you deliberately trying to take advantage of someone's misfortune? The scarred man outside reacted instantly. Anger welled up in his eyes, and his bloodshot eyes became even more intense. Why are you busy seizing power here instead of just going inside and looking for the mutant rat? Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing, who had been on high alert but were suddenly caught up in the spectacle, asked, Dr. Shue, another surname, and mutant rats? Where are they? Both of them were stunned and glanced around. They didn't see any sign of the so-called animals. Su Dai, inside the room, was also horrified. She glanced at Jianyan, but seeing her expression unchanged, she pinched her fingers, trying to calm herself down. Ha! What's there to look for? I already arranged the plot for you. You stubbornly led the wrong way, deliberately driving the mutant rats to a remote location. And then, because of your foolish leadership, you lost the doctor's pregnant mutant rats. In the end, you chose suicide, afraid to face the doctor. Then we can bring you back and claim the credit, and use you as living fertilizer for the doctor's flowers. Wouldn't that be great? A sinister glint flashed in Lu Shi's eyes. No, Lu Shi, are you mentally retarded? Talking like that in front of others. Scarface was furious, and wearing a mask made it difficult for him to breathe. And the other brothers, you're now aiding and abetting this evil. Aren't you afraid that Master Shue will hold you accountable? I'm Master Shue's man. As for that Dr. Shue, she's just a bitch who once licked Master Shue's toes. Scarface continued, gritting his teeth and glaring.